Chapter 1, Taking a Fancy to Him. At 8 in the evening, the night was dark and dense with a slightly chilly autumn drizzle. Inside the well-lit ballroom of a five-star hotel, a charity gala was taking place. The guests were mostly social elites, as well as figures from the entertainment and fashion circles, all mingling amidst luxurious attire and extravagant sounds. Ellie was examining the exquisitely presented appetizers at the dessert station, enthusiastically tasting them, distinctly out of sync with others who held glasses of wine and socialized everywhere. A few minutes later, someone came to greet him. "Dempsey, why are you here today? I thought you weren't interested in such occasions." Ellie glanced over. It was one of his close friends. "Quentin, aren't you here too?" "Think I want to be here?" The visitor pouted. "I was dragged here by my father. He said it would broaden my horizons to meet more people." "Spare me." Ellie followed his gaze and saw the latter's father earnestly chatting up some big shot ahead, only to receive indifferent nods in return. "It's not much fun," Ellie commented candidly. "I agree." Quentin showed no sympathy for his father's predicament. "Did you come alone, Dempsey?" Ellie nodded casually. "Yeah." The invitation was for his parents, but they had never been keen on such pretentious social gatherings, so he attended alone. Quentin looked around and noticed a certain Owen in the crowd, then teased Ellie. "Did Dempsey come for someone? Are you chasing after that person here?" Ellie slowly chewed on the dim sum he just put in his mouth, coldly eyeing the person Quentin was referring to, who was fawning over a wealthy matron, showing none of the bashful restraint seen when facing him. "I'm not chasing anymore." He set down his plate, losing interest. Quentin was about to ask further when there was suddenly a stir at the entrance of the banquet hall. It seemed like someone important had arrived, drawing everyone's attention. Quentin lowered his voice. "It's someone from the Yi family." Ellie slowly swallowed the last bite of his dim sum. "Who?" "You don't know." Quentin spoke even quieter. "It's Muhammad, the new patriarch of the Yi family. After his father passed away, the Yi family has been embroiled in disputes these past few months, finally settling on this illegitimate son, but he's incredibly capable. None of his brothers or uncles could compete with him." As the words fell, Ellie saw the man entering the banquet hall. He was tall and had sharp features, wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses perched on a high-nose bridge. The slight curve at the corner of his lips gave off an elegant and gentlemanly aura. The big shot who ignored Quentin's father earlier was now shaking hands with him, the star-surrounded man greeting the elder with respect, which clearly pleased the latter. Quentin whistled in amazement. This young Master Yi seems to have a pretty good temperament, not hard to get along with. How did he stand out among those wolves in the Yi family? Ellie paid no attention to what he was saying. Instead, he was captivated by another person next to Muhammad. Ayush wore a simple casual suit, gentle and handsome, his presence not nearly as striking as Muhammad's, yet his smile somehow made Ellie feel a strange itch. "And who is that?" he asked. Quentin noticed the person accompanying Muhammad and scrutinized him for a moment before saying, "I remember now, he must be the famous painter from the Lin family, known for hosting exhibitions both domestically and internationally." "Ellie, Lin family?" Quentin explained. "They're also part of Hwai City's elite circle, but their family has declined in recent years, left with only a shell. But if he can accompany Muhammad today, he must have some capabilities." Ellie smiled. "He looks good." Quentin was surprised. "You mean Muhammad?" "Ellie, the one beside him." Quentin scrutinized the person Ellie mentioned for a while longer. "Indeed, he's quite good-looking, but in my opinion, he doesn't quite match young Master Yi, nor does he compare to you, Dempsey." "Tell me, Dempsey, aren't you changing targets right after saying you won't chase that young star anymore?" Ellie raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong with that?" Quentin quickly reminded him, "People like them, self-proclaimed old money from Hwai City, always look down on us nouveau riche. You'd be better off not making things awkward for yourself." "What old money? A few decades back, who wasn't a peasant? They're just putting on airs." Ellie picked up a glass of red wine and walked towards the person. Ewan had just finished conversing with a foreign oil painting collector. Turning back, he noticed someone openly staring at him, a young man with strikingly handsome features. He paused momentarily. Ellie approached, raising his glass in greeting. "Mr. Lin, long admired." Ewan asked, "Do you know me?" "I didn't 10 minutes ago, but now I do." Ellie didn't blink as he lied. "I am an admirer of Mr. Lin's paintings. I've been to several of your exhibitions. Never thought I would meet you here tonight. It's quite a coincidence. I'm Ellie, glad to have this chance to meet Mr. Lin." Ewan almost immediately guessed his identity. Surname Chi, and clearly not someone who came with others, he could only be from the now hotshot Ronghua capital Chi family in Hwai City. Speaking of the Chi family, they were almost known to everyone in Hwai City's upper circles nowadays. The founder of Ronghua capital, Carson, had only a high school education and came to Hwai City for livelihood from another province just over a decade ago. In just 10 years, he started by getting rich through the restaurant business, then moved on to hotels, real estate, and entertainment industry for quick money, followed by dabbling in financial investments and even putting a foot into the high-tech internet sector. He always seemed to be diving into profitable ventures wherever he saw fit, and astonishingly lucky, earning massive profits in whatever field he ventured into, making people envious. Nowadays, no matter how much these proud, bold aristocrats in Hawaii City's upper circles privately looked down upon or mocked Carson for being a nouveau riche, they still had to put on a smile and exchange pleasantries with him face to face. Ewan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't met Carson but had heard plenty of sarcastic remarks about him and his family, holding no good impression of them. The young Master Chi before him seemed rather frivolous, yet his demeanor wasn't inferior to those educated elites. Even more, Ellie's looks were exceptional. When Ellie offered his glass of red wine, Ewan silently clinked glasses with him. Ellie continued discussing Ewan's artworks, which he had hastily researched on his phone just now, speaking eloquently without any embarrassment. Ewan roughly sensed that out and replied with a smile without exposing him. 5 minutes later, a gentle male voice interrupted them, "Jinyan, come over here." They both turned around. It was Muhammad, who had just finished talking to someone a few meters away, calling Ewan over. Muhammad's gaze briefly lingered on Ellie, and Ellie brazenly sized him up, instinctively sensing a faint coldness in Muhammad's eyes, subtle but undeniable. This feeling left Ellie quite uncomfortable. This person was definitely not easy to deal with. Only a fool like Quentin would think he had a good temperament and seemed approachable. Muhammad withdrew his gaze, and Ewan excused himself to walk back to his side. Ellie slowly sipped his wine, still watching Ewan. Seeing the seemingly intimate relationship between him and Muhammad, he seemed to understand something. Quentin, who had listened to everything, teased Ellie, "I think that famous painter already figured out that you actually know nothing about his works." Ellie responded calmly, "So what? He still has to smile at me." Quentin laughed, "That's true." Muhammad led Ewan to the dessert station. Ewan whispered to him, "That man just said he is surnamed Chi, probably the son of Carson." Muhammad showed no interest. "If you find it troublesome, you don't have to acknowledge him." Noticing his indifferent expression, Ewan realized that Muhammad didn't really care. Soon after, a few people came to toast Muhammad. Muhammad picked up a plate and casually gave a pastry to Ewan before engaging in conversation. Seeing this, all the people toasting were slightly surprised, subtly observing Ewan. The Lin family had long been in decline. If not for accompanying Muhammad today, hardly anyone would pay attention to Ewan, a merely renowned young oil painter. Muhammad's open display of care for him, if Ewan were a woman, the implication would be clear. People would only marvel at the Lin family's luck, thinking they could revive their fortune through marriage. Yet, he was a man. Being a man, perhaps it wasn't impossible either. Regardless of what they thought, everyone present were shrewd. They kept their smiles intact and included Ewan in their toasts. Muhammad's face remained warm and genial, lacking the dominance expected of someone in power, giving off the illusion that he was still young and his rise might just be a stroke of luck. Ewan listened to the insincere praises of his work, glancing at Muhammad's ever-unchanged smiling curve, pouring the wine into his mouth to suppress the complex emotions rising in his heart. Elsewhere, Ellie's gaze lazily followed Ewan, asking Quentin, "Those two, are they in that kind of relationship?" Quentin had also seen what just happened and gave a low cough, "I don't know. I've never heard any rumors about Muhammad being in that kind of relationship. Dempsey, not everyone is like you. But who knows? Anyway, no matter what, I advise you not to think about him." "I won't," Ellie smiled as he glanced at Ewan's side face which appeared softer under the bright lights, "I have my eyes on him." Quentin said, "What if he and Muhammad really are in that kind of relationship?" Ellie tapped his fingers lightly on the wine glass and his voice rose, "So what?" Chapter 2 Provocation. Following the wine party was a charity auction arranged in a smaller hall adjacent to the banquet hall. Ellsworth wanted to slip away and asked Ellie if he wanted to join. "Let's go, Dempsey. This kind of charity auction doesn't have anything good. It's still early, why don't we find another place to continue having fun?" Ellie ignored him and watched Ewan and Muhammad walk into the small hall side by side. He put down his wine glass casually and followed them. People like Muhammad naturally had seats arranged for them in the front row, and he sat down with Ewan. Those sitting on both sides were all top-tier influential figures. As for Ellie, he chose a random seat in the rows behind them, crossing his legs as he sat down. With great interest, he scrutinized Ewan in front of him. Seeing the smile lingering on his lips and the sparkle in his eyes as he talked to someone, Ellie couldn't help but sneer softly. "From what I see, you stand no chance." Dempsey, Ellsworth, who was going to leave, also slipped in at some point and sat next to Ellie, laughing at him. "The great painter Lin only has eyes for young Master Yi. You're just wasting your efforts again, Dempsey." Ellie coolly replied, "If you can't say something nice, then shut up." Ellsworth shrugged and continued watching the scene unfold. The auction began, and the items for auction were donated by the celebrities attending this charity wine party. Although the items weren't bad, they weren't particularly impressive either. Ellie browsed through the auction catalog handed to him by the master of ceremonies, lacking much interest. Even so, the audience clapped each other on the back, making the atmosphere lively. After several rounds, the event moved to its climax. The final item displayed on the auction stage was a modern oil painting by a foreign master. The auctioneer announced the starting price, 70,000. Immediately after the words were spoken, someone raised a paddle to match the price. The bid prices kept refreshing, quickly surpassing 1 million. There were more bidders than before. Confused, Ellie asked Ellsworth, "What's so special about this oil painting? Why are so many people bidding on it?" Perhaps because he was a nouveau riche second generation who didn't understand art, he couldn't figure out what made that abstract-looking piece worth such a price. Ellsworth explained helplessly, "Dempsey, didn't you hear the auctioneer mention earlier? This painting is part of Alfredo's collection. Do you know Alfredo? In Hawaii City, everyone trembles when he stamps his foot. Although he didn't come today, he donated this painting as a courtesy. These people aren't bidding for the painting itself, it's all for Alfredo's face." Ellie tilted his head and noticed Ewan whispering to someone beside him, then Muhammad raised his paddle. The bid was now up to 1.5 million. "I don't think so," Ellie scoffed. Ellsworth asked, "Don't think what?" Ellie said, "I don't think nobody's bidding for the painting itself. Teacher Lin seems to really like it." Ellsworth was momentarily speechless. He too had seen Ewan and Muhammad talking quietly before Muhammad raised his paddle. But this didn't seem contradictory either. If Ewan liked the painting, and Muhammad bought it for him, it would be killing two birds with one stone, giving Alfredo face while pleasing Ewan. Ellie suddenly laughed, "If Teacher Lin likes the painting, wouldn't he throw himself at me if I buy it and give it to him?" Ellsworth. "That might be pushing it." Ellie retorted, "How will we know if we don't try?" Before Ellsworth could persuade him not to act impulsively, Ellie had already raised his bid paddle, and directly quoted a higher price, 2 million. There was a small commotion in the room as people turned to look at him. Ellie leaned back casually in his chair and smiled at Ewan when he turned around. Ewan retracted his gaze, and Muhammad next to him raised his paddle again for the default increase, bringing the bid to 2.1 million. Ellie raised his paddle a second time, 3 million. Other bidders gradually stopped bidding, leaving only Muhammad continuing to match the price. Each time Muhammad added the default 10,000 increase, Ellie bid a full million jump. After several rounds, the price quickly reached 5 million. Those with keen eyes saw these two were locked in competition and backed off, waiting to see who would win. Some who didn't know who Ellie was started asking around. Upon learning he was the second-generation heir from Ronghua capital, they understood, fitting the typical rich kid's behavior, brazen and unafraid of offending anyone. Muhammad didn't spare even a glance toward Ellie throughout. When the auctioneer repeated the quote of 5 million for the second time, he finally raised his paddle again, stating the price with a slight opening of his thin lips, 8 million. A mogul nearby teased him, "Xingzhou must really like this painting." Muhammad replied calmly, "Xinyan likes it. I'm bidding it for him." Ewan's eyes flashed with fleeting surprise. In the back row, Ellie's expression wasn't too pleasant. Ellsworth quickly held him back, afraid he would impulsively bid more. "This painting really isn't worth that price. Give it up, Dempsey. Don't follow his bid. If you really buy it and take it home, your father will kick you out." It wouldn't be that bad, but his parents would nag him for at least 3 days if he spent 8 million on such a worthless painting to give as a gift. Ellie endured, finally holding himself back. The painting was overpriced even at 800,000, not to mention 8 million. Even with giving Alfredo face in mind, this move was indeed quite generous. Those who heard Muhammad's words beside him looked at Ewan differently, seemingly scrutinizing his relationship with Muhammad more closely now. After the auctioneer repeated the bid 3 times, the gavel fell, marking the sale. Ewan lowered his eyes and whispered a quiet, "Thank you," amidst the laughter and congratulations. Muhammad leaned against the chair, crossing his long legs, continuing to chat idly with nearby dignitaries, not putting any weight on Ewan's gratitude. At 9:30 p.m., the auction ended, the night of extravagance and clamor finally dispersed. Ellie still sat in the chair with his leg crossed over the other, hands clasped in front of him, looking sullen but lost in thought. Just as Ellsworth was about to ask if he wanted to leave, the people in the first row stood up and walked over together, chatting. He instinctively fell silent, glancing at Ellie. Ellie lifted his eyes slightly and, as Muhammad and company passed by them, lazily said, "Quite a big move, young Master Yi, spending 8 million on an obscure painting. It must have cost you a lot. Sorry, because of my sudden idea, you had to spend a few million extra. But charity is good, I'm sure you don't mind spending a bit more." Muhammad paused mid-step, turning to look at the frivolous young man lounging in the seat, tilting his head up, calmly observing him, his gaze filled with mockery and provocation. Yet Muhammad seemed not the slightest bit bothered by his overt hostility, maintaining his composure. "You flatter me." Then he continued talking with others and walked toward the door. Muhammad's nonchalant reaction only made Ellie feel even more displeased, but he didn't show it. His gaze swept towards Ewan, forcing a smile. Ewan felt uncomfortable, nodding quickly before averting his eyes and quickly catching up with Muhammad. After they left, Ellie's expression darkened again. Ellsworth watched their departing figures and sighed, "This young Master Yi indeed has a good temper, not even bothering with you like that." Ellie rolled his eyes, "Do you fancy him? Then go after him. If you succeed, I'll give you a big red envelope." Ellsworth, "Hold it, I like at least D-cup, okay?" Ellie ignored him and left. On the way out, he coincidentally bumped into the Owen, who was alone. Seeing Ellie, he approached stiffly to greet him. Ellie gave him a disdainful look, saying only one word, scram. Outside, the rain hadn't stopped all night. At the hotel entrance, Muhammad personally saw the senior figures off in their cars. Once the car drove away, his smile vanished, signaling Ewan to follow him. Let's go, I'll drive you home. A black limousine pulled up. The bodyguard with an umbrella opened the door, and Muhammad climbed into the car without the same public affection shown earlier toward Ewan. Ewan took the umbrella from the bodyguard and went around to the other side. As he was about to get in, someone called him, Teacher Lin. Ewan looked up to see the young gentleman with a casual and flamboyant demeanor, standing under the streetlight, inexplicably dazzling. Teacher Lin, I forgot to ask you, can we exchange WeChat? Ewan pursed his lips slightly, hesitated, then walked over, taking out his phone. While he was looking down at the screen, Ellie's eyes fixed on his face, unabashedly scrutinizing. Up close, Teacher Lin had rosy lips, pale skin, clear eyebrows, and striking eyes, a face that perfectly suited Ellie's taste. For a moment, Ellie found his attention wandering. Glancing past Ewan's face through the night mist and rain, he met another pair of cold, dark eyes staring back at him. The rear window of the Maybach was lowered halfway. The man inside just coldly watched him, making no sound. His sharp features were partially concealed by silver-rimmed glasses, dampening his imposing presence, easily leading one to mistake him for a kind-hearted person. But perhaps due to vigilance against a rival, Ellie felt uncomfortable the moment he saw him. Being stared at by those eyes gave him an uneasy, bristling sensation. Unwilling to lose momentum, he raised his chin provocatively, lifting his brows. Muhammad ignored him, lowering his eyes to check his phone, patiently waiting for the person outside the car. Ewan scanned Ellie's WeChat QR code, put his phone away, and told him, all right. Ellie glanced to confirm that the WeChat contact had been added, then said contentedly, Teacher Lin, you're going to have another art exhibition in a few days, right? I'll come and see it then, and treat you to a meal. Ewan nodded lightly, we can make plans then. After a few more words, Ewan bid farewell and walked back to the car, opening the door and getting in. Ellie's gaze shifted back to Muhammad, who was sitting on the side closer to him. The man's profile had smooth, sharp contours, with impeccable angles. He actually wasn't bad looking, but there was an unsettlingly dangerous aura about him that one couldn't help but dislike. The car window slowly rose, gradually blocking out Muhammad's face and also cutting off Ellie's somewhat wandering thoughts. As the car drove away, Ellsworth approached and asked, Dempsey, are we still going for drinks? No, Ellie loosened his tie and waved his hand casually, let's just go home. Look at what time it is now. Chapter 3 Lightheartedness. Ellie said he was interested in Ewan, but it didn't seem urgent. Days had passed since the charity wine party, and he nearly forgot about it. It wasn't until one night in a nightclub, when drinking and playing cards with people, including Glenn and other rich kids who were waiting to see his next move after hearing about his new target, that he was reminded of it. He casually threw away the cards in his hand and said indifferently, why the rush? If I say I'll chase, then I will. Someone teased him, wasn't Dempsey still chasing that Owen? Only a few days have passed, did you get tired before even catching up? Ellie couldn't be bothered, if you know I'm tired, then don't mention it. Glenn remarked, you just don't understand Dempsey. He likes those pure and sincere girls who don't aim for his money but love him wholeheartedly. Do you think such creatures exist in this world? That's why he's always on the road to chasing someone, but never catches up. The playboys laughed out loud. Ellie rolled his eyes, just wait and see, I will definitely catch this time. No way, Dempsey, I heard that Lin really belongs to the Yi family, dare you snatch from him? Exactly, young Master Yi is not simple at all. It said none of the arrogant old guys in the Yi family met a good end under his hands. You dare touch his people. Maybe you should forget it. There are beauties everywhere, why do something so difficult for yourself? Voices chattered, some reminded, some advised. Not a single word appealed to Ellie. Is Muhammad so remarkable? He didn't feel he was inferior to Muhammad. He set his sight on Ewan and was determined to pursue her no matter what. Throwing out a royal bomb forcefully, Ellie made a bold declaration, you just wait and see, someday Muhammad will kneel and call me daddy. The next day, he went straight to Ewan's art exhibition. Huai City was the first stop of Ewan's personal tour exhibition, which opened 3 days ago, located at the city's art museum. This was Ellie's first time coming to such a place. He sent Ewan a WeChat message right outside the door. Ewan came out to welcome him after over 10 minutes. Ellie saw the person coming out wearing vintage suspenders, a white shirt, and a beret, exuding an artistic style, making him whistle silently, admiring his choice this time. Ewan greeted him, sorry, Dempsey, today is weekend, it's busy, I talked more with someone, hence I came out late. No problem, it's my fault for not informing you beforehand, Ellie said generously. Ewan invited him in. The gallery wasn't big but was artistically decorated. Ewan led Ellie inside, explaining along the way. Ellie listened absent-mindedly. Compared to the paintings that seemed meaningless to him, he found the painter more interesting. He didn't come here mainly for the exhibition. Finally, they stopped in front of an oil painting near the floor-to-ceiling window. Ewan briefly mentioned the name of the painting without detailed introduction like the others. Yet, Ellie's gaze lingered for a few seconds, lost in thought. He knew this painting, A Boy's Prayer. Last year, it won the gold medal in a renowned international art exhibition, bringing fame to Ewan. In the painting, only the back view of a thin boy spying on the only beam of light in the darkness could be seen. The tone was somewhat heavy and oppressive, but placed by the brightest spot near the large window, blending both internal and external lights, it seemed like a certain metaphor. Before coming, Ellie checked the content related to this exhibition online and saw an interview with Ewan. He specifically mentioned this painting has special significance, but didn't specify what in the interview. "Mr. Lin, can I buy this painting?" Ellie asked with a smile. Ewan directly refused. "Sorry, Dempsey, I have no intention of selling this painting." "That's a pity," Ellie feigned regret, "because this painting means something special to you." Ewan looked a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, it's my private matter." Ellie, "Oh, never mind." As they talked, a voice suddenly sounded behind them, "Jinyan." Ellie turned around to find it was Muhammad again. Just stepping into the hall, he draped his unbuttoned suit jacket over his arm, impeccably dressed, as usual, wearing glasses and his hair neatly combed, looking every bit of a corporate elite. Ewan greeted him slightly surprised. "Xingzhou, why are you here?" Muhammad didn't explain much. "Come with me later." Ewan explained a professor had scheduled to see the exhibition today, and he wouldn't be able to break the appointment. Muhammad replied, "You take care of business first, I'll wait for you at the coffee shop outside." Ewan breathed a sigh of relief just when Ellie called him from behind. "Mr. Lin, since I've come here, may I invite you to dinner?" Ewan had to apologize. "Sorry, Dempsey, let's meet another time." "Alright," Ellie shrugged, "I've known Mr. Lin for too short a time, indeed not comparable to others." Ewan became increasingly embarrassed and apologized to him again. Muhammad glanced coolly at Ellie, said nothing, and turned to leave first. 5 minutes later, at the cafe. Ellie pulled out a chair, sat down in front of Muhammad, and raised his eyebrow at the man who lifted his eyes. "Shall we chat?" Muhammad remained indifferent and said nothing. "So," Ellie went on directly, asking, "what's your relationship with Mr. Lin?" Muhammad didn't answer immediately but looked at him expressionlessly. Ellie held his gaze calmly. Across the coffee table, he finally got a good look at those eyes hidden behind silver-rimmed glasses, long and narrow, reserved, with deep irises that stared at people unperturbed, as if carrying ice frost. He couldn't help feeling annoyed. "Hey, Muhammad, does it concern you?" Finally, this man spoke, with a dismissive tone. Ellie confirmed once more how dislikable this person was. "I plan to pursue Mr. Lin. Your relationship with him indeed doesn't concern me or affect what I do, but to avoid putting Mr. Lin in an awkward position, I figured I should inform you first. Never mind if you don't want to say, anyway, I'm going to pursue Mr. Lin." Ellie lounged in his chair without any decorum, yet his attitude was arrogant enough. Muhammad picked up his coffee cup, took a slow sip, and put it down before throwing out 2 words indifferently, "Up to you." Ellie's eyes lingered on his face, then he laughed. "I don't think you and Mr. Lin are a pair." Muhammad replied calmly, "How so?" "Intuition," Ellie pointed at his head and made a shooting gesture toward Muhammad. "My intuition has always been accurate. You're not being genuine with Mr. Lin. Wanting to woo a beauty, one had better understand the formidable rival better." When his group of friends mentioned Muhammad last night, some well-informed ones gossiped casually about this young Master Yi being the elder son and illegitimate child of the old Yi patriarch, only brought back when he was in his teens. Before the old man's death, he was always low-key and unremarkable. No one expected that after the patriarch's death, he suddenly emerged, joined forces with other shareholders to forcefully seize power, quickly ascending to a powerful position, forcing out everyone in the Yi family who opposed him, achieving a complete victory. While this was true, there were always some people who dared not provoke him on major issues but intentionally messed with him elsewhere. Among his uncles and aunts, some used their seniority to try to interfere with his marriage to bind him closer. Heard that last month his eldest uncle even arranged a match for him in public, causing quite a scene. Since then, he started appearing everywhere with Painter Lin. The group of playboys chuckled and chattered, treating these tales as entertainment. Ellie overheard everything casually. It wasn't hard to understand Muhammad's behavior. He probably retaliated twice as strongly when others offended him. He likely didn't care much about public gossip regarding his sexual orientation. But in families like the Yi clan, those pretentious elders from so-called high society probably couldn't afford the embarrassment. If Muhammad hadn't chosen Ewan as a shield, Ellie would have enjoyed watching the drama. But now that he had his eye on Ewan, he naturally despised Muhammad from a moral high ground. Muhammad remained unmoved, completely ignoring Ellie's repeated provocations. Checking his watch, he stood up, preparing to leave. Feeling ignored, Ellie called him back. "Hey, didn't you say you'd wait for Mr. Lin here? He hasn't come and you're leaving. What kind of patience is that? What do you take Mr. Lin for?" Muhammad picked up his suit jacket and draped it over his arm again. As he passed by Ellie, he paused, turning his head to look at him. Ellie lifted his eyes, and in that moment, the undisguised speculative look in the dark eyes behind the lenses made him stop. Subconsciously, his voice rose a little. What, exposed and can't admit it? Muhammad looked at him silently. This second-generation rich kid seemed like a quarrelsome rooster, ruffled up and aggressive. He had seen many such people. If there was anything different, it might be that young Master Chi was exceptionally handsome, with almond eyes flitting around, scolding people while giving flirtatious looks unintentionally. Muhammad had met Carson before. That man described as merely lucky in others' mouths appeared simple but shrewd to him. He never thought his son would turn out like this. Such a good appearance wasted. Feeling uneasy under Muhammad's silent stare, before Ellie could frown, the slender fingers of the other man suddenly reached out and stopped beside his cheek. Startled, Ellie felt Muhammad's fingertips brush against his jawline, a clear and warm sensation that made him shudder, almost leaping up. What are you doing? Ellie demanded impatiently. Muhammad calmly withdrew his hand, his face expressionless but his tone mocking. To react as if you've been indecently touched just from a mere touch, how can someone like you even think of courting a man? Ellie. Coming back to his senses, he felt a rush of blood to his face, turning red with anger, and glared fiercely. The man who molested him had already walked away with an air of nonchalance. Ellie could no longer hold back, and as Muhammad walked away, he raised his middle finger in frustration. Chapter 4, I Refuse. 20 minutes later, Yuan came out, and Muhammad was already waiting for him in the car. Yuan opened the car door and got in, apologizing first. Muhammad casually put aside the magazine he had been flipping through and gestured for the driver to start. Come with me to Qingping Garden and have a casual dinner with Lionel. Yuan was momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure. Muhammad had achieved his goal, 8 million yuan for an invitation to Qingping Garden, a very profitable deal for him. What can I do? He asked hesitantly. Muhammad leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, and replied calmly, Lionel enjoys Western oil paintings. Just chat with him about it. Yuan nodded. All right, I understand. His gaze fell on Muhammad's face, noticing the exhaustion between his brows. He asked softly, Xingzhou, is your work very stressful? Without opening his eyes, Muhammad responded with a nonchalant, Thinking of what happened earlier, Yuan tried to explain. Today, Dempsey suddenly decided to visit the art exhibition. My uncle has been wanting to cooperate with Ronghua Capital lately. Carson is famously indulgent with his son, so I didn't want to offend him and ruin the relationship. Muhammad only said, as you wish, without any emotion. Though those two words seemed considerate, they were indifferent. Unwilling to let it go, Yuan continued, Dempsey wanted to buy the painting that won an award. I didn't agree. Xingzhou, after the exhibition, I'll give the painting to you. He didn't say the words, it was painted for you, which were on the tip of his tongue. Muhammad kept his eyes closed, his expression unchanging. Thank you. The conversation hit a dead end. Seeing Muhammad's lack of interest, Yuan could only stop talking and turned his gaze to the window, watching the cityscape rush by, lost in thought. He and Muhammad had known each other for a long time. They attended the same international high school. Muhammad transferred in the second semester of freshman year. Everyone knew his background wasn't respectable, and his older brother isolated him along with classmates. Back then, Muhammad was even colder than now, always alone like a lone wolf. Yuan was the only one who reached out to him. At least at that time, there was warmth in Muhammad's gaze when he looked at him. Yuan wondered when things changed. Perhaps it was when Muhammad asked if he wanted to be together, and he chose to retreat. He dared not risk it, he needed the protection of his family and couldn't give up the external comforts. Over these past dozen years, he studied and worked abroad while the Lin family faded from glory. Yet, he gained what he had always wanted, honor, fame, and dreams. The only thing missing was Muhammad. What their current relationship was, Yuan didn't know. Before returning to Huai City and seeing Muhammad again, he had imagined many possibilities, none of which were like this. Muhammad made no effort to hide his purpose in getting close, whether it was for exploitation or humiliation. He could refuse, but he didn't want to, whether for the sake of the Lin family or his own desires. The car drove for 40 minutes toward the northern part of the city and entered a private estate nestled among mountains and water. It was formerly a royal garden and is now a private sanatorium, a place not everyone can enter even if they are wealthy. The Yi family used to be unstoppable in business, backed by powerful connections, but those days were behind the present-day Muhammad. Having just taken control of the company, he had to build his own network of relationships. An 8 million yuan opportunity for a meal was indeed a good deal. The car stopped in front of a traditional Chinese-style building. A man who looked like a butler greeted them and led them inside. Lionel was painting at a large table in the living room. In his 70s, the old man wore a dark blue tang suit, not tall but with a straight posture. His brush strokes were swift, revealing the demeanor of a literati. This Lionel had once been a formidable figure in both politics and business, someone even Muhammad's deceased father called elder brother. Muhammad and Yuan waited beside him for a moment. After finishing his painting, Lionel looked up and smiled. I got carried away with painting and didn't notice you came in. Please, don't stand formally, sit down. Mohammed presented his gift, a box of Longjing tea. It wasn't anything rare or expensive but suited Lionel's taste. The latter happily accepted it, saying, just coming for a casual dinner, no need to be so formal. I remember seeing you before, you were only a teenager back then. Your father said you were steady in character but quiet. I saw potential in you then. How time flies. Mohammed replied composedly, I should have visited you much earlier, uncle. I just haven't had the right opportunity. After some small talk, Mohammed introduced Yuan to the old Lionel, who had also heard of his name. The old man said with interest, although I only paint traditional Chinese paintings myself, I am quite interested in Western oil paintings and have collected quite a few. I didn't expect to meet an expert today. Yuan quickly responded, Lionel, you flatter me. It's just a hobby, I'm not really an expert. Lionel waved his hand. It's good for young people to have skills. No need to be so modest. The conversation continued around the topic of paintings. Yuan chatted casually with Lionel while Mohammed occasionally joined in, maintaining a pleasant atmosphere. As noon approached, the butler came over to inform them that lunch was ready, but Lionel did not move immediately, continuing to speak as if waiting for someone. 20 minutes later, finally, someone arrived. Before he appeared, his voice reached them, why did you suddenly call me here for dinner? You should have told me earlier. The traffic is terrible. They turned their heads and saw Ellie walking in. Yuan looked surprised, while Mohammed furrowed his brows slightly, then quickly resumed his usual expression. Ellie raised an eyebrow upon seeing them and sat down next to Lionel, saying nonchalantly, you should have mentioned you were coming here earlier, we could have come together. Lionel asked, do you know each other? Yes, I went to see Teacher Lin's exhibition this morning, Ellie emphasized. And it turns out you donated a painting which I wanted to buy, but young Master Yi snapped it up for 8 million yuan. Ellie deliberately stressed 8 million, as if mocking Mohammed. Lionel smiled. You two can be considered acquainted now, it's a good thing. He introduced Ellie as his godson to Mohammed and Yuan, I thought you young people would get along well, so I invited him too. Just a casual dinner anyway, more people make it livelier. Ellie smirked sarcastically at Mohammed, yes, I'm afraid someone might think I'd ruin his plans by coming here. Yuan interjected with a smile, more people means more fun. Besides, I still owe Dempsey a meal. Ellie, however, kept his eyes on Mohammed, prolonging his words, what does young Master Yi say? Mohammed calmly returned his gaze and replied with 2 words, nice meeting you. His demeanor showed neither embarrassment nor discomfort. Although the relationship between Ellie and Lionel was unexpected, it did not affect him. Ellie felt a bit disappointed not seeing any change in Mohammed's face, it truly dampened his mood. During the meal, Lionel continued discussing the art exhibition with Yuan and mentioned the award-winning piece by Yuan. Ellie added casually, I liked that painting too and wanted to buy it from Teacher Lin, but unfortunately, he wasn't willing to part with it. Since Lionel was present, Yuan explained, that painting was already intended for Xingzhou. Apologies. So, it was for young Master Yi, Ellie pretended to understand, no wonder. Yuan nodded slightly, feeling somewhat uneasy. Lionel laughed and scolded Ellie, stop being cheeky. You don't even appreciate paintings, buying one would just ruin it. In fact, I was hoping to collect that painting if there was a chance. Ellie retorted, but even you couldn't get it. After all, Teacher Lin decided to give it to young Master Yi, leaving both you and me out. Ignoring Ellie, Mohammed calmly suggested to Lionel, if you like it, I can transfer the gift to you. Beside him, Yuan's expression changed slightly but quickly hid it. Lionel laughed again, that wouldn't be proper. A gentleman doesn't take what belongs to others. Even if you're willing to give, I can't accept it. I don't really understand these things either. It might be better for the painting to be collected by someone who truly appreciates it. If you like it, feel free to take it, Mohammed said without flattering, treating it as a genuine gesture towards an elder. He then turned to Yuan and asked considerately, Jinyan, do you think it's okay? Yuan met his calm, steady gaze and paused before replying, it would be an honor for my work to be collected by Lionel. Ellie sitting opposite gave a tisk sound and mockingly praised Lionel, still, you have great connections. With that said, Lionel happily accepted their offer. They spent a delightful mealtime together. After the meal, they enjoyed a pot of tea with Lionel. Then, he enthusiastically led Yuan to admire his collection of paintings, telling Ellie and Mohammed that they didn't have to follow if they weren't interested. Mohammed went to the restroom and, upon returning, stepped outside the courtyard to breathe in the fresh air while waiting for Yuan. Ellie was feeding the fish in the pond under the corridor when he saw Mohammed come out. He casually threw a handful of fish food into the water and spoke first, it's quite a sight to see young Master Yi go out of his way to curry favor with my godfather, even bringing Teacher Lin along to win the old man's heart. Truly hard work. Mohammed didn't take Ellie's sarcasm seriously and casually lit a cigarette. Ellie scoffed, if you don't want to be kicked out by my godfather, you'd better not smoke in front of him. Mohammed shifted his gaze over, the cigarette dangling from his lips as he squinted slightly. His eyes were pitch black, and despite the glasses, his gaze was blatant, openly scrutinizing Ellie without any reservation. Ellie felt somewhat uncomfortable. This person had been polite and refined in front of elders, but now he looked like an ill-intentioned thug. He remembered how Muhammad had teased him earlier at the art gallery, which made him feel uneasy all over again. "What are you looking at?" Ellie raised his voice, his face showing anger. His outwardly fierce demeanor belied his inner unease. The phrase, "a nouveau riche son," flashed through Muhammad's mind, and he finally spoke, "You're the son of a nouveau riche? Want to know about my relationship with the old man?" Ellie laughed spitefully, "I won't tell you." After saying this, he changed his mind and approached Muhammad, deliberately moving closer to provoke him. "How about this? I see you're not really that interested in Teacher Lin. Why don't you give him to me? In return, I can put in a good word for you with my godfather, so you don't have to go through all the trouble of bidding on paintings and giving them away. It's uncertain whether it will make my godfather look at you any differently." Being too close already exceeded the safe distance, but Ellie himself didn't seem to realize it. Muhammad watched him expressionlessly, his gaze slowly roaming over his face. Ellie raised an eyebrow. "Think about it." After a long pause, Muhammad took a drag on his cigarette and slowly exhaled it into Ellie's face, speaking in an extremely subtle and dangerous tone, "I refuse." Chapter 5 Fool. The pungent smell of smoke hit Ellie, making him take a step back, glaring at the person in front of him with displeasure. Muhammad ignored him and casually stubbed out his cigarette butt on the trash can beside him. Just as Ellie was about to curse, Yuan came out and made him hold back. "Xingzhou, let's go back." After saying this to Ellie, Yuan accompanied Muhammad to say goodbye to Alfredo. Then they left ahead of time. Ellie suppressed the urge to give Muhammad the middle finger once again and returned inside. Alfredo was lounging in a rocking chair, drinking tea and reading a book. Seeing him come in, he tapped the chair next to him with the book in his hand. "Sit down. Stop bouncing around like a naughty monkey." Ellie sat down, leaning back and started complaining, "Old man, did you invite me here to watch a show? Was it interesting? I think you found it pretty interesting." Alfredo teased him, "You seem very interested in that Mr. Lin, don't you?" Ellie turned up his mouth, "Unfortunately, he doesn't seem too interested in me." "But seriously, do you really think his paintings are worth your while, old man?" "They're quite good," Alfredo said calmly, "he even brought them here, I couldn't just turn them away." Ellie snorted lightly, "I've never seen you be so friendly with anyone else before." "That kid from the Yi family is different," Alfredo laughed and explained, "at such a young age, he managed to stand out among those ruthless yes. He must have some skills and talent. There's great potential for him in the future. Isn't your father wanting you to learn to do serious things? Both of you are young, why not learn from him?" "Forget it," Ellie immediately declined, "you said his family members are all ruthless. So, if he could win against them, wouldn't he be the most ruthless one? If I learn from him, I'm afraid he'll eat me alive." Alfredo laughed heartily, "You're afraid of something? That's unexpected. You were quite skillful in putting him down just now. Are you afraid of him?" "I'm not afraid of him at all," Ellie waved his hand, "I just don't like looking at him." "It's not necessary to act out of spite," Alfredo said earnestly after laughing enough, "it's good to be cautious, but it's always better to make more friends." Ellie remained uninterested, "We'll see." He had plenty of friends and didn't need someone like Muhammad. Spending a large part of the afternoon drinking tea and playing chess with Alfredo, Ellie found an excuse to slip away before evening. As soon as he drove out of Chimping Garden, he received a call from his mother, Kirsty, telling him to come home for dinner. Ellie wasn't pleased. "I have plans with someone." "I don't care who you've planned with," Kirsty interrupted him loudly, "tomorrow I'm going on a self-drive trip with my sisters. Can't I have a meal with my son before leaving?" "Fine, I'll go back." Ellie had no choice but to turn his car around and head home. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the aroma of food throughout the house. Carson, wearing an old tank top, was busily cooking in the kitchen. The family hadn't hired a nanny, and the housekeeper only came during the day to clean. Whenever Carson was at home, he would cook personally. Kirsty was holding her beloved cat in the living room, watching TV with tears streaming down her face at a particularly touching scene, ignoring her son's return. Ellie felt a bit speechless. She called him back, yet she didn't greet him warmly. But that was just how their family was. Over the years, their residence had gotten bigger and better, and his parents maintained the demeanor of wealthy elites outside, but at home, everything remained the same. One loved to indulge in culinary arts, and the other adored cheesy romance dramas. If these hobbies were publicized, people who considered themselves superior might mock them as nouveau riche, but nobody in the family cared about that. Only after finishing a TV episode did Kirsty notice her son had returned and sent him to help his father in the kitchen. Rolling up his sleeves, Ellie entered the kitchen where Carson was cheerfully frying dishes, asking him to wash and pick vegetables. While working, Ellie mentioned the lunch he had at Chimping Garden today. Their relationship with Alfredo wasn't overly complicated. Ellie's grandfather and Alfredo's father grew up together in the same village, inseparable as brothers. They joined the army during wartime. The Chi family elder lost a leg in battle and retired early to return home, while the Chen family elder rose through the ranks due to military achievements. The two families had lost touch for several decades. Initially, when Carson came to Hawaii City and opened a small restaurant, Alfredo, who happened to taste his food, remembered the past and discovered they were old acquaintances. Back then, Ellie was just a few years old and won Alfredo's favor. With no children of his own, Alfredo took him in as a godson, laying the foundation for today's friendship. Carson's business had grown over the years partly due to his sharp insight and decisive actions, but also with help from Alfredo behind the scenes. However, he knew how to keep things within bounds and rarely sought trouble for Alfredo or mentioned it in public. Ellie often heard his father stressing this point, so he never revealed his connection with Alfredo beyond occasional visits for meals at Chimping Garden. Carson asked worriedly, "That ye family member visited Alfredo? You didn't talk out of line before others, did you? I heard you had a bit of friction with him at the last charity gala. Where did I provoke him?" Ellie dismissed his father's concern. "Everyone says he's something great, but is he really that impressive?" Carson said, "Anyway, just stay clear of him since you're not from the same world." Ellie replied absent-mindedly, "Oh." At dinner, Carson mentioned a wedding invitation he received earlier. "The Yee family is hosting a wedding next weekend and has invited us." "Ellie, who's getting married?" "Muhammad. Seems like his third brother," Carson explained, shaking his head. "It doesn't matter who marries, the young Yee heir needs more people to know him through this event." Kirsty immediately declared, "I won't go, such occasions are not worth the smiley faces. I'm traveling for at least half a month anyway, don't bother me." Carson said, "With an invitation sent, I should make an appearance. In business, one meets regularly, and appearances matter." Ellie's eyes twinkled as he raised his hand. "Yanni, let me go with you." After dinner, Ellie received a call from Glover and friends inviting him out for fun. As usual, Carson and Kirsty criticized him as he left, but Ellie paid no attention, nodding along and promising to be back before midnight before rushing out. Only when he entered the elevator did he breathe a sigh of relief, pondering ways to find an excuse to move out on his own. Otherwise, at nearly 30, he still had curfews and received solicitous messages from his mother mid-drink. While waiting for the traffic light, he spotted a flower shop. He tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, hesitated for 2 seconds, then got out of the car. To pursue someone, one must take practical action. Compared to Muhammad, who seemed unromantic, he believed he was a better match for Yuan. After leaving Chimping Garden in the afternoon, Muhammad had his driver drop Yuan off at the art museum. They remained silent throughout the ride. As Yuan was about to get out of the car, he paused, turned around, and asked, "Xingzhou, are you free tonight? Can we have dinner together? Just the two of us." Muhammad looked at him without much expression and didn't reply immediately. Yuan followed up, "Is it not possible?" Muhammad paused his gaze on Yuan's face for 2 seconds before replying, "I have a business engagement tonight." "Yuan, what about tomorrow? It's the weekend, you should be free." "Any time works, I just want a private meal with you. I've been back for so long, and we haven't had the chance to catch up." "Muhammad, I need to attend to some matters at the company tomorrow." "Then let's make it tonight," Yuan pressed boldly. "I helped you a little today. Let's have dinner as a favor for the painting." Muhammad looked away and calmly said, "I'll pick you up here tomorrow evening." Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, it's a deal." Muhammad's car soon drove off. Yuan stood by the roadside for a while, composed himself, and then went inside. The next afternoon, Muhammad's car appeared again outside the art museum. This time, he drove himself. After parking, he didn't get out but instead dialed Yuan's number. After one ring, he hung up before Yuan could answer. He tossed the phone aside, rolled down the window slightly, lit a cigarette, and waited patiently. 5 minutes later, a delivery rider arrived, holding a bouquet of flowers, looking around outside the art museum entrance. "Sir, do you know if the oil painting exhibition by Mr. Yuan is held here?" Muhammad glanced at him. The delivery rider asked hesitantly, likely intimidated by the car and its occupant. If not for needing to complete the delivery urgently, he wouldn't have approached. Muhammad's eyes fell on the flowers. He gestured casually with his chin, "Are these for him?" "Ah," the rider quickly confirmed, "the recipient is Mr. Yuan, but the mobile number seems incorrect, it's a disconnected number." "Muhammad, he's my friend. Hand the flowers to me." The rider thought it unlikely that someone so wealthy would covet a bouquet of flowers. Needing to deliver the next order, he handed over the flowers after hesitation. A large bouquet of garish champagne roses, the overwhelming floral scent made Muhammad slightly uncomfortable. With a cigarette hanging from his mouth, he flipped open the card nestled among them. "To Teacher Lin. Wishing your art exhibition all the best. The dinner date we talked about, the one at Chimping Garden, doesn't count. Next time, please grace us with your presence. Ellie." The handwriting was as flamboyant as the person who wrote it. Muhammad stared at those few lines, gradually narrowing his eyes. Unbidden, the image of Ellie's face from yesterday at Chimping Garden surfaced in his mind, when Ellie had lowered his guard and leaned towards him. Vivid and striking, burning brightly. Unfortunately, an idiot. Cigarette ash fell onto the card, covering the name Ellie. Muhammad sneered, casually tossing the flowers out of the car window. With a thud, the bouquet landed precisely in the trash can beside the car. Chapter 6, Interested. Early in the morning, Ellie rarely woke up early to attend Ewan's wedding with his father. The car drove into the mountains. Before getting out of the car, Carson repeatedly reminded his son cautiously, "We are here to attend a wedding. When we meet people, greet them as I instruct, be polite, and don't run around aimlessly." "Got it." Ellie replied perfunctorily, looking out of the window. Ewan's third son's wedding was held at the resort villa developed by the Yi family outside the city. It was Ellie's first time there, and he had to admit that the place had a good environment and scenery, making it an excellent spot for leisure. The Yi family hosted the wedding on a grand scale, inviting only wealthy and influential guests. Carson wanted to keep a low profile but didn't expect to be greeted personally by Muhammad when they arrived. Ellie stood behind with his hands in his pockets, watching his father shake hands and chat with Muhammad, and curled his lips. When Muhammad looked over, he caught this expression. Ellie lifted his chin unashamedly. "Young Master Yi, where is Teacher Lin? Haven't seen him yet." His tone was as arrogant as usual, without any politeness. Muhammad didn't mind, replying, "Teacher Ji Nian is inside," and then said to Carson, "Arjun, please come in." Ellie scoffed, "Young Master Yi is quite skilled at ingratiating yourself. You call my great-grandfather little nephew and my father uncle. Should I call you uncle or brother?" Muhammad glanced at him and said, "As you wish." Ellie. How shameless. Carson coughed, interrupting them, "Let's go in. There are so many guests, young Master Yi, you don't have to specially entertain us." Muhammad replied, "It's fine, I'll escort you in." Ellie rolled his eyes silently. It wasn't necessary for Muhammad to be so courteous to his father. Muhammad gestured, "Arjun, this way, please." Inside the resort, there was a large artificial lake. The wedding venue was set up on a lawn beside the lake. It was still not time for the ceremony, and guests were chatting and socializing in small groups. Muhammad personally led Carson over, causing many people to gather around and chat warmly. Muhammad chatted with them for a few moments, reminding Carson that there were resting areas in the villas nearby and inviting them to make themselves comfortable before going to attend other guests. The crowd did not disperse. Although Carson was secretly mocked as a nouveau riche, his Ronghua capital was now very popular. Many people were waiting for opportunities, so they flattered him. Ellie seized the chance to slip away and look for fun on his own. Glover saw him from afar and came over quickly. "I knew Dempsey would definitely come today." Ellie waved him off, "Go away, I don't have time for you. I'm going to find Teacher Lin." Glover, used to his temper, laughed and said, "Using someone else's wedding to poach talent, only Dempsey would do something like that. But do you know where he is? Come on, I just saw him heading towards the villa area, let me take you there." They walked toward the villa area together. Ellie glanced at Muhammad, who was surrounded like a star. From this scene, one might think Muhammad is the main character of this wedding. Glover commented, "Normal." Yi family's old second son, once their favorite, was exiled to an overseas branch. Old third sold out his brother to work under Muhammad now. Not to mention the fourth, a complete waste. No one cares about what he does. Ellie laughed, "Your mouth can be pretty vicious." Arriving at the entrance of the lounge, Ellsworth Min was about to push the door open when Ellie suddenly stopped him, motioning for silence. Voices could be heard from inside. "What's going on between you and Muhammad now?" "Second uncle, we're just friends, stop asking these questions." "Just friends, yet he's always seen with you. Weren't you close in school? Can't you take the initiative and try to win his favor?" "We're not like that." Glover raised an eyebrow at Ellie. It was clearly Ewan and his second uncle inside. One voice was aggressive while the other was embarrassed and reserved. Ewan's second uncle seemed to value face publicly but forced his own nephew to win another man's favor through seduction privately. Ellie had heard enough and pushed the door open forcefully without any hesitation. The two inside looked at them in surprise. There was a fleeting look of discomfort on Ewan's face. Ellie pretended to be shocked too. "Oh, sorry, we didn't know anyone was in here." "Teacher Lin, you're here. What a coincidence, I've been looking for you." He walked towards Ewan. The second uncle sized up Ellie, giving Ewan a suspicious glance. Ewan introduced them stiffly, "This is Dempsey from Ronghua capital." "Dempsey, this is my second uncle." The second uncle's eyes lit up instantly and became warmly enthusiastic, smiling brightly as he extended his hand. "Ah, Dempsey, nice to meet you." Ellie, however, didn't move. "Sorry, Uncle Lin. I have a bit of OCD and don't like shaking hands with people." The smile on the other party's face froze halfway, and Glover couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ellie ignored him and said to Ewan, "The wedding ceremony will start in a while. Are you going over now, Teacher Lin? Let's go together." Ewan let out a sigh of relief. "All right." As they walked out of the villa, he looked embarrassed and thanked Ellie. "Thank you for helping me just now, Chi Shao. Sorry to make you witness that." Ellie replied nonchalantly, "No problem. But your second uncle really is like that, isn't he?" "Ewan, he was only concerned about me." "Is that so?" Ellie laughed, asking, "So you and young Master Yi aren't like that? If so, can I pursue you?" Glover heard this and quickly found an excuse to run off. Ewan felt uneasy. "Please don't joke like that, Chi Shao. I'm not joking, Ellie said innocently. Does it look like I'm joking? I seriously want to pursue you. Seeing Yuan hesitate without knowing how to reply, he smiled and waved his hand. Forget it, take your time considering. Teacher Lin, I definitely suit you better than that young Master Yi. He doesn't know how to treat you like I do. Think about it carefully. Back at the lakeside, there were even more people at the wedding venue. Muhammad remained the focus of attention, holding a glass of champagne and listening casually to others speak, exuding the grace of a distinguished young man. Ellie followed Yuan over, watching him from afar and thinking how pretentious this person was, which made his teeth ache. When Yuan approached, someone immediately made room for him. Yuan went up to Muhammad and whispered, "Is the wedding starting soon?" Muhammad sipped his wine and reminded him casually, "Still a little while. Why don't you eat something to fill your stomach first?" How considerate Xingzhou is to Jinyan after all these years, still the same as before. This kind of friendship is truly rare, it warms the heart. A middle-aged male voice suddenly spoke, looking at Muhammad and Yuan with an elder's demeanor. Muhammad glanced up and looked back indifferently without responding. The man continued, "I remember when you two were in high school, always coming and going together. So many years have passed, yet your feelings remain as strong as before. Now Wan Qing has already gotten married. As the older brother, shouldn't you settle down sooner? Our family isn't old-fashioned, liking men isn't a big deal." Muhammad drank slowly, letting the man chatter on, seemingly indifferent. Yuan instinctively looked at him, his eyes flickering. Everyone around them was watching, enjoying the show. Only the parties involved knew what was true or false in Muhammad's scandalous love life. Everyone else just listened. "That's enough, don't spout nonsense," another elder of the Yi family finally interjected, tapping his cane on the ground disapprovingly. "Today is Wan Qing's wedding. Don't cause trouble by rambling." "Elder brother, am I saying nonsense? Everyone knows about the relationship between Xingzhou and Jinyan. I said shut up. What's the use of shutting up? We can't control Xingzhou's affairs. You tried matchmaking for him before and made him unhappy. What's the point? If he likes men, forcing a girl on him would only make enemies. Xingzhou isn't the person you think he is. Stop spreading rumors." Muhammad maintained his usual expression, letting them argue as he continued drinking his wine. Ellie stood aside, arms crossed, watching the drama unfold. Glover came closer, lowering his voice to explain, "That sarcastic one is a cousin-uncle of the Yi family. I heard he embezzled a lot from their company and was fired by Muhammad. Today he's intentionally picking on Muhammad. The other one is Muhammad's uncle, who did the matchmaking before and is also the one who values face the most in the Yi family." Ellie's gaze swept over Muhammad, who hadn't even furrowed his brow, summarizing candidly, "Looks like he doesn't want to pay attention to either of their dramas." Muhammad finished half his glass of wine, placed it on the snack table, and then spoke, "Thank you, uncle and Jensen uncle, for caring about my affairs." The cousin uncle tried to speak again, but Muhammad cut him off. "However, this is a private matter between Jinyan and me. It seems unnecessary to discuss it publicly." Ellie clapped his hands twice and interjected, "Yeah, I think you guys should stop talking for yourselves and respect Teacher Lin's opinion." "What do you mean by not being that kind of person? Which kind of person are you talking about? If we're going to talk, Teacher Lin might not even be interested in young Master Yi, right? Teacher Lin, what do you think?" Under everyone's gaze, Yuan felt very embarrassed. Muhammad's eyes shifted toward Ellie, paused for a moment, and then he suddenly said, "It doesn't matter which kind of person I am, the question is, does Dempsey know which kind of person he is?" "Ellie, does it have anything to do with you?" "Nothing," Muhammad replied, "let's just say I have a strong curiosity about you and your affairs, Dempsey." Though his tone was calm, his words had an inexplicable, indescribable sense of ambiguity, making the looks on the surrounding people's faces momentarily become somewhat surprised and intriguing. Ellie was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "I'm not interested in you." "I know," Muhammad nodded, calmly shifting his gaze away and signaling to others, "The wedding is about to start. Everyone, please take your seats." Chapter 7 Beast. In the final few minutes before the ceremony began, the officiant invited everyone to take their seats. Trent Tang probably still had some grievances and turned to call out to the groom who had been largely ignored up until this point, the third son of the Yi family, Pierseng, "It's your wedding day today. How could your mother not be here on such an important day?" Pierseng gave an awkward explanation, "Mother is unwell and still in the rehabilitation center to avoid exhausting herself, so we didn't ask her to come today." "Unwell? When I saw her half a year ago, she seemed very spirited. Why does she suddenly need to stay in a rehabilitation center? Which rehabilitation center did you send your mother to? Why didn't you inform us elders so that we could visit her?" Trent Tang deliberately raised his voice, hinting at something, making Pierseng's face turn unpleasant as he stiffly replied, "My mother needs rest without disturbance. So for now, it's unnecessary for you all to come visit her." Those around who knew a bit about the Yi family affairs quickly avoided the topic and hurriedly sat down in the audience seats. The conversation was no longer appropriate for outsiders to hear. Muhammad passed by his uncle, pausing slightly, glanced at the other side with a glance, then walked towards the viewing seats. Trent Tang froze, suddenly felt the chilling coldness in Muhammad's eyes, which unexpectedly sent shivers down his spine. The farce ended. Ellie was still immersed in the discomfort from earlier, receiving a smack on the back of his head from his father. Carson lowered his voice and admonished his son, "I told you not to run around recklessly or speak indiscreetly, didn't I?" Glover echoed the sentiment, nodding. "Dempsey, I think you should stop provoking young Master Yi, you won't get any advantage." He refrained from saying out loud that Ellie actually got the short end of the stick each time. Ellie rolled his eyes at Glover, laughed it off with a few perfunctory words to his father, and took the opportunity when Carson was engaged elsewhere to sit with Glover in the rear row of the viewing seats. Sitting down loosely, his gaze remained fixed on Muhammad and Ewan who were seated in the front row. He lifted his hand and made an aiming and shooting gesture toward the back of Muhammad's head, feeling unresolved resentment. Glover saw his action and asked with a smile, "Dempsey, who did you set your sights on? It seems like you only have eyes for Muhammad. What did he mean by being interested in you and your matters?" "How would I know? He has a mental problem." Ellie tilted his head and pointed to his temple. "Do you think I'm crazy like him or blind? Could I possibly fancy him? He might not even have good taste after all." Glover thought that if not considering all those messy things before, this painter Lin just didn't seem too great following Muhammad. It was unclear whether it was out of necessity or ulterior motives, but who knew? As the wedding march played, the guests' attention turned to the newlyweds walking down the aisle. However, Ewan's gaze lingered on Muhammad's stern, ice-like profile, somewhat lost in thought. He never expected Muhammad to say such ambiguous words publicly and couldn't figure out what motivated Muhammad to make such remarks. Although he believed he understood Muhammad, a decade-long gap lay between them, altering many things beyond recognition. During that private dinner, regardless of reminiscing about the past or expressing years of longing directly, Muhammad remained indifferent, showing no extra emotional fluctuation. If Muhammad didn't care, it meant he truly no longer cared. His reluctance to admit it was nothing but self-deception. Up ahead, the newlyweds had already begun their vows. Ellie wasn't interested and absent-mindedly listened to Glover's idle chatter when someone called him from behind, "Hey, Brat Chi, why are you here too?" A figure swung over from behind the seat and sat next to Ellie, looking at him with a mocking smile. Ellie glanced and lazily said, "Your family invited me." "Eddie Yi, long time no see," Glover greeted with a smile, but received only a snort in return. This man was Mason, the fourth son of the Yi family, also a dissolute figure indulging in drinking, gambling, womanizing, but considered too despicable for Ellie to look up to, always getting into conflicts. "Hasn't Dempsey been to a race in a while? Afraid?" Mason teased, holding a cigarette between his lips. "Let's go for a couple of laps the day after tomorrow, and I'll show you my new toy." Smelling the pungent tobacco, Ellie frowned, recalling the last time Muhammad blew smoke in his face, making him very displeased. Turning his head away, he coldly said, "Not interested." Mason chuckled, "Are you afraid? Scared of losing to me? You don't need to provoke me." Ellie remained unmoved. "I have no interest in winning someone as shameless as you. I got the car you've been longing for, the latest limited commemorative edition." The other person dangled the bait, holding a cigarette between his lips. "Really not interested? How about we race and if you win, I'll give it to you." Ellie finally turned back, looking at him as if he were an idiot. "Give the car to me? Yi Laosi, are you crazy?" Yi Wansi flicked off the ash. "Whether I'm crazy or not, you'll know when you come." "Are you really scared, Dempsey?" The car he spoke of was indeed one that Ellie had wanted for a long time. Ellie could afford it, but the qualification to buy such cars was a headache, especially with limited edition sports cars where money didn't guarantee purchase. Knowing this, Yi Wansi deliberately mentioned it in front of Ellie. Seeing Ellie waver slightly, Glover warned him quietly, "Be careful, there might be a trick." Ellie thought for a moment and asked, "Yi Laosi, you say you bought a tens of millions sports car just like that, yet now neither your parents nor your elder brother controls your family affairs. How do you manage to live so carefree?" Yi Wansi replied smugly, "None of your business, but I am definitely more carefree than you." Ellie acted as if he understood. "That's true, you even feel comfortable when your mom is in a sanatorium, still living freely outside. Must be quite content playing lapdog to others." Yi Wansi's face darkened instantly, gritting his teeth in anger. "I'm too lazy to argue with you over these pointless things. Let's get straight to the point, will you come or not?" "Of course I will," Ellie replied readily. "Since you said you'd give me the car if you lose, why would I refuse something offered for free? If you renege on your promise later, I'll block your doorstep every day demanding repayment. You'll brag after you win." Yi Wansi snorted coldly and stood up to leave. Ellie ignored him, and Glover reminded him again uneasily, "Dempsey, are you really going? If he's willing to bet his car against you, there's probably some trickery involved." Ellie dismissed it casually. What ideas can his pig brain possibly come up with? "We'll see when we get there." At the end of the wedding ceremony, Carson received a message from Ellie saying he and Ellsworth Min went out to play and they were already gone. Guests gradually left, and halfway through, Ellie saw Ewan's uncle walking alone, so he called Glover back to retrieve the car. "Whatever are you planning, Dempsey?" Glover hesitated in the parking lot outside the estate. "Everyone's almost gone, are you going back in?" Ellie unbuckled his seatbelt. "Teacher Lin is still inside, I'm going to pick him up." Glover, ah. To capitalize on my momentum, right? Would you leave him here to be alone with Mohammed? Ellie finished speaking and pushed open the car door, instructing Glover, I'll be back soon, wait here for me. He strode back in, sending a message to Ewan as he went. Teacher Lin, you haven't left yet. I'm still here, would you like to go together? Receiving no reply, Ellie unknowingly reached the lakeside where the ceremony was held earlier. It was cleared out so quickly. Hearing voices ahead, he stopped and looked up from his phone. Not far away were Mohammed and his uncle, flanked by a few men who looked like bodyguards. The once pompous Yi uncle was now roughly held down on the ground by Mohammed's bodyguards, angrily shouting at Mohammed, You beast, you killed your father, sent your aunt to a mental hospital. You're not human. Ouch. Struck by Mohammed's bodyguard, the man spat blood and lost a front tooth. Mohammed stood before him, eyes downcast, calmly playing with something in his hand, letting him yell. Ellie saw it was actually a pistol, his eyes widening in shock. You bastard. We shouldn't have let you in the door. You're just like your dead mother. The cold, hard barrel of the gun pressed against the forehead, choking the rest of the sentence in his throat. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, his voice changing pitch, Why you dare? That's illegal. Illegal. Mohammed looked down at him, eyes filled with disdain, devoid of any warmth, as if watching a dead man. Time seemed to freeze as Mohammed's finger slowly tightened on the trigger. The man under the gun was sweating profusely, lips quivering, only able to make ha-ha sounds, unable to form complete sentences. Ellie froze, holding his breath. He had seen plenty of absurdities but never witnessed someone being killed before, forgetting both to run and find a hiding place. Ah! The instant Mohammed pulled the trigger, the uncle screamed wildly, rolling his eyes and collapsing. Mohammed's expression turned mocking as he released the trigger slowly, letting the object drop. It was only a model gun. While his cousin's uncle was already scared stiff and had fainted on the ground like a dead dog, having even lost control of his bladder. Ellie finally came back to his senses, instinctively taking a step backward to dodge. Suddenly, Mohammed lifted his eyes and looked in his direction. Those eyes were cold and sinister, sharp like a hawk's, and Ellie suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fear as if all the blood in his body had frozen. He wanted to run by instinct, but Mohammed didn't give him the chance. The man expressionlessly nodded to the bodyguard beside him, and soon someone came over and forcefully held him down. Chapter 8, One More Call. What are you doing? Ellie shouted fiercely, but no one answered him. In a couple of moves, they pushed him in front of Mohammed. The scene in Ellie's mind was still stuck on the moment when Mohammed pulled the trigger. The gun was fake, but the chilling discomfort it caused was real. Realizing that he had almost turned and fled because of this man, he felt both anger and embarrassment. Not wanting to lose his composure, he glared at Mohammed, let go. Mohammed said nothing, his gaze slowly sweeping across Ellie's face expressionlessly. Held down by bodyguards on either side, Ellie looked somewhat disheveled, anger thinly veiling his face. Despite his flailing and feigned bravado appearing absurd and laughable, paired with his outstandingly handsome features, it conveyed an inexplicable feeling rather than being out of place. Unaware of this himself, Ellie remained oblivious. Suddenly, Mohammed raised his hand and pinched Ellie's jaw, caressing it with his fingertips lightly yet firmly. Every hair on Ellie's body stood up. Standing half a head taller, Mohammed held him in such a way that the sensation of being completely under someone else's control made him feel profoundly uneasy. Attempting to struggle free proved futile. Through gritted teeth, he asked, What do you want? Mohammed squinted slightly, gradually increasing the pressure on his hand. Pain shot through where he was gripped, making breathing difficult for Ellie. His teeth chattered as he demanded, Let me go. You shouldn't be spying here, Mohammed finally spoke, coldness dripping from his deep voice. Was it fun? Ellie cursed, Did you do something unspeakable, afraid someone would see or hear? Ah, afraid I might hear how you murdered your father and sent your stepmother to a mental hospital. Who knew, young Master Yi, you're such a piece of work, truly eye-opening. Knowing he shouldn't further provoke Mohammed, his personality just couldn't let him submit. If not restrained, he would have wanted to fight Mohammed right then. Yet there wasn't a trace of annoyance on Mohammed's face, as if his secrets weren't exposed. Once Ellie finished speaking, Mohammed casually remarked, So what? This response made Ellie even more uncomfortable. Without much thought, he lowered his head and bit down hard on Mohammed's nearby hand. He bit into the fleshy part between Mohammed's thumb and forefinger with all his might, refusing to let go despite having his hair pulled backward. His eyes glared fiercely at Mohammed, full of challenge. Mohammed merely frowned initially but stayed silent, staring coldly back at him without moving. Tasting the bitter taste of blood in his mouth, Ellie finally couldn't endure it, grimacing and spitting twice in disgust. In this confrontation, it seemed he lost once again. A deep red circle of teeth marks appeared on the fleshy part of Mohammed's palm, oozing blood. He glanced at it indifferently before refocusing on Ellie. This rash-rich second-generation heir panted, glaring at him, anger evident in his eyes, and blood smudged on his lips. This scene somehow exuded an oddly sensual allure, as though he had been ravaged mercilessly. But the setting and the person expressing this were clearly inappropriate. Admiring Ellie's state, Muhammad's gaze was dark, inscrutable. "Let me go," Ellie repeated, tone unbending and unyielding. Muhammad nodded languidly, ordering his men to drag his trembling uncle away first. He then directed the bodyguards, "Throw him in the lake." Shocked, Ellie stammered, "You dare." Muhammad's eyes carried a mocking light as he was dragged toward the water, shouting insults, "You psychopath. Throw me in the water, and I'll come back as a vengeful spirit to haunt you." Muhammad calmly reminded him, "I don't plan on killing you, just sobering you up. I can't swim." As Ellie realized Muhammad was serious, he panicked, "Throwing me in means you're trying to kill me." Muhammad was unmoved. His seasoned bodyguards would only ensure the insolent youngster gulped some water, nothing more. "I'll tell my god-grandfather, your 8 million will be wasted. You don't believe me." Before he could finish, Ellie was shoved into the water. The instinctive urge to survive prompted him to struggle frantically, grabbing onto the only thing he could reach, the cuff of Muhammad's pants. Dragged into the water together, Ellie splashed and clung tightly to Muhammad, who also tumbled into the water with him. Water rushed into their mouths and noses from all sides. Ellie struggled relentlessly, holding on to the person he dragged into the water, wrapping around him desperately. Frowning with impatience, Muhammad was being dragged down by the person clinging to him, feeling unprecedentedly disheveled. He had no choice but to grab onto the other party, restraining Ellie's wildly thrashing body, and managed to struggle back to the surface together. With the help of his bodyguards, they dragged him back to shore. After a quick shower, Ellie pushed open the bathroom door, wrapped in a bathrobe. Muhammad was lounging on the sofa in the room, looking at his phone. Seeing this, Ellie strode forward and snatched the phone away. "Are you crazy? Why are you going through my phone?" Muhammad looked up and coldly told him, "Your friend called, saying he had to leave first." Ellie quickly checked the call history and indeed found a call from Quentin half a minute ago. When he was held by Muhammad's bodyguards earlier, his phone had fallen on the ground and unlocked. He didn't know when it was picked up. "That doesn't mean you can answer my calls," Ellie snapped. Quentin, who lacked loyalty, must have heard Muhammad's voice and fled out of fear. Muhammad asked, "Did you sneak back to find Ewan? Why do you care if I look for him? Are you going through my WeChat too? Don't you have any shame?" Ellie cursed as he opened the WeChat interface. Ewan had just replied, saying he had already left and not to worry. Ellie huffed and turned off the screen forcefully. "Lend me some clothes and a car." Saying, "lend," his face showed no politeness at all. Earlier by the lake, he was momentarily intimidated by Muhammad, but while showering, he had figured it out. This madman, whether scaring people with a model gun or throwing him into the water and pulling him out again, was only putting on an act. It was impossible for someone to really kill in broad daylight, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Muhammad stared at him coldly. Due to the shock earlier, Ellie's face was still pale, making his lips appear very red. As he spoke unpleasant words, Muhammad noticed that his damp hair was messy, dripping water onto the exposed white chest beneath the partly open bathrobe. Muhammad's gaze shifted slightly, and when their eyes met, Ellie suddenly realized this person had taken off his glasses. His eyes now appeared even more cold and deep, staring at him without any emotion, giving him an inexplicable feeling of being watched by a venomous snake. Clearly, this person had also just showered and was only wearing a bathrobe, with his usually well-kept hair hanging disheveled over his forehead. Yet, his presence remained imposing, revealing his ruthless and dominant nature unmasked, completely unashamed. Realizing this, Ellie felt more annoyed than frightened. "Did you hear me? Lend me clothes and a car." He repeated himself, trying to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the debt of being thrown into the water, he would settle it later. But Muhammad said, "What if I don't lend them to you?" Ellie's expression changed, barely suppressing the urge to scratch his face. "Do you really want your 8 million to go down the drain?" This seemed to have some effect. Muhammad thought for a moment before replying, "Say what you want." Ellie finally cursed, "Are you fucking crazy? You went through all that trouble to get close to my god-grandfather, and now you treat it like nothing." Muhammad slowly lit a cigarette, letting him vent. Feeling anger rise, Ellie knew his words were meant to intimidate Muhammad. Since his god-grandfather allowed him into Qingping Garden and accepted his gifts, he must see something valuable in him, something that couldn't be changed by a few words. Muhammad clearly understood this, so he didn't take the threat seriously. But this attitude was extremely infuriating. Seeing the cigarette lit in his hand, Ellie could no longer bear it. He leaned forward, snatched the cigarette, and crushed it forcefully in the ashtray on the coffee table. Lifting his head, he unexpectedly met Muhammad's deep, dark eyes. With the coffee table between them, due to Ellie bending forward, their gazes intersected inches apart, almost able to feel each other's breath. Ellie froze. Muhammad spoke first, asking in a deep voice, "Is this how you ask for help?" Ellie frowned, ignoring the strange discomfort that arose within him for a moment, stood up, and stepped back, retorting, "I'm a guest invited to your wedding. Is this how the Yi family treats guests?" "The wedding ended long ago," Muhammad said coldly, "you came here on your own." Ellie took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself to stay calm, forcing a fake smile, then "Please, brother Yi, be merciful, forgive my rudeness this time. Lend me some clothes and a car so I can leave as soon as possible, okay?" Leaning back into the sofa, Muhammad looked at him with interest, mulling over his words, brother ye? Then maybe Trent. Ellie endured his nausea, unwilling to be soft but having no choice but to lower his head. You said it yourself, any form of address is fine. Muhammad's gaze was mocking. Say it one more time. Ellie. Pervert. Having fully taken in the myriad expressions on Ellie's face, Muhammad finally seemed willing to let him go. He called someone in and instructed, go fetch a set of clothes for Dempsey, and arrange a car to send him back. While giving instructions, his eyes never left Ellie, his gaze intensely aggressive. Ellie felt uncomfortable all over. As he left, he pointed at him fiercely, just you wait, we'll see about this. Chapter 9, Tainted. 2 days later, Ellie went to the halfway point of North Hill as agreed for a car racing bet with Esau, the fourth son of the Yee family. He drove there alone in his sports car. Before leaving, Glover called him saying he couldn't come due to family matters and reminded him again, Dempsey, are you really going? Be careful, they might play dirty. Ellie replied nonchalantly, it's fine, I have it under control. By the time he reached the foot of the hill, there were already a dozen or so people gathered, young men and women who usually hung around with Esau. The moment Ellie stepped out of his car, all eyes turned to him. Right on time, Dempsey. I thought you wouldn't dare to show up. Amidst whistles and laughter, Ellie glanced at the grinning Esau, who was holding a woman dressed provocatively in heavily made up. Esau smoked a cigarette while leaning against an open-top sports car, beckoning him smugly. Hands in his pockets, Ellie walked forward, first examining Esau's car. The open-top sports car's gray-gold exterior gleamed coldly under the night sky, its sharp lines dazzling to the eye. Ellie touched it gently, admiring yet regretting that such a fine car should end up with Esau, wasted on someone unworthy. Noticing Ellie's expression, Esau grew even more arrogant. What do you think? Want it? Win me, and I'll give it to you. You lose, your car is mine. Ellie finally looked him straight in the eye. You'll give me the car if I win. Have you been cursed? Esau retorted, the car's right here. How could I trick you? Ellie didn't believe him at all. He wasn't a fool, he had never gotten along with Yi Lao Si, the fourth master Yi. Both were rich kids, but this one played without bounds and had poor character. In previous races, Ellie had never lost to him, yet Esau always tried to cheat after losing. This time inviting him for a race with a new limited edition sports car as stakes was likely another scheme. Despite knowing it was suspicious, he still came, just wanting to see the car up close. But seeing Esau's arrogant demeanor, Ellie felt extremely annoyed, wondering what this guy was up to. Alright, let's get in the cars. If Esau dared to renege on the bet afterward, he would go to the Yee family's doorstep daily to collect debts. As engines roared, about 8 sports cars started heading up the mountain road together. Ellie stayed back initially, driving calmly, maneuvering his red Phantom smoothly through the flow of vehicles. Using the mountain's terrain and turns, he overtook each car skillfully like a master. Mountain winds brushed past his cheeks, and Ellie squinted in enjoyment. In just 10 minutes, only 2 cars remained ahead of him. Leading the pack was Esau, followed by a silver sports car. Ellie planned to surge forward all at once but found the silver car suddenly performing S-turns in front of him, blocking his way. Ellie cursed, as more cars swerved dangerously toward him from the sides, intentionally trying to force him off the road. Then the second, third cars joined in, as if they had rehearsed beforehand, surrounding and cutting off Ellie's path. Tires screeched harshly, and the around laughed wildly. Clearly, these people were deliberately targeting him. Ellie, not known for his good temper, became furious. Slamming his fist on the steering wheel, he stepped on the gas pedal recklessly, accelerating. Within seconds, his car rammed forcefully into the rear of the silver car in front. The wealthy kids probably hadn't expected him to do this, completely disregarding the multi-million-dollar car and causing a rear-end collision. Taken aback, the silver car veered to the right and scraped against the mountainside rocks amidst loud crashing sounds. Half of Ellie's car hood was dented, nearly deploying the airbags. Seeing an opening ahead, he quickly slammed down on the accelerator again, rushing forward and breaking free from the encirclement. Up ahead, Esau slowed down, watching the spectacle unfold behind him. Startled by Ellie's sudden aggressive move, he attempted to speed up but it was too late. With a woman's screams beside him, Ellie's car raced past them, overtaking, then sharply turning and stopping abruptly in front of their car. Esau slammed on his brakes, barely avoiding a collision, his forehead sweating profusely as his heart pounded wildly. He watched Ellie step out of the car with a grim face, striding toward him. Ellie came to his senses, grabbed the collar of Esau who was in the driver's seat, and forcefully pulled him up from the seat, growling viciously, I knew you were not honest. If you dare to play tricks on me, do you believe I won't beat your teeth off the ground right now? Startled by Ellie's fierce demeanor, Esau swallowed hard after a long while, forcing a dry laugh. What do you want? Ellie cast a cold glance at the rich kids getting out of their cars behind them, not releasing Esau as he said, Don't think that I'll be scared because you brought these wastes here. If you make me unhappy today, I'll make you unhappy every day afterward. Don't believe it? Try it. Esau suppressed his urge to further provoke Ellie. He still feared him, believing Ellie would indeed do as he said. In the past, he had never received any good from Ellie, and currently, the person in charge of the Yi family was neither his father nor his biological brother. If something went wrong, no one would handle the aftermath for him. He originally only intended to intimidate Ellie, but did not expect Ellie to show no fear at all. Being lifted like a chicken chick by Ellie, Esau felt his face losing ground, reluctantly muttering, "Then let's just call it off, you can go." "Call it off? You wish," Ellie sneered. "This can't be called off. You need to pay for my car repair, and since I won this race, this car belongs to me now." "No way," Esau immediately objected. "When did you win? Are you blind and can't even see for yourself?" Ellie pointed, and Esau instinctively turned his head. Indeed, Ellie's car was parked next to the agreed-upon finish line marker. "Esau." Ellie arched an eyebrow. "Do you want to renege?" Esau grinned insincerely. "You really want this car? My girlfriend and I used it yesterday. Are you not worried about being dirty?" Ellie frowned upon hearing this. Esau, this kid, was promiscuous. Who knew if he carried any diseases? He indeed found it disgusting. With this thought, Ellie loosened his grip on Esau's collar, shaking off his hand in disgust. "I don't care, within 3 days, you clean this car thoroughly inside and out and bring it to me. Handle the transfer of ownership, or I won't leave you alone." Esau said stiffly, "No way. If you forget about the car, we can call off what happened today, and I will pay for your car repair. Nothing else." Ellie's face darkened. "Are you really planning to renege?" Esau responded with an indifferent look, "Sorry." As they stood in stalemate, headlights suddenly approached from the mountain road ahead, coming down from the summit. Ellie looked impatiently. It was a black sedan which slowed down as it passed them, then parked at the side. Recognizing the license plate, Esau instantly changed color, his eyes darting nervously. Ellie didn't understand what was happening until he saw the man stepping out of the car. It was Muhammad. He was alone, stepping out from the driver's seat and leaning against the door, coldly observing the entangled Esau and Ellie. Seeing Muhammad, Esau looked like a rat seeing a cat, ignoring Ellie and hurriedly got out of the car to greet him. "Brother, why did you come here?" Muhammad didn't even glance at him, fixing his gaze on Ellie instead, his dark eyes behind the glasses examining him. Ellie hadn't expected to meet Muhammad here. Although he still held a grudge over what happened at the wedding 2 days ago, Muhammad's arrival tonight was timely. He clapped his hands twice. "Since Mr. Yi is here, why not decide this matter? Your little fourth brother promised me the car if I won the race. Now that I've won, he refuses to acknowledge it. Is this how your Yi family handles things?" Muhammad listened expressionlessly and glanced at the empty sports car. Esau explained awkwardly, "I saw this car parked at home, so I took it out to play for a couple of days. I'll return it to you right away." Muhammad's eyes grew colder, remaining silent, but Ellie understood. "Nice one, Yi Lao Si. You lied to me, this car wasn't even yours. Do you have any shame?" Muhammad finally turned his gaze to Esau, giving him a cold look that made Esau's legs go weak, stuttering out, "I'll return the car, I'm leaving," before running off with his woman. The group of rich kids dispersed, and Ellie was very unsatisfied. "Hey." Esau paid no more attention to him, got into another car, and fled. Within moments, only Ellie and Muhammad were left on the mountain road. Feeling thoroughly irritated upon seeing Muhammad's pretentious demeanor again, Ellie slammed his hand on the hood of the sports car beside him and lifted his chin at Muhammad. "I don't care whose car this is among you brothers, anyway, Yi Lao Si lost the car to me. So now it's mine. Pierce's granddaughter brought a woman in the car, I find it dirty. You clean it up and send it to me. Besides, my car was hit, and you have to pay for the repair." Muhammad silently looked at him, and Ellie raised his voice. "What? Are you going to renege too?" Actually, he knew he would never get the car from this Yi Scion, nor did he really plan to ask for it. He just wanted to make someone uncomfortable. Muhammad walked closer, wiped his hand on the car door, and slightly frowned. Ignored by Muhammad, Ellie shouted at him again, "Hey." Muhammad produced a lighter in his hand. After a soft click, the flame appeared. Stunned, Ellie asked, "What are you doing?" Muhammad's gaze became colder as he moved his hand forward and then let go, allowing the burning lighter to drop onto the driver's seat. "Dirty," he uttered coldly without emotion. Ellie watched in shock as the flames from the lighter quickly burned through the leather on the seat surface, and the filling inside started to burn once it touched the fire. A pungent smell rushed over, jolting Ellie back to reality. "Are you crazy?" Muhammad glanced up coldly, with the dancing flame reflecting in his eyes behind the glasses, revealing an indisputably thorough madman. Seeing the sports car he had been coveting thus destroyed, Ellie felt his blood boiling. "You're sick. You lunatic." He lost control and rushed forward, landing a punch on Muhammad's face. Chapter 10, Temptation by Appearance. Ellie's fist swung out, but before it could connect with Muhammad's face, his wrist was caught. Facing the mockery in Muhammad's eyes, Ellie couldn't help but kick out as well, only for Muhammad to dodge effortlessly once again. Failing twice made Ellie, who had never lost a fight since childhood, particularly furious. He intensified his efforts, fiercely pulling back his hand and pouncing on Muhammad with punches and kicks, aiming for vulnerable spots. Muhammad handled him with ease. Even when hit, he reacted as if being scratched by a cat, showing no signs of distress. On the contrary, Eli grew more enraged as he failed to gain the upper hand, losing all form in his attacks. In a frenzy, he even resorted to biting Muhammad, completely lost in his anger. When Eli bent down and bit Muhammad's forearm viciously, Muhammad's eyebrows twitched slightly, seemingly taken aback. Then, taking advantage of the moment, Eli pushed Muhammad back and tripped him, causing him to fall to the ground. Landing on his back, Muhammad only wrinkled his brow but didn't make a sound. Eli pounced on top of him, sitting astride and arrogantly grabbing Muhammad's shirt collar. "Keep pretending. Aren't you so tough?" As he shouted, Eli attempted another punch at Muhammad's face, only for both wrists to be caught again. Unable to strike, and now restrained by both hands, Eli's temper flared up, struggling desperately but only managing to scratch Muhammad's face. Still straddling Muhammad's waist, Eli inadvertently rubbed against him while trying to break free, unaware of the dangerous position they were in. Although Muhammad had been forced to the ground, he clearly held the upper hand in the confrontation. Firmly pinning down Eli's hands, he looked up at him. In his fury, Eli's face was flushed, his peach blossom eyes filled with anger, their intensity more glaring than the firelight behind them. Especially considering how he was now rubbing against him while sitting on his body, totally oblivious to the precariousness of their situation. Muhammad's gaze darkened, not saying a word but looking up at him in silence, an ambiguous expression on his face. Swearing, Eli yelled, "Say something. Are you mute? Let me go. All you yes are nothing but lunatics." With every breath, venomous words spilled out. Suddenly, Muhammad lifted one leg and pressed his knee into Eli's waist. Taken by surprise, Eli let out a startled cry as Muhammad flipped them over, pinning him down. With his hand still firmly held and his body pressed under Muhammad's leg, Eli was now completely at a disadvantage. "Let me go, damn it." Muhammad pinned Eli's hands above his head and leaned down. The oppressive presence was suffocating, and any sound that might have escaped Eli's throat got stuck. Muhammad's glasses had fallen off during the struggle. In the flickering firelight, Eli finally saw clearly the eyes that were inches from his own, dark, gloomy, filled with emotions he couldn't comprehend. This man was indeed like a venomous snake or perhaps a beast in human skin, and he had provoked him. Yet, this was Eli's nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten into this fight with Muhammad tonight. Whether driven by impulse or adrenaline, he had always found this man extremely unpleasant and wanted to confront him ever since they met. Even though he knew he couldn't win. Eli's chest heaved, his body feeling increasingly uncomfortable. His momentum weakened, and his voice dropped. "What are you doing? Get away from me, let go." Muhammad's thumb lightly stroked the inside of Eli's wrist, making him shudder as if electrocuted. Unable to move, he could only curse, "Are you crazy? Get off me. Besides swearing, what else can you do?" Muhammad finally spoke, his voice deep and low. So close, Eli could feel the warmth of his breath. Goosebumps rose on his skin, realizing belatedly the predicament he was in. Frozen, he barely managed to squeeze out, "Get lost." Even those two words lacked conviction, trapped under a much stronger man who scrutinized him with such an exposed gaze. For Eli, this felt like an unbearable humiliation. Every encounter with this man had ended badly, and he'd never gained an advantage over Muhammad, leading him to feel resentful and humiliated, his eyes gradually reddening. Muhammad watched silently, raising an eyebrow slightly. That expression only infuriated Eli more. He mumbled, "I'll get rid of you sooner or later." Eli's eyes were red, even his nose tip tinged with redness. Behind him, the fire burned hotter and hotter. Muhammad lowered his eyes and stared intently at the person beneath him, clearly sensing the rising heat in his own heart in that moment. He had always held disdain for people like Eli, but now, with this man's red-rimmed eyes, he saw a mix of anger and unwillingness beneath him. Proud yet fragile, indeed, it was a sight he liked. After a long silence, even the labored breathing intertwined with the scorching heat created an ambiguous atmosphere. Finally, Muhammad's hand slid over Eli's cheek as he slowly said, "I'll wait." Eli frowned, instinctively feeling something off about the tone of those words. Muhammad finally released him, stepping back and standing up. Coming to his senses, Eli immediately sat up, looking up at him, seemingly surprised that the other man hadn't continued to trouble him. Muhammad stood before him, gazing quietly down at him for a moment. Their eyes met, and Eli couldn't stand the strange, unsettling atmosphere. He pushed himself up from the ground and snapped, "What are you?" His words were interrupted when he noticed the burnt-out driver's seat behind Muhammad, instantly shifting his attention. The seat was reduced to a metal frame, the fire weakening and soon to die out. The car hadn't been completely consumed, but its interior was charred black, a fine limited edition sports car, now ruined. You damn, even if it wasn't his own car, Eli couldn't help but feel the pain of it. Less swearing. Muhammad cut him off with a deep voice, as if it weren't his own car being burned, showing no care at all. He even lit a cigarette, his gaze slowly roving over Eli. Eli wanted to say, "None of your business," but meeting Muhammad's piercing gaze, he choked for a second and blurted out, "What are you looking at?" Muhammad asked, "Want this car?" Annoyed, Eli retorted, "It's already like this, what use would I have for it? Should I take it home to sell as scrap?" Actually, only the seat was burned, and the car could still be repaired, but Ellie didn't want it anymore. Losing the fight and being taken advantage of, seeing the car just reminded him of bad luck. Anyway, isn't this your car? Worth a few million, really worth burning it like this? I hate dirt. Mohammed took a deep drag on the cigarette and flicked it away, crushing it underfoot. Let's go, I'll take you back. No need, Ellie replied without hesitation, I have my own car. Mohammed glanced at the crumpled front of Ellie's car. Crashed like this, do you plan to drive it back directly? Afraid nothing will happen halfway? Won't die. Throwing those 3 words, Ellie turned to leave, but the hand stretching out behind him grabbed his arm again. Get in the car. Ellie spun around, ready to punch, but forced himself to hold back. Enough yet? Do you want another fight? If you can't win, don't provoke again. Mohammed finished and let go of his arm. If you want me to pay for repairs, leave the car here, and I'll send someone to pick it up. Ellie certainly wasn't short of repair money, but he didn't want to make it easy for Mohammed either. After hesitating, he snorted coldly and walked toward Mohammed's car first. Mohammed lowered his head and slowly rubbed his fingertips together before following. Ellie opened the door and got into the passenger seat, giving his address, then leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes, not paying any more attention to the person beside him. Mohammed didn't start the engine right away. He made a call to get the damaged car towed, hung up, then looked back at Ellie, his gaze lingering on his face for a few seconds. Slowly rolling up his right shirt sleeve, he revealed a circle of fresh red bite marks on his forearm, Ellie's earlier work in frustration. The bite mark on the base of his thumb hadn't faded either, also courtesy of Ellie. Ellie, waiting for the car to move, opened one eye and saw Mohammed's actions, recalling what he'd just done, felt a sourness in his teeth. Mohammed's gaze shifted back to him, and Ellie closed his eyes immediately, trying to pretend he didn't see, but Mohammed wouldn't let him off. Are you a dog? Hearing the mocking tone, Ellie was displeased and glared back. Mr. Yi brought it upon himself. This man had provoked him repeatedly, and Ellie was still tolerating him here, talking nonsense. He felt his patience wearing thin. Mohammed didn't continue on this topic and started the car. Don't come here to race again. Ellie laughed as if hearing a joke. Why should I listen to you? You were lucky today to return unharmed, Mohammed coolly remarked. Pierce once taught a lesson using this method. The person racing against him ended up paralyzed below the waist from a car accident, settled by compensation from the family. Oh, Ellie realized, so the Yi family really is full of heartless bastards. Mohammed glanced at him again, his gaze inscrutable. Ellie didn't dwell on it. If you can come here, so can I. You're too controlling. Mohammed said no more, continuing to drive and lighting another cigarette. Ellie also didn't bother to acknowledge him, leaning back into the seat, crossing his long legs forward, and lazily closing his eyes again. Holding the cigarette in his mouth, Mohammed's casual gaze swept over the person beside him, finally landing on the side of his face, boldly examining him, squinting his eyes slightly. Even someone as bold as Ellie, who was cursing Mohammed as a lunatic, dared to close his eyes so defenselessly right beside him. Keep staring and I'll gouge your eyeballs out. This time, Ellie couldn't be bothered to even open his eyes, finishing his curses before turning his head toward the window, continuing to sleep. Mohammed retracted his gaze, the smoke obscuring the emotions in his eyes. Only the cigarette between his fingers flickered with intermittent firelight. Though he had a fine appearance, it was a pity that he was an idiot. Though he was an idiot, he did have a fine appearance. The same structure of words, but different order, conveyed completely opposite meanings. That night at the charity gala, perhaps the one who was tempted by looks wasn't just Ellie. Chapter 11 Unsuitable. Driving back to the city, Mohammed's phone rang halfway through the journey. He casually turned on the Bluetooth speaker. Xingzhou. Are you available now? It was Yuan's voice. Can you come over to my studio? A group of people came and said I'm occupying their property, demanding that I move out. I'm blocking the door to keep them out, they've been banging on it. Yuan spoke rapidly, panic-stricken as he sought help from Mohammed. Mohammed asked, what happened? I don't know, Yuan said anxiously, with the sound of chaotic destruction barely audible in the background. They look like thugs, saying the contract I signed with the agency for this place is void. They claim the property belongs to them and want me to pay or hand it over, otherwise, they'll destroy my studio. My assistants have all gone home, I'm here alone. Mohammed calmly reminded him, call the police first. Teacher Lin, where are you? Ellie interrupted, don't worry, call the police quickly, we're on our way. Yuan seemed momentarily stunned, perhaps not expecting Ellie to be with Mohammed, before responding, I'm at the studio, Xingzhou knows the address. Ellie urged someone beside him, isn't young Master Yi moving? Hurry up. Mohammed glanced back at him and threw a sentence over his shoulder, I'll be there in 10 minutes. He hung up, then slowly turned around at the next intersection, reversing direction. Ellie sneered, what do you think Teacher Lin is to you? You aren't anxious about his predicament. If not for me, would you just leave it at having him call the police? Mohammed kept his eyes forward without accelerating, I'm not a policeman, and neither are you. Teacher Lin must be blind to fancy you, Ellie spat, unwilling to say more. Facing such a contemptible rival, if he still lost, he'd have no face left. Mohammed ignored him, turning into a side street at the next intersection. 10 minutes later, they stopped in front of a solitary small villa at the end of a quiet tree-lined road, Ewan's personal studio. Several cars were parked outside, the courtyard gates wide open. As soon as Ellie got out, he heard the sounds of destruction and cursing. Striding in, he indeed found a group vandalizing things, pouring paint, while Ewan tried to stop them but to no avail. Just as Ellie entered, Ewan was pushed against his work table, slicing his palm sharply on the metal edge, blood gushing out. Ellie's face darkened. Grabbing a chair, he forcefully swung it towards the thug behind Ewan. Muhammad, who had parked and walked in slightly later, saw Ellie brandishing a stick, attacking everyone, while Ewan struggled to protect his ruined artwork, retreating helplessly. Frowning, Muhammad stepped forward, deflecting an iron rod aimed at Ellie. Taking advantage of the moment, Ellie kicked the thug confronting him. Just as he wanted to teach more lessons, Muhammad held him back, sirens wailed timely outside. Minutes later, the thugs were taken away. Ewan sat down, blood still dripping from his injured hand. Ellie reminded him, "Let's go to the hospital, your hand needs stitches." Ewan shook his head weakly, "I want to tidy up here first. It will be the same later." "Handling the wound is urgent," Ellie said, surveying the chaos. "Do you have bandages here?" "Bind the wound to stop bleeding, we'll go to the hospital now." Ewan shook his head again. Thinking for a moment, Ellie turned and approached Muhammad. "Give me your tie," he demanded without waiting for consent, reaching to undo it. Muhammad's expression was cold, yet Ellie pretended not to notice. "I need to stop Teacher Lin's bleeding. How did you even tie this? Why won't it come undone?" Complaining, Ellie didn't pause. Impatient by nature, he resorted to pulling it roughly when it wouldn't budge. Muhammad leaned forward, Ellie looked up, meeting his amused gaze, realizing only then how strange their posture was. Scowling, he let go. "You untie it yourself, hurry." Ewan raised his head and saw this scene. Muhammad stared intently at Ellie for a few seconds, then unraveled his tie slowly and handed it over. Ewan was slightly stunned. This was the first time he saw Muhammad look at someone that way. And earlier, Muhammad had indeed deflected a blow for Ellie. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. Before Ewan could ponder over it, Ellie had already walked back, holding Muhammad's tie and squatted down to bandage the wound on Ewan's palm. The young master's movements were not particularly gentle, but he was earnest enough. Ewan whispered a thank you to him. "You don't have to thank me, Teacher Lin. Just remember to have dinner with me next time," Ellie said casually. Ewan managed to smile. "All right." Curious, Ellie asked, "Where did that gang come from? What do they mean by occupying the house?" Ewan hesitated. "I'm not very sure either. After I returned to China, I rented this house from an agency to set up my studio. The contract is signed with the agency. They've come twice before, saying the house belongs to them and the contract with the agency doesn't count. I didn't pay attention to it, and tonight, they broke in to vandalize." "You were cheated by the agency." Ellie knew there was more to the story. Teacher Lin, after being abroad for over a decade, not understanding the ins and outs of things here is normal. Either the agency deceived you, or the agency colluded with the landlord to defraud your rent. Didn't you find anyone to review the deal before renting? Seeing Ewan look embarrassed, Ellie thought of Muhammad who had been left aside, shifting his gaze and needling him. "How does Brother Yi handle this friendship? Can't even help Teacher Lin with such a small matter. Watching Teacher Lin's studio be destroyed without doing anything." Muhammad didn't respond. His mind was still on the scene when Ellie was bandaging Ewan's wound just now. This boy might be a bit rough in his actions, but his concern seemed genuine. For someone like Ellie, arrogant and unruly, it was rare that he would take the initiative to help others even out of a sudden whim. Ellie raised an eyebrow. "Am I wrong?" Muhammad looked at him, his eyes somewhat unfathomable. "It's my fault for not wanting to trouble Xingzhou." Ewan hurriedly smoothed things over, changing the subject. "Xingzhou, Dempsey, why did you two come together?" It seemed he finally noticed something different about Muhammad today. Muhammad wasn't wearing his glasses, and there was a noticeable red mark above his left cheekbone. Apart from blocking that blow for Ellie earlier, Muhammad hadn't intervened further. That mark must have been there before. Moreover, since then, Muhammad's gaze had been focused on Ellie. This time, Muhammad spoke first, calmly saying, "We were out driving and happened to meet up. Let's go to the hospital first." Unusually agreeing with him, Ellie said, "Right, we should head to the hospital quickly for stitches." Ewan had no choice but to follow their advice. As he stood up, he glanced back at the mess inside, looking somewhat gloomy. Ellie comforted him, "Don't think about it, let's clean up later." Ewan smiled bitterly. Fortunately, the art exhibition just ended, and most of the paintings are still in the gallery. Muhammad had already walked out ahead of them. At the hospital emergency room, while Ewan received stitches and a tetanus shot, Muhammad waited outside. Unable to bear the medicinal smell, and seeing Ewan was fine, Ellie also went outside. Hearing footsteps, Muhammad lifted his head from his phone screen. Ellie threw him the blood-stained tie. "Here you go." Muhammad caught it and threw it into the nearby trash can directly. Ellie clicked his tongue. "I realize you really don't know how to cherish women, or anyone, right? Look at your attitude, unwilling to come at first, and then acting as if it's none of your business without even a word of concern. And yet you keep bringing Teacher Lin around you all the time. Isn't that amusing?" I told you you'd better give him to me. Mohammed put away his phone, leaving. Are you busy? Then leave quickly, I'll stay here with Teacher Lin. Ellie couldn't wait for him to leave. Young Master Yi has important matters to attend to, I won't waste your time. Mohammed, I've arranged people to handle the aftermath. He'll have to cooperate with the police statement later. How long do you plan to stay? Ellie, it's none of your business. Didn't your parents require you to be home before midnight? It's almost 11. Mohammed reminded him. Ellie? How the hell do you know? Mohammed calmly replied, Arjun mentioned it casually before. Carson, the kind of person he is, loved boasting about his son in front of anyone. So, everyone knew he doted on his son. Ellie rarely felt flustered. I won't leave, at least not until Teacher Lin finishes observation. Planning to pursue him? Mohammed suddenly asked. Ellie, is this the first time you realized I want to pursue him? Do you have dementia? I already informed you with enough courtesy. Mohammed scoffed lightly, you're not his type. Ellie, how so? Mohammed's gaze scanned over him from head to toe, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly in a half-smile. You're not suitable anywhere. Ellie frowned, sensing that Mohammed's look was somewhat malicious, with an unusually frivolous tone. How do you know I'm not suitable? You can try, Mohammed said, just don't cry if you get rejected. Ellie choked, suddenly realizing that this person wasn't just crazy, he was shameless, ruffian-like, and unscrupulous. To put it all together, he was nothing short of a beast in human skin, deceiving everyone. Recalling earlier on the mountain, when he had been pinned down by Mohammed in such an embarrassing position, Ellie's nerves began to twitch again, and he felt the urge to hit someone once more. But, he couldn't win. Mohammed saw right through him, wasting your energy. Suppressing his anger, Ellie gritted his teeth and said, Lin Teacher is mine, I'll definitely get him. Mohammed's tone was filled with disdain, then I'll wait and see. By the way, you owe me a tie. Ellie. Why should I? You were the one playing the hero and got my tie ruined. Shouldn't you compensate for it? Mohammed's voice was calm, but insisting on a new tie seemed oddly petty. Ellie was speechless. What kind of person is he? Chapter 12 Taste. 10 minutes later, Yuan came out. He had just received a tetanus shot and needed to be observed for half an hour. Ayush looked somewhat pale and sat down on a chair nearby, closing his eyes wearily. Mohammed went outside to take a call, and Ellie sat next to Yuan, asking him, are you okay? Yuan thanked him again, I'm troubling you tonight, Dempsey. No trouble, Ellie smiled, if you really want to thank me, offering yourself would do. Yuan showed embarrassment, and Ellie waved to interrupt him, just kidding, how's your hand? It won't affect your future painting, right? It's nothing serious, Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief, the nerves weren't damaged, it will heal once the wound closes. Ellie leaned forward to check his hand, and Yuan's gaze followed Ellie's movement, lost in thought. He recalled Mohammed's strange behavior throughout the night and felt uncomfortable. Yuan spoke up, and Ellie lifted his head, what about me? Yuan hesitated for a moment, then said, why were you with Xingzhou tonight, Dempsey? He had already asked this question before, and Mohammed mentioned they bumped into each other while driving around. Mentioning this again didn't seem odd to Ellie, who casually replied, I went mountain racing outside the city and crashed my car. Just so happened that Mr. Yi was passing by and gave me a ride. The guy who intentionally crashed into my car is none other than his fourth brother, and he has to compensate for my repairs. Speaking of which, Ellie lightly, Teacher Lin, do you really know what kind of person young Master Yi is? He's like a madman, unpredictable, and for no reason set his own car on fire. I think there's something wrong with his brain. As for their fight, Ellie selectively ignored it, after all, losing wouldn't look good. Yuan frowned slightly, Xingzhou isn't. What isn't? Ellie scoffed, doing his best to defame his rival in front of Yuan, you've been close to him, you should have some idea of his family background, shouldn't you? How did he rise to power? Don't tell me you haven't heard any rumors, there are whispers that he killed his father and sent his stepmother to a mental hospital. Who knows if they're true, but there must be some truth behind the rumors. After returning home that day, he had asked his father, and Carson had also heard similar rumors, though not as specific. But it was said that Muhammad's means of rising to power were dishonorable. Being a bastard child, conflicts with his half-siblings and stepmother were expected. As for whether he dared to commit arson or murder, well, he did dare to set fires, and considering he once threatened his uncle with a model gun, who knew what else he might do. At the time, Carson had repeatedly instructed Ellie not to provoke Muhammad, but Ellie paid it no mind, he wasn't looking for trouble, provided Muhammad didn't compete with him. Hearing this, Yuan's face changed slightly, and his brows furrowed more deeply, those are just rumors, don't believe them, Dempsey. Xingzhou isn't like that. Ellie wasn't convinced, what kind of person is he then? You graduated high school and went abroad for over 10 years, Teacher Lin. How could you possibly know what kind of person young Master Yi is now? People change. Don't judge him based on the past, be careful not to get hurt. Feeling uneasy, Yuan asked, Dempsey knows that Xingzhou and I were Yanis. Ellie nodded casually, of course. I told you I wanted to pursue you, so naturally, I would find out more about you. Yuan fell silent for a moment, then softly exhaled, Xingzhou won't harm me. How can you be so stubborn? Ellie said. Please stop, Dempsey, Yuan insisted, you helped me out just now, and when Xingzhou came in, he protected you from a blow. He isn't as bad as you think. Ellie? Really? Before he could respond, Mohammed's voice rang out behind them, let's go. He had finished his phone call and glanced at Ellie, who pretended not to see. Whether he heard anything or not didn't matter to Ellie. Mohammed turned to Yuan, I've arranged for my driver to take you home. It's too late now. Go home first and come back tomorrow to file the report. I'll have someone handle the rest. Yuan nodded, okay. Mohammed's driver was already there, waiting by the car parked at the hospital entrance. As they were getting into the car, Ellie called out to Yuan, Teacher Lin, I forgot to ask earlier. Did you receive the flowers I sent to the art exhibition last time? Yuan was confused, what flowers? Ellie seemed surprised, you didn't receive my flowers. Yuan honestly didn't know what he meant, sorry. That's odd. It clearly showed it was signed for, Ellie muttered, puzzled. Yuan didn't care much about this and looked at Mohammed standing beside Ellie. There was something he wanted to say but hesitated and ultimately kept quiet. Saying goodbye to both of them, he got into the car and left first. After Yuan left, Ellie waved his hand and muttered, I'm leaving too, heading for the roadside to call a taxi. Just as he walked out, he seemed to remember something and patted himself down, his phone was missing. It probably fell when he was fighting in Yuan's studio. He could only retrieve it tomorrow. Turning back, Ellie coughed lightly and forced a smile at Mohammed. Since you're already helping me, could you take me home too? Mohammed took in his ridiculous expression but said nothing. He turned and went to the parking lot, returning with his car 5 minutes later. Ellie opened the door and climbed in. Turn left ahead. Mohammed stepped on the gas, casually saying, aren't you afraid of being harmed by me if you get into my car? So you did hear, Ellie sneered. Eavesdropping is shameless. If you're not careful enough, next time when you badmouth someone, make sure they can't overhear. Mohammed reminded him coolly. Ellie, are you scared of others talking about what you've done unless you feel guilty? Mohammed ignored him. But Ellie deliberately provoked him, so, what your cousin really said, did you really harm your own father and send your stepmother to a mental hospital? Mohammed turned his head, looking at him meaningfully. Curious? Ellie admitted openly, is it wrong to be curious? Curiosity kills not just cats, but also people. Mohammed's gaze returned to the road ahead, his voice growing colder. Ellie, if you don't want to say, just don't. Really, Mohammed suddenly spoke again, his voice calm as if talking about someone else's story. They both found their destiny, one dead, one in a mental hospital. Not bad. Feeling the chill in his tone, Ellie felt goosebumps rise all over his body and mumbled, you are indeed a monster and a madman. Yet, the person beside him laughed. Not the insincere smile from earlier in the hospital, Mohammed's laugh now was soft yet filled with joy, as if Ellie's evaluation genuinely pleased him. Frowning, Ellie asked, what are you laughing about? The car stopped at a red light. Mohammed turned to look at Ellie again, the corners of his mouth still curved. Without his glasses, his face appeared even more cold and sharp, giving off an eerie charm. Ellie tried to ignore the discomfort in his heart. Why should I be afraid? Do you dare touch me? With his father's current status in Hawaii City and this person knowing his connection with Alfredo, Ellie didn't believe Mohammed would dare have any funny ideas. The green light turned on, and the car moved forward. Mohammed's voice remained unhurried. You can wait and see. Ellie paused, wait and see what? Just watch, Mohammed replied cryptically. It made no sense. Ellie hated people speaking in riddles. Though Mohammed's odd tone set off alarm bells in his heart, he gave up thinking about it since it wasn't clear anyway. Shifting his gaze to the window, he saw a flower shop still open on the street. Remembering Yuan saying he hadn't received the flowers, Ellie indicated to Mohammed, stop the car. Mohammed glanced at him. Then Ellie changed his mind. Forget it. I'll go to Teacher Lin's studio to pick up my phone tomorrow and deliver them personally so they won't be stolen again. Mohammed had also noticed the flower shop. He sneered. Champagne roses aren't common. How do you know I sent champagne roses? Ellie immediately reacted after speaking. Oh, so Mohammed is the flower thief. Impressive, where are my flowers? Why didn't Teacher Lin receive them? Thrown away, Mohammed replied bluntly. Ellie forced himself to ask, if you don't care about Teacher Lin, why does it matter to you if I send him flowers? He's allergic to fresh flowers. Ellie doubted, really? Are you lying to me? Mohammed didn't bother replying. Believe it or not, your choice. Ellie thought for a moment. Just to be safe, he wouldn't send flowers tomorrow. However, I thought you really didn't care about Teacher Lin's affairs, but you even know he's allergic to fresh flowers. So do you have feelings for him or not? Ellie's question was direct, but Mohammed only said, none of your business. Ellie snorted. Fine, no need to talk. Indeed, it wasn't his concern. Regardless of Mohammed's intentions, he would pursue Yuan. 20 minutes later, the car stopped outside Ellie's residential complex. Before getting out, Ellie reminded Mohammed one last time, "Get my car fixed and delivered within 3 days. And I haven't finished settling accounts with your fourth brother." Mohammed replied indifferently, "Do as you please." Seeing that Mohammed didn't care about his half-brother, Ellie felt relieved. "You know your place." When he pushed the car door open, he remembered something and coughed softly, turning back to say, "Thanks." Mohammed raised an eyebrow. "Ellie, although I don't need it, Teacher Lin said you helped me block the stick. As a master, I reluctantly say thanks to you. I will compensate for your tie in a couple of days." After saying this, he gave a humored laugh and got out of the car. Mohammed didn't start the car immediately. He lit a cigarette, his gaze following Ellie's retreating figure, somewhat absent-mindedly. Ellie stopped at the entrance of the residential complex, using his toe to tease a stray cat that had appeared from nowhere. Once he managed to make the cat run off with its fur puffed up, he chuckled and entered the complex. Mohammed took a deep puff of the cigarette, then slowly exhaled. The eyes behind the smoke seemed slightly blurred. Being tempted by physical attraction was quite a novel experience for him, and he wasn't entirely against it either. Ellie was just like that stray cat, irritating but amusing, indeed. Since it was amusing, he had to taste what it felt like. How could he know the real taste without trying? Finishing the cigarette, Mohammed casually stubbed out the butt in the ashtray, started the car, and drove into the night. Chapter 13, Beauty Blooms. The next morning, Ellie visited Ewan's studio again. Ewan had just returned from giving a statement and was now tidying up the chaotic studio with several assistants. Upon seeing Ellie, he stood up, looking rather flustered. "Sorry, Dempsey, it's still a mess here, I can't entertain you properly." Ellie waved his hand. "Teacher Lin, please sit down and rest for a while. You're sweating, and how is your hand?" "I'm fine," Ewan replied. "Did Dempsey come to retrieve your phone?" "I came to see you and get my phone as well." Ellie picked up his phone from the table and put it in his pocket. "When will you be okay?" "Have lunch with me at noon." Ewan hesitated. "I'm afraid not today. I won't be able to clean up by noon, and I have an appointment with a lawyer and agent this afternoon. I don't want to go out." "Lawyer?" Ellie asked casually. "Mohammed found a lawyer for you?" Ewan nodded. "Yes, fortunately, Xingzhou helped." Ellie said unhappily, "You should have told me earlier. I could have found a lawyer for you too. My father's company has capable legal advisors, it's no big deal. No need to trouble you." "Thank you anyway," Ewan thanked him again. Ellie felt uneasy. Mohammed, that cold and uninteresting bastard, had some mental issues. He couldn't figure out why Ewan liked him. "Last night, I asked about the flowers. I did send you a bouquet directly to the exhibition, but Mohammed threw it away. How shameless of him, disposing of others' things so casually, no different from a thief." Ellie spared no effort in criticizing his rival, hoping Ewan would see Mohammed's true colors. Unfortunately, Ewan didn't appreciate it and looked increasingly awkward. "Xingzhou probably didn't mean to. He knows I'm allergic to fresh flowers." "Sorry, Dempsey." "That's enough, there's no need for you to apologize," Ellie said without interest. "Are you really not going to lunch?" Ewan responded, "Not this time, maybe next time." Ellie pouted. "All right, again, next time." Before leaving, he asked one last question. "Is Mohammed coming with you to meet the lawyer this afternoon?" Ewan paused briefly before replying, "No, he's busy with work." Satisfied, Ellie left proudly, thinking that Mohammed clearly didn't care much for Ewan. He would redouble his efforts and eventually win over the beauty. Not having scheduled plans with Ewan, Ellie drove around aimlessly and finally went to the company. He had just graduated from university and was idling in a peripheral department as deputy manager, coming in after 10 in the morning and leaving before 5 in the afternoon, skipping days if he felt like it. No one could say anything to him. Ellie lacked ambition. His father made so much money that he could squander it all on gold mountains for 10 lifetimes. Why bother working when he could be a wasteful playboy? Bored, Ellie recalled Mohammed's demand for compensation for the tie. It was just a tie, he could easily afford it. So he called his father's personal assistant, who agreed to handle it promptly by noon. With that settled, Ellie forgot about it immediately. At 4:30, Glover called, inviting him out for drinks and asking if he had received the car last night. Ellie replied with 2 words, "Bad luck." He wasn't keen on going, he'd just be teased by Glover's group. However, Glover informed him that Esau, the grandson, was likely to show up at their usual nightclub. Yang suggested Ellie could settle old scores. Thinking it over, Ellie changed his mind. "Let's go then." At 8 p.m., Ellie arrived at the nightclub, where Glover and the group were starting their first round of drinks. As soon as Ellie sat down, everyone turned their attention to him, asking if he had beaten Esau last night. Ellie wasn't interested in discussing it. "Where's that punk? You said he'd come. Why haven't I seen him?" Glover replied, "Not yet. He'll probably show up later. Don't worry, Dempsey, I've got people keeping an eye on him. He won't escape." Feeling irritable, Ellie drank a couple of cups and chatted aimlessly, finding it boring. He got up to go to the restroom outside. Just as he entered, he encountered someone he knew. The person timidly approached him, voice soft and sorrowful. Dempsey. Ellie glanced sideways. It was the Owen he had once pursued, whom he had nearly forgotten. The celebrity drew closer, looking pitiful. It's been a long time since I saw you, Dempsey. Have you been very busy recently? Seeing the affected mannerisms, Ellie felt disgusted, wondering how he could have ever liked such a person. He did not speak, but stared at the other with a smirk. The Owen could not gauge his thoughts and awkwardly tried to flatter him. Dempsey, I have a new movie coming out recently. Would you like to watch it? I can give you tickets. Ellie slowly asked, what's your role in the movie? Do you even have 3 minutes of screen time? The Owen looked embarrassed. There is, yes, more or less. Only 3 minutes. Isn't that a waste of my time? Ellie frowned coldly. Do you think I have nothing better to do? The Owen said, Dempsey mentioned before that you wanted to see it. I also mentioned wanting you on my bed, didn't you refuse? Ellie rudely interrupted. The Owen blushed, I can now. Ellie replied curtly, no thanks. Being flatly rejected, the Owen's face grew redder. I was foolish before, please don't hold it against me, Dempsey. Who holds a grudge? Ellie said impatiently, stop flattering yourself. Didn't you fail to latch onto some rich matron and now you're thinking of me again? How about you kneel down and clean my shoes? Then maybe I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Feeling no guilt about humiliating someone, the Owen finally couldn't take the humiliation any longer. He had a flash of anger which quickly faded when he saw Ellie's derisive gaze. Gritting his teeth, he knelt down and took one of Ellie's shoes into his hands. Seeing his hesitation, Ellie raised his foot, the tip of his shoe lifting the young man's chin. Amused by the conflicted expression of humiliation and forced politeness on the Owen's face, he mocked, do you find it thrilling being this cheap? Before, I was somewhat sincere with you. You refused because you had backbone, right? But then you went after an old rich woman old enough to be your mother. What did you gain from that? Was it because she's a woman and I'm a man? Handsome as I am, why would it be beneath you to be with me? As he spoke, a light chuckle sounded outside, not loud but noticeable. Ellie frowned, stepped back 2 paces, and indeed found Mohammed leaning against the wall outside the restroom, smoking, seemingly having listened for quite some time. What are you laughing at? Brandan enjoying being a sneak? Ellie cursed immediately. Mohammed's smile vanished, his eyes flicking over to Ellie with a lifted brow. Beautiful as a flower? Ellie. Someone should sew this guy's mouth shut. And mine too, 2 minutes ago. The Owen emerged as well, still not giving up, hesitantly calling out to Ellie. Ellie glared at him, get lost. The Owen slunk away. Ellie ignored Mohammed and returned to the restroom. Mohammed followed inside. Seeing him, Ellie grew even more irritated, you gonna watch me pee too? Mohammed leaned against the sink, continuing to smoke without any intention of leaving. Finding it pointless to argue further, Ellie turned back to attend to his business. Mohammed's gaze lingered on his posterior before exhaling a stream of smoke. Ellie wore a slim-fitting suit in light gray fabric, highlighting his firm buttocks. The action of relieving himself inadvertently made his cheeks squeeze closer together, though he remained oblivious. 2 minutes later, Ellie came back to the sink to wash his hands and tidy his hair. Looking at his reflection, he felt justified, his comment wasn't wrong, he really was as beautiful as a flower, while the Owen was simply blind. Noticing Mohammed stare in the mirror, Ellie frowned, what does Brandan want? Turning around, he opened his mouth to speak, but Mohammed leaned forward, still holding a cigarette between his lips, brushing back Ellie's damp hair. Startled, Ellie felt Mohammed's hand slide down and brush past his face. Almost losing his balance, he nearly fell until caught by Mohammed's arm. Are you a pervert? Ellie snapped angrily once he regained his senses. Mohammed calmly retracted his hand, last time I told you, you act as if you've been assaulted whenever someone touches you. With such sensitivity, what makes you think you can chase men? Ellie retorted, you fucking. Mohammed interjected, don't swear. What's it to you if I pursue Teacher Lin? You're not interested in him, so why stop me? It's none of your business. Ellie was genuinely upset. Used to smooth sailing since childhood, encountering someone like Mohammed who always appeared before him was frustrating. Mohammed, Ellie, what? Mohammed seemed amused by Ellie's disgruntled look, replying jovially, beautiful as a flower, it fits you well. Ellie shot back, let's give those 4 words to you, Brandan. They fit you better. Mohammed nonchalantly stubbed out his cigarette on the sink and said slowly, it doesn't matter whether I like it or not. If it's mine, I just hate others touching it. Ellie understood, so if your car was touched by someone else, you'd rather burn it? Are you out of your mind? You can assume that, Mohammed looked up at him, if I like something, I get even more unhappy when others touch it. Anyone who dares to touch. Ellie asked instinctively, what if they touch it? Mohammed's voice softened, then let's see what happens. Feeling uncomfortable, Ellie thought he was threatening him and inwardly decided to defy him. Moreover, this man clearly wasn't interested in Ewan, so why was he spouting nonsense? Losing interest in continuing the pointless conversation with Muhammad, Ellie turned to leave but was suddenly dragged back by a hand grabbing his wrist. Before Ellie could react, Muhammad's other hand slid quickly from his waist to his buttocks, massaging it in an extremely sensual manner. Ellie widened his eyes. If his right hand wasn't held by Muhammad, his fist would have already been thrown. You. Muhammad released him quickly, stepping back as if nothing had happened, as if it were all Ellie's hallucination. Let's go. Ellie felt a roar in his head, ready to attack on the spot. Outside came Glover's voice. Dempsey, are you planting mushrooms in the restroom? Haven't come out yet. Muhammad calmly reminded him, your friend is here. Ellie tried to contain himself, taking a deep breath, and spat angrily, we'll settle this next time. Seeing the furious Ellie emerge from the restroom, Glover was about to ask when Muhammad also followed out, giving him a cold glance. Glover choked slightly, and Ellie had already walked away in large strides. He hurried after him, lowering his voice. Why is Muhammad here? Did he do anything to you in the restroom, Dempsey? Ellie. Get lost. Chapter 14 Beating the Dog. Glover probed, that Muhammad. Bring him up again and I'll turn nasty, Ellie said immediately. Okay, if you don't want to talk about it, then let's not. Glover wisely changed the subject. I'm just reminding you that old Foye has come. Are you still going to settle accounts with him? Yes, why wouldn't I? Ellie replied grimly, saying he had arrived at a perfect time. Pierce, as usual, was accompanied by a group of his dubious friends to have a good time. Before he could even get comfortable, Ellie pushed the door open and came in. The young master walked in with his hands in his pockets, strutting arrogantly. He kicked aside an empty wine bottle that rolled towards him, sauntered forward, lifted his chin at someone who was drinking, and the rich brat recalled how fiercely he crashed his car last night, shrank back, and quickly got up to give him space. Ellie sat down heavily, followed by 7 or 8 others standing or sitting around, all there for the show. Pierce's eyes darted nervously around, wary of them. What does Dempsey want? To create trouble? Ellie tilted his head slightly, a smirk on his face. Why? You're afraid of me. Why should I be afraid of you? Pierce forced out. Don't make unreasonable trouble. Unreasonable trouble, Ellie savored these 4 words, so asking you to repay a gambling debt is considered unreasonable trouble. What is it called when you lost but refuse to acknowledge it? Acting like a thug. Exposed without mercy, Pierce's tone turned harsh. You know the car belongs to my brother, and I've returned it to him. Go ask him for it. No, Ellie didn't buy it, you're one thing, young master ye another. The one who gambled away the car is you, therefore, I shall ask you. Pierce grew quite angry. Don't push your luck. Foye's words are off here, Glover chimed in, you lost the race and didn't say a word to Dempsey. How did Dempsey offend you? So what do you really want? Pierce threw up his hands and began acting shamelessly. No cars, only life, whatever you like. No one wants your damn life, Ellie said coldly, staring at this scoundrel face of Pierce. Recalling the teasing by Muhammad earlier made him feel furious and transferred the anger onto this 4th master ye. An evil thought arose, I'm being generous, giving you another chance. We'll have another race. Pierce hadn't expected such sudden generosity. What kind of race? Ellie scanned the empty wine bottles on the coffee table. A drinking contest. If you win, it will be dropped. If I win, you do as I say. Pierce hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, all right. Upon hearing this, Glover lowered his voice to ask Ellie, are you sure you can do it? Ellie, when have I ever lost in a drinking contest? Glover held back his urge to speak further. Ellie's alcohol capacity wasn't bad, yet not outstanding. His victory in past contests might owe to others yielding to this big young master. Still, no matter, Pierce, as a wimp, had been weakened by indulging in alcohol and women from a young age, and Ellie winning shouldn't be a problem. 2 bottles of strong foreign liquor were served. Ellie and Pierce each took one, chugging straight from the bottle. Rich kids started whistling and cheering, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. The taste of this liquor wasn't too great and indeed stung upon gulping it down. Ellie frowned while drinking but managed to hold it. As for Pierce, he instantly regretted it after the first sip. Wanting to give up, he saw Ellie drinking much faster than him, so he had no choice but to persist. Cheers became louder, with Pierce barely finishing half a bottle. Seeing Ellie almost finishing his, he panicked, swallowed a big mouthful, and choked. Following the intense coughing, the drunkard vomited everything out, resulting in a series of disappointed sighs. Ellie put down the now empty bottle, licked his lips, and coolly said, I won. Meeting his gaze, Pierce involuntarily trembled. What do you want now? Without waiting for Ellie's reply, Glover chuckled, 4th master ye cannot go back on your words. Feeling ominous, Pierce asked again. So what do you really want? After drinking too fast, Ellie felt dizzy and leaned lazily into the sofa. With a half-lidded eye and a smirk, he gazed at Pierce but didn't answer right away. 2 men left the room and returned minutes later, followed by a waiter carrying a basin, which was placed on the coffee table in front of Pierce. Those nearby pinched their noses. It was urine. Drink it. Ellie said it with no emotion. Pierce's face instantly flushed red. You can forget about that. Glover gave a look, and the two who had just gone out to urinate approached from either side, holding down Pierce's shoulders. One of them said in an odd tone, "Sorry, young Master Yi, we've got nothing but light food recently, so this urine shouldn't taste too bad." Pierce tried to break free. His minions were about to fight back, but Ellie's people weren't weak either. It ended up being a stalemate. "Son of Chi, you dare. My older brother won't let you off if he knew." In his panic, Pierce brought up Muhammad. It would have been better if he hadn't. The mention of Muhammad made Ellie even colder. "Sure thing. I'd like to see how young Master Yi plans to not let me off." Pierce swore at him, "You F*** king bastard, I will kill you." Swearing loudly, Pierce was dragged off the sofa. The woman beside him screamed, wisely hiding herself aside. No one dared to stop it for real. Ellie's people dominated the situation. He stood up and slowly walked forward, reaching out to pat Pierce's dog head. Without waiting for Pierce's reaction, the next second, he yanked on the bastard's hair, forcing his head into the basin of urine. Around them, everyone drew breath sharply. Iwanka struggled desperately, but his hands were held down by Ellie's people, and Ellie pressed on the back of his head, submerging his entire face in the urine, only making stifled, sounds. "You want to kill me? Let me kill you first. Not one of you surnamed Yi is good. All of you are beasts disguised as humans. Just blame your bad luck today landing in my hands." While cursing, Ellie kept pressing Pierce's head under. Pierce's minions were terrified, afraid their boss might really die there tonight, until someone spotted a savior appearing at the door and shouted, "Young Master Yi, save young fourth Master Yi." Ellie's brows twitched, raising his eyes to meet Muhammad's gaze. It was indeed Muhammad, leaning against the door frame, observing with cold eyes, who knows for how long already. Muhammad seemed indifferent to his younger brother's humiliation, instead watching with interest, which only Ellie noticed. To others, including Glover, he looked emotionless and overwhelmingly powerful, quite intimidating. No one expected Muhammad to appear here. Glover hurriedly reminded Ellie in a low voice, "Dempsey, let him go. Keep going and it could cost lives." Seeing that Pierce's struggling grew weaker and weaker, Ellie finally released him with a soft hum. Pierce collapsed messily, tears and snot streaming down, vomiting everywhere. Ellie stepped back disdainfully, wiping his hands with a tissue handed to him by a companion, not even glancing up. "Young Master Yi hasn't left yet?" Regaining his senses, Pierce saw Muhammad, struggling to get up, crawling over pleading, "Big brother, help me settle this score. Dempsey bullied me too much." Muhammad glanced at Pierce huddling by his feet like a dog, saying nonchalantly, "Go home. Stay out of trouble more often." Pierce froze, but he. Muhammad repeated, "Go home." Pierce wanted to argue further, but met Muhammad's cold eyes, shivering, breaking out in cold sweat, suddenly remembering something from the past. Muhammad was an illegitimate child. Although the oldest, before their father died, none of the three brothers paid any respect to this elder brother. His family's most capable member was his second brother, originally the clear successor to the family business, but he lost out to Muhammad. His second brother offended Muhammad the hardest in the past, while Pierce himself, though never directly involved in the inheritance struggle, had used plenty of tricks against Muhammad alongside his brothers. Now that their father was dead, his mother was in rehabilitation, his second brother was exiled overseas, his third brother barely surviving under Muhammad. Why should Muhammad spare him? Pierce slunk away, those playing with him quickly following suit. Ellie's group hesitated, also thinking of leaving. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Glover tried to smooth things over. Dempsey was just joking around with them. "How did you end up here, young Master Yi?" Yet Muhammad only looked at Ellie. "Remember to close the door next time when you're punishing someone." Glover shut up. Although it was true, Ellie had just disciplined the eldest son's blood brother, right? Ellie ignored Muhammad. He had been very arrogant during the confrontation, but now, the after effects of that whole bottle of liquor hit him, making him feel awful all over. "Let's quit. I'm heading back." After throwing this sentence, Ellie left directly. However, as he was about to exit the door, he saw Muhammad still leaning by the door, observing him leisurely. Ellie frowned. "Why are you haunting me?" "Here for some company," Muhammad replied casually. "I just finished and was about to leave when I saw Dempsey disciplining a dog here." Ellie, "Yeah, disciplining a dog surnamed Yi." He was already somewhat drunk. Not only was his head spinning, but his speech had also become slurred. He didn't seem to realize that standing there chatting with Muhammad was a waste of life, nor did he remember what Muhammad had done to him in the restroom earlier. Muhammad stared at the faint redness spreading from the corners of his eyes, and suddenly smiled. Ellie was displeased. "What are you laughing at?" The fleeting smile on Muhammad's face vanished, and he lifted his hand, gently pressing at the corner of Ellie's eye. The group of rich young men inside the private room watched in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Ellie felt even more uncomfortable but felt weak all over, unable to dodge. He couldn't even muster the strength to curse properly. Pervert. After cursing, he shook his head, feeling even dizzier. Everything around him began to double. The color in Muhammad's eyes behind his glasses deepened slightly as he reached out to support him. Ellie tried to struggle but lacked the strength, ending up passively leaning against Muhammad. "I'll send you back." Muhammad cradled him into his arms and was about to leave when Glover called out hesitantly, "Young Master Yi, Dempsey is drunk. Let us send him home instead." Muhammad glanced back at him, colder than before, saying nothing as he carried Ellie away. Chapter 15 Beast. Dragged into the car by Muhammad, Ellie's mind was slow to recall what he had said earlier. He pushed Muhammad, "Who are you trying to fool? Your Yi Corporation is a legitimate company, right? What are you doing in a nightclub like this?" "The club upstairs," Muhammad replied indifferently. Despite his dizziness, Ellie still felt something was off. If it's upstairs, why were they downstairs, and what exactly was he doing here? Too lazy to ask more, he curled up in the seat, murmuring incoherently before closing his eyes. The car didn't start immediately. The secretary in the passenger seat turned around and told Muhammad the Eddie just left with some curses. "Tell him to behave in the future. If he finds life unbearable, let him go be with his mother," Muhammad said coldly. "I understand." The secretary nodded, glancing at Ellie beside Muhammad, hesitating for a moment, then said, "This young Master Chi." Muhammad gave the address of Ellie's home, and the secretary, not daring to ask more questions, instructed the driver to start. Suddenly opening his eyes, Ellie cursed, "Muhammad, you beast," changed his position, and drifted back to sleep. He was thoroughly drunk. Neither the secretary nor the driver dared speak. Muhammad's gaze fell on Ellie for a few seconds, then his hand brushed lightly across Ellie's face a few times. Just as the secretary was about to bring up Yuan's studio, he saw this scene and held back his words. Muhammad's face revealed no emotion, there was no gentleness in his actions. But the secretary, who had been with him since his first day at the company, knew well how Muhammad operated. Whenever he showed interest in something, this was always how he acted. Once Muhammad set his sights on something, he would do anything to get it. People were no exception. Their gathering had ended long ago, but when they saw this young Master Chi entering the nightclub upon leaving, their boss changed his mind. The secretary thought, this was indeed unusual. Half an hour later, the car stopped outside Ellie's apartment complex. Muhammad didn't move to get out, nor did he wake Ellie. Instead, he lit a cigarette and took a few leisurely puffs. The secretary coughed lightly, gesturing to the driver. Both of them got out of the car, closing the door quietly behind them. As Ellie slept more deeply, he vaguely heard the car door close. He struggled to open his eyes, seeing Muhammad's profile as he smoked. For a moment, he looked confused, as if he had forgotten how he ended up here. Muhammad's gaze shifted and lingered on his face. Ellie's thoughts were still muddled, trying to sit up but feeling utterly weak. Just as he moved, he fell backward, caught by Muhammad's hand that hooked around his waist. Muhammad's palm pressed against his waist, much like it did in the nightclub's restroom, massaging slowly. Feeling uncomfortable all over, Ellie only had the strength to swear, "Are you a pervert?" Muhammad's expression remained indifferent, except for the unusually dark color of his eyes, which never left Ellie's face. "You know I'm a pervert, yet you dare to provoke me again and again. Who's provoking you?" Ellie closed his eyes, dizzy and mumbling, "My eyes aren't blind. Why would I provoke you?" "Ah." Muhammad extinguished the cigarette, lifted his hand, and pulled Ellie into his lap. Ellie gasped, falling onto Muhammad's lap. Before he could react, Muhammad's hand slid under his jacket, moving inside his shirt to rub against his waist and even lower, slipping into his pants. Ellie tried to raise his fists instinctively but was held down by Muhammad's grip. Muhammad's expression was calm and even cold, but his other hand lingered on Ellie's waist and hips. His actions, though extremely indecent, lacked any hint of frivolity. Instead, it was as if a vicious dog had found its prey and was preparing to devour it bit by bit, planning how to enjoy this lavish feast to the fullest. Ellie tried to struggle, breathing heavily, let go. He was so drunk that he couldn't think clearly about what Muhammad was doing, only wanting to escape the hand wandering over his body. The more he struggled, the more counterproductive it became, not even noticing that Muhammad's breath near him had grown heavier. "You're pressing against me." Ellie frowned in complaint. "Are you sick? Randomly getting aroused?" Even as he said this, he unconsciously moved forward and backward slightly. Being men, if sober, he would have noticed Muhammad's intentions much earlier. But there were no ifs, his alcohol-addled mind couldn't process these things. His slurred complaint instead made people imagine things even more. Muhammad calmly undid his tie, binding Ellie's wrists together. The tie had been delivered by a luxury store that afternoon, paid for by Ellie. It was a rather conventional style. Muhammad had seen Ellie wear different ties with his suits on several occasions, so he knew this one hadn't been chosen by him. But before leaving, he still changed into this tie. "What are you doing? Let me go." Ellie frowned tighter, struggling harder but finding it increasingly difficult to break free as Muhammad's hand inside his clothes wandered somewhere unknown, making him gasp. Muhammad leaned closer, his nose brushing against his neck, slowly moving down. At such moments, he could still think of irrelevant things. This young master had delicate and tender skin, probably not used to such rough treatment. With his sensitive spots in Muhammad's grasp, after a few touches, he couldn't even scold anymore. He could only gasp for breath, eyes glazed over, flushed from the alcohol. Exploiting someone in a vulnerable position wasn't the way of a gentleman, but he never cared about being a gentleman. Leaving marks on Ellie's neck, Muhammad's hands moved forward. Startled, Ellie's eyes widened, seeming to regain some sobriety as he mumbled, "Hand, off." With his bound hands, he tried to push away Muhammad's roaming hand, but it was ineffective. Muhammad held him down forcefully, not stopping his actions but instead unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of his shirt, leaving deep marks on his neck and collarbone. *****ing. Ellie's cursing soon turned into panting, his mind as foggy as if treading on cotton, already dizzy from the alcohol. Muhammad's actions left him utterly unable to think or resist, his resisting hands subconsciously gripping Muhammad's arms tightly as jolts of sensation ran through his body. It was his first time experiencing such stimulation. Ellie was no match. Muhammad looked at him calmly, appreciating the change in his expression. Ellie's face was redder than before, his almond eyes clouded with desire, long lashes trembling lightly, like they were misted with moisture. His upturned eyes carried a hesitant allure, lips parted involuntarily, revealing ragged breaths. This was a stark contrast to the arrogant heir who had pushed people into urinals an hour ago. No matter how aggressive and domineering he acted outside, he was essentially a very entertaining wild cat. Ellie quickly reached his limits, either regaining some sobriety or getting even more drunk. He lowered his head and bit down hard on Muhammad's shoulder, much like what Muhammad did earlier, except this time, his bite was especially vicious, as if wanting to tear flesh from Muhammad's bones. Breathing heavily, Ellie lifted his head a minute later, glaring furiously at Muhammad but unable to utter a word. Muhammad remained unfazed, calmly retrieving his hand and wiping it clean with a tissue. Ellie seemed stunned, sitting motionless on him, capable only of glaring. When Muhammad took another tissue to help him clean up, Ellie finally snapped back to reality, struggling to get off him. "Let go of my hands." Muhammad pressed him down again, warning, "Don't move." Ellie's eyes reddened with anger, his voice hoarse. "Let me go." Muhammad stared at his face for a few seconds, then released the tie binding his wrists. Ellie immediately punched him. This time Muhammad avoided the punch just a second slower, feeling the breeze from Ellie's fist grazing his face without any reaction, pulling out another tissue. "Do you want me to help you clean?" Ellie clenched his teeth. "What the F*** do you want?" Muhammad replied calmly, "I said, stop swearing." His nonchalant attitude infuriated Ellie even more. His nerves tingling, he struggled to get up and lunged at Muhammad, clawing and biting. Of course, it was futile. Easily restrained by Muhammad, he was no match and felt weaker from the alcohol. Soon, Muhammad pinned him down on the seat, completely dominating him. Under Muhammad's superior gaze, Ellie regained a bit of his sanity. He realized what Muhammad was doing to him. "Are you trying to fight me?" Ellie stammered. Muhammad looked down at him. "What do you think?" Annoyed, Ellie shot back, "You can't be thinking of doing something to me, right?" Muhammad's voice remained calm. "Why not? Didn't you say you're beautiful?" "Ellie, you." He felt like vomiting. After all this struggle, he really wanted to throw up, waves of nausea hitting him. Just then, headlights flashed from outside. Muhammad glanced up and pulled Ellie up, helping him clean up, then opened the car door. Ellie stumbled out of the car and rushed to the side of the road, retching violently. Muhammad got out of the car and saw a vehicle that had just stopped not far from them. The secretary quietly informed him, "It's Carson." The first one to exit was Carson's assistant, followed by Carson himself. Seeing Ellie vomiting drunkenly by the roadside, Carson frowned and asked his assistant to support him. His gaze fell on Muhammad, hesitating for a moment before Muhammad approached and greeted him with an explanation, "Dempsey is drunk. I happened to run into him and drove him back." Carson felt something odd but said, "Thanks, young Master Yi. Did little Ellie cause you any trouble?" Muhammad maintained his gentle demeanor, "Not at all." After a few pleasantries, Ellie was helped into the car, and Carson thanked Muhammad again before getting back into the car as well. Muhammad watched their car drive into the residential area, a silent smile curving his lips. In the car, Carson asked his unambitious son, "What was going on with you and Muhammad? How did you two meet up? Who did you drink with so heavily? I heard you even had someone buy him a tie today." Still dizzy after vomiting, with a constant buzzing in his head, Ellie impatiently replied, "Stop asking." Carson continued, "He brought you back, remember to thank him later. Look at yourself. You don't do anything serious, only know how to play. Coming home dead drunk like this. Muhammad is not much older than you, why don't you learn from him?" Ellie, ugh. No, he was about to vomit again. Chapter 16 The Big-Tailed Wolf. Ellie returned home and buried himself in sleep, not waking until 9 the next morning when Glover's call disturbed him. "Is there anything wrong with you, Dempsey? Did Muhammad send you back last night? Did he do anything to you?" Glover's voice was somewhat hesitant, carefully avoiding upsetting Ellie. Still half asleep, Ellie blinked several times before his fuzzy mind recalled that it indeed seemed Muhammad had brought him home. Then what happened? Snippets of the previous night replayed in slow motion in his mind, finally stopping on the moment when Muhammad dominated him from above, saying, "Why can't I, didn't you say you are as beautiful as a flower?" He sat up abruptly, completely awake now, dropping the phone he couldn't hold steadily. It hit the ground with a slap sound. On the other end of the line, Glover exclaimed in alarm, "Dempsey? What happened?" Ellie picked up the phone and cursed, "You still have the nerve to ask me what happened? You're asking me about what happened last night this morning. If something did happen, it'd be too late for you to come clean things up now. What can I expect from you?" "Glover, so, did something happen to you?" Anger flushed over Ellie. "Get lost." 5 minutes later, standing in front of the bathroom sink, he stared at the red marks on his neck, shoulders, and collarbone in the mirror, holding up his middle finger. Wasn't Muhammad the one who belonged to dogs? Damn it. Spinning around angrily twice, Ellie found no way to vent his frustration and anger. He kicked the trash can, then hopped up, clutching his foot. He couldn't even lie to himself. These marks clearly told him that he had been taken advantage of by the pervert Muhammad. Muhammad really did have designs on him. Designs on him? Realizing this, Ellie's hair stood on end, chilled to the bone. Thinking of Muhammad's sinister face, he regretted not punching him harder. At 10:30, Ellie appeared at the company entrance, heading straight for the chairman's office via elevator. He originally planned not to go to the company today, but half an hour ago, Carson called him with a stern tone, insisting he must come and visit him at his office. Even using just his toes to think, Ellie knew his father was angry about last night's behavior. Although he often played outside, he had never come home so drunk before. Criticism was inevitable. Carson was indeed furious. Even if he pampered his son, he didn't want to raise an idle fool only interested in pleasure-seeking. Especially since the person who sent Ellie home last night was Muhammad. Although he believed he was too calculating despite his young age, it still pained him to see his own son so inferior to someone their age. From today onward, he decided to spend more effort educating his son. "From today onwards, wherever I go, you will follow and learn how to handle business seriously." Ellie blurted out, "What's the difference between that and being imprisoned?" Carson raised his eyebrows. "Letting you follow me and learn serious matters is like imprisonment." "Not much different," Ellie laughed dryly. "Besides, Yanni, if you go out to party, should I also follow along?" Carson threw a file nearby, which Ellie quickly dodged. "Don't spout nonsense here. When have I ever gone out partying?" Carson scolded, noticing the high-neck cashmere sweater Ellie wore, which angered him even more. "Whom have you entangled with outside again? Look at how you came back last night. If it weren't for Mr. Yi sending you back, you would have spent the night with some disreputable person. How many times have I told you, either find someone and settle down seriously, or stop wandering around aimlessly? Did you hear none of my words?" Mentioning Muhammad only fueled Ellie's annoyance. "Then why don't you ask him whom I tangled with outside?" Carson paused, asking skeptically, "What do you mean? How did you have private dealings with him? Also, why did you ask him to return a tie yesterday?" Ellie wouldn't admit that Muhammad was plotting against him. It was too embarrassing, and wouldn't mention trying to poach Muhammad's connections either, knowing his father would be furious. So he lied. "Not much, I accidentally dirted his tie once and compensated him with another one. Last night was just a coincidence." Satisfied with this answer, Carson didn't suspect further. Given his son's usual conduct, he didn't believe Muhammad would be interested in interacting with him. Sending him home last night was probably just done for the sake of propriety. If there's not much acquaintance, stay away from him. In the future, stay away from those messy people too. Let's forget about yesterday, but no second chance. After admonishing his son, Carson finally said, "In a moment, young Master Yi will come to the company to discuss an investment project with me in person. You can follow along and listen. It's okay if you don't understand, you'll learn over time. We also have to treat him to lunch after that." Ellie. Could he still leave now? 10 minutes later, Carson's secretary knocked on the door, informing him that the Yi Corporation representatives had arrived. Carson immediately stood up to welcome them. Ellie lazily got up as well. He caught sight of Muhammad walking in, looking as neat and polished as usual. The bruise from the punch had already faded, and he brought 3 or 4 people with him. Upon entering, he first shook hands with Carson, exchanging pleasantries. After a few words, Muhammad turned his gaze to Ellie and extended his hand. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ellie restrained himself from rolling his eyes and reached out his hand. "Nice to meet you, Dempsey." Muhammad's tone was light, like it was just routine protocol for him to shake hands, but Ellie clearly felt that when their palms met, he squeezed his hand slightly. Their palms brushed against each other. Before Ellie could glare at him, Muhammad nonchalantly released him and continued conversing with Carson. Ellie seethed inwardly but remembered this was his father's office. He dared not act rashly and held back. Then, both parties sat down and dove straight into business. The Yi Corporation representatives came today to discuss project financing with Ronghua Capital. Muhammad certainly wasn't an easy person to deal with in business. He was composed, adept, and exuded confidence no less than seasoned veterans who had spent decades in the corporate world. Even though Carson had been sailing smoothly in the business world for years, encountering someone like Muhammad made him feel quite pressured. Despite Yi appearing courteous and amiable, Ellie observed coldly on the side, finding Muhammad even more detestable. He took advantage of him in a despicable manner, and now he was putting on a pretentious act of seriousness in front of his father. Ellie wished he could peel off this man's facade right there and then to reveal what kind of person he truly was. Young Master Yi, after all your eloquent speech, all you want is for my father to invest money. Moreover, you're asking for 10 billion, promising returns exceeding tenfold. Who knows if that's just your exaggeration? Your Yi family has a large and prosperous enterprise, why don't you fund it yourselves instead of roping others in? Ellie voiced his criticisms. Carson hesitated for a moment but did not interrupt him. Muhammad looked over calmly and said, is it exaggeration or not, the plan document explains it. Dempsey can review it and make his own assessment. As for why we invite Ronghua Capital to join, as I've mentioned, it's because of its strength. Ellie casually flipped open the plan document on the coffee table, skimming through several pages. The funding request came from an energy tech company with only 3 initial shareholders, with Yi Corporation being the largest. The B-round funding target exceeded 5 billion, led by Yi Corporation. The founder of the company was present today to assist Carson with technical questions. Ellie couldn't tell if the project was good, but his father had indeed been expanding investments in high-tech industries lately, aligning with what Muhammad proposed. He just didn't know if this big-tailed wolf had brought a golden treasure or a ticking bomb. Later, Muhammad continued discussing with Carson, but Ellie wasn't really paying attention. Carson showed clear interest in the project. Although he didn't agree outright, they definitely had something to talk about. However, for a 10 billion project, it wouldn't be decided in just a day or two. By noon, Carson proposed treating Muhammad and his group to lunch, which he did not refuse. Carson had some matters to attend to and asked Ellie to accompany Muhammad downstairs. Without his father around, Ellie didn't bother putting on any act and ignored Muhammad while riding the elevator down. Muhammad remained calm and seemed unfazed by the poor treatment during a business meeting. The elevator arrived at the ground floor. Just as the door opened, Muhammad suddenly leaned close and whispered into Ellie's ear, there's one on your neck too. The high-neck cashmere sweater couldn't hide the marks he made last night. Ellie's expression changed as Muhammad had already exited the elevator first. From start to finish, he maintained his calm, elegant demeanor, and nobody else noticed that brief moment except Ellie. Ellie barely suppressed the urge to pick another fight with him, constantly reminding himself to stay calm. Muhammad might be crazy, but he wasn't going to lower his own standards. On the way to the hotel, Ellie saw Muhammad's car behind them. He frowned and asked his father beside him, Yani, are you really planning to invest in this project? I don't think Muhammad's character is reliable. Maybe you should reconsider. Carson said with a smile, what's the big deal? Even if he committed murder and arson, doing business is one thing. This project indeed has potential for profit, and your godfather also approves of him. I have no reason to turn down a business opportunity that's delivered right to my door. Ellie, Yani, I don't recall you mentioning much interaction with the Yi family before. Why would Muhammad come to you now? When did this happen? Carson casually replied, just a couple of days ago, after attending the wedding at the Yi family. Ellie was about to ask more when his father continued, I didn't want to teach you these things in the past, but now I think it's time to let you know. No matter how dishonorable people say Muhammad's methods were, it doesn't concern us. I've met plenty of people like him who have vast estates, their character isn't exactly spotless. So what? Business is business. We just need to ensure we don't get taken advantage of. Considering someone's character is only necessary when arranging marriage alliances. Ellie thought it over and decided to keep quiet. It was better not to push further. Chapter 17 Sleep with me once. At the dining table, Carson and Muhammad were chatting happily. Ellie kept his head down throughout the meal but was still called out by his father. Last night this kid got drunk outside, luckily you, young Master Yi, sent him back. If not for you, who knows what sort of person might have taken advantage of him, Carson said, patting Ellie's head, go offer a toast to young Master Yi and thank him. Ellie nearly rolled his eyes to the sky, it was Muhammad, this beast, who had tried to take advantage of him. And now he wanted him to propose a toast and thank him. Dissatisfied with his son's attitude, Carson urged, hurry up. Sitting opposite them, Muhammad had an ordinary look on his face, but his eyes locked onto Ellie, not too obviously, at least no one noticed except Ellie himself. Just thinking about that man's perverted intentions towards him made Ellie feel goosebumps. His father kept urging him to toast. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he stood up with his wine glass in hand, specially moving from his seat to go around to Muhammad. Muhammad remained seated, not showing any intention of standing up and politely reciprocating, leisurely waiting. Their eyes met, Ellie stopped next to him, half smiling as he extended the glass, thank you, Yi. Before he finished speaking, the glass slipped from his hand and spilled red wine all over Muhammad, then clattered to the floor. Ah, sorry, my hand slipped. It was clearly intentional, yet Ellie's smug smile didn't hide his true feelings. What are you doing, so clumsy? You can't even hold a glass of wine. Carson immediately reprimanded his son, quickly instructing his assistant to help clean Muhammad. The staff around Muhammad scrambled to find tissues to help but were gently waved off. He calmly rose, giving Ellie a meaningful glance, then announced, "I'll go to the restroom, excuse me," turning to add to Carson, "Could I trouble young Master Chi to come with me to assist?" The request was quite strange, but no one questioned it, since Ellie was indeed the culprit. Annoyed that his son was causing more trouble, Carson readily agreed and signaled to Ellie, "You go with young Master Yi, maybe lend a hand." "Ellie, I don't." "Carson, hurry up." Muhammad left first, while Ellie reluctantly followed, dragging his feet. The restroom was within the private room but was a considerable distance away due to its size. Stopping at the bathroom door, seeing his father wasn't paying attention, Ellie intended to wait outside. However, the restroom door suddenly opened, a hand reached out and grabbed his arm, pulling him inside forcefully. Ellie was ready to curse, being pinned against the door. Muhammad pressed close to him, his gaze roving openly over him. Predicting his next move, before Ellie could raise his hands, Muhammad swiftly restrained them. Unable to land a blow, Ellie tried kicking, only for Muhammad to take advantage and wedge a leg between his. They entangled in a highly ambiguous pose, leaving Ellie's face instantly flushed with anger. "What the hell do you want? My dad is right outside, and you dare to act like this? Raise your voice and attract your father, I don't mind if he sees, neither should you." Muhammad reminded him ominously. "You sick freak. Who did you think you target? Why me? Blind luck wouldn't make me fall for someone like you," Ellie retorted angrily. "As long as I like you, that's enough," Muhammad ignored his fury. The more animated Ellie's angry face became, the more interesting he found it. He boldly reached out to touch, unable to stop. Trying to turn away, Ellie was held fast by a firm grip on his chin, forcing his gaze back. Unable to break free or fight back, Ellie felt like he was cornered by a vicious dog. Struggling through his anger and discomfort, he asked gritted teeth, "What do you really want?" Muhammad stared at him for a moment, then smiled, "Sleep with me once." "You're dreaming." Ellie erupted in rage again, raising his elbow and shoving Muhammad hard in the chest, "I'll kill you." Muhammad took a step back, releasing him, showing no sign of disarray. Ellie threw a punch aimed at Muhammad's face when the voice of his father's assistant sounded from outside, "Young Master Yi? Do you need any more help?" For a brief second, Ellie's attention wandered, missing Muhammad's face with his punch and slipping forward, landing directly into Muhammad's arms. Thrown off balance, Muhammad stumbled back against the wall, Ellie sprawling on top of him. Immediately covering his mouth to prevent any curses. "Muhammad?" Outside, the assistant asked uncertainly again. Muhammad ignored Ellie's furious glare and calmly replied, "No need. Then I'll be on my way. If you need any help, just call me." The sound of footsteps faded away. Ellie yanked down Muhammad's hand and bit it hard. This time it was the left hand. As Ellie breathed heavily and released his bite, as expected, another bleeding bite mark appeared on the heel of Muhammad's palm. He glanced down at it for 2 seconds before looking back at Ellie, "Who taught you to bite when you can't fight?" Ellie's breathing was uneven as he viciously cursed, "F***ck off. Sleep with me once," Muhammad repeated, pressing him further. "Sleep here." Ellie sneered, "Mr. Yi is really not picky, in this bathroom, while my father is right outside, you still have the nerve." Muhammad remained unperturbed, "If you're willing, it can be." "I'm not willing," Ellie gritted his teeth, struggling out of his embrace, "If you dare touch me again, I'll call my dad right now." Ultimately, he had no choice but to threaten with his father, even if it was embarrassing, he didn't want to continue entangled with this lunatic. However, Muhammad was unaffected by the threat, grabbing his waist and pulling him closer. "Ellie, let go. Are you done yet?" Muhammad reminded him in a deep voice, "Today, you provoked me first. I warned you not to challenge me if you can't handle it." Ellie was nearly exploding with rage. This man was a scoundrel and dared to turn the tables on him. He hadn't even settled the score from last night. At the most tense moment, Muhammad suddenly released him, leaving Ellie stunned. Muhammad asked, "Do you still want to fight?" Regaining his senses, Ellie pushed him hard, backing away, and was about to curse again when Muhammad continued, "Sleep with me once, and I'll leave you alone." The black eyes behind the glasses stared coldly and deeply at him. Ellie wished he could gouge out those dog eyes, don't even think about it. What did "sleep once" mean? Did this beast treat him like some sort of object? Another knock came from outside, this time from Muhammad's secretary. Muhammad casually opened the door, took the clothes handed to him, then closed and locked it again. Seeing him take off his suit jacket and start unbuttoning his shirt, Ellie immediately wanted to leave. Muhammad spoke again, "Your car will take a few more days to repair. If you need it urgently, you can use mine." Ellie frowned, his attention diverted, "The one that caught fire?" "Not that one. That one also needs repair and will be sold after fixing." "Any others you want?" Muhammad asked. As Ellie hesitated, his gaze suddenly paused. Muhammad had already stripped off all his upper clothing, revealing a well-built upper body. His shoulders were broad, waist narrow, muscles tight without an ounce of fat, his physique was truly impressive. Ellie's gaze wavered, then fell back. Muhammad changed his shirt and started changing his pants. His eyes followed downward, stopping at a certain spot, comparing it with his own and feeling instantly displeased. Only then did Ellie realize what Muhammad meant by sleep once. It certainly wasn't going to be himself sleeping with Muhammad. This realization only made Ellie more indignant. Hearing Muhammad say, "Come to my place after work, I'll give you the car." Ellie rejected outright, "No need, I have plenty of cars. I don't lack this one." Trying to lure him in, was he an idiot? "If you come to dinner with Ewan tonight, you can take the car with you," Muhammad threw out a bait. Ellie. "Fine, you win." Back at the table, Carson still insisted Ellie toast and apologize to Muhammad, but Muhammad stopped him. "Forget it, Dempsey had too much to drink last night. He might not feel well. He should drink less." He then proposed to Carson. Arjun mentioned wanting Ellie to gain more experience and take over the company sooner. How about letting Ellie follow up on the Star Energy Technology project? Whether it succeeds or not, it can be a good exercise for him. Carson hesitated. "This kid knows nothing, afraid he might mess things up for you." Muhammad reassured him, "Tiger fathers don't have dog sons. I believe as long as Ellie puts his heart into learning, he can master anything." These words made Carson feel at ease. From their interaction today, his impression of Muhammad improved significantly. Ellie, however, felt bitter resentment. His father was so shrewd, how could he not see Muhammad's ulterior motives? Just moments ago, he kept warning him to stay away, now he was planning to send his son into the lion's den. "Yanni, you said before, to keep me away from him," Ellie mumbled unhappily, reminding his father who seemed to be lost in pleasant thoughts. Carson ignored him, thinking it was different privately staying away and letting Ellie practice through this project. He wasn't afraid that Muhammad would take advantage of Ellie's lack of experience to trick them, as he would send someone else to keep an eye on things and offer guidance from the side. The meal ended on a pleasant note for all except Ellie. At the hotel entrance, after the final pleasantries with Carson, Muhammad bid farewell. His gaze fell on Ellie standing nearby, and the corners of his lips curled slightly. "Dempsey, see you." 3 more words followed, though no sound came out, but the lip movement clearly said, "See you tonight." Carson, who had a couple more drinks, didn't notice any of this at all. Ellie could only roll his eyes silently. Muhammad didn't seem to care and left by car. Chapter 18 The Fish Bites. At 5:30, Ellie drove to Ewan's studio. Although he was not pleased to see Muhammad, for the sake of chasing the beauty, he endured it. Ewan spent 2 days finally tidying up his studio properly. With the help of Muhammad's lawyer, the housing contract dispute was basically resolved, and he was in a rare good mood. Especially since Muhammad had proactively messaged him at noon, inviting him to have dinner together that evening. He specifically asked if it was a business engagement. Muhammad's reply was just the cold no, but it was enough to make him happy. This good mood lasted until Ellie appeared, announcing its end. "Teacher Lin, can we go now? Young Master Yi has told you, right? We are having dinner together tonight." Ellie smiled brilliantly, completely unaware that Ewan's smile froze on his lips because of this sentence. Ewan hesitantly asked, "We are going together?" "Oh," Ellie nodded, "Teacher Lin doesn't mind, right? I'm just coming along to make up the numbers." Ewan could only say he did not mind. After getting into the car, Ewan inquired about the background. Ellie casually said, "Young Master Yi came to my father's company to discuss business today, and coincidentally met me, so he invited us all to dinner tonight." Ewan lightly bit his lip. He actually wanted to ask who exactly was the one making up the numbers, Ellie or him. But he didn't say it out loud. After hesitation, he changed the subject. "Is Ronghua Capital going to cooperate with Yi Corporation?" Ellie responded offhandedly, "It's the Star Energy Technology project. They're in their B-round financing stage. Young Master Yi wants my dad to join as an investor. Whether it works out or not is another matter." "Ewan, Star Energy Technology." Ellie affirmed with a hum, "Yes, that one." Ewan didn't know what to say after hearing this. His uncle had been eyeing the Star Energy Technology project too. Everyone knew it was a golden goose. Many people coveted it, but even money couldn't guarantee a connection. His uncle urged him to ingratiate himself with Muhammad precisely for this reason. Even recently, he had put aside his pride and directly asked Muhammad to consider their company for the project, but Muhammad said it wasn't suitable and suggested maybe next time. However, now, Muhammad initiated talks with Ronghua Capital. While Ronghua Capital was indeed much stronger than Lin family's company, Muhammad's seeming indifference still made him uncomfortable. Ellie hummed songs, completely oblivious to Ewan's troubled thoughts. As for why Muhammad approached his family, it might be more about approaching Alfredo rather than truly wanting his dad as an investor. His father understood this very well. To others, it's a golden opportunity, but his father might not even care. Oh, better he doesn't care. He didn't want any more dealings with the beast that was Muhammad. During the rush hour, vehicles lined up in long queues on the road. Ellie glanced at the map navigation and curled his lips. "Teacher Lin, call young Master Yi and tell him we are stuck in traffic, we'll arrive later. If he's hungry, he can start eating without us." The tone clearly showed he was quite happy about this delay, which was by design. Ewan dialed the number absent-mindedly. Muhammad simply hung up after a few words without saying much. Putting down the phone, Muhammad raised his eyes to look at the young man who sat opposite him 2 minutes ago. He listened silently as the young man introduced himself and expressed admiration. In short, he was trying to chat him up. Ayush spoke eloquently for a while but got no response from Muhammad, feeling a bit awkward. He then added, "Is young Master Yi here alone today? Do you want to change places and have a few drinks somewhere else?" Muhammad paused his gaze on the young man's face for a few seconds before speaking indifferently, "Where have you seen me?" Ayush replied, "I saw reports about young Master Yi in financial magazines before." Muhammad countered, "You said you are signed under Haiching Entertainment. I heard the major shareholder is Ronghua Capital. Do you know Dempsey?" Ayush's face flashed with panic, then forced calmness, "I know him, but I don't think he knows me. If someone in our company caught his eye, it would be like our ancestors blessed us. How lucky am I?" Muhammad lifted his coffee cup and sipped slowly, remembering Ellie's arrogant manner when scolding that young star in the nightclub restroom last night. He suddenly smiled, catching the young man off guard. Muhammad set down the coffee cup and gently caressed the handle, his tone inexplicable. "If you say you don't know him, then you don't know him." Ayush, unsure of his meaning, tentatively asked, "Does young Master Yi want to drink?" Muhammad, "Drink without eating?" Ayush, "It's possible." Muhammad interrupted, "Then let's drink here." This was a Western restaurant, yet Muhammad ordered baijiu. Ayush's face turned slightly pale. Muhammad calmly poured the liquor, afraid to drink. Ayush. No. He really couldn't drink much baijiu, but thinking of the money that was half in his pocket already, he steeled himself to proceed. In the car, Ellie continued chatting with Yuan, changing the topic. "Teacher Lin, what exactly do you like about young Master Yi?" Yuan looked embarrassed, and Ellie tilted his head to look at him. "Can't I ask? We're friends, right? Just casually talking, where do I fall short compared to him?" "There's no comparison," Yuan said helplessly. "I've known him for a long time. I just like him, no need for many reasons. It's my fault we missed out before because I didn't cherish our relationship enough. Now if there's a chance to make up for it, I'd like to start over with him. Sorry, Qi Xiao, I only consider you as a friend, nothing more." Ellie smiled. "You want to start over with him? I doubt he feels the same. He doesn't care about you at all. Do you know what he's really like outside?" "Oh right, I saw him last night at a nightclub. I even saw him touch some guy in the restroom and then take him away when the guy was drunk." To make Yuan give up on Muhammad, Ellie didn't hesitate to twist the facts, though what he said wasn't entirely untrue, it just omitted that the guy he touched was himself. Yuan's face changed slightly, responding instinctively, "I don't believe it, Xingzhou isn't that kind of person." "Ellie, you say he's not that kind of person, but do you really know who he is? Would I lie about this to you? My friends who were drinking and playing cards with me last night all saw it. It wasn't just me." Since Yuan didn't know his so-called friends and wouldn't likely verify it even if he did, he thought it would work. Yuan fell silent, unsure if he could confidently claim Muhammad wouldn't do such things now. But at least, Muhammad wasn't like that back then. He didn't wish for Muhammad to become this kind of person. "Teacher Lin." Called back by Ellie's voice, Yuan responded reluctantly, "Maybe it's not how you think." Ellie inwardly scoffed, thinking he had almost been treated like that yesterday, yet still doubted it. Ha! If not that way, then which way? Yuan was speechless. Ellie decided not to push further, after all, seeing was believing. If Yuan didn't believe him, he would let him see for himself. Today, he would strip Muhammad's mask off completely. At the restaurant, the young man finished half a cup of baijiu, feeling tipsy, tried to get closer to Muhammad. Muhammad remained indifferent, sipping coffee the whole time. Ayush placed his hand on Muhammad's hand. "Young Master Yi, aren't you drinking? You said you wanted to drink." Muhammad's tone was flat as he picked up his coffee cup again, avoiding the young man's hand. Not discouraged, the young man used the drunkenness as an excuse and leaned even closer, his words filled with suggestive hints. "Drinking alone isn't fun. I'm not drinking anymore either. Young Master Yi, let's go somewhere else to do something different." Muhammad's gaze lingered on his face for longer this time, finding something intriguing, making his eyes light up with interest. Ayush took this as a positive sign and spoke in a stickier tone. "Go." Unexpectedly, Muhammad asked, "Have you had plastic surgery?" Caught off guard, the young man awkwardly licked his lips, confessing truthfully, "Just a little adjustment." "Muhammad, what did you adjust?" Not knowing why Muhammad cared but afraid to hide anything, the young man replied, "My eyes, double eyelid surgery." Muhammad's gaze swept over his eyes again. They were also peach blossom eyes, slanting upwards at the corners. Once these eyes were strikingly similar, but imitations were imitations, and the subtlest difference could lead to a vast gap. Under his scrutiny, the young man felt uneasy, sobering up halfway. Unsure, he called out, "Young Master Yi." Muhammad slowly finished the last sip of coffee, put down the cup, and asked, "When will he arrive?" Startled, the young man's eyes widened, suddenly fully awake. Muhammad, you sent a message while looking down earlier. Wasn't it to him? It should be almost time. Where do you plan to go next? The hotel upstairs. Subconsciously standing up to flee, the young man was restrained by two burly bodyguards appearing from behind and pressed back into his seat. Muhammad coolly remarked, "Since you've taken his money, you should play the role until the end." By the time Ellie and Ewan arrived at the hotel, it was nearly 7 o'clock. The fish has bitten. Glancing at the incoming WeChat message, Ellie smiled and turned off his phone screen. Before getting out of the car, Ewan received a call from his second uncle, asking him to come home immediately. "Really have to go now?" Hearing this, Ellie was unhappy. The stage was set, the actors were ready, and yet the audience was leaving. Wasn't it wasting his efforts? "Sorry, something came up at home today. I promise to treat you another day." After speaking, Ewan called Muhammad. There wasn't much said on the other end, a few words and the call was disconnected. Muhammad put away his phone and glanced at his watch. A few minutes ago, he had someone create a minor issue for Ewan's second uncle, easily diverting him away. Ayush still sat opposite him, dejected and dared not utter a word, as tame as a quail. Muhammad stood up, picked up his suit jacket and placed it over his arm, indicating lightly, "Let's go." Ewan had made up his mind to go back, and Ellie couldn't force him to stay. "Forget it then, I'll call you a cab, I have something else to attend to and can't drive you." Ewan thanked him, "I can hail a taxi myself, no need to trouble you, Mr. Chi." Once Ewan left, Ellie got out of the car, slamming the door forcefully. Giving up was impossible now that he was this close. Even if Ewan couldn't see it with his own eyes, he could take photos or videos. Ellie stretched his neck and walked briskly into the hotel, preparing to catch him red-handed. As the elevator doors closed, Muhammad caught sight of Ellie walking into the hotel lobby, pressing the floor number. The fish had taken the bait. Chapter 19 Entrapment. Ellie sat back in the hotel lobby cafe with his feet propped up on the sofa, waiting patiently for 15 minutes. A new WeChat message arrived. "Now you can come up, the door isn't locked." Followed by a room number. He stood up and stretched lazily. Thinking that after tonight Ewan would belong to him, he felt instantly refreshed and elated. The room was on the 16th floor, just a 2-minute elevator ride. As the floor numbers ticked upward, Ellie opened the camera on his phone and selected video mode. At this moment, he could entertain himself by thinking about whether he should get a blindfold to wear, just in case he saw something too explicit and ended up needing an eye doctor. But then again, Muhammad had a good physique, and the young man he found wasn't bad looking either. It would be like watching a live film. He didn't suspect any deception at all. First, the boy had been paid by him and was experienced, skilled in seduction. Secondly, Muhammad, that lustful beast, couldn't resist anyone good-looking, always ready to be aroused anytime, anywhere. It wouldn't be strange if he fell for the bait. A few minutes later, Ellie stopped at room 1614. The door was indeed slightly ajar, with no sound coming from inside. This floor was entirely made up of suites, so it was normal not to hear anything from the bedroom. They couldn't possibly start in the living room, could they? That would be too indecent. But who knew what kind of things Muhammad might do? Maybe he couldn't even wait to get into the bedroom. Lost in these thoughts, Ellie's heart raced excitedly as he held his phone high with one hand and slowly pushed open the door with the other. No one was in the foyer. He tiptoed forward, turning around the partition cabinet. His vision paused, and he abruptly stopped in his tracks. People were indeed in the living room, but there weren't just Muhammad and the boy. There were several of Muhammad's bodyguards as well. What was being played out wasn't anything explicit. Muhammad lounged on the sofa, his long legs crossed, calmly twirling his phone in his hands. The boy stood aside, flanked by bodyguards, barely daring to breathe, looking more nervous upon seeing Ellie enter and avoiding his gaze. 2 seconds later, Ellie regained his composure and blurted out, "Sorry, I must have gotten the wrong room." He put away his phone and turned to leave. But it didn't work. Bodyguards appeared from somewhere, closed the door, gestured for him to stay, and said expressionlessly, "Since Dempsey has come, there's no need to rush off." Ellie. Fine, he admitted defeat. He walked boldly back into the living room, sitting on the sofa opposite Muhammad without showing any guilt. He lifted his chin arrogantly, pretending to be clueless. "What's going on here, young Master Yi? You scared me. Why are we having dinner in a hotel room?" Muhammad watched him perform, then, once Ellie finished speaking, placed the phone on the coffee table and slid it towards him. "Take a look." The screen was still lit, paused on the WeChat chat window with the boy's recent message. The phone wasn't Muhammad's but the boy's. The person who replied earlier was Muhammad. Ellie glanced sideways but remained unbothered. "If you already know, why put on this act?" "Fine, I asked him to approach young Master Yi. What did you want to do?" Muhammad leaned back against the sofa and asked calmly. "Ellie, nothing much, he was interested in young Master Yi and wanted my help in introducing him." "Introducing?" Muhammad sneered. "If it was introductions, why is Dempsey here?" Ellie shrugged, "To keep evidence. Afraid young Master Yi wouldn't acknowledge receiving services and making my friend suffer a loss. He said he took your money. I doubt such a friend would be worthy of Dempsey." Muhammad exposed him bluntly. Ellie glared at the boy, who lowered his head, trying to minimize his presence. Ellie's face darkened. "Enough, since you know everything, there's no point in questioning me further. Since I didn't succeed anyway, just tell me what you want." Muhammad raised an eyebrow. Will you agree to whatever I ask? That depends on what you want. Ellie was wary of his words, unwilling to fall for any tricks. He wasn't stupid, he had used similar tactics to intimidate Esau last night, forcing him into an embarrassing situation. Who knew if Muhammad planned to retaliate similarly? Muhammad looked down as if in thought. I said at noon. Before Ellie could react, Muhammad continued, sleep with me once, and I'll let you go. Upon hearing this, the boy's head sank even lower, trembling for the 800th time regretting his greed in stumbling into this unlucky mess. Ellie's face darkened even more, his voice forced through gritted teeth, impossible, don't even think about it. Muhammad's gaze shifted to his bodyguard, and with a lift of his chin, an object appeared on the coffee table in front of him, a plastic medicine box only slightly larger than a 1 yuan coin. Ellie's eyes flickered away, finally showing a hint of guilt. Muhammad leaned forward, his long fingers prying open the medicine box and pouring out a few loose blue pills. He glanced at Ellie and coolly instructed the boy, tell me what this is. The boy stammered, sex, excitant. What happens when you take it? Muhammad asked. The boy's voice was muffled, nothing much, just makes people feel more excited. It's imported, no side effects. Then, fearing Muhammad, he confessed boldly, Dempsey made me bring it. He said if you didn't fall for it, I should secretly feed you a pill. Ellie's temper flared instantly, hey, do you still want to make a living? You took my money, didn't get the job done, and now you're selling me out. And the drug is yours, how does that have anything to do with me? You guaranteed this stuff works, who knows if it's real. I haven't even settled accounts with you yet. The boy stiffened and said, sorry, Dempsey, I didn't mean to. I'll give your money back. He had indeed taken Ellie's money, but his life mattered more than money. Muhammad looked terrifying, and he genuinely dared not provoke this man again. 200,000. Muhammad rubbed a pill between his fingertips, Dempsey really went through great lengths. Hearing the ridicule in his voice, Ellie remained unperturbed, you weren't fooled either. What's with the sarcasm? Anyway, I'll consider the 200,000 gone to dogs. Muhammad ignored him and continued questioning the boy, have you taken this drug before? How effective is it? The boy answered tremblingly, why yes, pretty good, but it varies from person to person. Some react quickly, feeling the effect as soon as they take it, while others take a bit longer. Once it kicks in, though, it's quite strong. We usually take it when we play hard and get hyped up. Muhammad stared silently at the pill, lost in thought. Ellie grew impatient, are you done? I'm not staying any longer. Let your bodyguard open the door. Muhammad's gaze returned to his face, paused, then he smiled with an inscrutable look. Ellie frowned, what are you smiling at? Every time this man smiled, he felt uneasy, suspecting malicious intent, especially now. The smile vanished from Muhammad's face. He raised a hand, and the bodyguards quickly left, taking the boy with them. When Ellie realized only they were left, he immediately tried to leave. Muhammad, leaning against the sofa, reminded him, the door is locked. Ellie stopped, frowning deeply, what do you want? Muhammad watched him intently. Even seated lazily, looking up at Ellie, he exuded immense pressure. However, Ellie wasn't afraid of Muhammad, he was merely annoyed. His scheme failed and he was caught red-handed, it was too embarrassing. Muhammad's interest seemed to grow, why did Dempsey choose a boy who looks like you to seduce me? Hearing this, Ellie turned green with anger, are you blind? How does he look like me? Muhammad, not similar. Ellie, if you're blind, go get treatment. There's an eye hospital right across the hotel. I saw it just now. Indeed, not very similar, Muhammad conceded, but Dempsey looks better. Muhammad's tone bordered on flirtatious, sending chills down Ellie's spine. After seducing me, what then? You come catching us in the act, take photos or videos, planning to show whom? Ewan. Muhammad's direct question left no room for denial, no need for such trouble. Dempsey might as well do it himself, it could be more effective, perhaps easier, and wouldn't cost you 200,000. Go to hell, pervert. Ellie grabbed an empty wine bottle from a nearby cabinet and hurled it at Muhammad. Muhammad didn't dodge. In his rage, Ellie missed, hitting the backrest of the sofa instead and rolling onto the carpet. Muhammad didn't spare it a glance, staring straight at Ellie as he put the pill in his mouth. Ellie froze. His heart pounded with panic, instinctively wanting to run, but Muhammad had already stood up and walked towards him step by step. Pressed against the cabinet, Ellie couldn't retreat further. Muhammad braced one arm beside him, encircling his waist with the other. Let me go, if you dare touch me, my father won't let you off. Ellie's voice lacked conviction, having no deterrent effect on Muhammad. Instead, it only fueled the inherently despicable man's audacity. Muhammad's hand brushed against his face, finally resting by his mouth, with his thumb grazing over Ellie's lips. Ellie glared angrily and bit down on his fingertip. Unmoved, Muhammad took the opportunity to press his index finger in, stirring inside Ellie's mouth. Ellie immediately tried to let go, but something slipped from Muhammad's hand into his throat, caught off guard and swallowing it. It was another pill. Muhammad watched as his eyes gradually reddened, his thin lips uttering a cold voice, you came to me of your own accord. Chapter 20, A Lamb Entering the Tiger's Mouth. Realizing that Muhammad had fed him the medicine, Eli felt as if his scalp was about to explode. He cursed, "Go to hell," and curled his leg to deliver a powerful kick. Muhammad bore this hit without retreating a step, overpoweringly leaning over him. His fingers, paused by Eli's cheek, pinched his earlobe before sliding backward, fingertips quickly brushing past the sensitive back of his neck. Eli's body tensed up instantly, and his fists found their way to Muhammad's face. Muhammad did not dodge or flinch, treating Eli's punches and kicks like being scratched by a cat's claws, and tilted his head to bite where his fingers had just caressed. Eli, furious and desperate, struggled with all his might, sending punch after punch onto Muhammad while cursing non-stop, "You sick pervert, you beast, you animal, if you dare touch me, I'll kill you." Muhammad acted as if he hadn't heard anything, pressing down on him tightly, suckling and biting Eli's chin and neck. The marks from last night that had already faded were once again covered by fresh red imprints. With one hand, he calmly untied his tie, removed his glasses along with his suit jacket and threw them to the ground, starting to unbutton his shirt. Only then did Eli finally realize that this person was serious, and if he didn't submit, Muhammad planned to force himself. Once fear took root, it quickly dominated reason, yet his rebellious nature refused to surrender or beg for mercy. Thus, he became more determined, recklessly crashing into Muhammad, wrestling with him. Muhammad handled everything effortlessly, he didn't care about receiving a few punches or kicks. It seemed as though he was either intentionally holding back or playing with Eli. Every time he retaliated, it turned into a touch or fondle on Eli's body. Though he was doing despicable things, there was no extra fluctuation in his expression, remaining calm and adept throughout. Muhammad's continuous teasing made Eli even angrier, striking faster, every blow solid. It looked like he was gaining the upper hand, but in reality, he had been controlled by Muhammad from the beginning. In the end, they fell tangled on the carpet, with Eli astride over Muhammad. One hand firmly gripping Muhammad's collar, and the other ready to strike his face, he suddenly frowned, realizing something. "Are you really a reincarnated beast able to get aroused anytime, anywhere?" A certain presence was too strong for him to ignore. Being both men, he naturally knew what it was. Actually, he wasn't much better. The medicine he had been forced to swallow seemed to have taken effect already. Not to mention the close physical combat, hormones and drug effects working together, anyone would find it hard to remain indifferent. Isn't it said that men are ruled by their lower halves? Muhammad looked up at him with a mocking gaze. Dempsey is also not far behind. Embarrassed by this laughter, facing his rival who was now undeterred and plotting against him, Eli couldn't help but react. This experience was utterly awful. His hand, gripping Muhammad's collar, shook slightly, and his breathing gradually intensified. If there were a mirror in front of him, he would see that his face was unnaturally flushed. The more he tried not to mind, the more obvious his feelings became, both inside his body and the stirring desire in the wolf before him. Taking deep breaths, he attempted to maintain composure, inwardly cursing the boy who suggested bringing the drug countless times. What kind of crazy drug was this, so potent? Knowing this would happen, he wished he could go back and punch his own self from earlier. Muhammad's half-smiling appearance only further irritated Eli, but recognizing the situation, he hesitated and abandoned the idea of fighting this bastard further. As soon as he let go and tried to stand up, Muhammad grabbed his waist, making him fall back down. "You!" Muhammad's hand slipped under his cashmere sweater, rubbing his waist skin to skin. Eli stiffened, instinctively trying to fight back but was quickly restrained by Muhammad, pulling his wrist down and slamming him back onto his body. Muhammad immediately embraced him, flipping over and changing positions, pinning Eli beneath him. Eli kicked out, but his legs were held down by Muhammad's knees, unable to move. Muhammad rose up, pinning both of Eli's hands above his head, looking down at him. Eli panted, throat bobbing. Muhammad's gaze gave him an eerie chill, as if coldness was seeping from his bones. This beast no longer hid his intentions or desires, ready to devour him whole. "Before coming here, you should have thought about this outcome. I told you before, don't provoke someone you can't beat. No, I'm a pervert and keep your distance. You chose not to believe, so today I will teach you the meaning of getting what you deserve." Muhammad's voice was cold and domineering, each word bursting out. Eli couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. He had dug his own grave, and the last foot that stepped into it belonged to him. "Let go of me," Eli tried to put up a fight with all his might. "I will avoid you from now on, I won't pursue you anymore, and I won't provoke you again." "I'll let you go if you sleep with me," Muhammad repeated. "You can only choose to accept this now." The anger in Eli's heart flared up again. "Get lost. Unless you let me have you." Muhammad stared at his face, which was redder than before, his eyebrows slowly moving. Without waiting for Eli to say more, he slid one hand down and pressed hard. Eli gasped urgently, glaring angrily as scenes from last night replayed in his mind. But he knew what this person intended today wasn't just like that. He finally became afraid, biting his teeth tightly. Muhammad's powerful and dangerous presence loomed over him, his breath unsteady. His voice, close to Eli's ear, said, "You have no choice. Eli, I'll tell my dad, my grandpa, I'll call the police." Muhammad's voice became lower. "That has to wait until after it's over." Following were sounds of metal clashing. Eli clearly felt his belt being undone, followed by the zipper of his suit pants, pulled down without any room for refusal. Eli's eyes turned red with fury. He writhed and struggled, trying to free his hands but was held down by Muhammad. Just like last night, this man picked up the tie he had just thrown to the ground, tying up both of Eli's hands to the legs of a nearby coffee table in just a few moves. Unable to break free, Eli kicked Muhammad wildly, shouting with red eyes, "Go to hell, I'll fight you to the death, I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you." Even so, due to the drug, his body's reactions couldn't be suppressed, especially when the man dominating him used the most erotic methods to tease his sensitive spots. Eli's curses mixed with gasps, making the beast who wanted to devour him even more excited. Muhammad's breathing also grew heavier, restraining the person under him who was struggling. His lips brushed against Eli's earlobe, then his wet tongue licked along Eli's ear. Eli shivered involuntarily, turning his head to avoid it, but Muhammad wouldn't give him a chance. The clear, sticky sensation made every pore on Eli's body almost burst open. Psychologically resistant, his body's reactions were even stronger than before, his gasps becoming distorted. Muhammad's patience seemed endless. He licked around his ear, the soft flesh behind it, and then slid towards his neck. "Get out, get out. You're disgusting, perverted." Eli kept cursing, but his momentum gradually weakened. Muhammad's tongue, like a snake's forked tongue, made it harder for him to avoid the more he struggled. His lower garments were completely removed, pushed down below his knees. Muhammad gripped the base of his legs. Eli's voice was now tinged with sobs, "I don't want to, get out, just go away." Fury, humiliation, and fear intertwined. His mental defenses completely broke down, tears streaming out of his eyes. Muhammad lifted his body slightly, staring intently at the person under him. This young master, who had finally met his match, cried pitifully. But even then, Eli did not beg for mercy, nor would he let him off if he begged. Staring at Eli's bloody lips, Muhammad narrowed his eyes. Pressing on the tear-streaked corner of Eli's eye, he slowly lowered his head. Eli suddenly widened his eyes, seeing Muhammad's dark eyes approaching through blurred vision. The moment he saw himself reflected helplessly in those eyes, his anger almost overwhelmed him. He forcefully lifted his head and rammed it into Muhammad's, simultaneously attempting to break free from the tie's restraint. A loud crash echoed as half the coffee table was knocked over. Eli panicked, his wrists hurting from the tightened tie, falling back onto the carpet, unable to move. Half of Muhammad's face was red and swollen from the collision, but he paid no attention. Only the darkness in his eyes deepened, and his breathing grew heavier. "Unless you kill me today, I'll kill you eventually, you beast." Eli's chest heaved violently, his teeth chattering, but in the next second, his curses choked in his throat. The sensitive area was in Muhammad's grasp, rendering him speechless after just a few strokes. Muhammad pressed his body down again. He was like a fish on a chopping board, left to be butchered. "If you don't want to make it worse for yourself, cooperate a little." Muhammad reminded him gravely, his voice grinding into Eli's eardrums, sending bone-chilling coldness. The other hand of this man began to wander all over his body, teasing the sensitive areas, and the desire spread like wildfire, which could no longer be resisted due to the effects of the drug. When his Adam's apple was bitten, Eli shuddered and even convulsed, his head tilting back, only able to open his mouth to breathe so as not to suffocate from lack of oxygen. His thoughts were torn between reason and pleasure, gradually dissipating. Above him was bright, almost blinding light, and he was pinned down by the man he considered his rival and nemesis, with no way to escape. Eli closed his eyes, tears still drying at the corners, completely giving up. Chapter 21, Getting What He Deserves. At 10:30, Eli, wrapped in a large blanket and holding a bowl of rice, squatted on the sofa, devouring his meal. His physical exhaustion was immense, and he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Before settling any scores or fighting to the death, he needed to fill his stomach first. Muhammad leaned against the adjacent single sofa, smoking, his gaze wandering over Eli. His fingers tapped lightly on his phone screen as he occasionally exhaled a puff of smoke. Eli raised his head and glared at him, "If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyeballs." He had said that last time too. To Muhammad, it held no deterrent power at all, let alone now, just moments ago, when they truly did it, albeit in a semi-forced manner. A wildcat with its neck pinched is even less threatening than a paper tiger. Eli lowered his head and continued eating, determined not to acknowledge his own embarrassment and discomfort. Though he was forced, he had genuinely enjoyed it, initial resistance turning into reluctant acceptance. The heat within him hadn't fully subsided, and those heavy, intertwined breaths still echoed in his ears, unclear if they were his own or Muhammad's who pinned him down. Just thinking about it made him so irritable he wanted to kill someone, of course, the beast in front of him, Muhammad. After finishing his meal, Eli set aside the bowl and stood up, gritting his teeth due to the discomfort below, hastily pulling on his wrinkled pants. Seeing Muhammad still staring at him, he tried to suppress his anger and beckoned him with a finger, "Come here." Muhammad stared at him for 2 more seconds before stubbing out his cigarette in the ashtray. "Do you want me to take you home?" Eli deliberately said, "Come here first." His intent was too obvious, and Muhammad remained silent, just watching him. Eli changed his tone, "Then take me home. I can't walk anymore." After a moment, Muhammad finally stood up, picked up his suit jacket, draped it over his arm, and stepped forward. Now. Ellie gave a half-smile as this person approached him. When he was within striking range, he delivered a punch at the perfect moment. Muhammad dodged swiftly, then caught his hand when Ellie threw a second punch. He saw the red marks around Ellie's wrists from being bound by a tie earlier, frowned slightly, and gently massaged them. Not hitting him again and being restrained once more, Ellie immediately reddened with rage. Muhammad observed his reaction with interest. Ellie's current appearance reminded him of how he looked just now, flushed and embarrassed, even the corners of his eyes tinged red with shame and frustration. His eyes seemed to reveal an uncontainable yearning. This young master couldn't hide his reactions at all, crying, shouting, moaning, resisting, or desiring, everything was sincere. The more Ellie acted like this, the more it stirred up Muhammad's dark and twisted thoughts, making him unwilling to let him off easily, still have energy to fight. Ellie, no more. Muhammad released his hands and turned away. Ellie followed with a punch that landed on his left cheek, finally achieving his goal. It was a brutal blow, causing Muhammad to stagger back and fall onto the sofa. Seizing the opportunity, Ellie pounced on Muhammad, kneeling on him, pounding punches into his face. I won't kill you. After 3 punches, Muhammad grabbed his hand forcefully, reminding him in a hoarse voice, if you still have energy, we can do another round. Seeing this brute bruised and swollen, Ellie felt a bit relieved, sneering, Mr. Yi looks like a pig's head but still has the mood. You can try, Muhammad reminded him, not hiding his still lingering desire, rubbing him on the waist with one hand. Ellie's expression stiffened, involuntarily breathing heavily. It happened just like that. He was left wearing only a high-necked cashmere sweater, which made him feel more ashamed than if he were completely naked. Muhammad was deliberately tormenting him, his wicked hands roving under the fabric, kneading and teasing him. Each touch made his breath heavier. Those distorted sounds escaped his mouth unconsciously, and even the curses following afterward only served to further excite the man above him. Afraid this brute might actually do it again, Ellie pushed him away, struggling to climb off him, gasping and snarling, this isn't over. Just wait. After saying that, he didn't want to tangle with Muhammad anymore. He picked up his crumpled coat from the floor, threw it over his shoulder, and was about to leave. However, Muhammad reached out and pulled him back. Caught off guard, he fell onto Muhammad's lap and was held down by the waist. Apply some medicine first before you leave. Ellie's face flushed bright red, go to hell. Muhammad ignored him, holding him down and calling for the bodyguard to bring in medicine. Seeing Muhammad calmly opening the package, Ellie wished he could punch him a few more times, let go. Do you want me to help, or can you do it yourself? Muhammad raised his eyes to ask, still have energy? Not in pain. Ellie's breath became unstable with anger. He grabbed the things and stuffed them into his pocket, gritting his teeth, no need for your concern. After a few seconds of silence, Muhammad released him, indicating he could go as he pleased. Ellie immediately stood up and left without looking back. After the loud sound of the door slamming shut, the footsteps quickly faded away. Muhammad lifted his hand to touch the spot where Ellie had hit him. The dark glass of the opposite wine cabinet faintly reflected his disheveled face. Indifferently, he licked the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his expression unruffled. The bodyguard came in again and asked what should be done about the young man. Muhammad lit another cigarette and calmly instructed, just pay him off. Make sure he forgets tonight and stays away from Dempsey. After giving the orders, Muhammad took a deep puff on his cigarette and slowly narrowed his eyes. The image of Ellie glaring and panting while they engaged in their most animalistic act was still vivid in his mind. After the initial discomfort, this young master felt more excitement than resistance, his emotions rising higher. He cursed with vigor, whether he was enjoying it or not. His broken curses, disjointed and incomplete, never ceased, yet he refused to yield. Comfortable or not, he would kick and bite him. It was a bit regrettable to let him go so soon. He indeed enjoyed the taste of what he had experienced that night. Ellie quickly walked down the stairs, forcing himself to ignore the discomfort in his body. As he stepped out of the hotel into the cold wind, he shivered involuntarily. His head ached, his body ached, and his heart and lungs ached. This outrageous experience was nothing short of a great humiliation to him, even worse than death. Yet, tonight he had indeed delivered himself willingly. The stimulants were brought by his own arrangement, and the condom and lubricant were bought by him. Everything ended up used on himself. Self-inflicted punishment could not be lived down. At first, he did resist, but perhaps Muhammad was too skilled, or the drugs were too potent. No matter how much shame and anger he felt, they eventually succumbed to his natural reactions and the stimulation. He was forced to sink deeper into it. Despite his fierce cursing, his body chose to cooperate honestly. As Muhammad had said, cooperating made it more bearable. Moreover, what he felt during the process was far beyond just bearable. Those tingling waves of electric sensation kept coming, leaving him defenseless. But for him to swallow this insult quietly, impossible. With both old and new grievances combined, he had to teach that beast a lesson. Lost in thought, the sharp honking of a car horn behind him brought him back to reality. Glancing at the green traffic light, he stepped on the gas and pulled out his phone to make a call. Hello, Dempsey, is there something? Want to come out for drinks? Glover answered the call. The background noise indicated he was once again indulging in nightlife. Ellie got straight to the point. Find me a few people, hooligans will do, but they must be smart. Find an opportunity to put Muhammad in a sack and beat him up. Best if he's half paralyzed. Glover. Ellie raised his voice. What does silence mean? Is it difficult? Aren't you best at this? Not really, Glover hesitated. Should we really do this? Ellie, we must. Glover, but Muhammad. Aren't you afraid of retaliation, Dempsey? Ellie, irritated, can't you be more discreet and keep it hidden from him? Glover, helpless, alright, but young Master Yi usually has bodyguards around, making it hard. We'll wait for the right opportunity. But, Dempsey, can you tell me why? Ellie closed his eyes, unable to shake off the images from earlier. What irked him most was Muhammad's calm, composed eyes throughout the entire ordeal. That man seemed unaffected by the drugs, always composed. Though behaving like a lustful wolf, he pretended to be human, even keeping his clothes relatively neat, only unbuttoning the top 2 buttons of his shirt and unzipping his pants. A true hypocrite, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Glover, Dempsey. Ellie snapped back to reality, hatred in his voice, no reason. I just don't like him and want to beat him. Glover thought, this intense tone could only mean one of 2 things, father's murder or loss of virginity, but wisely kept silent. Alright, I'll get back to you. Just as the call disconnected, a photo message from an unknown number appeared on his screen. Ellie casually opened it and the next second slammed on the brakes. The photo showed him bending down to pull up his pants from behind, taken just moments ago in the hotel room. It wasn't an explicit picture, but paired with the clothes strewn across the floor, used condoms, and uncapped lube bottle, it radiated a lewd atmosphere that seemed to leap through the screen. A message followed after the photo. Want to send it to Ewan? Ellie smashed his phone directly. Chapter 22, An Appointment. Ellie returned home in a huff, and it was already past midnight. He tiptoed into the house only to find his father still waiting for him in the living room, watching TV. As usual, a round of scolding couldn't be avoided. Ellie barely listened until he heard, when will you be more ambitious and learn from someone like Muhammad, which instantly enraged him again. My son got violated, and you still praise him. He muttered unhappily, if you think so highly of Muhammad, why don't you adopt him as your godson? Without waiting for his father's response, he stormed back to his room. After locking the door, Ellie sprawled on the bed, burying his head in the quilt. He finally let out a long breath after a while, then gasped in pain. The movement had irritated the overworked area, making him wince. That beast, Muhammad. No matter how much he cursed, he still had to get up, rummaging through his drawer for the ointment he had snatched from Muhammad. Removing his pants, he applied it carelessly. Ellie wasn't shy, kneeling and rubbing himself a few times, the cooling ointment finally made him feel better. Anyway, he wasn't a maiden anymore, just treating this as being bitten by a dog. Comforting himself like that, he finally calmed down a bit. While still rubbing himself, his thoughts began to wander. If he really had to evaluate it, it didn't seem too bad. Perhaps due to the medicine or something, he indeed felt good during the process, but since it was Muhammad who did this to him forcefully, even if it felt good, it was still an offense he needed to settle. A few minutes ago, another message arrived from the same number. I'll keep the photos for now and won't send them yet. Let's see how you behave next time. Ellie replied with a barrage of, go to hell. Seeing this when getting off his car, Muhammad sneered and turned off the screen. In the following week, Ellie was kept under Carson's watchful eyes, going to the company early every morning and returning whenever his father came home in the afternoon. He was not allowed to go out at night. Ellie didn't resist, having been thoroughly subdued by this stumble. It was good to take a break for now. The only thing that irked him was that his father, indeed influenced by Muhammad, planned to co-invest in Star Energy Technology with Yi Group, assigning him to follow up on the project. Ellie could not refuse and had to accept it reluctantly. Yi Group called and invited us for tea this afternoon, along with other investors interested in Star Energy. I have other matters to attend to, so you represent me there. Carson suddenly mentioned this during lunch. Choking on the pork rib he was chewing, Ellie coughed for a long time before managing to spit it out. Carson frowned, quickly handing him water. What's wrong with you? You choked on a pork rib? Recovering, Ellie's face flushed. How can I make any difference? They wouldn't take me seriously anyway and might just play me. Don't worry, Franz will accompany you. Carson was referring to his trusted assistant. Though he asked Ellie to handle this project, he would also send someone to oversee it, ensuring Ellie wouldn't be tricked. Will Muhammad be there in person? He probably will, Carson said casually. He has been personally overseeing this project since it's significant for Yi Group, especially since he's new to the position. He needs real achievements to gain everyone's trust. Ellie fell silent. He couldn't avoid this curse anywhere. If he refused, it would seem like he was afraid of Muhammad. In broad daylight, in public, Muhammad surely couldn't do anything to him. Yi Group had reserved a secluded tea house by the mountainside in the city center, a place often used for business talks rather than its supposed elegance. Ellie had never shown interest in such places before. As soon as they got out of the car, Mohammed's secretary greeted them. "This way, Dempsey." Though polite, Ellie merely glanced and didn't say much. There were 6 or 7 people in the tea house, and Mohammed was sitting at the side. He looked over when Ellie entered. Not wanting to acknowledge him, Ellie walked towards an empty seat on the opposite side. However, Mohammed's secretary indicated, "Dempsey, please sit here." Which was precisely beside Mohammed. Just as Ellie was about to refuse, Mohammed spoke, "Come sit here." Franz subtly nudged Ellie. Since Mohammed had personally invited him, they had to give him some respect. Reluctantly, Ellie sat next to Mohammed. Mohammed introduced him to the rest, all important investors from Hawaii City and elsewhere, each smiling and flattering Ellie for his youth and competence. Ellie forced a smile, dealing with them perfunctorily and leaving the conversation to Franz. If it's just for tea, then it should only be about tea. Despite all these businessmen being here for money, they still sit together to pretend to be cultured and sophisticated, commenting on tea art or discussing ancient and modern times, showing off their knowledge. In reality, they don't talk business. Ellie had no interest in listening and simply lowered his head to play with his phone. Just as he was getting into the game, a hand landed on his knee, causing Ellie to frown and look up. Mohammed was still sipping tea and chatting leisurely with others, looking refined and steady. That touch just now seemed like an illusion. But what is fake cannot be true. Mohammed excelled at appearing proper on the surface while acting despicably behind the scenes. Ellie kicked him under the table where no one could see. A footprint appeared on Mohammed's trouser leg, yet he remained unperturbed, leaning back in his seat, chatting gracefully with others. Ellie rolled his eyes and turned to continue playing. The tea party ended at 5 o'clock. If it didn't end, Ellie would have left anyway. He found such tea parties utterly meaningless and wasteful of time. Just as he was about to get into the car in the parking lot, Mohammed's secretary stopped them. "Dempsey, young Master Yi invites you to have dinner tonight." "No," Ellie replied without giving any face, "I'm full." The secretary smiled and said, "Your car has been repaired, and young Master Yi said he would bring you to pick it up." Ellie wasn't falling for it. "You bring my car to me. I'll pay for the gas. Just nearby, once you get it, you can leave." Mohammed's voice came from behind the secretary, meaning he personally invited him. Ellie glanced over and felt displeased seeing Mohammed's smug expression. Glover hadn't given him any updates for a whole week regarding his request. Mohammed looked calm, waiting for his decision. Ellie hesitated. The car that got hit was his favorite, and he worried Mohammed might have damaged it. If it was indeed fixed, it would be better to retrieve it sooner. He lifted his chin, "Lead the way." Mohammed, recalling the night when this little wildcat panted and moaned beneath him, pretended to act tough even as he immersed himself in the moment, alternating between cursing for gentleness and complaining about slowness. Eventually, he opened up obediently. At the peak of pleasure, his kicking foot unconsciously pressed against Mohammed's thigh, toes curling, heels rubbing against the muscles, a wordless urging that left a lasting impression. "Let's go." Chen assistant went back by himself, while Ellie got into Mohammed's car. Uninterested in talking to Mohammed, he focused on the game on his phone. "You've played with your phone the entire time during your father's meeting. Afraid your father's people will report you?" Mohammed asked nonchalantly. Ellie, not looking away from his screen, replied, "Report if they want. Next time, don't call me for such pointless and boring tea parties." Mohammed, "Pointless?" Ellie scoffed, "A bunch of stinky moneybags pretending to be intellectuals, how embarrassing. This is just to gauge their intentions, we're not discussing investment details yet. Discussions should be held individually," Mohammed reminded him. "Does Dempsey not understand this?" "I don't," Ellie blurted out, "if you stopped giving my father bad ideas, I wouldn't need to understand." Upon finishing his sentence, he felt a sudden rub on his waist, glaring sharply as his phone was taken away by the person next to him. Before he could grab his phone back, Mohammed finished the level he was stuck on and won, all within half a minute. Ellie. How unreasonable. Mohammed slowly returned his phone. "Dempsey likes games so much, but your skills are not impressive. In short, addicted but terrible at it." Feeling insulted, Ellie was about to retort when Mohammed spoke, "We're here." Ellie looked out the window and realized they were in a villa area, frowning. "Where are we?" "Mohammed, my place. Not ye family compound, but his personal residence." Ellie, feeling an ominous premonition, asked, "Why did you bring me here?" "To get your car." Mohammed turned and looked at him. "What is Dempsey afraid of?" Ellie immediately pushed the car door open. His car was in Mohammed's underground garage. Initially wary of Mohammed, Ellie forgot everything upon seeing dozens of luxury sports cars, staring in amazement. "All these are yours?" Mohammed threw him his car keys, which Ellie caught, but he had no mind to check his own car. He reached out to touch a rare model next to him, rarer than the one Pierce drove, yet Mohammed had it here. No wonder he never cared, casually setting fire to a car. "You even lend these cars to ye lousy. Didn't know you two were so close," Ellie remarked sourly, unable to suppress his envy and jealousy. His father wouldn't let him be so extravagant despite their wealth. He thought the 4 or 5 sports cars he had collected were already quite impressive, but they paled in comparison to Mohammed's collection. That car was left at the Yi family residence before, and I forgot to take it back, which is why he took it without permission. Mohammed showed no interest in elaborating on this matter, casually lighting a cigarette and letting his gaze linger on Ellie's face. Want this car? Ellie withdrew his hand and pursed his lips. Didn't you say no one can touch your things? If I touch your car, who knows if you'll burn it, and me, next time. Mohammed, sleep with me once for a car. You can pick whichever one you like. Ellie's complexion changed, he almost thought he misheard. Are you implying I'm for sale? Mohammed flicked off some ash and mocked. Who can make millions by selling out once? Do you think you're worth that much? Ellie nearly choked with anger. Bullshit. I'm going to fight you. Mohammed swiftly held on to the furious man who lunged at him, pinning him against the car door. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Mohammed's phone. He glanced at the caller ID, keeping one hand on Ellie while using the other to press the speakerphone button. On the other end was Yuan's voice, hesitating before asking, Xingzhou, are you free tonight? It's my birthday today. Would you like to have dinner together? Just the two of us. Already got plans. Mohammed interrupted him, his hand on Ellie sliding up to his waist. Hearing Ellie grit his teeth, he gave a mocking smile under his angry glare and said, dinner with Dempsey. Bedtime. After hanging up, Mohammed immediately turned off his phone. Before Ellie could start cursing, he loosened his tie, removed his glasses, threw away the cigarette, opened the car door, and pushed the man inside. Chapter 23, Inherently Despicable. Before Ellie could react, he was pushed into the passenger seat, which reclined as he was pinned down by Mohammed who climbed on top of him. You. Realizing what this beast intended to do, Ellie struggled fiercely. Let me go. Are you sick? What's wrong with you? Who the hell made any arrangement with you? Mohammed touched his face, his voice menacing. Are you ashamed of people knowing about us or is it you and you're worried about? Ellie glared angrily. What's there between us? Do you have any shame? You forced me last time. You beast. Mohammed retorted, you spent 20,000 trying to expose my true self to Yuan. Aren't you getting what you wished for now? Furious, Ellie spat, you're the despicable one. Why did you drag me into this? I told the truth to Dempsey right here. Mohammed reminded him in a stern voice. Ellie shot back, it was your doing. Mohammed didn't linger on the subject, instead his fingers traced Ellie's jawline down to his neck, causing unconscious shivers and frustration from Ellie as he turned his head away. Get off, gritted Ellie through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Mohammed had already pulled out the hem of his shirt, exploring inside without hesitation. The tighter Ellie struggled within the confined space, the closer they pressed against each other, leading Mohammed to ravage him more depravedly. With practiced ease, he bound Ellie's wrists with his tie, leaning close to whisper into his ear, didn't Dempsey enjoy it last time? You sounded pretty good. A buzzing sensation filled Ellie's mind, such verbal humiliation enraged him to see red. He kicked out, only for the vile man to spread his legs apart, pulling off his belt in a few swift moves, leaving him completely exposed below. I don't want this, get away. Kicking wildly, it only emboldened the man molesting him even more. Powerfully hooking one of his legs, Mohammed surveyed his body from above, appreciating this perfect masterpiece that had tantalized his taste buds. Ellie's flexibility was remarkable, his physique impeccable with well-defined muscle lines, his waist distinct, his hips curvy, like a freshly peeled peach, fresh and juicy. Coupled with his outward bravado and inner timidity, any punch, kick, scratch, or bite added to the allure, making him more desirable to be tormented. Only after tasting did he know how sweet it was. Ellie's face flushed alternately, gasping and cursing continuously, one more look and I'll gouge out your eyes, I. His curses turned into an abrupt sharp intake of breath when Mohammed bit down on his Adam's apple. Mohammed stared into his gradually dazed eyes, fondling his calf muscles before pinching them tightly. Ellie's leg twitched, eventually slumping weakly around Mohammed's waist. As things became more familiar, Ellie's resistance seemed more like feigned reluctance. Apart from verbally lashing out, his strongest reaction was kicking Mohammed when he felt uncomfortable. Even the tie binding his wrists came loose during the intense movements, yet he never thought of hitting Mohammed but instead grabbed onto his shirt, clawing and biting unconsciously, tearing it so badly that even Mohammed couldn't maintain his usual composure. Mohammed wasn't as calm today, far more aggressive than before despite no external influence, stripping off all of Ellie's clothes, marking him deeply and forcefully. His gaze was anything but calm, pausing several times to watch Ellie curse and moan intermittently, sweat trickling down, obscuring his vision. By the time it grew dark, Ellie was covered in hot sweat, his stomach growling loudly, and he kicked at Mohammed who tried to continue pressing down on him. Get lost, are we done yet? I need food. Breathing heavily against his ear, Mohammed pressed close, making Ellie turn his head away disdainfully. All was said and done, though both encounters were coerced, he couldn't bring himself to cry or make a scene since both were men. But considering developing anything beyond physical with Mohammed made him break out in goosebumps. Mohammed wouldn't either, Ellie knew this much. This brute simply acted on lust. Mohammed squeezed his leg again, pleased to hear Ellie gasp, hoarsely saying, you still have energy, not too hungry then. Ellie, to hell with you. Very soon, Ellie's protests became incoherent. Mohammed had no intention of letting him off easily today. When it finally ended, Ellie almost felt as if his body wasn't his own anymore. There was no pain, just numbness everywhere. Inwardly cursing Mohammed's ancestors, he staggered when trying to get out of the car, nearly falling but was caught by Mohammed. Ellie brushed his hand away, noticing the designer suit and shirt on Mohammed were wrecked, and his own clothes were beyond wearing. Need the car? Mohammed calmly withdrew his hand. The word no hovered on the tip of Ellie's tongue, but he swallowed it back. Looking at the messed up car seat, he sarcastically remarked, so young Master Yi isn't bothered by the dirt now. Leaning against the car, Mohammed lit another cigarette. Want me to have it cleaned for you? Ellie didn't say no this time. Since things had already happened, not taking anything from this man would be a bigger loss. He was never too noble anyway. Clean it thoroughly inside and out and change all these tacky interiors. Mohammed agreed readily, sure. As Ellie looked back at Mohammed, the neatly combed hair was now disheveled, and half of his shirt hung out of his waistband, the other side exposed with scratch marks all over. This image, smoking post-encounter, seemed both debonair and inherently despicable. Oh right, this beast even carried essential supplies on him, clearly having ulterior motives. Mohammed was also watching him, eyes filled with amusement through the smoke. Ellie rolled his eyes, grabbed the cigarette from him, took a long drag, and blew the smoke into Mohammed's face, muttering under his breath, beast. Mohammed accepted this nickname well, pulling Ellie back before pinching his butt hard as he tried to step away. Ellie lacked the energy to fight back, giving him a perfunctory kick, still ordering imperiously, I want food. Mohammed laughed again for some reason, extinguishing the cigarette before Ellie could frown. I'll have someone prepare it. While the chef prepared dinner, Ellie showered using Mohammed's bathroom. Checking his phone, he saw 2 missed calls from Yuan at the exact time he was with Mohammed. There was also a WeChat message asking where he was. Recalling what Mohammed had told Yuan earlier, Ellie cursed Mohammed's ancestors once more. He didn't call or reply to Yuan, too lazy to explain something unexplainable. Let Yuan think whatever he wanted. Regarding his pursuit of Yuan, it wasn't entirely abandoned, but definitely diminished. Initially driven by lust, he hadn't gotten any benefits and ended up provoking this plagued deity Mohammed, losing both wife and soldiers, truly unlucky. Not to mention that Yuan now knew about his relationship with Mohammed, incredibly embarrassing. But that damn Mohammed. Looking at his reflection, covered in marks like dog bites, he felt extremely unsatisfied. Even casual encounters should be mutual, his satisfaction didn't mean he accepted Mohammed's beastly behavior. He needed to settle this score. Glover almost cried upon receiving Ellie's call, Dempsey, I'm not refusing your help, but there are too many people around that guy. I can't find a chance. How about waiting? But why did he do this to you? Ellie, stop making excuses. I don't want to wait. If you help me beat Mohammed up, I'll give you my red phantom, you've always wanted it. Glover suddenly perked up, really? You're not kidding, Dempsey. Ellie coldly humphed, not kidding. Help me and the car is yours immediately. Since Mohammed's car now belonged to him. Money made the devil push the millstone, Glover eagerly agreed, promising to paralyze Mohammed. A knock sounded outside. Ellie hung up quickly, wrapped the bathrobe tighter, and opened the door. Mohammed had just finished showering, wearing the same bathrobe. His blatant gaze lingered on Ellie, finished showering. Let's eat. Ellie tightened his robe and walked past him. Mohammed followed without objection. At the dining table, Ellie ate voraciously, avoiding eye contact with Mohammed. Mohammed ate leisurely, occasionally glancing at him. Being stared at this way would make anyone uncomfortable, let alone by a vicious wolf. Ellie finally looked up, will young Master Yi get full by just looking at me? Mohammed tapped the table, that hungry? Ellie was slightly irritable, look at what time it is. Next time can we eat first before doing it? Mohammed, next time. His gaze was filled with amusement. Ellie realized he had misspoken and was about to correct himself when Mohammed said, it's possible too. I have 33 more cars in my garage, we can switch one each time. Ellie, ha. Why don't you just say you did me 3 times in one day today? Chapter 24, resplendent as the midday sun. After having dinner at Mohammed's place, Ellie immediately drove away in his own car. He swore he would never come back to this damned place where one got taken advantage of on a silver platter, only his carefree nature allowed him to stay so calm. Someone else might have already hanged themselves after such an ordeal. Damn Mohammed, he would remember this wrong done to him. The next day, Mohammed's people indeed delivered the car as promised. Seeing it, Carson looked quite doubtful, so Ellie could only say that he liked the car and asked Mohammed if he could borrow it for a few days. Carson was skeptical, you ask him for a loan, and he just gives it to you. Are you two that close? Ellie said expressionlessly, since he's loaded anyway, he wouldn't mind about one car. Though in that brute's eyes, this car probably equated to payment for services rendered, now that he had been taken advantage of, shouldn't he get something in return? In the following week, Ellie seemed to have learned his lesson and became obediently honest, following Carson in and out daily, going home for meals promptly after work, and not daring to go out aimlessly anymore. The project to invest in Starlight technology proceeded smoothly. Officially responsible for it, Ellie didn't need to handle everything personally. Invitations from the Yi family were redirected to his father's special assistant, as there was no way he would fall for the same trick twice. He certainly wouldn't admit he was afraid of Muhammad, but it was better to avoid what he could, considering normal people couldn't reason with beasts, and he didn't want his posterior to blossom again. Even though he didn't care about chastity anymore, he still needed some decorum. On Friday afternoon, Alfredo called, telling Ellie to visit Qingshan Garden tomorrow. He explained that he had arranged a fishing trip with a few old friends at a countryside farm outside the city and invited him along. Ellie protested unwillingly, "Old sir, why do you invite me for such a boring activity when you all seniors go fishing? You little rascal, do as I say, stop being stubborn." Alfredo laughed and scolded, "I've invited Muhammad too, he can introduce you to more connections." Hearing Muhammad's name, Ellie felt veins throbbing on his forehead. "You really think so highly of him, old sir? You even specially introduce him to your old friends?" Alfredo replied, "He does have capability. Isn't he also investing with your dad recently? Why do you still harbor such animosity towards him?" Ellie thought inwardly how much he despised peeling off Muhammad's skin. Of course, though he threatened Muhammad using his granduncle Chen, he wouldn't actually tell Alfredo such embarrassing matters. Ending the call, Ellie suddenly thought of sending Glover a message. Having waited 2 weeks, his patience had run out. Tomorrow was his chance, somehow, he must give Muhammad a lesson. Early the next morning, Ellie drove to Qingshan Garden, then took Alfredo's car to the countryside farm. On the car, Alfredo instructed him, "Be sweeter when you meet them later, don't let Muhammad overshadow you." Ellie replied distractedly, "Sure," but his thoughts were far away, his purpose today wasn't this. At 10:30, they arrived at their destination. This countryside farm was in a remote suburb, surrounded by vast lakes and wild mountain forests. Alfredo often came here to fish, and Ellie had accompanied him a few times before. Muhammad and several of Alfredo's friends arrived one after another. Alfredo introduced them to each other. These few were big shots who rarely appeared publicly in Huai City, and one was even from the capital. Without Alfredo's introduction, it was almost impossible to establish any connection with them. Endowed with a natural charm to please elders, Ellie greeted everyone warmly and won their favor effortlessly with a few witty remarks. Muhammad was less outgoing but exuded steadiness and consideration. The gifts he brought weren't expensive but suited everyone's taste perfectly. The elders gathered around the lake fishing while a few stoves beside them cooked fish in various ways, roasting, boiling soup, etc. It fell to Ellie and Muhammad to keep an eye on the fire. How would Ellie do such a job? He just sat aside watching. Muhammad, without his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, revealing well-defined forearms, diligently working as if he knew exactly what he was doing. Ellie wandered into his own thoughts for a while before letting his gaze wander to Muhammad, circling from his arms down to his waistline, strangely remembering the red marks he left on his waist last time. He should have been more forceful then. Coincidentally looking up, Muhammad caught his stare. Ellie quickly turned his head away, then Muhammad handed him a stick with a roasted fish. "Try it." Ellie refused, "No thanks." Who knew whether it was poisoned or not? Ignoring him, Muhammad put the fish back and walked over, sitting beside him with one hand in his pocket. Seeing this, Ellie tried to move away, but Muhammad took a sip of his mineral water and whispered, "Come to my place tonight." Stunned, Ellie retorted, "What are you thinking?" Just as he wanted to mock this beast a bit, Muhammad's hand slipped from his pocket and rested on his lower back. Immediately grabbing his wrist, Ellie glanced toward the chatting group of elders including Alfredo nearby, suppressing his voice and glaring, "Enough from you, consider where we are." Muhammad kept his composure, pressing his fingers on Ellie's spine and continued rubbing down until he reached the coccyx. This area was especially sensitive for Ellie, being rubbed there by Muhammad in broad daylight and right in front of Donnie gave him such a shock that he nearly yelped out loud, "You." Muhammad casually withdrew his hand and took another sip of water. "You're so sensitive. Would an ordinary person be able to satisfy you?" Ellie retorted, "If you want to fight, just say it." Muhammad said, "You can't win against me. Every time you pick a fight with me, you end up on the losing side. Haven't you learned your lesson yet?" He added, "Come to my place tonight. Can't you stop talking like that?" Ellie felt it was a waste of saliva to argue with him. But then Muhammad said, "Aren't you afraid I'll tell these things to your grandpa and dad?" Ellie almost laughed in spite of his anger. He hadn't even gone to report this to the police or complained, and this bastard actually dared to use this to threaten him. Muhammad remarked, "Your father doesn't know about you fooling around outside, right? That Owen and Ewan, how many other romantic escapades do you have outside, and how much does your parents know about them?" Ellie's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant, and Muhammad glanced at him, caught red-handed, "Didn't I? Your parents even care about what time you come home. You wouldn't dare let them know who you hang out with outside." Ellie asked, "What exactly do you want?" Muhammad didn't continue. He just lifted his chin, indicating Donnie was coming over. The others were still fishing, and Donnie came over to have some tea after giving away his fishing rod. Muhammad stood up, and Ellie restrained his anger as he followed suit. "Are you done fishing now, Alfredo?" Muhammad asked first. Donnie waved his hand with a smile. A bit tired, just taking a rest. Is there any tea? Mohammed checked through the things they brought and said he had forgotten to bring the tea leaves, so he went to fetch them from the small villa behind. After Mohammed left, Donnie motioned Ellie to sit, withdrawing his gaze from Mohammed's back. Why is your face all flushed again? Had an argument with Mohammed? Ellie grumbled, why would I argue with him? I've eaten too much. Donnie laughed at him. You are still like this when angry. Since childhood, once you get mad, you glare at people and bite. Even after suffering a loss, you never admit defeat and try to get even. Ellie protested, I don't. Feeling embarrassed under Donnie's laughter, Ellie changed the subject. The fish soup is ready. Have a bowl of soup first, old sir. Let me serve you one. But Donnie didn't let him off the hook. Sipping the soup, he continued, that Mohammed is also quite talented. Why don't you like him? He isn't that bad, right? I just can't stand him, Ellie sniffed. Donnie was curious, what did he do to you? Ellie certainly wouldn't tell the truth. Incompatible. We just don't get along well. Donnie shook his head with a laugh. I think he is pretty good. Young and capable, with a handsome appearance. If I had a granddaughter, I would wish for him as my grandson-in-law. Ellie couldn't help but exclaim, what happened to you and Yanni, knowing very well that he has a heart of stone, why suddenly praise him non-stop? Are you all bewitched by him? And he likes men, having a granddaughter won't work. Wasn't it because of that Lynn teacher last time? Donnie seemed to understand. No wonder you two didn't get along, eyeing the same person. How interesting young people are nowadays. Though Donnie knew his sexual orientation, which his parents didn't, the old man liked to tease him about it. Ellie directly shut up, regretting mentioning it. Mohammed returned with the tea leaves. Donnie didn't want tea after drinking half a bowl of soup and was called back to continue fishing. Mohammed sat down again, and Ellie wanted to leave but was pulled back by Mohammed. Why run? This person had a thug-like demeanor. Ellie slapped away his hand, unwilling to talk to him. Mohammed lit a cigarette, saying nonchalantly, your grandpa is quite amusing. Ellie glanced sideways. Mohammed smiled faintly, grandson-in-law. He has no granddaughter but has a godson. How are you eavesdropping on conversations again? Ellie said disdainfully. What difference does a godson make to you, Master Yi? Just because we've slept together twice, are you developing deep feelings for me, wanting to talk about love? Mohammed didn't answer immediately. His eyes, obscured by smoke, stared at him for a moment until Ellie started feeling uneasy. Then Mohammed turned back, speaking softly, you're thinking too much. Ellie sighed in relief. It was better that way. If Mohammed had said yes, he might really need to fly away at night. One more time with me. Mohammed suddenly added. Ellie was completely speechless. How could this guy still have such thoughts? Mohammed's gaze fell back on him. One last time. Ellie replied, like I believe you. He stood up and kicked Mohammed, then went to the lakeside, joining the senior fishing group. Mohammed slowly continued smoking, his gaze following Ellie. This kid laughed out loud one moment and exaggeratedly joked around the next. No matter what he did or whom he talked to, he was always relaxed and at ease, with a bright smile that shone like the sun. Mohammed took a deep puff of his cigarette, his eyes lingering on the side of Ellie's face, which was illuminated by the sunlight. After a while, he slowly exhaled the smoke. Chapter 25 Harm Others, Harm Yourself. At 4 in the afternoon, Ellsworth finally sent a WeChat message. Ellie was dozing off with his head propped up when he saw the incoming message and immediately perked up. Everything is arranged. You just need to lead him there. Ellie sat up straight, excitedly twisted his neck. Mohammed, who was chatting idly with Alfredo and others nearby, glanced at him. Ellie pretended not to notice. Wait and see, you'll get what's coming to you in a minute. After playing for half a day, all the elders were tired and planned to go back. Alfredo went back to rest in the small villa at the rear. Ellie and Mohammed helped send his elderly friends off in their cars. Once only the two of them were left, Ellie lifted his chin at Mohammed and said, my adoptive grandfather plans to stay here for dinner tonight. Do you want to stay and join us? Mohammed, dinner here? His tone seemed doubtful as Alfredo hadn't shown any intention of staying for dinner earlier. Oh, it's a last-minute decision. There's no food here, so I plan to buy some from the village behind the mountain. Can I borrow your car? Would you give me a ride? Ellie lied without batting an eye. Of course, his adoptive grandfather didn't plan to stay for dinner and would return after resting for a while. He had privately told the old man that he would leave with Mohammed. Alfredo even asked if Ellie wasn't on bad terms with Mohammed, how come they were leaving together. Ellie casually made up an excuse about discussing work matters. Now, his goal was to trick this guy in front of him away. Mohammed looked at him but didn't respond immediately. Ellie deliberately provoked him, what's wrong? Not happy? If you're not happy, forget it. If you want to suck up to my adoptive grandfather, you should show more sincerity. It's such a waste for him to put so much effort into introducing people to you. Mohammed, no vegetables in the farmstead? No workers to do the shopping? Why must you personally go to buy the food? Can you tell what is edible and what isn't? Ellie, are you annoying or what? Are you going or not? Let's go. Mohammed didn't say anything more and turned to get the car. Ellie snorted and followed closely behind. The nearest village was still around the mountain behind the farmstead, about a 20-minute drive. Along the way, Ellie leaned against the seat, playing with his phone, completely ignoring the person next to him. Mohammed drove, occasionally glancing over at him, tapping lightly on the steering wheel, lost in thought. Have you been here before? Mohammed suddenly asked. Ellie, still focused on his phone, answered casually, yes, every time my adoptive grandfather comes here, he sends someone to buy vegetables from this village. I've come along once. It wasn't a lie, whether Mohammed believed it or not didn't matter. After all, he had already lured him out. The car had driven for about 10 minutes, the mountain road becoming narrower, only wide enough for one vehicle. On one side were dense forests, and on the other, vast farmlands, beyond which houses could be vaguely seen. Arriving at a fork ahead, Ellie sat up straight and said, "Stop the car." Mohammed looked around. Here. Just here. Your car can't enter the village. Wait here, I'll walk through the fields. Ellie couldn't hide his smugness. Wait here. I'll be right back. He pushed the car door open and got out. However, Mohammed also got out. I'll go with you. No need, just wait here. Before Ellie finished speaking, a pickup truck pulled up behind their car, and 6 or 7 burly thugs came down from it, wielding bricks and wooden sticks. Ellie hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly and frowned. He originally planned to leave first to avoid arousing Mohammed's suspicion later. But never mind, staying to watch Mohammed get beaten up might not be too bad. Mohammed coldly scanned these unfriendly people as they surrounded their car. One of the leaders asked loudly, "You are Mohammed?" Mohammed kept his composure. "Is there something?" The thugs exchanged glances and signaled each other, then charged together. Mohammed's expression darkened. The leader rushed up, and Mohammed swiftly kicked him in the chest, hard and fast, seizing the brick that fell from the thug's hand. He then spun around to block a stick coming from behind, shattering the brick on his head. He immediately smashed it into the forehead of the nearest thug. With 4 or 5 people attacking him simultaneously, Mohammed didn't seem to be at a disadvantage despite being outnumbered. Ellie watched nervously, instinctively stepping back. Mohammed fought fiercely, making him suddenly doubt if Mohammed had intentionally held back when they fought before. As Ellie considered whether he should take this chance to run away, someone finally noticed him and swung a stick at him. Ellie kicked the stick away, cursing, "Are you idiots? Mohammed is over there." They ignored him and kept attacking, swinging their sticks at him one after another. Ellie struggled to fend them off. "Where the hell did you come from? Do you know who I am? Is this how you get paid to do things for people?" The situation was completely unexpected, and it wasn't going as planned at all. Ellie was both angry and anxious, not noticing the brick aimed at the back of his head. Mohammed kicked away a thug in front of him, seized a stick from the attacker, and swung it out to block the attack for him. Ellie turned around at the sound, watching the brick shatter into pieces right before his eyes, and he stared in shock, momentarily forgetting to react. Those thugs didn't expect them to be so tough, and they also got furious. The leader suddenly pulled out a watermelon knife and slashed toward Ellie, who seemed easier to handle. Once again, Mohammed kicked the man in the chest and knocked him away. Startled, Ellie took another step back, feeling a hand grab his arm. Mohammed threw a low word, "Run," swung the stick to fend off the next attacker, dragging him and breaking through the circle with all his might. Pulled by Mohammed, Ellie stumbled and ran several steps. Seeing Mohammed's sharp, tense profile, he finally came to his senses, panting and speeding up, plunging into the mountain forest. The wild mountain forest only had muddy, slippery trails, and they rushed in like flies without heads. To avoid being chased, they were forced to climb up to a place with lush vegetation for better hiding. Ellie's heart pounded. He couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. Wasn't he supposed to watch Mohammed suffer? Why had he ended up in trouble too? That pig Ellsworth. While lost in thought, Ellie slipped and fell unexpectedly to one side. He stepped into thin air. Beside him was a very steep slope. At the moment of sliding down, Mohammed reached out and grabbed him, pulling him back forcefully. Due to inertia, Ellie landed back on top of the slope, while Mohammed fell and rolled down the sharp, rocky hillside covered with shrubs. Ellie panicked, shouting loudly, "Hey!" The footsteps behind them were getting closer, and Mohammed had already disappeared over the hill. Ellie's heart raced, quickly looking around. The best thing he should do now was to keep running up and find a hidden place to hide until those people left. He bit his lip, cursing under his breath, then without hesitation squatted down, turning his back and holding on to protruding rocks. Slowly sliding down the muddy mountain path. A few minutes later, catching his breath and stepping firmly, Ellie looked up, seeing nothing but dense grass and shrubs and the blue sky above. Relieved, he scanned the area and soon found Mohammed lying half unconscious behind a slightly lower bush. Glancing at his bloody palms, Ellie winced and grumbled inwardly about his bad luck, reluctantly moving closer. Mohammed lay half reclining against the rock, his bespoke suit in tatters, blood visible on his face and arms, and his eyes closed as if unconscious. "Hey, are you dead?" Ellie nudged him with his foot, fearing any serious injury, softly touching Muhammad. After a moment, receiving no response, Ellie felt uneasy, squatting and hesitantly leaning closer, wanting to see Muhammad's face. You. Suddenly Muhammad's eyes opened, black pupils staring straight at him. Startled, Ellie scrambled backward, caught by Muhammad's hand grabbing his arm. He heard Muhammad's hoarse voice say, "Don't move. Why aren't you dead, playing dead here? Scaring people for fun?" Ellie was somewhat annoyed. Muhammad said unhappily, "Try using less profanity." Ellie laughed bitterly, "Do you still have time to care about that? Look at our situation." Ignoring Muhammad, Ellie tried to call for help on his phone, but unfortunately, it was dead. Angry, Ellie nearly smashed the phone, turning to ask Muhammad, "What about your phone?" Muhammad checked his pocket and frowned, "It's gone, probably dropped when I rolled down." Frustrated, Ellie remarked, "I always run into trouble with you." Seeming to recover somewhat, Muhammad, though disheveled, stared sharply at Ellie, glasses nowhere to be seen, making his eyes seem even more piercing. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, just as Ellie was about to curse, Muhammad asked first, "Take money to do someone's bidding, what does that mean?" Ellie was instantly speechless. "You fight and still listen so carefully?" Muhammad saw his reaction, "Did you hire those people?" Ellie played dumb, "How could I? Am I crazy? To hire people to slash myself with a watermelon knife?" He would deal with Ellsworth later, but in front of Muhammad, he would never admit it. A mocking look appeared in Muhammad's eyes, "One who invites disaster cannot live." Before Ellie could flare up, he continued, "Since that's the case, shouldn't you have cheered when I rolled down the mountain half dead? Why did you follow me down?" Ellie. Yes, why did he follow him down? Clearly, he wanted nothing more than for Muhammad to be paralyzed or dead. But when this bastard rolled down the hill, he didn't hesitate much before following. Ellie thought, naturally it was because he had a conscience. After all, Muhammad fell to save him. Even though he wanted to kill this beast, he still believed in fairness. Paying back kindness with resentment or leaving someone to die was not his style. "You're the beast, not me." Ellie cursed. Although he admitted this to himself, being exposed by Muhammad made him feel ashamed and angry. Seeing that Muhammad wouldn't die from this fall, he stood up and kicked him again, "Get up." Muhammad's voice was indifferent, "Can't get up. My left ankle is sprained, I can't walk." Ellie looked over and saw his left ankle indeed swollen like a bun, frowning, "So you just stay here. I'll leave first and find someone to rescue you once I get out of this place." Then without waiting for Muhammad's objection, he turned around and walked away. Walking for some distance, he noticed the sunset already slanted low, estimating it would soon be dark. Ellie stopped, hesitating. If he went out and then came back with help, it might take too long. Was it moral to leave Muhammad alone and injured here? What if some wild animal came at night? No matter their grudges, Muhammad had indeed fallen because of him. Thinking about how this beast had forced him before, he grew furious again. This man deserved to be left here. Circling the spot twice, Ellie rolled his eyes, then turned back. Muhammad was still leaning against the rock with closed eyes, only opening them when he heard footsteps. Meeting his cold, shadowed gaze made Ellie even more uncomfortable. He cursed silently at himself for interfering, returning to Muhammad's side and squatting down again. All right, I'll do the right thing to the end, let me carry you." Muhammad stared at him intently, with something complicated in his eyes that Ellie couldn't be bothered to understand. "Do you want me to carry you or not?" he urged impatiently. "Muhammad, weren't you leaving?" Ellie retorted angrily, "If I really leave, what happens when you die here? Hurry up and get on." After a moment of silence, Muhammad suddenly reached out, gripping his arm again. Before Ellie could struggle, Muhammad's voice was even hoarser than before, "Since you came back, you won't be able to leave again." Chapter 26 Heaven-Made Couple. "I'll go if I want to." Ellie felt Muhammad's words made no sense and retorted without thinking, rudely pulling one of his arms, "Hurry up, while it's still light, I'll carry you out." Muhammad's hand rested on his shoulder, stopped, slowly squeezed, then released when Ellie glared at him, saying calmly, "Don't waste your strength, you can't carry me." "How do you know unless we try? Should we just sit here and wait for death?" Ellie was very annoyed. He felt like punching Muhammad whenever he saw his face but temporarily held back. "Less talk, get on my back." He tried to pull Muhammad onto himself, and the latter winced from being jostled due to his injured foot. Ellie managed to carry him a few steps but soon found it beyond his capacity. Both tumbled awkwardly back to the ground. Ellie landed quite hard. He was about to scold but heard Muhammad's stifled intake of breath behind him. Turning around, he saw that this man not only had scratches on his face and hands, but his suit jacket was also badly worn in places, bloodstains visible underneath. Phew, really miserable. Even looking at it hurt Ellie. Muhammad looked as if he had been savagely beaten after being put in a sack, which technically achieved what Ellie wanted. Seeing the gloating look on Ellie's face, Muhammad, with an expressionless face, reached out with fingers stained with mud and blood, smearing them on Ellie's face. The smile on Ellie's lips froze. "Are you sick?" Muhammad withdrew his hand, coldly saying, "You asked for it." Ellie's nose was almost skewed from anger. "Do you believe I'll leave you here? Muhammad didn't reply, closing his eyes and leaning back. Indeed, Muhammad had severe OCD. If something got dirty, he'd rather destroy it. But if he himself got dirty, he'd drag someone else down with him. His person. Unbearable, Ellie pushed him, saying, "Speak up." Muhammad caught his hand and pulled it down, "Don't be troublesome." Ellie instantly pulled his hand back, hitting him, "Who's being troublesome? Tell me what to do now. If you don't speak, I'll really leave you here, or later when it's dark, neither of us will get out of here. There might be wild animals in these mountains. There's GPS on my phone. Before coming, I sent a message to my bodyguards telling them to come find if they didn't hear from me in an hour." Muhammad opened his eyes and glanced at him, clearly hinting he knew Ellie's ill intent from the start and had prepared accordingly. Ellie felt a bit guilty but showed nothing on his face. "Isn't your phone lost?" "Muhammad, it should still be nearby even if lost." Ellie complained, "How do I know if your phone is smashed or dead? If your people don't find us, should we just wait here?" "Muhammad, do you know the way out?" Of course, he did not. "Instead of wandering around aimlessly and getting lost, it's better to wait here." Muhammad said this and pulled him down again. Ellie sat down unhappily and kicked him. "I must have 8 generations of bad luck to meet you, you disaster magnet. You asked for it." Muhammad reminded him coldly, still using the same sentence. Ellie cursed lowly, "Bastard." The sky gradually darkened, he was both cold and hungry, glaring at Muhammad. He regretted why he didn't leave straight away and came back to accompany this jerk. "Do you still have a lighter? I'll gather some branches to make a fire." Ellie rubbed his arms, intending to stand up. "Muhammad, no." Ellie frowned, "Why not?" Muhammad sternly said, "There are plants everywhere. Starting a fire here means setting the mountain on fire and burning yourself along. Besides, if there are really wild animals, they will be attracted by the fire." Ellie opened his mouth, unable to find a word to argue. "Then it's fine for me to look for food. I'm starving. With no flashlight and it's dark, where do you plan to find food? Missing a meal won't kill you." Muhammad's voice was harsh. Ellie kept his breath, saying, "Missing a meal won't kill, but your guards will have a hard time finding us too in the deep mountains. Who knows how many more meals we will miss. I did ask for it, but is my revenge wrong? What did you do before? You rapist, someone with a smaller tolerance would surely die together with you. Beating you up is too lenient on you, not stabbing you or sending you to prison is my face saving." "Face saving?" Muhammad's voice slightly paused, his gaze lingering on Ellie's face, unclear tone, "Pretty face saving." Ellie intuitively felt he was being sarcastic again, feeling aggrieved. "Can you stop speaking so harshly? Is it wrong for me to be hungry? Is it wrong to want something to eat?" He had never endured such torment from the day he was born until now. Since meeting this bastard, misfortune after misfortune had befallen him, and not a single day passed without distress, yet the culprit maintained this attitude. Ellie felt increasingly wronged the more he thought about it. He should have just left, instead of staying to listen to Muhammad's sarcasm and taunts. Muhammad silently watched him. The dim light of the forest accentuated Ellie's negative emotions. Without his usual air of arrogance and defiance, the little wild cat finally drooped its head. It was clearly the best opportunity for revenge, yet he chose to come back. Though he hated him so much that he gritted his teeth in frustration, he couldn't help but reveal his vulnerability and grievances in front of him. Even the proudest cat is still just a cat after all. Left side, Muhammad's gaze fell to the left rear of Ellie. "There seems to be a pear tree. Pick up a branch and try, you might reach the lowest one." Ellie was stunned. He had prepared himself for another round of ridicule from this man, but unexpectedly, Muhammad changed his tone. "Aren't you hungry?" Muhammad reminded him. "This wild pear may not taste good, but if you want to eat, go get a few." Ellie huffed and turned away. A few minutes later, he returned with 7 or 8 pears of varying sizes, sat next to Muhammad, picked the largest one for himself, tossed the smallest one to Muhammad, and hastily wiped it on his clothes before taking a bite. Immediately, his face twisted from the sourness, and he spat out the bitten piece with a "phew." Hadn't Muhammad intended this? Knowing full well the pears were sour and bitter, he still tricked him into picking them. "I warned you," Muhammad calmly stated. "Since you know you're easily deceived, avoid scheming against others, lest you dig a pit only to bury yourself in it." Ellie reaffirmed that this bastard did it intentionally. Muhammad picked through the pears that Ellie threw away, selecting 2 medium-sized ones with deeper skin color and handed them over. "Try this, it shouldn't be as bad." Ellie glanced skeptically but took one anyway. "Muhammad, why would I lie to you?" With some hesitation, his stomach growling, Ellie finally accepted it. "Fine, I'll eat it." He reluctantly bit into the pear. After chewing a couple of times, it wasn't actually that bad, still tart but with a hint of sweetness, at least without the unbearable astringency. "Don't you want any?" Muhammad closed his eyes again, leaning back. "Not hungry." Seeing his condition, Ellie guessed he must be feeling unwell. Biting into the pear, he hesitated, then kicked Muhammad's leg teasingly. "You In an instant, Muhammad grabbed his calf without opening his eyes or changing position, swiftly running his hand from top to bottom in a very sensual manner, massaging the entire calf. Ellie sucked in a sharp breath. King. Muhammad slowly released his grip. Don't you think this is no place for arousal? You really are a beast reincarnated, Ellie whispered in curses. Muhammad opened his eyes, looking at Ellie with calm black eyes. Do you know what happened to those who offended me before? Ellie choked. Trying to scare me? Muhammad, my dead father, my stepmother in the psychiatric hospital, my uncles driven out of the company, all of them. Ellie's eyelids twitched. Your brothers aren't doing too badly. Pierce even drives your car around. They've offended you plenty, yet you haven't done much to them. Muhammad sneered lightly. They used to look down on me, but now they live at my mercy. They deserve it. Why are you telling me this? What does it have to do with me? Ellie firmly denied ever offending him. It was Muhammad who had taken advantage of him first. Muhammad looked at him with an appraising gaze. Was sleeping with me enjoyable? Ellie's expression changed as Muhammad continued, I can overlook what you're doing now. If you continue sleeping with me, I can help you take care of anyone you wish to punish, like Pierce, no need for you to lift a finger. Ellie, you said it was the last time this afternoon. You're crazy, talking nonsense. I changed my mind, Muhammad murmured softly. You came back on your own. Ellie frowned, bewildered by this person's logic. You enjoyed it, otherwise you wouldn't have come back, giving me a second chance. Muhammad bluntly exposed him. Ellie, bullshit. Muhammad, since it doesn't matter who it is, why not stay with me? I'm a beast and a pervert, you're no saint either. We are truly a match made in heaven. Who says we're a match made in heaven? Ellie instinctively retorted, but his tone wavered. To be honest, he wasn't entirely opposed to sleeping with Muhammad. After all, it was just about casual hookups, pleasure was the point. His irritation mainly stemmed from Muhammad's domineering attitude and being on the bottom, which felt too humiliating for him to admit that he actually enjoyed it. You have no choice, and I already told you, cooperating will make it more bearable for you, Muhammad reminded him in a deep voice. Ellie immediately became unhappy again. If I refuse, are you planning to force me every time? Muhammad said nothing, his expression hidden in the deepening twilight. He touched Ellie again unexpectedly, making Ellie gasp, let go. Then he heard the mockery in Muhammad's hoarse voice, your refusal hardly counts as much more than mutual consent with some coercion. Ellie wanted to kick him again, but his legs felt weak, and so did his resolve. Beast. Chapter 27 Heart-stirring. After it was completely dark, a fierce wind howled through the mountain forest. Ellie shivered and moved closer to Muhammad. When will your people arrive? We're not going to spend the whole night here, are we? I don't know, Muhammad closed his eyes, tapping his knee repeatedly as if to prevent himself from falling asleep. This mountain forest is quite large, and it's dark now, making it hard for them to search for us. As you said, my phone might have been damaged or run out of power. Speechless, Ellie could only curse unfaithful Glover in his heart, which did nothing to help. Cold. Muhammad touched his hand, finding this pampered young master's palm icy, guessing he had indeed gone through much today. Ellie immediately withdrew his hand but didn't pull away, leaning close to this human heat source. It was more sensible not to be so stubborn. But he still complained, wouldn't you die without taking advantage of me? Muhammad mocked, is touching you once considered taking advantage? Too lazy to argue further, Ellie simply closed his eyes, trying to clear his mind. Though uncomfortable in this ghostly place, he eventually fell asleep, his body instinctively leaning toward the heat source, his head resting on Muhammad's shoulder beside him. Leaning against the rock wall, Muhammad remained still. Ellie's hair brushed his face slightly, now it wasn't clear who was taking advantage of whom. He rarely felt like laughing, but this emotion soon vanished, sinking into his eyes unnoticed. Still tapping his own knees, Muhammad's thoughts wandered. The person who saw his true self yet wasn't afraid of him, this little wild cat might be the only one. From curiosity to taste, then a subtle stirring of heart, all happened in an instant. From the moment this person left and came back, unwillingly agreeing to carry him together. There were few people he truly cared about, his mother or Ewan, but both left him, never turning back. Ellie was the only one who returned after leaving. The rescuers found them just before dawn, not only Muhammad's bodyguards but also Carson and Kirsty came. Seeing his anxious parents at the foot of the mountain, Ellie felt genuinely guilty, embarrassed enough to wish for amnesia. Carson went to greet Muhammad while Kirsty anxiously asked Ellie if he was hurt anywhere. Ellie's mind was elsewhere, his gaze often falling on Muhammad speaking with his father. Worried that this fellow would report him. Until someone helped Muhammad into the car, he suddenly looked at Ellie. Despite the distance and dim light, Ellie felt he clearly understood that look, which seemed to say, we'll settle accounts next time. Ellie silently turned away, settle accounts, then. I haven't settled with you yet either. When Carson returned, he wanted to scold Ellie, but a glare from Kirsty stopped him. Seeing the boy's exhaustion, he held back, get in the car. Kirsty worriedly asked if they should go to the hospital, but Ellie quickly replied, no need, I'm fine, just a scratch on my palm. I just want some food right now. His mother immediately said, then let's go home first. Your dad will cook noodles for you when we get there. Home by past 6 in the morning, Ellie devoured his wide bowl of noodles voraciously, causing Carson to frown watching him. Once this kid was full, Carson immediately asked, what exactly happened? Why were you and Muhammad in the mountains? Did you plot something to cause trouble for him? Ellie pouted, so he really reported to you, what a shameless guy. Carson tapped his head, don't talk nonsense. Young master, you wouldn't report to me. It was that Glover kid. When you didn't come back last night, I called Grandpa. He said you and Muhammad left together. Unable to contact Muhammad, I called his secretary and learned he went into the mountains. Later, Glover called me, telling me everything you made him do. He said the people he hired didn't find you and couldn't reach you, fearing something happened to you, so he came to me. Cursing Glover inwardly again, Ellie realized something was off. His people didn't find us. Then who was the gang carrying knives to trouble us? Those guys shouted out Muhammad's name as soon as they appeared, meaning the trouble was actually caused by Muhammad himself. Thinking this way, Ellie's face darkened. He thought he had done something wrong by staying with Muhammad all night, but it turned out he was just an innocent bystander. You still dare to say that, Carson snapped. Didn't I tell you not to provoke Muhammad? You even paid someone to trap him in a sack. What grudge do you have against him? Ellie retorted, I just can't stand him. Carson, exasperated, you. Alright, both of you just calm down. After being troubled all night, you shouldn't feel tired. Go to sleep, Kirsty mediated, giving Ellie a meaningful glance. Ellie put down his bowl and hurried back to his room. After a quick shower, he fell into bed and slept until noon. Carson didn't scold him anymore. After lunch, he directly asked Ellie to change clothes, saying he would take him to the hospital to apologize to Muhammad in person, leaving no room for refusal. Reluctantly, Ellie was eventually dragged into the car by his father. Muhammad was still in the hospital. Besides the sprained ankle, he had external injuries but might have an infection causing a slight fever and needed observation for 1 day. In the VIP ward of the private hospital, Ellie followed behind Carson like a grandson from the moment they entered. He listened as his father apologized sincerely to Muhammad, explaining that he was young and didn't know better, asking Muhammad not to hold it against him. Muhammad reclined on the sofa in his patient gown. The cuts on his face had been treated with medication, showing no signs of weakness. Compared to last night's plight in the mountains, he looked perfectly fine now. Ellie couldn't help feeling annoyed. When Carson raised his hand and gave him a light tap on the back of the head, apologized to young Master Yi. Ellie was reluctant and glanced at Muhammad, who returned the look leisurely, almost amused. So, Ellie became even more unwilling. After a moment's hesitation, he heard Muhammad speaking in a feigned manner to his father, Arjun, no need to say these things. I know Ellie was just playing around, nothing serious. Yesterday's incident had nothing to do with Ellie, instead, it was I who got him involved. The word sent chills down Ellie's spine. It wasn't clear if it was because Muhammad called him by name or the tone he used, but he was certainly good at pretending. Though what he said wasn't wrong, Ellie indeed had been implicated by him. Seeing Muhammad's attitude, Carson felt relieved. After a few more courteous words, he planned to leave, as he had engagements in the afternoon. Muhammad then suggested Ellie stay behind. I'd like to talk to Ellie alone for a bit, is that okay? Carson was hesitant. His son had caused trouble for Muhammad, who, though saying it was nothing serious, still made him uneasy. Moreover, while Muhammad was known to be involved with men, his own son was beautiful enough to attract unwanted attention. What if Muhammad had designs on his son? Of course, Ellie didn't want to stay. Glancing at his phone, he saw a new message. If you don't want me to mention your escapades outside in front of your father, stay here obediently. Ellie. Suppressing the urge to throw his phone, he told his father, it's fine, Yanni. I'll chat with young Master Yi for a bit. You go ahead. Still uneasy, Carson hesitated before finally leaving. As soon as the door closed, Ellie plopped into the single sofa his father had just vacated. What do you want now? Muhammad sat up, leaned forward, and took his hand. Caught off guard, Muhammad already turned his palms over, examining the iodine-treated palm. Are there any other injuries? Does it hurt? Muhammad asked. Ellie quickly pulled his hand away. No need for your concern. Worry about yourself. Muhammad's care made him uncomfortable. He'd rather hear harsh insults than this almost caring tone. He could argue back sarcastically, but this gentle approach left him at a loss, wanting to run away. Noticing his reaction, Muhammad smiled faintly. Seeing that expression, Ellie blurted out, you're not really harboring feelings for me, are you? Immediately regretting the words, he wished he could slap himself. Harboring feelings? Muhammad repeated, his gaze becoming profound as he leaned back on the sofa. You're quite self-centered. True, yesterday at the farm, he had asked a similar question, which Muhammad had dismissed as overthinking. Yet today, he repeated the same stupid question. But Ellie felt unsettled, this bastard's attitude was too strange, making him overthink. Instead, Muhammad asked, has anyone ever pursued you? Why do you care, replied Ellie. Just chatting, Muhammad explained. Let's say I'm curious. Ellie frowned. There had been many suitors, male and female, thanks to his good looks. But females didn't interest him, and males were either unattractive or had ulterior motives. None appealed to him. What did you see in someone like Ewan? Mohammed changed the subject again. Ellie said unhappily, Teacher Lin is handsome and talented. What's wrong with having a crush on him? Should I have liked you instead, you pervert? Thinking of Ewan made him recall the trouble caused by this bastard in front of him, leaving him too embarrassed to pursue Ewan again. Just thinking about it made him furious. It's quite amusing for young Master Yi to ask such a question. According to Teacher Lin, you two were already involved before, right? You've never had feelings for him? Mohammed raised an eyebrow. What did he tell you? With a sour tone, Ellie said, he said you two knew each other long ago. Back then, he didn't cherish what you had, leading to your separation. Now if there's a chance to make amends, he wants to start over with you. The words almost made him feel nauseous. Why was he even telling Yixing this? Was he helping them reconcile? Yet, Mohammed remained unperturbed. That's just his one-sided wish. Ellie glared at him. When you forced me, wasn't that also one-sided? Forget it, why was he wasting time talking nonsense with this bastard? Ellie stood up, intending to leave, but accidentally tripped over the coffee table leg, stumbling forward and directly falling onto Mohammed's side, who took the opportunity to hold him down. Let go. Ellie immediately tried to push him away. Mohammed slowly released his hand, and when Ellie was about to get up, he suddenly asked, how about my proposal from yesterday? It took Ellie a moment to realize what Mohammed meant, the suggestion to continue their casual relationship. His face instantly turned red. Don't you have any shame? Mohammed's gaze lingered on his face as he reminded him in a low voice, playing hard to get gets old fast. Damn it. Ellie kicked straight at Mohammed's injured ankle. Get lost. Chapter 28 The Battlefield of Love. Ellie didn't stay long at the hospital and seized an opportunity to leave quickly. Being with Mohammed? He might as well shoot Mohammed first. They met again half a month later, on the occasion of Alfredo's 70th birthday, which was celebrated with a grand banquet at Qingping Garden. Alfredo had always kept a low profile over the years, rarely appearing in public. This birthday banquet was the first he had ever hosted. He specifically asked Ellie to arrive early, saying he wanted to introduce him publicly as his godson. Ellie was shocked. Are you really going to let everyone know about our relationship? Alfredo chuckled. When have I ever hidden it? You and your father were always worried about bothering me and refused to disclose our relationship. Now that you've started working for the company, I want to help pave the way for you. So this grand birthday celebration was actually for his sake. Ellie sniffed, feeling a bit touched. However, this sentiment didn't last long. As the banquet began, he found himself busy greeting guests, enduring repeated waves of surprise, admiration, and flattery. His initial touch soon turned into numbness, and ultimately impatience. But no matter how impatient he felt, he still had to maintain his composure, putting on a smile to accompany Alfredo, making toasts or receiving them. This boy was mischievous when he was young. He used to climb trees to get bird eggs and fish in the pond here. He even destroyed the flowers I took so much care to grow. I had to spank his bottom to teach him a lesson. Now that he's grown up, although he's still loud and boisterous, he is quite smart. Just after graduating from university, he started working in the company with his father and can already handle projects independently. Alfredo smiled at a group of old friends, first pointing out Ellie's shortcomings before praising him, both affirming that his godson had been raised by him from childhood and hinting at Ellie taking over Carson's business in the future, ensuring that his legacy would continue through Ellie. Ellie awkwardly smiled, wishing they could skip the embarrassing stories from his childhood. Laughter echoed around, and everyone praised Ellie accordingly. Regardless of what people thought, with this gesture from Alfredo today, who would dare call Carson a nouveau riche in Hawaii City in the future? At least he could say he had a capable son. Even Carson and his wife, who intentionally avoided the crowd, found themselves surrounded by people trying to cozy up. Mohammed also arrived, and just as he was toasting Alfredo, he heard the praise and added, Dempsey is indeed interesting. As he spoke, his eyes subtly moved down, seemingly lingering around Ellie's waist and hips, a subtle movement only Ellie noticed. Ellie rolled his eyes silently, suspecting this beast only focused on the phrase, spanking, indulging in fantasies again. Mohammed extended his glass toward him, raising his eyebrows expectantly. With countless eyes watching and Alfredo beside him, smiling brightly, Ellie reluctantly lifted his hand and clinked glasses with him. Inwardly cursing Mohammed, he wondered why this person seemed fully recovered and energetic after just half a month, not suffering from any injury like he should have. Later, Alfredo continued introducing him to other guests. Ellie glanced around and saw Ewan, whom he hadn't seen in a while. Ewan had come with his uncle. Noticing the crowd around Alfredo thinning, the uncle promptly brought Ewan over to toast. Ellie had little affection for this uncle and ignored his meaningless conversation with Alfredo, focusing instead on Ewan. Ewan looked somewhat tired, probably due to running a national art exhibition tour, which must have been exhausting. Coming to this event seemed unwilling too. Ellie discreetly observed him. Despite feeling a slight itch to see Teacher Lin, he couldn't shake off the embarrassment after what Mohammed did, unsure how Ewan now perceived him. How is the art exhibition tour going? Ellie initiated the conversation. Ewan perked up, responding, I just returned yesterday. 3 stops completed, 4 more to go. Hopefully, it will all wrap up by year-end. As he spoke, his expression faltered slightly. He had noticed Muhammad being surrounded and charming nearby. Even among the crowd, Muhammad stood out. After a moment, his gaze returned to Ellie's smiling face, feeling inexplicably blocked inside. Since that night, neither he nor Muhammad had contacted him. While Muhammad's words sounded uncertain, it was hard for him to believe that Muhammad would joke about something like that. He realized from the beginning that Muhammad had taken an interest in the young master in front of him. While Ellie kept talking, Ewan hardly paid attention. When his uncle was done chatting with Alfredo and turned back, Ewan overheard him mutter under his breath, that Carson, a lucky dog, actually got related to Alfredo. No wonder his son looks down on everyone. He frowned and stopped his uncle, Uncle, don't say that here, there are too many people around. Lynn's uncle snorted in derision, casting a glance toward Muhammad. He exhaled and smiled again, at least you're of some use. Even if we couldn't get into StarTech, Muhammad has already hinted at introducing us to a good project. You need to hold on to him tightly for more benefits to come. Ewan felt repulsed by his uncle's tone and remained silent with a stiff face. His uncle realized the inappropriate timing and finally shut up before seeking others for pleasantries. The birthday banquet continued. Ellie kept serving as Alfredo's mascot, wearing a smile until it almost froze on his face, and his hand holding the wine glass ached from constant toasts without much food. The dizziness didn't help either. I can't take it anymore, Grandpa. I need to go to the restroom, he blurted out, planning an escape. Alfredo chuckled and waved, all right, you go rest for a while. I'll call for you later. Seizing this opportunity, Ellie hurriedly put down his cup and ran off. He didn't go far but first visited the bathroom where someone was gossiping about his relationship with Alfredo and then veered into family matters. Did you hear? Muhammad's cousin was involved in a car accident and ended up paralyzed. Can you believe it? Sigh, what a shame. He used to be pretty successful working for Muhammad's father, and now he's like this. Must be bad karma for offending Muhammad. As Ellie entered, the gossipers fell silent upon seeing him and quickly left. While peeing, Ellie pondered their words. Muhammad's cousin. Wasn't he the one scared silly at Brett's wedding? Paralyzed now. Afterwards, intending to rest in a nearby lounge, Ellie pushed open the door only to find Muhammad inside. Muhammad had come to change his suit coat stained with spilled drink, catching sight of Ellie as he entered. Adjusting his cufflinks, he settled into the sofa and lit a cigarette. The driver took the soiled clothes and left, leaving them alone. Ellie hesitated, leaving would imply fear of Muhammad, staying made him feel uneasy. Muhammad exhaled smoke, calling him over, come here. Annoyed by Muhammad's gangster look, Ellie retorted, rich boy ye sure has a bad reputation, another drink spill. How much did you drink? Muhammad countered, noting Ellie's flushed cheeks from constant toasting. Feeling dizzy, Ellie slumped into a single-seater couch, closing his eyes to ignore Muhammad. Muhammad finished his cigarette, still eyeing him intently. Leave with me when the banquet ends. Eyes still closed, Ellie replied impassively, my parents are here. They're busy talking. Your mom said she'll shop abroad with her friend after this, and your dad will be on a business trip soon. Caught off guard, Ellie's lips twitched. Indeed, his parents were set to leave post-banquet. Turning his head, Ellie opened his eyes and stayed silent. Maybe due to the drinks, he found Muhammad's proposal tempting, old habits die hard. But Muhammad's annoying smirk irked him. If he had to leave with him, he'd beat him up first. With this thought, Ellie loosened his tie, swore, I'll pummel you, old pervert, and lunged forward. Inadvertently falling onto Muhammad's lap, both hands grabbing Muhammad's shirt collar, Ellie tried punching him but was swiftly restrained. Ouch, Ellie winced, frowning. Without changing position, Muhammad leaned back against the sofa, eyeing him, want to fight again? Pfft, my hands hurt, Ellie mumbled. His wrists were sore from lifting glasses all day and then tightened painfully by Muhammad. Muhammad glanced and gently massaged the inside of his wrist. Sensitive to the touch, Ellie almost couldn't bear it, forgetting to struggle. Their proximity was such that their breaths and the warmth of their exhalations intertwined, especially with Ellie straddling Muhammad. Feeling what was pressing against him, he muttered a curse, pervert. Muhammad didn't let him go, continuing to rub his wrist while his other hand slipped under Ellie's suit, rubbing his waist through the shirt. A few minutes later, the lounge door was pushed open again. Ewan stopped at the door, stunned by the sight of the two men entwined on the sofa. Muhammad suddenly looked up at him, his gaze cold and sharp as ice. Seemingly sensing something, Ellie turned around dazedly. Upon seeing Ewan, his drunken haze cleared instantly, and he instinctively pulled back, falling off Muhammad's lap onto the carpet in a disheveled heap. Ewan turned and strode away. Chapter 29 The Kiss. Ellie froze for 2 seconds before getting up from the ground. Muhammad remained calm and composed, leaning against the sofa. Ellie turned around and glared at him, did you do that on purpose? Why didn't you make a sound when someone was coming? Muhammad reminded him in a deep voice, it was you who sat on me first. Feeling furious, Ellie retorted, you could have warned me, right? Is it so honorable to be caught red-handed by others? He grumbled curses for a while, finding this beast even more unbearable. Just then, someone sent by Alfredo came looking for him, so he walked away without turning back. In the latter half of the birthday banquet, Ellie became increasingly absent-minded until it ended. His mother left first to catch her flight, and Carson finally chatted with Alfredo for a while before leaving in a rush, leaving Ellie behind at Chimping Garden as Alfredo had asked him to stay. After sending Carson off in his car, he turned to see Ewan approaching, who called him to stop. "Dempsey, can I talk to you for a moment?" Rarely embarrassed, Ellie nodded awkwardly, "Sure." Ewan looked at Ellie with a complicated expression. He had initially intended to have a private chat with Muhammad but followed him out after seeing him leave the banquet hall. Later, upon encountering Muhammad's driver and knowing he was changing clothes in the lounge, he went there, only to find Dempsey sitting on Muhammad's lap, kissing passionately. If he could still convince himself that what Muhammad said on the phone last time might just be a joke, what he saw today left no room for self-deception. After a moment of silence, Ewan got straight to the point and asked, "What's going on between you and Xingzhou? Is it really like what I saw?" Ellie felt wronged inwardly, knowing Ewan must have misunderstood his relationship with Muhammad, the damn scoundrel, while he was actually forced into it. No. Was it actually Xingzhou that Dempsey was pursuing instead of me? Ewan took Ellie's embarrassment as an admission, giving a bitter smile. "Was he your target all along?" My face turned green. How could that be? How could I possibly like him? You can slander my character, but not my taste. Pursuing Muhammad? Impossible. Is it not? Ewan's voice rose slightly, as if triggered by Ellie's words. Is Dempsey still saying such things now? If you didn't like him, what were you doing in the lounge earlier? And wasn't it you who sat on him? And that night when I called him, he said you two slept together. Isn't that true? You've been bad-mouthing him in front of me. Don't you want me to give up on him? You knew I've cherished him for over a decade. Why would you use such tactics against me? If you want to pursue him, why don't you do it openly? What's the point of these tricks? Now that you've achieved your goal, you're telling me it's impossible for you to like him. Are you showing off? Stunned speechless, Ellie was thoroughly bewildered by Ewan's accusation. Wanting to rebut but facing Ewan who seemed so hurt and angry, he opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Until someone called him from behind, "Ellie." Turning around, it was Muhammad. Ewan also looked up simultaneously. Muhammad motioned to Ellie, "Let's go." Ellie seemed still dazed, only wanting to escape this awkward situation. When Muhammad called him, he instinctively followed. Ewan looked disheartened, his eyes filled with disappointment. Reluctantly, he called out, "Xingzhou." Muhammad's gaze fell upon him, coldly stating, "I pursued him." Ellie froze, and Ewan seemed unable to accept his words, intending to question further. However, Muhammad stopped explaining, motioning again to Ellie, "Come with me." Pushed into the car, Ellie snapped back to reality only after the car drove off. "What nonsense did you spout again?" Reclining in his seat, Muhammad calmly replied, "If I hadn't said that, wouldn't you still want him to keep questioning and entangling you? Ellie, couldn't you just explain to him that we're not what he thinks? What should we be then?" Muhammad's gaze shifted to him, his eyes filled with mockery. "That you slept with me is a fact." Wishing he could punch him right there, Ellie exclaimed, "You coerced me." Muhammad pressed down his hand. "Do you care so much about how he views you? Still planning to pursue him?" Ellie choked on his reply. Given the circumstances, how could he still pursue him? Now, in Ewan's eyes, he must look like a scheming woman trying to snatch his man away, a cunning, green tea bitch. Even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't clear his name. But if he were to think anything, Ellie mostly felt wronged. Feeling heartbroken? Impossible. It was lust at first sight, and he couldn't be more than 3/10 sincere, those 3/10 because he was decent, unlike Muhammad, this beast who would force whoever he fancied. Not pursuing him anymore, then so be it, he wasn't someone who needed anyone desperately. But facing Muhammad, the root cause of his trouble, staying calm was equally impossible. "Speak." Muhammad pinched his wrist hard. Ellie winced and hissed in pain, "What's it to you?" "I want to get out of the car." He kicked at Muhammad. "Stop the car. I promised Alfredo I would stay at Chimping Garden." Muhammad's hand slid down, and before Ellie could react, he quickly took out the phone from his pocket and handed it to him. "Call Alfredo. Make up an excuse and tell him you're leaving." "Ellie. How can you have the nerve? Make the call." Muhammad's tone was not open for negotiation. Ellie glanced out the window. The car had already driven quite a distance from Chimping Garden. Once on this bandit ship, it was clear that Muhammad wouldn't let him off. He couldn't jump out of the car either, so there was no point wasting energy. He called Alfredo, making an excuse about going out drinking with friends. Alfredo scolded him a bit but promised not to report him to his parents, letting him off the hook. After hanging up, Ellie leaned back into the seat, turning his body away from Muhammad, firmly ignoring him. By the time they arrived at Muhammad's house, it was past 9 o'clock. Entering the door, Muhammad raised an eyebrow at Ellie. "Want to take a shower first?" Ellie silently turned his eyes away, hating himself for coming back with this beast because he must have lost his mind. Muhammad patiently waited for him to make a decision. Ellie reached out his hand, "Give me a cigarette." Staring at him for 2 seconds, Muhammad handed over the cigarette and lit it for him. Ellie glanced at him, put the cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and began puffing contentedly. Muhammad watched as the smoke blurred his face slightly behind the clouds. Those sparkling almond eyes were hidden by the smoke, incredibly alluring. Just like that night at the charity wine party, these eyes didn't seem to be looking at him, yet he still fell for them. Watching Muhammad start to undress, Ellie's gaze paused, stopping any words he was about to say. First came the coat, then the suit jacket. This man's gray shirt was complemented by a Y-shaped suspenders clip, highlighting his broad shoulders and narrow waist, creating a perfect inverted triangle with an excellent figure. With his back turned, Muhammad leisurely removed his glasses, unfastened his bow tie, took off his watch, and then his cufflinks. Ellie felt like this beast was slowly shedding his disguise, instinctively wanting to flee. When Muhammad turned around, their gazes met unexpectedly. Ellie felt flustered under his intense stare, his fingers trembling while holding the cigarette. Not wanting to admit his weakness, he bluffed, "What are you looking at? Don't be perverted." Muhammad stepped forward, and Ellie involuntarily took a step back, already pressed against the liquor cabinet behind him. Muhammad took the cigarette from his hand, drew one last puff, then blew the smoke onto Ellie's face, stubbing it out in the ashtray nearby. Ellie turned away in disgust. Muhammad's hand slid to his exposed neck, caressing it lovingly. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Ellie disliked being completely controlled by Muhammad. He glared back, pulled the suspenders in front of Muhammad, and snapped them hard, whispering, "Less flirting." Muhammad stared into his eyes and chuckled, "Paper tiger." Leaning down again, he bit directly where he had just touched. Caught off guard, Ellie groaned softly, lifting his hand to pull fiercely on Muhammad's hair. What followed happened naturally. As they tumbled onto the sofa, their clothes were disheveled, and Ellie couldn't hold back, raising his leg to unconsciously rub against Muhammad's waist, still cursing, "You damned dog, stop biting me. It hurts like hell." But it was useless. The more he cursed, the deeper the marks Muhammad left on his body. Angry, Ellie started scratching and biting him too. Muhammad's breathing became increasingly heavy. When he peeled off Ellie's pants, he slapped his buttocks hard. The sound echoed sharply. Ellie widened his eyes in shock, staring incredulously at the man pressing him down. "Are you crazy? Who allowed you to hit my ass? Get off me." It was absurd. Since the age of 10, even his parents hadn't hit his bottom anymore. Why should Muhammad, the bastard, be allowed to do so? Especially after stripping him. Yet, Muhammad had been wanting to do this since the birthday banquet. His hand rubbed the soft buttocks again and leaned close to whisper in his ear, "Pretty soft." Ellie gritted his teeth, eyes red with anger, "Beast." But soon he couldn't even swear properly, lost in the physical sensations. Afterward, Ellie didn't have the strength to stand up. Lying on the sofa, he moaned and complained about the pain Muhammad had caused, as if the one who screamed happily just now wasn't him. Sitting next to him, Muhammad wore a crumpled shirt and lit another cigarette, looking down at him. Ellie stopped complaining. "What?" Muhammad's gaze slowly wandered across his face, finally fixating on those slightly parted red lips that often spouted unpleasant words. They had been to bed 3 times, doing everything except for kissing. Muhammad's fingers holding the cigarette paused, his slightly deepened pupils reflecting Ellie's figure as he bent down. Ellie instinctively sensed something was wrong. "You." Muhammad's lips covered his, kissing him. Chapter 30 Unfulfilled Desire. The smell of tobacco surged into his nose, and then Muhammad's soft and slippery tongue pressed into his mouth. When their tongues intertwined, Ellie's brain buzzed as if it was about to explode. Let. He struggled violently, kicking and hitting the man on top of him, but it was useless. Muhammad's legs forcefully pinned his knees, one hand caught both of his wrists, pressing them above his head, while the other hand gripped his chin, forcing his mouth open, facilitating Muhammad's rampage inside his mouth. Overwhelmed by Muhammad's dominant presence, Ellie could not escape. The man ruthlessly claimed his lips and forced him to swallow the tastes that belonged to Muhammad. The intrusive tongue forcefully stirred through his oral cavity from the palate all the way down to the root of his tongue, not missing any sensitive areas. Ellie was left breathless and dazed by such fierce and brutal kissing. He struggled and resisted, continuously making muffled sounds, but in vain. His eyes reddened only to provoke the man further. The slick sounds of the kiss, the collision of lips and tongues, and heavy breathing interwove. The kiss lasted a long time until Ellie's breathing became increasingly labored, almost out of breath, at which point Muhammad finally stopped, withdrawing shakily from his mouth but did not move away. He lowered his eyes to stare at the ravaged, red, and swollen lips of Ellie for a moment. Still dazed, Ellie gasped for breath deeply, his chest gradually filling with oxygen before he slowly regained his senses. Thus, he missed the complicated and dark look in Muhammad's eyes when they were lowered. The first thing he did upon regaining consciousness was punch Muhammad in the face. The punch grazed Muhammad's cheek, which he dodged. Muhammad sat up, stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, and rubbed Ellie's waist. Just as the furious young man glared at him, he restrained him, saying, "It's already done, do you still feel angry? Isn't that funny?" Ellie made two spitting sounds, his face flushed, including his eyes, indignant and resentful. Who the hell agreed to kiss you? You took advantage of me intentionally. Mohammed wiped off the moisture at the corner of his mouth caused by the kiss, his voice slightly hoarse. So what if we kissed? Ellie cursed, are you a freak or something? Mohammed replied, is a kiss considered being a freak? What did you do with me just now, then? Ellie choked. They had done more than just kissing, a kiss was nothing much, logically speaking. But he felt awkward. They were just fuck buddies, why should there be a kiss, so sticky and disgustingly? Do you not have OCD? Kissing someone isn't dirty anymore. Mohammed said coldly, it's enough that I don't find you dirty. I haven't found you dirty yet, and you dare to despise me. Ellie was almost mad. The bastard who kissed him impulsively was now calmly talking like kissing him was a favor. When he got angry, he began to lose his head and act foolishly. He got up from the sofa, pushed Mohammed back into it, then straddled him, pulling Mohammed's hair and kissed him. Calling it a kiss might be a misnomer, it was more like fighting in this way. Ellie's method of kissing was purely venting aggression, deliberately biting Mohammed's lips and tongue, holding on tightly and fiercely. Mohammed was not annoyed either. Leaning against the backrest, he placed a hand on Ellie's lower back, gently patting him like petting a cat. This kid was naked, kneeling and riding him like this without realizing the danger. Tasting the bloodiness in his mouth, Ellie frowned, pulled away, spat again, and facing Mohammed's gaze, panted softly, what are you staring at? Mohammed slowly licked his tongue. Both his lips and tongue were bitten by the little wildcat. It hurt, but he did not care at all. Seeing this somewhat dissolute and indifferent demeanor of Mohammed, Ellie was particularly displeased. Next time, don't kiss me randomly. Mohammed asked, can I kiss you if it's not random? Ellie replied, you still say you're not secretly infatuated with me. If you weren't, why would you kiss me? Are you sick or something? You kissed me too, Mohammed reminded him. Ellie scowled deeply, do you have any shame? Who initiated it first? Tell me the truth, do you secretly like me or not? Mohammed remained silent, his palm still rubbing Ellie's lower back slowly. Feeling uneasy under his stare, Ellie subconsciously changed his words, forget it, never mind. Kissing is also a way to enhance physiological desire and trigger hormones, Mohammed's finger scraped over his sensitive waist. You're overthinking. Ellie wanted to avoid the beast's hand, but since he had come onto him himself, it was as if he was throwing himself at him. Mocked by Mohammed's few casual words, Ellie's face couldn't help but show some embarrassment and anger. You better not. Mohammed lifted one of his legs onto his waist. Since you still have the energy to overthink, let's do it again. Ellie, you. Fuck. The remaining words turned into a heavy pant. It was well past midnight when everything finally ended. Ellie rushed into the shower and felt his stomach rumbling afterward. He came out and tilted his chin at Mohammed. I want to eat something. Mohammed, who was smoking, glanced at him. The chef has gone home. Make it yourself, or order takeout. Anyway, this is your house, find a way, Ellie said confidently, giving orders. Mohammed flicked the ash from his cigarette, seeming to smile slightly, then turned into the kitchen. Ellie followed. Mohammed opened the fridge to get ingredients while holding a cigarette in his mouth. Ellie reached over and snatched it, putting it in his own mouth for a couple of puffs before deliberately blowing smoke at Mohammed when he turned around. Mohammed remained unperturbed, watching him. Fun. Ellie pursed his lips and threw the cigarette away after stubbing it out. So smelly, I don't know why you enjoy smoking every day. He seemed to forget that earlier, when he was nervous, he had asked for a cigarette to cover up his tension. Ignoring him, Mohammed simply made 2 bowls of pasta. Despite grumbling, Ellie sat down at the dining table. He hadn't eaten much at the birthday banquet and was indeed very hungry after such intense exertion. While eating, he wasn't being honest either. His foot under the table occasionally kicked Mohammed to retaliate for how harshly he had treated him earlier. When Ellie lifted his leg again, Mohammed's hand reached over and pressed on his calf, squeezing it neither too lightly nor too heavily. He released the pressure slowly only after hearing Ellie's intake of breath and seeing him glare. He calmly said, do you know what your behavior now is called? Ellie. Mohammed, unfulfilled desire, intentionally provoking. The amusement in his eyes was obvious. Ellie kicked him hard with one foot and pulled back his leg. If they did it again, his ass would really be bruised, unfulfilled desire my ass. Having finished most of the noodles, Ellie was almost full. He started making conversation, recalling the gossip he had heard at the banquet. I heard your cousin uncle was paralyzed in a car accident. Is that true? Mohammed, who was casually twirling the pasta, raised his eyes, his gaze deepening. Curious. Caught by this look, Ellie felt a sudden unease in his heart. Didn't you disable him? Mohammed showed a dismissive expression. Realizing this was an admission, Ellie widened his eyes. You really did it? He quickly connected the dots. Was that group of people your cousin uncle hired that day? Mohammed didn't want to say more. You know now. Ellie sighed knowingly. So it was all because of your own mess that caused trouble. It has nothing to do with me, yet I was dragged into it. Aren't you ashamed? Mohammed, you brought it upon yourself. Ellie huffed in annoyance. The bastard always used this line to block him. But come to think of it, this person hadn't skimped. Just having his leg crippled for a few days resulted in his cousin uncle being truly half paralyzed. What that cousin uncle did and what he originally intended to do, seemed pretty similar. Thinking about this, Ellie's eyes wandered, finally feeling guilty. Mohammed saw through him instantly. Afraid? Ellie finished the last bit of noodles in the bowl, put down the chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, "Full, I'm going home." Just as he stood up, Mohammed grabbed him back down with a tug. Really scared? Ellie scoffed, pulling his hand back. I'm not afraid of you. Earlier, he was indeed a bit scared, but just for a few minutes. Thinking about it, since Mohammed hadn't left him paralyzed, what else was there to fear? I want to go home. Either drive me or lend me your car, I'll return it in a couple of days. I don't want your car, can't explain it to my dad. Seeing Mohammed staring at him silently, Ellie felt uncomfortable again, smiling awkwardly. It's so late, Brother Yi, please let me go. Brother Yi again. Mohammed's eyes sparkled with interest. Your sweetness when you're guilty is quite impressive. Ellie inwardly thought this was flexibility. Aren't you annoying? Are you letting me go or not? When did I ever say you could leave? Mohammed reminded him. What you did isn't much different from what my cousin uncle did to me. Ellie's face changed. You already told my dad you'd let it go, are you changing your mind? Mohammed, would you believe a psychopath? Ellie wished he could fight him again. Taking a deep breath, he asked, then what exactly do you want? Mohammed's hand stretched out, hooking his waist and pulling him close. Unprepared, Ellie fell into Mohammed's lap, encircled by his arms around his waist. Get off, I won't do it anymore. Ellie frowned, pushing him. Mohammed held his hands. And if I insist? You're the insatiable beast, Ellie cursed, trying to bargain with Mohammed. We can do it, but you have to promise that the incident with the sack over my head is off the record and never mentioned again. Mohammed, aren't you afraid I won't keep my word? Ellie gripped his phone. I'll record this right now. But for a psychopath like him, a recording would be useless. Mohammed didn't voice this thought. Pinching a sensitive spot on Ellie's waist made him groan. The phone fell to the ground, and he soon had no attention left for it. Chapter 31 Flirting and Scolding. After spending the whole night at Mohammed's place, Ellie immediately bolted as soon as he opened his eyes the next morning. If he got tricked again, he'd be a fool. For the next 2 days, even though Carson and Kirsty were not at home, Ellie stayed in instead of going out to cause trouble. He still went to the company as usual, albeit just loafing around. He ignored all messages from Mohammed, he didn't want to see this person until his behind was fully recovered. On the third evening, Glover called him to go drinking at a nightclub, apologizing for the botched affair last time. No thanks. Ellie was in no mood for this young man. Come on, Mr. Chi, I have someone new for you, Glover tempted, she's lively and pure, guaranteed to be no worse than Teacher Lin. You don't have to hang on that one tree, do you? Ellie wanted to say he had lost interest in Yuan, but changed his words at the last moment, really? Don't joke with me. Glover replied, whether it's real or not, come and see for yourself. Thus, Ellie changed his mind and left home in his car. Arriving at 10:30 p.m., Glover and his group were drinking and playing cards in the bar. Seeing Ellie enter, they greeted him warmly. Ellie sat on the sofa, amidst their chattering about his lack of brotherhood. What's it got to do with you? Anyway, you're all loafers waiting to die. Does your family really count on you? He retorted. Enough talk, where is she? Glover chuckled and pointed toward the bar counter, there, mixing drinks. Ellie casually glanced over. A young man of about 25 or so stood there in bartender attire, his curly long hair tied back, smiling, looking quite distinguished under the light. His skillful movements while mixing drinks were impressive, indeed somewhat interesting. Lazily leaning his legs crossed, he watched for a moment. Glover leaned in, laughing, how does he look? Didn't I tell you the truth? I've observed him for days and tried him twice. He's discerning, not greasy, has a slender waist and long legs, just your type, no worse than that Teacher Lin, right? Glancing sideways, Ellie asked, tried? How did you try? Aren't you usually interested in those with at least a D cup? Glover pleaded, please stop teasing me, Mr. Chi. I only exchanged a few words with him. I swear, he's pure. Ellie was somewhat absent-minded, not very excited, but bored nonetheless. Staring at the bartender for a while, he tapped his knee, saying, I'll give him a shot. Amidst the wolf whistles and cheers from his companions, he walked over to the bar. Casually sitting on a high stool, the bartender turned and asked with a smile what he would like to drink. Looking closely, Ellie thought this face wasn't bad either, indeed comparable to Yuan. But inexplicably, his mind conjured up Mohammed's cold yet handsome features, especially when that brute took off his glasses, exuding an effortless charm. No one else he'd seen could match it. By comparison, this face seemed rather bland. Raising his chin proudly, Ellie ordered, mix me something good. The bartender let him wait as he picked the ingredients from the shelves. Once again glancing at his waistline, Ellie noticed it was indeed slim, almost girlishly so. The figure was too slender and lacked substance, probably not much flesh. And his legs weren't as long as a certain brute's, stirring no desire whatsoever. He closed his eyes, annoyed. A new text message arrived on his phone, come over tonight. F***K off. Typing these 4 characters, Ellie paused before deleting them one by one, replacing them with, no, I plan to meet someone else tonight. Go wherever you like. Touch yourself then. Half a minute later, another message came through, send me your location. Ellie responded with a single word, piss off, accompanied by a rolling eye emoji. The young bartender placed the well-prepared drink in front of Ellie. An ice blue liquid gradually turning into a pale green, the layers were striking and beautiful. Explaining how he made the drink, Ellie's attention drifted. Just as he was about to lift the glass, the bartender suddenly said, I've been working here for not long, and today seems to be the first time I've met you, Mr. Chi. Snapping back, Ellie raised an eyebrow, you know me. The bartender lightly pursed his lips, kind of. Hesitating, the bartender handed him a small transparent sealed bag containing 2 white pills. What's this? Ellie asked. The bartender lowered his voice and told him that this was a kind of soft drug, and someone had paid him to put it in Ellie's drink. Ellie's face darkened instantly. Although he liked to play around, he never touched such things, and neither did Glover and the others dare to. Upon hearing the bartender mention Yi Lao Si's name, he gave a cold snort, glanced around, and then took out his phone to send Muhammad another message. Are you still up for helping me teach that bastard Pierce a lesson? The reply came, it depends on your performance. Ellie quickly sent back his location. As he got up, his gaze paused, and he asked the bartender again, since you took the money, why did you change your mind at the last minute and sell out that bastard? The other party smiled, I hope Dempsey will come more often in the future. Ellie thought to himself that Glover was indeed a fool, unable to distinguish between true purity and pretended purity. Maybe it was because Glover visited the bartender frequently, which let that bastard Pierce see an opportunity. Trying to seduce me? Your tricks are too weak. The smile on the bartender's lips froze, and Ellie sneered, sorry, I've changed my taste recently. Although Muhammad was indeed a beast, given his good looks and well-endowed body, Ellie reluctantly accepted him. 20 minutes later, Ellie led Glover and 6 or 7 rich boys, along with a dozen hired thugs, up to the floor. Pierce was in a private room upstairs, drinking and doing drugs. He didn't even react and Ellie kicked the door open, staggering to his feet as if about to curse. Just as he opened his mouth, Ellie kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him sprawling into the sofa with a pig-like scream. Muhammad drove over alone, arriving past midnight. In fact, even without the location, he knew they were here. The nightclub belonged to a friend who had informed him the moment Ellie walked in. Outside the nightclub, the street was chaotic, with at least 20 or 30 people gathered in a brawl. Muhammad watched from a distance for a while before turning the car around and parking on the opposite side of the street. He shut off the engine, rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and leisurely watched Ellie beating people through the rearview mirror, not intending to get involved. It wasn't really a fight but a one-sided beating by Ellie's group. The nightclub manager couldn't afford to offend either side and feared the place would be trashed, so he asked them to take it outside. It didn't matter to Ellie where he beat Pierce, he just wanted to pound him into the ground. Pierce lay pinned on the ground, already bruised and swollen. Ellie repeatedly smacked his face with an empty bottle. You haven't learned your lesson from last time, huh? You have a bone to pick. Pierce wailed, and just as Ellie was about to hit him again, Glover spotted a sports car parked nearby and warned, Dempsey, it seems someone is coming. Ellie turned back, squinted at the car for a moment, then humphed, tossing the bottle to Glover and walking over. He pulled open the driver's side door, leaned over with one arm on the frame, and looked at Muhammad smoking inside. Rich boy, ye sure took your sweet time. Now that you're here, you don't even get out. Just watching the show. Waiting for me to finish and the vegetables go cold. Muhammad looked at him, smoke billowing around eyes that clearly enjoyed the spectacle. Feeling displeased, Ellie muttered, you might as well stay away, bastard. Muhammad reached out, hooked his waist, and pulled him into his lap. Ellie fell sideways into his arms, legs still dangling outside the car, a bit awkward, but too lazy to move. He snatched Muhammad's cigarette, took a drag, and stubbed it out in the ashtray. Get lost, I'm not done with your good brother yet. I said I'd handle him without you lifting a finger. Muhammad squeezed his wrist, beating people feels good. Ellie frowned, take it easy, it hurts. Muhammad glanced over, Ellie's wrist was indeed a little red, probably from twisting while hitting someone. After squeezing once more, he eased up and started massaging it for the kid. Ellie grunted a couple of times, feeling some relief, and stopped resisting. What did he do to upset you today? Muhammad asked. Ellie gave him a sidelong glance, why don't you ask him yourself what good deed he did? Muhammad pinched him again, heard Ellie's sharp intake of breath, and said before he could curse, I'll help you deal with him thoroughly. Ellie raised an eyebrow, surprised by Muhammad's words. Fine, he wouldn't ask anymore, he wanted to see how Muhammad planned to thoroughly solve this problem. After being massaged for a while, Ellie's thoughts started to wander. His gaze landed on Muhammad's face, staring at him for a few seconds, and confirmed once more that this bastard was truly handsome, much better looking than the bartender. It was indeed pleasurable to be with Muhammad. Even though some of his actions made him grit his teeth in hatred, he reluctantly accepted this, fuck buddy, relationship. Food, sex, and human nature, after all, he was just an ordinary person. Muhammad, what are you looking at? Ellie's finger hooked onto the frame of his glasses. You don't really have myopia, right? Is it amusing to wear glasses and pretend all day? What's the point of using glasses to hide the fact that you're outwardly decent but inwardly corrupt? An old lecher is still an old lecher, who are you trying to fool? Muhammad caught his hand, skillfully slipping his palm under Ellie's clothes. Ellie gasped, get lost, stop getting worked up here. Outside the car, Glover's wine bottle fell to the ground, dumbfounded. Hearing the sound, Ellie shoved Muhammad and crawled out of the car. What are you doing? So jumpy. Glover was about to speak when he met Muhammad's cold stare and felt his legs turn weak. Nothing, you continue, I'll leave first. Having said that, the boy turned and left, hastening his steps as if he wished to gouge out his own eyes for witnessing such a scene. He had come over out of concern that something might have happened to Ellie, only to find the young master sitting on a man's lap and flirting loudly with him, the same man he vowed to make pay. What a mess. Thinking about how he introduced people to Ellie tonight, Glover broke out in a cold sweat, regretting it 1,000 times. He mustn't let Muhammad find out. Ellie could easily guess how Glover saw him now. Speechless, he turned and glared at Muhammad. Muhammad gestured to him, get in the car, let's go. Ellie, not to your place. After being kept up all night by that beast last time, he'd rather die than go back there. Muhammad didn't care, then to your place. Ellie. How can you even say that? Have any shame? Chapter 32 A long lesson. Interrupted by Muhammad, Ellie lost interest in lecturing anyone further. Just as he was about to leave, the bartender he had flirted with earlier in the bar approached him again. Mr. Chi, could I have your contact information? The bartender smiled at him, unwilling to give up. After selling out Pierce and still not getting any favor from Ellie, it didn't seem worth it. But before Ellie could respond, Muhammad signaled him again from inside the car, get in. Ellie pointed at the bartender and said deliberately, I already made plans with him. You should respect first come, first served, Mr. Yi. Only then did the bartender notice someone in the car, hesitating when Muhammad glanced at him, his gaze cold and indifferent, treating the bartender like an insignificant object. That one look made the bartender shiver. The smile on the bartender's face froze, a sense of regret creeping in. Before Ellie could say anything else, the bartender muttered an apology and turned to run away. Why do they all react like this? Muhammad smirked, looking at Ellie, you've been stood up. The mockery in his eyes was obvious, leaving no room for Ellie to pretend not to see it. Must you revel in my misery? Muhammad commented, your taste is getting worse. Ellie mumbled, worst thing is lying next to you, and pouted as he walked around to the passenger seat and got into the car. Once he slammed the door shut, Muhammad pressed down on the gas pedal and drove off. Furrowing his brows, Ellie belatedly wondered why he'd gotten into this brute's car when he came here by himself and hadn't even drunk alcohol. Forget it. A WeChat message from Ellsworth Ming arrived, you just left. What about that bastard Pierce? Leaning back in his seat, Ellie casually replied, deal with him as you see fit. He's been punished enough, it's not like you'll kill him. Ellsworth Ming, alright then. If you and Mr. Yi are dating, there's no need to drag us into. Next time you two have a marital spat, please don't involve the innocent, grinning. Ellie, screw off. Stopped at a traffic light, Ellie was messaging angry emojis at Ellsworth Ming when a hand snatched his phone away. You. Muhammad calmly scrolled through their chat history, giving Ellie a meaningful look. Marital spat. Blushing, not out of embarrassment but anger, Ellie snapped, don't take what he says seriously. He talks nonsense. Curb your outings with him. If you hadn't come here tonight, you wouldn't have nearly been manipulated by Pierce again. Muhammad coolly reminded him. Curious, Ellie asked, how did you know Pierce tried to manipulate me? The bar belongs to a friend of mine. Aren't you a regular there? Try going less often. You can't control where I go, Ellie grumbled, unhappy with his comments. People were doing drugs in your friend's place. Your friend should really think about how he runs his business. Muhammad replied, no need for you to worry. Just stay away from that stuff yourself. Inside, Ellie thought who was involved with that stuff anyway, clearly, it was your no-good friend's doing. As he spoke, Muhammad unlocked his own phone and quickly scanned Ellie's WeChat QR code. By the time Ellie reacted and snatched his phone back, the friend request had already been accepted. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he saw Muhammad had changed the background image for their chat. He blurted out, are you ing insane? Using that kind of photo as the background? This despicable man had changed it to the photo taken last time in the hotel, the one of him bending down to pull on his pants, completely shameful. Muhammad brushed aside Ellie's hand trying to grab his phone. No one else will see it. Grinding his teeth, Ellie threatened, if anyone sees it, I'll make sure you're dead. Mohammed's eyes lingered on the phone screen, where the photo showed Ellie half-naked, ambiguous red marks visible on his back, his head lowered slightly with damp hair sticking to his neck, perfectly defined shoulder lines, and the inviting curve of his waist leading down to well-shaped buttocks, barely covered by the rising fabric of his trousers. The traffic light turned green, and he dimmed his phone screen, pressing the gas pedal again. Ellie leaned back into the seat, closing his eyes, refusing to acknowledge him. By the time the car stopped, Ellie was almost asleep. Drowsily opening his eyes, he realized Mohammed had driven him home. About to unbuckle his seatbelt and get out, he was stopped by Mohammed's hand. "Tell the guard to let my car in." "Ellie, I can get out here." "Mohammed, I'm coming up with you." Stunned for 3 seconds, Ellie realized he was serious. After choking for a moment, he swallowed his curse. "You want to come up to my place now?" "Mohammed, you didn't object just now." He didn't agree, did he? Ellie was about to lose it at this beast's shamelessness. "Do you have any sense of shame? This is my home, my parents' home. They are inside. Does anyone hook up under their parents' noses? Yesterday I had someone contact your father's secretary to arrange business talks. They said your father won't be back until the day after tomorrow. As for your mother, does she need 3 days to shop in Europe?" Mohammed calmly revealed his findings. "If you don't want to stay here, then come to my place." "Ellie, no way." "Mohammed, then let's go upstairs." Ellie endured and said, "Can we go to a hotel instead?" "Too dirty." Mohammed furrowed his brow. "You think it's dirty?" Ellie was almost laughing out of frustration. "Why didn't you think it was dirty when you first did me on the carpet in a hotel room?" Mohammed slowly tapped the steering wheel with his fingers. "If you don't want to, we can do it here." "I don't mind." "I would mind." Doing him in the car left him sore for days. "No second time, please." Ellie expressionlessly replied, "No can do." Though he said that, he still led him upstairs in the end. In the elevator, Mohammed stood leisurely behind him and suddenly suggested, "If it's inconvenient, move out and live with me." "Ellie, not in a million years." Moving out to cohabit with a man would mean either his father would skin him or Mohammed alive. Then he heard Mohammed's low laughter by his ear, fleeting as it was. "For a family treasure, you sure dare to fool around. Bold move." Ellie raised his elbow and gave him a jab. Entering the house, Ellie went to the dining area for water, leaving Mohammed to make himself at home. Mohammed's gaze casually scanned the living room wall ahead, where a family photo of Ellie and the cheese hung. The harmony, love, and respect within this family were evident, contributing to Ellie's outgoing yet charming personality. Ellie approached. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Mohammed's gaze fell back on him, noticing his wet lips from drinking water. His eyes flickered before he pulled Ellie over and kissed him. Ellie's eyes widened in surprise. By the time he reacted, Mohammed's tongue was already stirring inside his mouth, moving from the soft tissues beneath to the sensitive palate, then tangling with his own. Unable to endure it, Ellie bit down hard. Mohammed relaxed, wiping his broken lip nonchalantly, and pushed him against the wall before kissing him more fiercely. "Are you a dog or something?" The rest of his words were muffled by Mohammed's kiss. No matter how much he bit, Mohammed didn't pull away until he was breathless and dizzy. Lips barely apart, Mohammed's breathing was also unsteady. "Still want to curse?" Ellie couldn't stand it. "You meddle too much." Mohammed grabbed his waist, and his touch made Ellie instantly lose half his strength. His glare was laced with resentment, entirely ineffective. "Where's your room?" Mohammed asked hoarsely. Ellie hesitated but knew this brute might just have his way if he didn't say anything. He unwillingly pointed, "Over there." Mohammed carried him directly. Thrown onto the bed, Ellie was still dazed as Mohammed covered his body. He kicked out reflexively. Mohammed pinned him down and expertly yanked off his pants. Smack, smack, smack. 3 consecutive slaps landed on Ellie's bottom. Ellie stared disbelievingly at Mohammed, red-eyed with anger. "What are you doing?" Mohammed gazed into his eyes warningly, his voice slightly hoarse. "Dare to hook up with others again, and I'll give you a proper lesson." "Ellie, get lost." Anger trembled in his voice. Mohammed touched under his eye, and Ellie angrily bit his forearm. Mohammed didn't pull away, letting Ellie vent. Apart from a slight frown, he showed no other reaction. When Ellie finally released his bite, Mohammed asked sternly, "Dare you try again?" "Go to hell." Ellie wished he could slap his past self for bringing this bastard upstairs. "Get out now. Even if I were to hook up with someone, I wouldn't ever come to you. Who do you think you are, telling me what to do? I can do as I please. How dare you spank me? My parents never even hit me. You." Mohammed kissed him again. Ellie struggled to push him away, only to be kissed more fiercely, suffocating once more. His mind completely broke, and tears flowed. Mohammed finally drew back, looking down at Ellie. Ellie had his eyes closed, sobbing, with tears streaming out of his eyes, clearly furious. He raised his hand to wipe Ellie's face, and his hand came away wet. Ellie continued crying, refusing to acknowledge him. "Making a fool of yourself," Mohammed murmured disapprovingly. Ellie's response was a punch to his face. Rarely did Muhammad not dodge such an attack. The punch hit him squarely in the face. Ellie opened his eyes to see a red mark on Muhammad's cheekbone, contrasting sharply with his rugged features after removing his glasses. Despite his disheveled appearance, he looked unnaturally calm, adding a wild and sinister edge to his face. Ellie clenched his teeth. "Don't touch me." Muhammad's hand rubbed his bottom. His face was cold, but his actions were lewd and sexual. Angered, Ellie tried to kick him again, only to be held down by Muhammad. "Sore. Let me punch you a couple of times, and you'll know if it hurts, bastard," Ellie cursed. Muhammad hadn't been gentle, the area where he slapped indeed turned red. However, compared to physical pain, what hurt more was this young man's wounded pride. Yet, the more rebellious Ellie acted, the more Muhammad's hidden dark desires stirred. Still, he managed to suppress them, though he didn't withdraw his hand. "Will you still dare to hook up outside?" Don't touch. No more hookups, just let me go." At first, Ellie could still hurl insults. But as Muhammad continued rubbing him, growing more intense with each pass, his body, which had tasted desire before, quickly responded. His flushed face wasn't just from anger, even his curses now came with labored breaths. "Stop rubbing, pervert." Muhammad bent down and bit the spot he had just massaged. Ellie gasped sharply, his fingers clutching the bedsheet beneath him, leaving him speechless in this moment. Chapter 33 Thick-skinned. At 9 in the morning, Muhammad came out of the bathroom after a shower. Ellie was still asleep. He lay face down on the bed, his exposed upper back adorned with sporadic, ambiguous red marks. The quilt draped over his waist hid the amorous scenery below. He seemed to sleep soundly, his messy hair fluttering slightly at the tip of his nose with each breath. Muhammad leaned against the headboard and stared for a moment. His hand reached out, gently caressing Ellie's face. Feeling the tickling, Ellie mumbled as he waved away the hand and turned over to continue sleeping on the other side. The corners of Muhammad's mouth curved into a smile. He pushed open the glass door leading to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and scanned the surroundings casually. Right ahead were the riverfront views of Huaijiang River, flanked by tall buildings and offering an expansive vista. The location here was quite good indeed. Unfortunately, he always hated crowds, this place wasn't suitable for him. Ellie was awakened by a call from his father, Carson, who said he would return home a day earlier than planned and was nearly there. He told Ellie to wake up and brew some tea for him. Initially drowsy and grumbling about being disturbed so early by his father, Ellie suddenly remembered something upon hanging up. He quickly opened his eyes and saw Muhammad's diamond watch on the nightstand, instantly dispelling all sleepiness. Fumbling off the bed in haste, he looked around frantically and spotted Muhammad outside the glass door. Ellie almost lunged to pull the door open. "Get dressed and get out now. My dad is coming home, hurry." As he spoke, he grabbed Muhammad, who remained calm despite the surprise. Muhammad stubbed out his cigarette and was pulled into the room by Ellie. Seeing the bathrobe Muhammad wore, Ellie frowned. He swiftly picked up a few pieces of clothing presumably belonging to Muhammad from the scattered mess on the floor and shoved them into Muhammad's arms. Go, there's no time to change clothes here, you can do it in your car downstairs, quick." While pushing Muhammad out of the door, they heard faint sounds coming from the foyer. Immediately alert, Ellie stopped, instinctively covering Muhammad's mouth with his hand and shoving him back into the room. He closed and locked the door. Ellie's anxiety grew, causing his face to flush. Muhammad watched him leisurely, as if watching a show. Finally, gritting his teeth, Ellie whispered, "Stay here, don't come out unless I tell you." After finishing his sentence, he hastily put on a high-neck sweater and pajama pants, pointing at Muhammad as a warning before turning and opening the door again, shutting it behind him. Just arriving back from the airport, Carson's assistant had already carried the luggage inside and left. Seeing Ellie looking half asleep and flustered in the living room, he frowned and asked, "What time is it? Why are you like this?" Forcing himself to relax, Ellie yawned and muttered, "It's still early, besides, it's the weekend. How was I supposed to know you'd be back early, Yanni?" Afraid his father might pry further, Ellie went straight to the dining bar to brew tea for Carson. Not bothering to argue, Carson shrugged off his jacket, sat down on the sofa, and rested with his eyes closed. While brewing the tea, Ellie stole occasional glances at the living room. His father seemed tired, but couldn't he just go to sleep in his room? Sitting here in the living room made it impossible for Ellie to bring anyone out without suspicion. Simultaneously, he felt a bit relieved that they hadn't done anything in the living room last night, or his father would have caught them immediately upon returning. Carrying the brewed tea to the living room and setting it on the coffee table, Carson suddenly spoke with his eyes still closed, "Did we have any guests? I saw someone else's shoes in the foyer." Ellie's hand trembled, nearly spilling the teacup. How could he have forgotten about that? Opening his eyes, Carson looked at him suspiciously. Ellie forced himself to stay calm, sitting on the single sofa and lying, "It was Quentin. He got drunk last night, so I brought him back and let him stay overnight at our place." Carson frowned again, "Drunk? You guys went out drinking again? Where is he?" Ellie replied, "In the guest room, still sleeping. He was so drunk he didn't even know east from west, probably won't wake up easily. I'll check on him later." "Are you very tired, Yanni?" It looked like you were about to fall asleep. Why don't you go take a shower and rest in the bedroom? Don't drink the tea yet, I'll call you when lunch is ready. Actually agreeing with his son, Carson did feel a bit weary and had no heart to scold Ellie for going out while they were away. Just as he was about to stand up, Muhammad, dressed in a neatly pressed suit, appeared in the living room, calmly greeting him, Arjun. Ellie's heart leaped to his throat. What a devil Muhammad was. Ignoring Ellie's distress, Muhammad explained to the surprised Carson, Good morning, Arjun. Last night, I had dinner with Ellie to discuss business matters. Afterwards, Ellie invited me to watch a movie here. It was too late when we finished, so I stayed overnight. Ellie. Thicker-skinned than a pig, telling lies with eyes wide open and without a moment's preparation. Carson was full of suspicion as he looked at his son. Ellie could only force himself to nod in agreement, yes. Carson didn't believe it for a second. His son setting up business dinners on Saturday nights. When had he become so diligent without him knowing? And then inviting people home to watch movies after discussing business, what kind of logic was that? Most importantly, why did this kid lie earlier about Quentin staying over? How could Ellie not know what his father was thinking? Feeling guilty, he stammered, Isn't it because you told me not to get too close to young Master Yi, so I just said it was Quentin just now out of fear you'd be upset. Muhammad sat down on the armrest of the sofa next to him, placing his hand on Ellie's shoulder, explaining to Carson, I get along pretty well with Ellie. If he's willing to learn how to do things properly, I can help teach him. Ellie has a good aptitude, if he is willing to learn, there will definitely be no problems in the future. You don't have to worry about him going astray. Ellie felt numb all over but, under his father's watchful eye, he neither dared to curse nor resist. He forced a smile while allowing Muhammad to keep his hand on his shoulder. Carson's brows remained furrowed. Despite Muhammad's light-hearted tone and gentle smile, sitting beside his son in such an intimate manner just felt awkward and unsettling. Somehow, it felt wrong. In reality, although Muhammad addressed him as Arjun, Carson never treated him lightly or underestimated him. In fact, he kept many precautions against him, which was precisely why he didn't want his son getting too close to him. But the current situation made him wonder, if this troublemaker really befriended this young Master Yi. Was it a genuine friendship? No matter how much Carson thought about it, he couldn't see any reason why Muhammad would plot or scheme around his son, except for his looks. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt, but he couldn't refuse someone offering help, especially face-to-face. Instead, he very politely invited Muhammad to stay for lunch. With Muhammad present, Carson also couldn't sleep, so he stayed in the living room, chatting and drinking tea with him. Seizing the opportunity, Ellie rushed back to the bedroom and hastily changed the bed sheets which were in a mess, stuffing the dirty ones directly into garbage bags. He then opened the balcony door to ventilate the room, trying to disperse the lingering scent from last night. While cursing Muhammad internally, he still didn't forget to go to the guest room and leave some signs that someone had slept there last night. After making sure everything seemed plausible, he went to take a shower. When he came out of the bathroom, he almost tripped over something on the floor. Looking down, Ellie turned green with anger. It was a used condom, tied in a big knot and discarded right by the bathroom door. He had no idea which time last night it was used. What a bastard, Muhammad. Just as he was cursing, Muhammad entered and saw him standing lopsidedly by the bathroom door, grimacing in a comical fashion. Closing the door behind him, he chuckled softly, Dempsey, are you practicing acrobatics? Pointing at the ground, Ellie retorted angrily, you left trash everywhere. Walking forward, Muhammad picked it up indifferently and threw it into the bin, saying casually, it's your own fault. Are you shitting me? Ellie snapped. I had just tied it when you pounced on me, scratching me and wanting more. So, it ended up on the ground, Muhammad explained calmly. Ellie was speechless. It did happen, but he was only trying to retaliate because Muhammad had been too rough. How did that translate into wanting more? Clearly, it was the beast's insatiable desire leading to another round. Our cook is here, and your dad mentioned showing off his cooking skills to me, so he went to the kitchen. After washing his hands, Muhammad turned to Ellie and said, come out, don't hide here. Mentioning this, Ellie got mad again, are you crazy? I told Yanni it was Quentin who got drunk and stayed over. If you just stayed put, you could have left when he went back to his room. Why did you come out? Muhammad replied coldly, I have nothing to hide unless you're feeling guilty. How could you even say that with a straight face? Ellie cursed, it's clearly you who have thick skin. Muhammad looked at him and suddenly stepped forward. Caught unprepared, Ellie instinctively retreated until his back hit the wall. Muhammad pressed closer, curling his finger around Ellie's collar and stroking the marks hidden underneath. Irritated, Ellie turned his head away, get lost. Muhammad laughed sarcastically near his ear, a bath won't help either. You're covered in marks, and my scent is all over you. Do you have any shame at all? As expected, Muhammad pinched his waist again, eliciting a soft hiss from Ellie, who kicked out feebly with little conviction. Muhammad whispered temptingly to him, if you don't want it to seem like we're having an illicit affair, consider my proposal and move out to live with me. Ellie, no way. It was just a casual sex partner, cohabiting meant nothing, it was nonsensical. Muhammad's hand slid down even more boldly, then I'll go out now and tell your father what I actually came to do last night. As Ellie grabbed his wrist, he glared, you try it. Muhammad, you can give it a shot. Ellie kicked him again, get lost. I said no, and if you do, my dad will skin me alive. Muhammad stared into his eyes, and Ellie persisted, even if you tell him, it won't help, he might skin you alive too. Once he gets angry, he doesn't care if you're some big-shot young Master Yi. You've never seen how fierce my dad could be back in our hometown during fights, you might not stand a chance against him. Speaking of this, Ellie felt proud, hooking a finger on Muhammad's shirt collar, you bastard, you only get to take advantage of me. Muhammad took in his scolding smile, his gaze deepening, and changed his tone, in the future, come to my place 3 times a week. Afterward, I'll drive you back. Ellie, do you think you're an emperor flipping cards? If you call, I must come. Muhammad, will you come or not? Ellie shut up. To say he didn't want to go would be a lie, he had just tasted it and wasn't tired of this beast yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought him home last night in a fit of madness. Muhammad rubbed him again, will you come or not? Ellie held his unruly hand tightly and finally agreed, we'll see. It depends on my mood and your performance. Chapter 34 Just for fun. Muhammad's WeChat message came through while Ellie was idly chatting and playing cards with some people at a leisure club. Come over now. Ellie glanced at his watch, silently cursing the hypocrite, it was only 4 in the afternoon. Dempsey, how did you get another new car today? You've barely driven the last one for a few days. Has your father finally changed his mind and let you splurge like this? One of the playboys asked out of curiosity and envy. Ellie chuckled dryly, it's strange my father would change his mind. Recently, I found a godfather who is rich enough to indulge me as much as I want. The playboys looked at each other in puzzlement. The only one who knew the truth, Glover, wore an indescribable expression on his face. Ellie had likely forgotten who it was a few months ago that boasted he would see Muhammad kneel and call him daddy. Now, well. In the past month, Ellie had almost been changing luxury or sports cars every 2 to 3 days, driving ostentatiously around town, exuding the vibe of someone being kept well by a sugar daddy. Of course, others wouldn't think that way. After all, his father was so wealthy that even 8 lifetimes wouldn't be enough for Ellie to spend it all. Who would have thought that those cars didn't belong to him but were from his equally wealthy paramour? Just then, someone brought up gossip about Ellie's sugar daddy, did you hear that Pierce, the grandson, was sent to jail by his elder brother? That young Master Yi sure is ruthless, deliberately setting a trap for his own blood brother. Ellie happened to catch the conversation. They said Muhammad parked his unused car at the Yi family residence, where Pierce secretly took it out for a joyride, not the first time either. But unexpectedly, this time Muhammad reported him for theft. When the police caught Pierce, he was driving Muhammad's car and was caught red-handed. With a theft amount of over 10 million yuan for that sports car, if that young Master Yi insists on pressing charges without writing a pardon letter, Pierce would be looking at least 10 years, one of the playboys commented knowledgeably. Glover opened his mouth and instinctively turned to look at Ellie. Are you sure driving that young Master Yi's car is fine? Ellie idly shuffled the cards, completely oblivious to what Glover was worried about. Another message arrived on his phone. Do you need me to pick you up? Ellie cursed under his breath, asshole, threw down the cards, grabbed his jacket, and stood up. Someone immediately asked, Dempsey, you're leaving. What time is it? Ellie waved his hand, I'm off. Play on. Going back to accompany my godfather. 10 minutes later, he drove out of the parking lot in the sports car heading towards Muhammad's villa. The car was indeed Muhammad's. Though he claimed he didn't want it, driving it out for fun wasn't a problem as long as his father didn't see it. After all, Muhammad usually left the cars at home just for display. Carson actually had quite a few complaints about their relationship. After Muhammad left his house after dinner, Carson interrogated Ellie for half an hour. In the end, Ellie managed to dodge the questions. Later, Carson often reminded him to maintain propriety with Muhammad, but Ellie paid no attention. They shared a bed already, what kind of propriety was there left to maintain? Enjoy the moment and split when he gets bored. It was just after 4:30 when he arrived at Muhammad's place. Having spent over a month here, Ellie directly entered by fingerprint, feeling very familiar with the place. But Muhammad hadn't returned yet. He messaged that he would be back in a few minutes. Ellie replied with a sarcastic emoji and went to the kitchen to make coffee. As he poured the freshly brewed coffee into a cup, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Hearing the sound, he peeked out. Along with Muhammad, someone else walked in. Surprised, Ellie raised an eyebrow and decided to pretend he wasn't there. The person who came with Muhammad was his uncle, whom Ellie had met once before at Yi family's third son's wedding, a pompous old man with his nose in the air. Muhammad sat on the sofa in the living room, not bothering to offer any hospitality, not even a cup of tea. Coldly, he said, Uncle, what's the matter? Speak your mind. This Mr. Yi held his posture rigidly, hands folded on his cane, putting on an authoritative airs. His first sentence was, Xingzhou, what you did to Wanqi was too extreme. Muhammad remained unmoved, he has committed theft multiple times. I warned him, but he didn't listen. He's still your brother. Why does it escalate to reporting to the police just because he took your car for a ride? Aren't we inviting ridicule upon our ye family by making this public? Let it go, give him a lesson and drop it. The uncle criticized sternly, obviously here to plead on behalf of Pierce but unwilling to lower himself. Mohammed wouldn't take that attitude. Uncle, you misunderstood. He's already in detention. Theft is a criminal offense involving a large sum of money. It's not something I can simply forgive. Trent, you could still write a pardon letter to let him receive a lighter punishment. Mohammed raised his eyes indifferently. I don't want to. Trent, you. Mohammed, if you only came here to say these things, please go back. I have something else to do and can't entertain you. Trent, is this how you talk to your elders? Ellie glanced over. He suspected that if Mohammed kept talking, Trent might suffer from a heart attack. Must you be so harsh on him? Must you ruin the family like this? Your father was always good to you. Can't you tolerate your brothers or other people in the Yi family? Wasn't it you who caused your younger uncle's car accident? Trent didn't finish his sentence before being cut off by Mohammed coldly. Uncle, you can eat anything but not speak nonsense. Trent choked up, his face turning red and neck bulging, but facing Mohammed's indifference, all his elder's dignity was futile. He had always thought this nephew was gentle and honest, but it was all an illusion. Mohammed was the most hidden and most vicious wolf in the family. His deceased brother must have never expected the Yi family to turn out like this after his death. The biggest mistake they made was bringing Mohammed back home. After a while, the old man recovered and changed the topic with a hoarse voice. Did you introduce Dusty to a big deal recently? His company had no business with us before. Why are you helping him? Mohammed said carelessly, it's just a small profit. Making 100 million within 2 months is a small profit? Trent sounded particularly displeased. I heard you introduced him to invest in a large state-owned enterprise preparing for IPO. Why did you give such a money-making project to outsiders? Mohammed reminded him coldly, Uncle, company matters don't need your concern. Trent was angry. Even though I'm not a board member, I am still a shareholder. Why can't I ask? You mix personal matters with official duties. Are you doing all this because of that nephew of his? Ellie, leaning against the island counter, sipped coffee slowly. Only then did he realize this person mentioned by Trent was probably Ewan and his second uncle. Mohammed replied calmly, so what if it is? Seeing Trent's face turning even redder, Ellie put down his coffee cup with a click. Who's there? The old man's hearing was sharp enough to detect the sound, yelling sternly at Ellie. However, there was some distance between the dining room and living room, with a cabinet blocking the view. The old man couldn't see Ellie, and Ellie didn't bother showing himself. Watching the drama was enough. Unable to bear it, Trent questioned Mohammed, is there someone else in the house? Is it that boy from the Lin family? People outside are already gossiping about you and our Yi family because of your unclear relationship with him. Mohammed remained unperturbed. Who it is doesn't matter. Just for fun, there's no need for you to worry. The old man got nothing but rebuke from Mohammed, leaving him furious and finally went away with resentment. Ellie finished his coffee and walked back into the living room, kicking Mohammed. Next time if there are more boring people in your family, don't call me. Mohammed hooked him and pulled him onto his lap, holding his waist. Ellie struggled but gave up as he couldn't break free. Staring at Mohammed's infuriating face, Ellie sneered, if your uncle suffers from anger, you'll be the culprit. Leaning back on the sofa, Mohammed said leisurely, let him be. Ellie leaned closer and touched his Adam's apple, then curled his finger and flicked it hard when Mohammed looked at him. Mohammed caught his hand, it's not dark yet, and you're thinking about it already? Ellie hummed, wondering who made him come so early. Then he added jealously, I thought you really didn't care about Teacher Lin. But it turns out you still remember to help his second uncle's company. Mohammed, it has nothing to do with you. Choking slightly, Ellie tried to get up but was pressed back by Mohammed. Looking at him teasingly, Mohammed asked, you're jealous? Ellie frowned, do you want to be hit? Mohammed, since you're not jealous, why ask these questions? Ellie was speechless. Of course, he wasn't jealous. It just annoyed him that Mohammed seemed indifferent on one hand but went all out to help on the other. What was this? Playing the role of a saint. A saint wouldn't be thinking of someone special while fooling around with others. This kind of saint isn't worth much. Mohammed pinched his waist, speak. Young Master Yi really dares to think, Ellie sneered as he came back to his senses. It's just for fun, do I look like someone who would be jealous? Mohammed stared into his eyes. Ellie raised an eyebrow without a trace of guilt. After a moment, he heard Mohammed say, if not, then forget it. Ellie was speechless. Totally incomprehensible. He changed the subject, that grandson of Pierce really went in. Mohammed nodded casually, I said I'd help you deal with him thoroughly. I thank you. Ellie thought he never expected such a solution. Your cars, I won't drive them anymore, he lifted his chin. The ones you lent me before, I'm returning now. Mohammed smiled, afraid I might use the same method on you. Maybe, anyway, I didn't steal your car. You offered it to me yourself. Ellie emphasized this point. Mohammed, you can drive any of my cars, no need to return them. If you want them, I can transfer ownership. After saying this, he put his hand into Ellie's pocket and caught the hand inside that was holding a phone, taking advantage of the situation. Ellie immediately tried to stop him, but Muhammad gave him no chance. He took out his phone and saw the recording screen indeed open. Muhammad raised an eyebrow, and Ellie snatched back his phone, stopping the recording. Anyway, he had recorded everything he needed. Do you worry so much about me dealing with you? Muhammad's hand slipped under his clothes again. Ellie slapped at it, giving up when he couldn't shake it off. Who knows what someone like you might do? After all, we're just playing around, stop touching. Muhammad pressed him down toward himself, their breaths closing in. You care so much about those 4 words. Ellie felt unhappy inside, pinching the flesh on Muhammad's waist and growling quietly, I play with you, don't act all high and mighty. When I get tired of it, I'll kick you out. Muhammad tilted his head and blocked that mouth which never spoke a good word. Chapter 35, Food Guard. Having been kissed by Muhammad for what felt like an eternity, even his tongue had gone numb from the sucking. Ellie could no longer tolerate it and kicked him hard. Muhammad slightly pulled back, their lips still touching, breathing unevenly. Ellie reached out to push him away, enough with the kissing. Don't get all mushy on me. It's disgusting. Who are we to each other anyway? Cut it out. After a moment of silence, Muhammad suddenly chuckled softly, causing Ellie's brows to furrow. Only then did he let go and lean back into the sofa, looking at Ellie as if there was something profound in his gaze. Ellie felt something was odd and gave him another kick before getting up from him. Tell someone to prepare dinner, I'm hungry. Muhammad stood up, leisurely taking off his overcoat and suit jacket, rolling up a bit of his shirt sleeves, heading towards the kitchen area. Ellie followed, you're cooking yourself. What about the chef? He's on leave, Muhammad replied while taking ingredients from the fridge. Hearing this, Ellie wasn't too pleased, you should have told me earlier, I wouldn't have come. Ignoring him, Muhammad skillfully prepared the ingredients, washing and cutting them, seemingly quite adept at what he was doing. Watching from the side, Ellie recalled the pasta this man had made previously. Though simple, it tasted pretty good. Curiously, he asked, how come you, the young master of the Yi family, know how to do these things? Quickly marinating the steak, Muhammad casually replied, I only entered the Yi family when I was 15 and spent a few years studying abroad during college. Startled for a moment, Ellie remembered that people indeed said Muhammad was only acknowledged by the Yi family after high school. Which country did you study in? England. Ellie wondered, then why didn't you contact teacher Lin for over 10 years? He's right there in Europe. Why didn't you look for him when it's so close? Glancing at him, Muhammad countered without answering, why should I go looking for him? Better to take the initiative than waste time pining away later on, being awkward about everything, caring secretly yet pretending not to care outwardly, but what difference did it make? Feeling sour, Ellie silently criticized him but mocked aloud, it serves you right, no one would want someone like you. Muhammad retorted, none of your business. Again with this line, damn it, this conversation couldn't continue. Deciding to leave, Ellie was pulled back by Muhammad, stay here. He frowned, grumbling, if you keep talking like that, I won't talk to you anymore. Weren't you the one who started it? Muhammad reminded him, if you can't say anything nice, don't expect others to say nice things to you. How did I start it? Okay, he did. Saying I don't have a partner is just stating the fact. Clearly, you still have feelings for someone but act indifferent on the surface. So yeah, you probably won't have a partner in 8 lifetimes. I'm not cursing you, it just doesn't concern me. Muhammad questioned, do you have a partner? Didn't you say you were going to pursue him? Did you get together? Fuming, Ellie snapped, didn't you sabotage it? Oh, I see, you didn't want me to succeed, you. Muhammad spat, idiot. Ellie's face froze, who are you calling? So what's your deal? When I say you have a crush on me, you deny it. Are you insane? You. More curses were stifled and Muhammad shoved a freshly washed cherry tomato into his mouth. Chewing a couple of times, Ellie swallowed and glared at Muhammad. Too lazy to engage further with this jerk, he looked down at his phone where Glover had messaged asking if he'd join drinking tonight. Ellie, let's see. Glover, can you really come? Will your other half let you? Ellie, back off, I have nothing to do with him. Glover, oh, another fight. Forget it, you better not come. If he follows, we can't handle it. Ellie, psychopath. Annoyed, Ellie thought everyone around him was nuts. A hand snatched his phone, Muhammad quickly scanned the screen. Irritated, Ellie demanded, what now? Don't message others in front of me, Muhammad coolly reminded him, clicking out of the chat with Glover. His gaze paused at a certain point. The next chat record was from Muhammad himself, marked as, Beast. Lifting his eyes, Muhammad looked at Ellie mockingly. Snatching his phone back, realizing Muhammad saw his note, Ellie felt slightly guilty but asserted boldly, you are a beast. Under Muhammad's gaze, he huffed, openly changing the note to Godfather. Muhammad raised an eyebrow, Godfather? Ellie, I feel like it. With that, he turned off the screen and pocketed the phone. Soon, Muhammad finished preparing dinner. He grilled steaks and sausages, cooked mashed potatoes and vegetables, and baked 2 squab pigeons. A simple Western meal, looking decent enough. Ellie went to open a bottle of red wine from Muhammad's cabinet. He hadn't been eating here often enough for him not to appreciate the various wines Muhammad had collected, which all suited his taste just fine. Muhammad put the food on the table, then turned and saw Ellie narrowing his eyes as he smelled the newly opened red wine, looking content like a cat that had just sneaked in some fish. Muhammad lowered his gaze, a fleeting smile flashed across his eyes. After dinner, Muhammad turned on the projector and played a movie. Holding the red wine glass in his hand, Ellie leaned back on the sofa, watching the movie while savoring the wine. It was still early, and they didn't always dive right into things. Sitting next to him, Muhammad rested his thigh against Ellie's side, placing his hand on Ellie's leg and tapping lightly. Drinking too much red wine, Ellie reacted a bit slow. It took him a few seconds to realize what was happening, but when he did, he glanced up at Yixing. He saw Yixing focused on the screen ahead, the dim light passing over his sharp, chiseled face, and it almost seemed like Yixing's hand movements were a mere illusion. Ellie stared dazedly at him for a moment. When Muhammad's hand slid further up his inner thigh, he let out a soft trying to catch his hand, and murmured, "Don't mess around." Muhammad didn't let him succeed. Keeping his hand at the root of Ellie's legs, he rubbed through the fabric, never breaking his gaze from the screen ahead. His actions grew more inappropriate by the second. Ellie struggled to hold back his growing discomfort, wanting it but unwilling to say it out loud. His leg pressed against Muhammad, like an unspoken urge. Muhammad refused to satisfy him, only continuing to stroke the sensitive areas inside Ellie's thighs without taking any further action. Feeling unsatisfied, Ellie complained softly, "Let go." Just then, Muhammad pinched him again as a phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID, muted the projector volume, and hit the speaker button. "Xingzhou, it was Yuan, my uncle signed a formal shareholding agreement with Gear Manufacturing today. He's very happy and asked me to thank you." Muhammad replied with a nonchalant keeping his hand on Ellie's leg. Ellie frowned. The company Yuan mentioned was likely the large state-owned enterprise Muhammad's eldest uncle talked about. If thanks were needed, why didn't the uncle invite Muhammad to dinner? Asking Yuan to call late at night sounded odd. Yuan continued, "Thanks to you this time, and for the previous project too. Without your help connecting them, my uncle wouldn't have had such an opportunity." Yuan kept thanking him, saying many words. Muhammad neither responded nor interrupted, simply watching the movie absent-mindedly, his roving hand still rubbing and kneading Ellie's leg. After a while, Yuan paused, perhaps noticing the background noise. He hesitated and asked, "Xingzhou, are you watching a movie? Am I disturbing you?" "No," Muhammad replied. Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, "Good. Can we still be friends? I'd like to invite you to dinner, just the two of us, so I can thank you in person. Is that okay?" Ellie kicked Muhammad, rolling his eyes. Why wasn't the uncle thanking him personally? Muhammad remained indifferent, "We'll see. When I'm free, maybe." "Yuan, how about next week? It's New Year's Day next week." "I'll be on a business trip," Muhammad cut in, "I'll be back after New Year." "Well then, let's schedule something when you return." Yuan sounded disappointed but couldn't do much else. Feeling annoyed, Ellie climbed up, pushing Muhammad's shoulder, straddling him. Leaning back against the sofa, Muhammad didn't hang up. Letting Yuan talk nonsense, his eyes met Ellie's, raising an eyebrow. Ellie mouthed, "Asshole." Muhammad ignored it. Yuan rambled on about his finished art tour, and Muhammad patiently listened. Growing increasingly irritated, Ellie lifted his hands, grabbed the collar of Muhammad's shirt, leaned in, and bit his shoulder. Muhammad's Adam's apple moved slightly, his hand resting on Ellie's waist, gently patting. By the time Ellie released his bite, breathing already shaky, he panted close to Muhammad's ear, whispering hoarsely, "If you don't end this call, I'm leaving." "Asshole." Muhammad pretended not to hear, leaning to kiss the exposed part of Ellie's neck, eliciting a stifled gasp from him. On the other end, Yuan seemed to notice something off, asking cautiously, "Xingzhou, are you still there?" Muhammad, pinching Ellie's waist, lazily replied, "Yeah." Yuan was silent for a moment, then he continued, "You and that Qi Shao. Are you two together now? Xingzhou, is there still a chance for us? What I did before was wrong, and I've regretted it all these years. Can you, considering our past, give me another chance?" Ellie sat up, watching Muhammad with a cold smirk as if enjoying a show. Muhammad's eyes showed no sign of being moved, instead, he looked at Ellie with amusement. This little wildcat's huffy expression seemed not to be jealousy but annoyance that something he had claimed was being coveted by someone else, or perhaps possessiveness. Even though it was just this, it was incredibly entertaining. After waiting a while without hearing Muhammad respond, Yuan uncertainly called out again, "Xingzhou." Ellie couldn't take it anymore. He snatched Muhammad's phone and said, "Mr. Lin, haven't you said enough? You know Ellie and I are together, yet you're still thinking about poaching. Shouldn't I return your words from that day to you?" Without waiting for Yuan to say more, Ellie directly hung up the call, turned off the phone, and threw it on the ground in one fluid motion. Even if people thought he was being petty, he didn't care. Who could blame him when Mr. Lin kept calling during his private moments, driving him crazy? Mohammed laughed, which only made Ellie feel even more irritated. He tore open the buttons of this bastard's shirt, pounced on him, and bit his lips hard. Stop talking on the phone with others in front of me in the future, asshole. Mohammed calmly accepted Ellie's passionate embrace, pressing the back of his head to deepen the kiss, his hands slipping into his waistband. All of Ellie's remaining curses turned into moans and heavy breathing, leaving him no time to think further. Chapter 36 No Permission. 2 days before New Year's Day, Ellie was sent by his father on a business trip to Jing City. The invitation came from one of Carson's acquaintances in this area. The latter intended to invite Ronghua Capital to invest in his company and asked them to come over for a visit and inspection. Carson had little interest, but to avoid the awkwardness of an outright rejection, he simply let Ellie go through the motions as it would also be good practice for him to gain some experience. Ellie didn't mind. If anything, he could use this chance to play around Jing City for a few days. Just as he landed at the airport, a message from Mohammed came in. Come over tonight. Ellie retorted with, go wherever you find cool, finding Mohammed's commanding tone truly annoying. Half a minute later, another message came. Where are you now? Without thinking much, Ellie took a picture of the street scene outside his car window and sent it along with, Jing City, you have the guts to fly here, I won't be at your beck and call, young master. After sending this, that side indeed quieted down. Ellie hummed softly, turned off his phone screen. Mohammed put aside his phone. His secretary knocked on the door to report matters. Today Dusty has already transferred the first payment to Greer. He put all his available funds including money borrowed from banks into this project, there seems no other way out for him. Mohammed leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, casually replying with a mm. The secretary continued, moreover, this week, Xingfa is still buying our stocks on a small scale. Preliminarily estimated, they hold more than 1% of our shares. Moreover, Aaron has been trying hard lately to find investors for his own company, and Ronghua Capital seems to have received an invitation as well. Upon hearing Ronghua Capital, Mohammed raised an eyebrow and opened his eyes, ordering, change the flight tickets, we're going to Jing City this afternoon. Ellie landed in Jing City at noon. The other company sent a car to pick him up, and the person responsible for reception was the special assistant to the old chairman of the company. This person introduced all kinds of good places in Jing City for food, drinks, and fun. Ellie listened intermittently. When the host mentioned taking him somewhere to relax at night, he suddenly asked, how do you plan to relax me? The assistant gave an ambiguous smile. Dempsey will know when you get there. It's a great place. Ellie scoffed, doubtful it wasn't something proper. First, they went to the hotel. Ellie had already eaten on the plane, so after resting for an hour, the assistant appeared saying he would take him to visit the company and meet their chairman. Ellie wanted nothing more than to wrap things up today, then he could go out to play tomorrow. So, he patiently followed the assistant. Arriving at the destination, it was an older yet impressive commercial office building in the city center. The giant signboard of Xingfa Group was quite striking. Mr. Aaron, the chairman of the other party, was already waiting at the entrance. Ellie smiled and greeted him warmly the moment he got off the car. Ellie handled himself gracefully, calling Mr. Wang uncle, casually, sweet-talking without sincerity. Aaron was very pleased, leading Ellie into the building, chatting and joking along the way, complimenting each other in typical business style. For the rest of the afternoon, Ellie toured the company, listened to performance reports, and even visited a few project sites. Aaron aggressively pitched, hoping to attract Ronghua Capital's investment. Ellie kept praising verbally, but firmly refused to talk about investing. Eventually, Aaron realized Ellie wasn't as easy to deceive as he thought. Carson was slick, and so was this kid, slick and slippery, far less gullible than expected. In the evening, Aaron hosted a dinner at a 5-star hotel near the company for Ellie and his team. At the table, they avoided serious topics, a group of old men toasting and making jokes, telling crude humorous remarks. To them, Ellie, the only young face among them, was inexperienced. After a few drinks, Aaron, calling Ellie affectionately as Big Nephew, suggested taking him out to broaden his horizons after dinner. Ellie ignored him, excusing himself to use the restroom, leaving the table. The smell of alcohol made him uncomfortable, so he hid outside the private room. He played a few rounds of games outside. Once he estimated the crowd inside had finished drinking, he returned. Just as he was about to open the door, someone approached from behind and covered his mouth. Immediately alert, Ellie tried to retaliate but was restrained. A familiar voice whispered next to his ear, "How much have you drunk?" Ellie instantly relaxed, turning around to glare, the bastard Mohammed. He actually did fly over. Mohammed pressed him against the wall next to the door, peeked through a crack, and asked, "When can this end?" Ellie bit the hand that was still covering his mouth, saying irritably, "I don't know. They want to take me out to broaden my horizons after dinner, how could it end so quickly?" Mohammed treated it as nonsense. "Why did you come here? Is Ronghua Capital planning to cooperate with Xingfa?" "They want my father to invest in them," Ellie casually replied. His father had no intention of doing so, so telling others wouldn't matter. Upon hearing this, Mohammed frowned and immediately said, "Reject them." Ellie deliberately retorted, "Do you have a say in this?" Muhammad replied, I'll go in with you, you can see their reaction. Ellie didn't understand what he meant but didn't bother to think more. He liked watching things unfold, so why not? Follow me. He turned and pushed open the door of the private room. As Muhammad followed Ellie inside, Aaron and the others at the table, who were lost in their own haze of alcohol and smoke, all froze momentarily. Aaron reacted first, rising with a beaming smile, How did young master Yi get here? We didn't expect your honorable visit, please come in and sit down. An subordinate beside Ellie made room for Muhammad, who calmly sat next to Ellie, took the cigarette offered by Aaron, and nodded, Sorry to disturb, I happen to be on a business trip here and just landed. Hearing Ellie mentioned you all are here, I dropped by unannounced for some dinner, I hope Mr. Wong doesn't mind. Aaron's smile seemed strained, Of course not, I didn't expect young Master Yi to also know Dempsey. It's such a coincidence that we meet today, having dinner together must be fate. Muhammad, yes, we do have a good relationship. Ellie chuckled, thinking you're my godfather, engaging in shady deals, Afterward, Aaron ordered more dishes, and the dinner resumed, though everyone could tell the people from Shengfa were slightly awkward. Their words of welcome were clearly insincere, especially given the unexpected arrival of Muhammad, whose connection with Ellie caught them off guard. Ellie watched coldly, starting to understand something. The dinner ended, and Aaron no longer mentioned taking Ellie out later. He personally saw him off to Muhammad's car, his fake smile barely holding up. As the car drove away, Ellie glanced back at Aaron's group, then turned to Muhammad and asked, How did you know I was here? This hotel is the closest to their company, Muhammad calmly explained. Shengfa wants your father's investment, you came here to help him deal with this, right? Ellie asked, You know so much. Spit it out, what dirty business do you have with them? Loosening his tie and leaning into the seat, Muhammad said, What do you think their reaction was seeing me? Well, awkward, Ellie pondered. And guilty? Muhammad agreed, Mr. Wong is not a good actor, unable to hide his thoughts. His company has been quietly buying Yi Group stocks on the secondary market for months, exceeding 1%. Ellie blinked, surprised, what does he want? Just 1%, and you're already watching him. Wait, 1% of Yi Group must be worth quite a lot. Where did he get that much money? It had to be several billion at least. If Aaron had that much cash, would he really need to pull others into his company? Muhammad, there might be someone else behind him. If you don't want trouble, stay away from him. How could we? Ellie dismissed. Old Wong's plan is pretty clever. He wants Yanni to invest without giving us any management authority, treating us like charity. Their company has mediocre performance in recent years. That report sounded great, but it lacks substance. Why should Yanni invest? His voice paused, then he kicked Muhammad's leg. What do you mean there might be someone else behind him? Is he targeting Yi Group? Even if Yanni invests in his company, that small amount of money isn't enough to buy more of Yi Group stocks. Where did he get so much money? I'm not sure yet, Muhammad frowned. His money seems suspicious, and his intentions unclear. I'm still investigating. He probably just wants a scapegoat to cover his losses. You should remind Arjun not to get involved. Ellie thought it wasn't necessary to say since his father already had no interest in Aaron's company. Then he seemed to recall something and asked, Did you specifically come here just to tell me this? Originally resting his eyes, Muhammad opened them upon hearing this and looked at Ellie, then responded with another question, Do you want me to answer honestly? Ellie. Can't you just tell the truth? I'll be attending an investment forum here tomorrow, Muhammad calmly explained. Ellie, dead, then it dawned on him. That night at this bastard's house, he had mentioned to Yuan that he would be on a business trip around New Year's Day when they were talking on the phone. Not wanting to deal with this bastard anymore, Ellie leaned back into his seat and continued playing his mobile game. What are you planning to do tomorrow? Muhammad suddenly asked. Ellie kept his eyes on the phone screen and casually replied, Originally, Aaron had scheduled something for me tomorrow. I'll have someone call them later to cancel it. Coincidentally, I made plans with a friend here, so I can hang out for a few more days. Muhammad, what kind of friend? Ellie snorted, what kind of friend? Anyway, a proper one. He paused his game, exited to WeChat, scrolled down a bit, clicked in, and enlarged the contact's profile picture, holding it up for Muhammad to see, do you see clearly now? I've been hanging out with him these past few days. He is my Giannis and the one who enlightened me about sexual orientation. He was intentionally provoking Muhammad, who didn't have a love story from their student days. Was Muhammad so special? Muhammad glanced over and saw a young man with a decent appearance. Ellie quickly pulled his phone back, so leave me alone, I won't have time to take care of you these few days. Muhammad's expression turned slightly cold, but he pretended not to notice. The car had already stopped. Ellie looked outside and realized they weren't at his hotel, but rather at a Sihiyuan hidden behind the bustling city lights. Where are we? This is where I stay every time I come to Jing City. Get out. Muhammad tossed those words out and pushed open the car door first. Ellie hesitated for a moment before following in. The courtyard in front of him was full of ancient charm and cultural atmosphere. He enthusiastically looked around, but when he turned back, he saw Muhammad close the gate behind him and lock it. Ellie was taken aback. Why are you locking it? You're staying here tomorrow, don't go anywhere. Mohammed said expressionlessly. Without waiting for Ellie's reaction, he pulled him into the room, closing the door and locking it again. Ellie finally came to his senses. Bastard. What do you want to do? Mohammed shoved him against the door, grabbing his wrist and looming over him, his eyes fierce. Say again, who did you make plans with tomorrow? Ellie, making plans with my Giannis has nothing to do with you. Mohammed tightened his grip on his hand, warning in a low voice. Didn't I tell you last time? Don't make random plans. Didn't you understand me? Ellie, are you crazy? I'm just having dinner with him. Mohammed's breath drew near. I said, no. Chapter 37, he chases, he escapes. When Mohammed bit his neck, Ellie was momentarily stunned. Regaining his senses, he immediately bent one leg and kneed Mohammed in the abdomen. Hearing a muffled groan from Mohammed, he fiercely grabbed the bastard's hair, pulled his head up, and punched him in the face. You damn bastard, I'll fight you to the end. Ellie was incredibly angry, holding nothing back in that punch. Blood trickled from the corner of Mohammed's mouth. He licked it slowly, glaring at Ellie with fierce eyes. Without concealing the wildness and viciousness within, he pounced again. Forcibly pushed into the bed, Ellie struggled and resisted desperately. The unpleasant memories of their first encounter in the hotel resurfaced, making him shudder with rage. Even though he couldn't win, he wouldn't let this beast have an easy time, lashing out at Mohammed with fists and feet. Psycho. Beast. Maniac. While cursing and fighting back, when both hands were pinned down and his clothes torn violently, Ellie cowered. Gritting his teeth, he closed his eyes and burst into tears. Let him see me cry if he must, no point in losing face now, it's better to retreat strategically rather than confront this psycho. Ellie cried while silently hypnotizing himself. Mohammed paused, looking down at him with labored breathing. Even though Ellie had his eyes closed, he could feel Mohammed's gaze on him, goosebumps rising all over his body. Steeling himself, he continued acting. You bully too much, you damn bastard. You only pick on me. If it were Mr. Lin, you'd never be so harsh to him. You just think I'm easy to bully. Unconsciously, his voice carried some genuine grievance as he cried even harder towards the end. Mohammed's expression remained cold, emotions hidden deep in his eyes. He reached out and pinched Ellie's chin. Open your eyes. No, Ellie's lashes trembled, still hanging with tears. I won't, you damn bastard. All you do is intimidate me. I want to break up with you. Right now, I'll kick you. Mohammed leaned down, silencing his lips spouting ugly words. Caught off guard, Ellie frowned and finally opened his eyes. Facing Mohammed's cold, intense gaze inches away, his heart skipped a beat. Mohammed's tongue slipped into his mouth forcefully, stirring ruthlessly, leaving him no room to refuse. His tongue soon ached from being bitten, unable to push him away, Ellie surrendered inwardly. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well cooperate. Enduring this humiliation, he spent the night being tossed and turned by Mohammed multiple times. At the height of intensity, sitting astride Mohammed, Ellie scratched his back fiercely. Through blurred vision, he caught Mohammed's look, a boiling lava beneath ice, ready to erupt, making his heart race unnaturally. Despite being casual bed partners, Mohammed had repeatedly denied any interest beyond physical attraction, yet he insisted on looking at him like this. In that moment, feeling seared by such a gaze, Ellie lowered his head and bit Mohammed's shoulder fiercely. Ultimately tormented through the night, Ellie woke up at 10 in the morning, sore all over. Grunting in pain, he got up to find Mohammed already gone. The house was empty except for him. Breakfast was still warm in the dining room. Munching on a bun, Ellie checked his phone and found a WeChat message left early in the morning. Stay put and don't go anywhere. Someone will bring you lunch. Bastard. He promptly blocked Mohammed and even deleted his number. The front gate remained locked, ensuring he couldn't leave. Angered, Ellie kicked the door and paced around before going back inside to fetch 2 chairs. If Mohammed wanted to keep him in, then fine, he would just wait. 5 minutes later, he jumped down from the wall, nearly twisting his ankle. Climbing to his feet, he gave a middle finger salute to the house behind him and ran off without looking back. At noon, Ellie sat in a bustling fish grill restaurant. A young man named Brody across from him poured beer. Examining the person, Ellie noted that Brody seemed heavier now, with a receding hairline and prominent dark circles under his eyes, far from the fresh-faced teenager he once knew, far from his heavily edited WeChat profile picture. Time truly is ruthless. Lost in thought, Ellie wondered if his judgment back then was really that poor. What he had told Mohammed yesterday, in fact, half of it was fake. Brody indeed had been his first love interest, but to say they were romantic would be an exaggeration. Back then, the young master had boldly pursued him, causing quite a stir, with the whole school knowing about it. But within half a month, this person started dating their class beauty, and he just walked away quietly. Later, Brody was admitted to a university in Jing City. After high school graduation, they lost touch, only keeping the WeChat ID added back then. Yesterday, when he posted a location-tagged post on Moments, Brody messaged him to have dinner. He wasn't initially interested, but later changed his mind, out of boredom or being provoked by Muhammad. Whatever Muhammad forbade, he did. Brody chattered on about his experiences over the years, complaining endlessly, sounding quite cynical, especially when talking about how his girlfriend left for abroad after graduating from undergrad, clearly very indignant. Ellie nearly rolled his eyes. People don't hang up their bright future for you. He lost interest and looked down at his phone. A text from an unknown number came through just a few minutes ago. Where are you? Ellie frowned, guessing Muhammad had borrowed someone else's phone again, and blocked it once more. 5 minutes later, another new number sent a message, reply. No way, just block it again. Every time a new message came in, Ellie blocked it. Blocking Muhammad was effortless, and he wondered how many phones Muhammad could borrow. I will graduate with my master's degree next year and plan to find work back in Hawaii City. Ronghua Capital has been thriving lately, who wouldn't want to get in? If there's a suitable position, I hope you can help me put in a good word, you won't refuse, right? Hearing this, Ellie finally paid attention, raising an eyebrow and looking at Brody. Brody winked and smiled at him, pretending they were close, even adding a hint of flirtation in his last words. Ellie. Straight guy trying to act gay, tough for you. He didn't say yes or no, just laughed it off, feeling uninterested watching Brody try so hard to please him. Most people he had liked before ended up treating him like this eventually, boring as hell. He really had poor judgment, even worse taste. But the worst thing was getting involved with Muhammad, that unpredictable lunatic. If he had known Muhammad and Dash were like that, he would have stayed far away from them at the charity gala. Now it's too late to regret. Lost in thought, he noticed a black business car parked outside the window. Holy crap, what a fancy car. Brody exclaimed, staring at the vehicle enviously. Ellie glanced up and immediately darkened his face. Muhammad's secretary got out of the car, walked in, and approached their table. Dempsey, young Master Yi asks you to come out. Ellie, not going, tell him to get lost. Do you know the guy outside? Brody asked curiously, who is it? Since he's here, why not invite him to join us? Ellie sneered, you go ask him. Brody awkwardly smiled, forget it, I don't even know him. Muhammad's secretary handed him a phone. Outside on the street, Muhammad leaned against the car door, coldly staring at them, holding his phone. Ellie shot him a nasty look and reluctantly answered the call, spit it out. Muhammad, come out. Ellie, I haven't finished eating yet, what's the rush? Tell Muhammad to either get lost or wait outside. Saying this, he hung up, tossed the phone back, and continued eating heartily. The grilled fish here was pretty good, and he wouldn't starve himself anyway. The secretary went back outside. After a moment, Muhammad got back into the car, which remained parked on the street without moving. Brody hesitated, looking at the car and then at the carefree Ellie, really letting him wait outside? Who is he? Ellie didn't look up, chairman of Yi Group. Brody sucked in a breath, really? Look at him acting all high and mighty, could he be anyone else? Who else can pull that off? Ellie said disdainfully. Brody laughed, that's true, but aren't you gonna invite him in? It's not nice to leave someone waiting outside. Ellie, I already told you to do it yourself if you want. Brody shrank back, he did consider it, but remembering that ice-cold stare earlier, he chickened out. The meal of grilled fish was soon finished. Brody asked Ellie if he had any plans for the afternoon, offering to take him around the tourist spots. Ellie originally wasn't interested, but a glance at the car still parked outside changed his mind, sure, why not? Great, let's head over after I settle the bill. Brody went to pay while Ellie, full and content, leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. After 10 minutes with no sign of Brody, he impatiently sent a message to urge him, only to find that Brody had actually deleted and blocked his WeChat ID. Ellie raised an eyebrow in surprise. Muhammad suddenly appeared before him, one side of his face still swollen, standing beside the table looking down at him coldly. Are you done eating? Can we go now? Ellie was so angry his eyebrows twitched. You made him leave. It didn't take a genius to figure out who could make Brody delete and block him like that, it had to be this bastard in front of him. Muhammad remained unperturbed. Are you coming or not? Ellie forced himself to ask, how did you find me here? Muhammad, I asked your assistant. Ellie gave a dry laugh. You're good, really impressive. On this business trip, his father indeed arranged an assistant for him. The assistant had arranged the car to bring him here earlier. He never expected Muhammad would have such influence to even contact people around him. Ellie, what if I don't go with you? Muhammad, who else are you going with? None of your business. Walking out of the grilled fish restaurant, he noticed a taxi that had just dropped off passengers nearby. An idea struck him, and he stomped hard on Muhammad's foot. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, Ellie quickly dashed to the taxi, yanked open the door, and climbed inside. Bye-bye then. Half a minute later, the taxi drove off right under Muhammad's watchful glare. Chapter 38, Happy New Year. Since his work schedule ended earlier than expected, Ellie's accompanying subordinate returned to Hawaii City in the afternoon. He remained alone in Jing City. He did indeed make plans with someone, but it wasn't Brody. It was his cousin who worked here, agreeing to play tour guide for a few days during the New Year holiday. After checking out of his hotel and collecting his luggage, Ellie hailed a taxi to his cousin's place. There was no way Mohammed could still find him here, he thought. His cousin had to work that afternoon and sent him the fingerprint lock code via WeChat, allowing him to enter and then pick him up after work for dinner. Bored, Ellie played mobile games for 2 hours. As evening approached, his cousin called, saying his girlfriend's family had an emergency, and they were heading to the airport, leaving him to decide whether to return to Hawaii City if he couldn't find anyone else to hang out with. Ellie responded, okay then. He sank into the sofa, cursing his bad luck. If he had to go back to Hawaii City, it would have to wait until tomorrow. Tonight, he'd just have to tough it out. Jace called while Ellie was eating spicy hot pot and watching TV. The elder directly asked where he was. With a mouthful of noodles so hot he almost cried, Ellie said, in Jing City. Didn't I tell you before? I'm helping Yanni handle some business here and plan to stay with my cousin for a few days. My cousin's wife suddenly had something come up, and they went back home, leaving me here. Jace, so, are you at the hotel or at your cousin's? Ellie, of course, at my cousin's. Why do you ask, elder? Amused, Jace said, not that I'm curious, but young master Yi just called me. He said he met you on a business trip, and you two had another argument. You stormed off in a fit, and he can't reach you. He's worried and asked me to check on you. Cough, Ellie choked on a pepper, coughing loudly. After gulping down half a bottle of cola, he finally recovered. On the other end, Jace laughed at him. How old are you? Still choking on food? Why did you react so strongly when you heard Muhammad's name? What did he do to you? You two seem quite interesting together. He sounds genuinely concerned about you. What's going on between you two? I don't know him, Ellie said disdainfully. He's crazy. I don't want anything to do with him. Just leave it alone, elder. I'm fine, I just don't want to deal with him. If he keeps bothering you, just block him. Jace chuckled again. Alright then. Since your cousin isn't there, you should head back early. With a couple of mumbles, Ellie ended the call. Just as Muhammad finished his work commitments, he received a call from Jace while on his way back to his residence. Ellie is fine. He's staying with his cousin these days, so you don't need to worry. Let him have some fun. Muhammad frowned, hearing Jace casually ask, what's your relationship with Professor Lin? Muhammad replied calmly, we're acquaintances. Jace, and what about with Ellie? Muhammad, just friends for now. His meaning was clear enough. Someone like Jace wouldn't misunderstand. I didn't expect this from you, Jace said, neither approving nor disapproving. Ellie enjoys playing around but has principles. He won't overstep. I'm the same, Muhammad said steadily. Good. I won't interfere, nor will I tell his parents yet. But since he doesn't want to see you, let him be. Don't push him too hard. Muhammad paused, then answered, understood. Hanging up, Muhammad closed his eyes briefly, reopening them to instruct his secretary. Earlier, Carson mentioned he has a nephew who's an associate professor of Chinese literature at Jing University. Check their website for a matching resume. See if anyone knows where he lives. Back at his cousin's place, Ellie continued playing games and watching TV. 30 minutes later, he started feeling sick to his stomach, which quickly turned into abdominal pain and then vomiting and diarrhea. Whether it was the grilled fish from lunch or the spicy hot pot for dinner, he felt terrible. By the 6th trip to the bathroom, he was nearly exhausted. His hands trembled as he flipped through his contacts. Unfortunately, he didn't know a single person in Jing City. Biting his lip, he unblocked Muhammad's number and dialed. Hey, Muhammad, where are you? Come and collect my body, I can't hold on much longer. Hearing Ellie's listless voice on the phone, Muhammad interrupted him with a deep voice, where are you, what happened? At my cousin's place, Ellie quickly gave an address. I ate something bad. Muhammad paused for a moment and said, I'll be there soon. Ellie suspected this bastard was trying not to laugh, but he didn't have the energy to curse at him. He could only give up, come quick, I can't hold on much longer. Muhammad, wait for me. Ellie thought it would take a long time to wait, but Muhammad arrived in less than 10 minutes. Still dazed, he struggled to reach the door and open it, and indeed, it was Muhammad. How did you get here so fast? Seeing his weak and powerless state, Muhammad frowned deeply and supported him, let's go to the hospital. Ellie shook his head, no, I can't walk. Muhammad directly carried him. Ellie had no strength to struggle, slumping onto Muhammad's shoulder, but his mouth wouldn't stop even though he was exhausted. Can you carry me with my height? Isn't your place far from here? How did you get here so fast? Oh no, I feel like vomiting again, I might vomit on you. Muhammad quickly walked towards the elevator and sternly said, hold it. There was no way he could hold it, his stomach was churning as if on fire. If he hadn't already vomited everything out, he would really have vomited all over this bastard. At the hospital, they confirmed it was food poisoning causing acute gastroenteritis, and he needed intravenous fluids. In the emergency infusion room, Ellie tucked his head into his thick down jacket hood and closed his eyes, leaning against the chair and refusing to interact with Muhammad, who had gone to fetch medicine and returned to sit beside him. Though it was true that Muhammad brought him to the hospital, if he had any other choice, he wouldn't have called this person. Sometimes bad luck strikes, and even drinking cold water causes trouble. Last night you ate and drank recklessly with Xinghua's people, today at noon you ate grilled fish from a small restaurant, and what did you eat tonight? Spicy hot pot. Muhammad's voice was slightly cold. He had already seen the takeaway packaging thrown at the door when he knocked earlier. All of this was self-inflicted, considering how Ellie had ended up in the hospital late at night. Ellie didn't want to talk to him, Muhammad always said harsh things. Let him say whatever he wanted. Don't eat like that if you have a bad stomach. Ellie was too impatient to listen to such nonsense, pulling the drawstring on his hat tightly over his face. Talk to the heir if you must. Muhammad finally shut up but didn't leave, quietly looking at his phone next to him. Ellie silently harumphed, ignoring him and closing his eyes, drifting off to sleep on the other side. He slept for over an hour. When he woke up, the needle on his hand had been removed, and the other patients in the infusion room were gone. Rubbing his sore neck, Ellie sat up, thinking Muhammad must have left. Just as he relaxed, the next second Muhammad appeared at the infusion room door, asking upon seeing him, "Can you walk now?" Ellie mumbled, "Why don't you leave me alone," and rubbed his still uncomfortable stomach, which was better than before but still painful. "Just made a call outside," Muhammad explained. Ellie ignored him again. Muhammad continued, "To your dad. Told him you have acute gastroenteritis, and I'll take care of you these 2 days until you're better, then we'll return to Y City." Ellie was speechless. Was this guy in elementary school? Always tattling, first to his great-uncle, now to his dad. Couldn't he do anything else? "Go to my place," Muhammad insisted. Ellie refused without hesitation, "No. He almost sprained his foot escaping this morning, he wasn't stupid enough to walk back into the lion's den. In your current state, I won't touch you, come to my place," Muhammad insisted. Ellie sneered, "A weak patient like me, if you touch me, you'd be a beast." "Okay, though you already are. And with my constant vomiting and diarrhea, if you still want to touch me, then you're impressive." Muhammad looked at him silently for a few seconds, saying nothing. "Let's go." In the car, Ellie again requested to return to his cousin's house. Just then, his phone rang, it was Carson calling. Seeing the caller ID, Ellie felt a headache, reluctantly answering. Carson asked about his health and why he suddenly got gastroenteritis. Ellie mumbled that he ate something wrong and felt better after receiving fluids, inevitably receiving another lecture from his father. Then his father changed the subject. "How did you meet Muhammad there? Did he send you to the hospital?" "Ah, you already know," Ellie hummed, "my cousin's wife had an emergency and went back to her hometown with my cousin. I couldn't find anyone else, so I asked Muhammad for help since he was nearby." "Carson, forget it, it's good to have someone to take care of you. If there's nothing else, your mother and I won't come over. Stay there a couple more days until you're fully recovered, then come back. Since you've already troubled him, stay at Muhammad's place for 2 more days. I'll thank him in person when you return." Ellie had nothing to say, whatever he said wouldn't make a difference. He mumbled a few words and hung up, leaning back in the seat and staring out the window, lost in thought. "Come to my place, I won't lock the door again." As the car stopped at a traffic light, the person beside him suddenly said. Ellie was taken aback, turning to look. Muhammad was frowning at him, his voice a bit stiff but with a hint of softening. Ellie stared at him for a few seconds, then sneered, "Master Yi, if you don't lock the door, do I need to be grateful?" "Don't climb over the wall next time, it's dangerous," Muhammad reminded him. "Ellie, then don't lock it." "Muhammad, I said, I won't lock it again." "Fine," he was cornered. "I want to talk to you," Ellie raised his voice, "I just had dinner with my Yanis, look at how angry you are. Like a mad dog, are you really harboring a crush on me and bursting with jealousy?" He expected Muhammad to deflect as usual, but Muhammad countered, "If I say yes, what would you do?" Ellie choked instantly. The inexplicable tone and the sudden intense gaze from Muhammad gave him an uneasy feeling. What would happen if this guy answered yes? Of course, he'd run as far away as possible, no way they could still be casual acquaintances, even though that was what he planned today. After a moment of awkward silence, Muhammad withdrew his gaze, stepping on the gas pedal again, his voice calm, "Don't date around, it makes me feel dirty." Ellie froze, realizing what he meant, and his just calming stomach cramped up again in anger. "You feel dirty? I haven't felt dirty yet. If you feel dirty, why approach me? When did I ever date around?" "Even dinner counts," Muhammad coolly remarked, "wasn't that barbecue fish restaurant dirty? If it wasn't, would you be in the hospital tonight?" Ellie. The breath he just gathered was forcibly suppressed. Gods, what a dirty restaurant. "Ha, Master Yi, you have quite the sense of humor." Muhammad reached over, rubbing his uncomfortable stomach a couple of times before withdrawing his hand before Ellie could swat it away. "The doctor said drink plenty of warm water and take the 2 medicines prescribed. Only eat light food for the next few days, avoid spicy, raw, and stimulating foods, always." Ellie felt like he'd rather be stabbed than endure this. "Look outside," Muhammad suddenly said. Ellie instinctively turned back, his gaze falling on the neon lights flashing rapidly on the exteriors of skyscrapers around them, converging on the LED display screen of the tallest building ahead, where a countdown lit up suddenly. 3, 2, 1. Crowds near and far erupted into loud cheers, mingling with New Year greetings. Ellie was stunned for a while before he realized tonight was New Year's Eve. Neon lights sparkled everywhere, no wonder there were still so many people on the streets late at night. Happy New Year. Muhammad's voice was slow and deep, almost uncharacteristic of him. Ellie glanced over, seeing him focused on driving, momentarily thinking that sentence wasn't meant for him. But there were only 2 people in the car. Suddenly, he had nothing more to say, wrapping himself tighter in his down jacket and lying back in the seat, silently turning his face back to the window, not bringing up sending him elsewhere anymore. The car slowly wound around the crowd celebrating on the street, until the revelry faded behind them, the night returning to quiet. Just before closing his eyes, Ellie finally muttered under his breath, Happy New Year. Chapter 39, The Tiger Sniffs the Rose. Ellie saw the chairs still stacked at the base of the courtyard wall as they had been when he left, feeling a twinge of frustration. He hadn't expected to return within less than 24 hours after climbing over the wall. All his efforts ended up with him in the hospital, indeed, it was like he had too much energy to burn. Why didn't you put the chairs away? Muttering this under his breath, Muhammad ignored him and went inside. Pouting, Ellie followed him in. Muhammad took off his coat and suit jacket, turning around to look at him. Feeling oddly uncomfortable, Ellie averted his gaze and looked around. In the rush last night and this morning, he hadn't properly observed the place. Now, taking a closer look, he found it quite nice, compact yet well furnished. The interior was tastefully decorated, and Muhammad, though quiet, certainly knew how to enjoy life. Do you want to take a shower? Muhammad asked suddenly. Startled, Ellie pulled on his down jacket zipper as if afraid Muhammad would undress him, saying warily, You said nothing would happen tonight. Just take a shower and go to bed. Muhammad interrupted him. Oh. Alright, it was just his own misinterpretation. He might as well shower since it would be uncomfortable not to, especially after visiting the hospital. He took a quick shower. By the time Muhammad finished, Ellie had already occupied the entire bed, curled up like a cocoon, almost falling asleep. Muhammad sat on the edge of the bed, gently ruffling his messy hair. Ellie opened one eye to glance at him. Are you going to sleep here too? There's only one bedroom, Muhammad replied. Upon hearing this, Ellie closed his eyes again, pretending to be asleep. They had slept together before, but usually after being exhausted by him. Last night was no exception. Just sleeping together without doing anything. How awkward. If he knew it would be like this, he should have gone back to his cousin's place. Still feeling uncomfortable in your stomach? Muhammad asked. Closing his eyes, Ellie furrowed his brow, grumbling, Your voice is hurting my ears, bastard. Then he heard Muhammad chuckle softly next to his ear, his warm breath tickling him, making both his ears and heart inexplicably tingle. Ellie buried his head further into the blanket, almost entirely covered. The bed sank slightly as Muhammad lay down beside him, forcing him to shift a bit, relinquishing part of the blanket, which was now drawn away by half. Muhammad's overwhelming presence enveloped him. You can move a bit farther away on such a big bed, can't you? It feels so sticky. Ellie complained. Muhammad's scent and presence pressed down on him, cutting off his incessant chatter. Coming to his senses, Ellie tried pushing Muhammad's shoulder, but couldn't budge him. This guy was as strong as an ox. Tongue swirling recklessly in his mouth, Muhammad kissed him passionately. Frustrated, Ellie wanted to hit him again. Muhammad pinned both his hands, only stopping when they were both breathless. Pausing for a moment, he withdrew from Ellie's mouth, breathing heavily, their lips barely apart. Bastard, your words are as unreliable as farts, Ellie swore, biting him hard. Staring at Muhammad who bent over him, trying to read his eyes, Muhammad turned off the bedside lamp, releasing his hands and lying down beside him. Plunged into darkness, Ellie felt uneasy. He kicked Muhammad under the covers, only to be grabbed and had his calf pinched. He immediately retracted his leg, shifting even closer to the edge of the bed, putting some distance between them. Muhammad, this beast, denied having a crush on him but kissed him out of nowhere, acting jealously. Oh, let's see how long you can pretend. Turning over, Ellie rubbed his still slightly uncomfortable stomach and patted his rapidly beating heart before closing his eyes and falling asleep carefree. With one hand behind his head, Muhammad stared into the dark, listening to Ellie's gradually steadying breaths, feeling unusually calm, slowly closing his eyes. Ellie's illness came and went quickly. After a good night's sleep and medication, he was lively the next morning. His stomach growled hungrily as he sat at the dining table. Muhammad brought clear broth, unappetizing, but he intended to eat the same. Your stomach still needs to heal. You'll only eat this for a couple of days. Using chopsticks to poke the white congee, Ellie complained, I'm better now, I need to go back to Y City. Muhammad, rest another day or two. Ellie, I'm not hurt or lame, is this necessary? Does Master Yi have nothing else to do? Are you done with work but not returning? I still have business, Muhammad said coolly, I have a business meeting with some friends. Originally, we were going to meet at their place, but now the location has been changed to here, and they will arrive shortly. Ellie, then go ahead with your meeting. I need to get back. Mohammed, you can listen in too. What does that have to do with me? Impatient, Ellie said, if I don't go back, fine. I want to go shopping, visit tourist spots, and eat delicious food. Want to end up back in the hospital? Mohammed reminded him icily, was it pleasant getting in for? Ellie was left speechless, his mouth opening and closing before he finally blurted out, you know I'm sick, yet you don't even comfort me. Can't you say something nice for once? With someone as unempathetic and domineering as Mohammed, even if he really had a crush on him, Ellie wouldn't be interested. He sullenly slurped his congee while Mohammed unexpectedly asked, what do you want to hear? Startled, Ellie almost choked on his soup, looking up to see Mohammed frowning. Even drinking congee can make you choke. Ellie looked at him reproachfully. Mohammed paused, then changed his tone, eat this today and rest inside. If there's no relapse tomorrow, I'll take you out for a walk. Humming, Ellie thought this was more like it. While sipping his congee, he noticed the luggage Mohammed's driver had delivered early in the morning and remembered another thing. Why did you arrive within 10 minutes after I called you last night? Were you nearby? Mohammed, your grandfather told me you were at your cousin's place. Ellie didn't believe it, there's no way he would give you my cousin's address. My friend happens to know someone who is a colleague of your cousin, and we found out from them, Mohammed explained calmly. Okay, he really had connections everywhere. He could find him like this. Feeling uneasy, Ellie realized Mohammed was more persistent than he thought. Still, it was better that this guy just wanted to date him and not harm him. Mohammed's gaze turned towards the yard outside, reminding him, it's snowing. Following his gaze, Ellie's eyes lit up instantly. He hadn't noticed, but indeed, heavy snow was falling, something rare in Hawaii City, which was in the south. He finished his congee in a few gulps, pushing the bowl aside and standing up, only to be pulled back down by Mohammed. You want to play in the snow? What if you catch a cold and your gastroenteritis recurs? Ellie dismissed it, I'm not fragile, it's nothing to worry about. Mohammed, aren't you fragile? Who are you belittling? Ellie kicked him, determined to go outside. Mohammed followed him out. The kid grabbed a handful of snow, molded it into a ball haphazardly, and threw it directly at Mohammed standing under the eaves by the door. Laughing when it hit, he feigned innocence when Mohammed silently stared at him, saying, oops, slipped. Mohammed didn't argue, leaning against the door frame and lighting a cigarette. Seeing that Mohammed didn't react, Ellie found it boring again and began playing by himself, building a snowman in the middle of the yard. Mohammed smoked absent-mindedly, watching Ellie enthusiastically pile up the snow little by little, occasionally running in and out to find suitable decorations. Even playing alone, he was happily entertained. The snow blurred his face, but his radiant smile shone brighter than the morning sun. This innocent young master, pampered by family and friends, grew up carefree and indulged, different from those like Mohammed who had grown up struggling in darkness. Just like a tiger sniffing a rose, wanting to break it and yet wishing it bloomed even more beautifully, only for himself. By the time he finished his cigarette, Ellie ran back to Mohammed, eyeing his tie. There's no one else around, why wear a tie? I've never seen anyone as pretentious as you. Let me use it. Without waiting for a reply, he reached out to pull it off, having done this before and quite adeptly. Mohammed watched him, and Ellie raised an eyebrow. Am I so beautiful that you can't stop staring? Mohammed's gaze twinkled, can't I look? Pulling the tie with his fingers, Ellie yanked Mohammed's head close. One more stare and I'll gouge out your eyes. Their lips almost touched, and Ellie blinked, pulling the tie free with a mischievous grin. Thanks. Mohammed raised an eyebrow, watching Ellie return triumphantly to finish his snowman, tying the tie around the round chest of the snowman. Half an hour later, when Ellie completed his masterpiece, Mohammed's guests arrived. They were two young men who appeared to be around the same age as Mohammed. Ellie was originally uninterested, but when he saw one of them, his eyes lit up and he mentally whistled, it was a stunning beauty. He had the same gentle and handsome looks as Ewan, but was even more attractive. Ellie grinned broadly and suddenly didn't mind staying to listen to Mohammed conduct business with them. Mohammed glanced at him coolly and introduced them. The one Ellie had set his eyes on also had a G in his name, called Hugo, while the other was named Darian, a classmate of Mohammed's from when he studied in England. In reality, it should be that Darian brought Hugo to meet their old schoolmate Mohammed and discuss a business deal along the way. According to these two, they considered themselves half-brothers. Upon hearing this, Ellie was somewhat surprised, glancing back and forth between them, half-brothers. They didn't look much alike, nor did they share the same surname. The other one clearly belonged to the same type as Mohammed, a show-off. How could he possibly be related to the beauty Ellie admired? What kind of world was this? Mohammed invited them inside, and Ellie followed a step behind, seizing the opportunity to pull Mohammed aside and whisper, are they really half-brothers? How can they look so different and not share a surname? Mohammed, not. As for why they weren't but still counted as such, he didn't explain further. Ellie's mind raced, and his little eyes instantly understood, so they're like godfather and godson. Like us? Mohammed, us. Ellie pointed at him, then at himself. You, my godfather. Muhammad. He took a deep breath, said nothing, and pushed the little rascal into the door. Chapter 40, Money and Beauty Deal. Muhammad had someone prepare a lavish meal to entertain guests. Since they were old classmates, there wasn't much hesitation in discussing business, they could talk directly over the meal. Choosing to meet on such a day mainly suggested the intention of friends gathering, with business talks only as a sideline. Ellie could eat only 2 or 3 kinds of dishes, but he didn't complain like he did in the morning. Instead, he warmly helped Muhammad welcome the guests, especially the beauties he fancied. Little kid, you don't have to fuss. Just sit down, I can manage by myself, Hugo chuckled, declining Ellie's offer to get him a drink again and motion for him to sit. A flicker of embarrassment flashed across Ellie's lips when the object of his affection called him little kid. Reluctantly sitting back down, he caught Muhammad's scrutinizing gaze from the side and immediately felt that this bastard was looking down on him. Darian laughed softly at the sight and teased Muhammad, your little kid here is quite interesting. Muhammad's expression remained cold, you can do as you please, just ignore him. Ellie scoffed quietly, ignoring him while making him sit here, what kind of joke was this? Muhammad ignored him further and turned to discuss business with the other two. Darian had brought Hugo over this time with the intention of persuading Muhammad to personally invest in forming an investment company with them, focusing on promising emerging industries. I'll also invest my own money, which has nothing to do with Tsin family's company. This small-scale investment firm won't be competing with the Yi Corporation or Ronghua Capital. It's more of a hobby-like venture, not requiring too much capital. If it does well, it could certainly earn some extra pocket money. Are you two interested? By mentioning Ronghua Capital right away, it was evident that he knew all about Ellie's background and intended to include him in the persuasion. Ellie was somewhat surprised, glancing subconsciously at Muhammad, so keeping him around was for the sake of his money? Muhammad didn't explain to him but said to the others, we don't have the time to participate in the management of a new company. That's already considered. Neither do I have the time, Darian smiled, pointing at Hugo beside him, I specially brought him along to recommend him to you. He graduated from an Ivy League business school and worked several years at our company, even reaching executive vice president. His education and experience should suffice for managing a modest-sized investment firm. The new company will be fully managed by him. If you trust my judgment, Muhammad, please give it some support. Although I can't guarantee how much we'll earn, I assure you won't lose money. Hugo then began discussing market trends and prospects with Muhammad, proving to be knowledgeable and competent indeed. Ellie listened half-heartedly, invest, his father did have money, but as for himself, huh? Muhammad didn't reply immediately, only saying, let's consider it. Halfway through the meal, Ellie felt uneasy in his stomach again and returned to the bedroom to rest. Muhammad came to deliver medicine, handing him a cup of warm water with it, take your medicine. Ellie pouted, go attend to your guests, leaving them alone outside isn't nice. Why are you bothering with me? Muhammad frowned, are you very uncomfortable? Should we go to the hospital? No. Ellie shook his head quickly, grabbed the medicine, and swallowed it swiftly. Putting down the water cup, he glanced toward the dining room, shaking his head in amazement, your old classmate's adopted brother looks good, is highly educated, and talented, becoming executive vice president at your old classmate's company. So why does he want to strike out on his own now? Are you really going to invest money in them? Muhammad asked, when you see a handsome person, you can't move anymore. Choking, Ellie retorted, who can't move? Isn't it you who noticed me not moving? How dare you criticize others? He saw the same disdainful look in this bastard's eyes again, which immediately made him irritable, get lost, I don't want to see you. Do adoptive brothers, uncles, and fathers dominate your thoughts? Muhammad ridiculed him. Ellie jealously replied, I don't know if others are adoptive relations, but I'm right in calling you my godfather, aren't I? You're far more generous to me than my dad is. One night together, one car exchanged, who's more extravagant than you? Isn't it just a deal of exchanging money for beauty? What's wrong with calling you my godfather? Muhammad reached out to pinch his chin, money for beauty. Ellie, isn't it? Muhammad, do you think anyone would believe that? Ellie shrugged, I believe it. If you say so, Muhammad's fingers brushed his chin, call me once more. No way, Ellie slapped his hand away, don't flatter yourself. Muhammad, you have no money. When you were willing to spend 5 million on a painting that wasn't worth much, weren't you quite extravagant? You still have the nerve to mention it, and didn't someone end up spending 8 million just to win a smile from a beauty while my 5 million remained unspent? At the mention of this debacle, Ellie's tone became even more sour. Muhammad, this bastard, always bringing up things best left unsaid. Muhammad stared into his eyes, and Ellie managed a half-smile, averting his gaze. Neither spoke for a moment. One standing, the other sitting, they both fell silent, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Muhammad spoke again, if you don't want to engage in a transaction of money and beauty, you can make your own money. That way, you won't have to worry about your parents managing you. Do you have any interest in what was discussed at dinner? Ellie lifted his eyes, can it really make money? How much do I need to invest? Muhammad, if you want to invest, I'll join you. You can put in 200 or 300 million, if it's not enough, I'll cover the rest. That's unnecessary. I do have 2 or 300 million. Ellie was indeed tempted. His father had given him unlimited credit cards, but spending too extravagantly would still invite reprimand. Secretly, his mother often slipped him extra pocket money, accumulating to several million over time. However, being treated like a child by his parents, even at his age, was incredibly annoying. This is all my savings. If I lose it. If you lose it, I'll compensate you, Muhammad calmly said. If you gain, it's yours. If you lose, it's on me. Ellie, that wouldn't be right. Muhammad, didn't you call me godfather? Ellie shut his mouth. Playing around with roles, this guy got into character pretty fast. After the meal, Muhammad and Darian smoked and chatted under the eaves outside. Is your kid feeling better? I find him quite amusing. I never thought your taste would be like this. Didn't you used to despise these spoiled rich kids? What changed? Darian laughed. Muhammad ignored him, glancing at the snowman in the yard. Noticing this, Darian raised an eyebrow. The kid built that snowman as you? Even gave it a tie. You actually let him do that? After a long pause, Muhammad only said, it's quite well made. Darian flicked the ash off his cigarette, his smile widening. You've truly changed, haven't you? A fresh look indeed. Muhammad took a deep puff of his cigarette. We'll invest the money, you handle the company operations. Try not to bring your brother around so much in the future. He hasn't done anything. Darian stopped mid-sentence, then conceded, all right, I promise not to bring him around your kid. Is that fine? Muhammad didn't respond, focusing on the oddly shaped snowman, narrowing his eyes as he finished his cigarette. Ellie pushed open the window, spotting Hugo alone in the backyard, calling out to him. Hugo was washing his face at the fountain, water dripping down his cheeks. He shook his head, hearing the call, and smiled up at Ellie. Little kid, aren't you feeling unwell? Ellie swung himself out of the window and walked over. Why are you using cold water? Aren't you cold? It's fine, it wakes me up, Hugo replied casually. You should be careful. Young Master Yi said you were still getting in 4 at the hospital last night. Take care of yourself. Ellie studied Hugo's wet face, reaffirming his attractiveness. Better than anyone he'd liked before. If it were earlier, he would have gone all out to pursue him. But now. Hugo lit a cigarette, noticing Ellie staring, and asked through the smoke, little kid, why are you staring at me? Ellie smirked, why does everyone call me little kid? You're not much older than me, are you? He pulled out his phone. Add me on WeChat. Hugo chuckled. While you may look good, I'm straight. Are you seriously considering hitting on me? Your godfather won't let you off easily. And by the way, Darian and I aren't stepbrothers. Ellie. Caught in private chatter, a bit awkward. He cleared his throat, chin up. Can't we just be friends? I love making friends with handsome people. Sure, works for me. Hugo smiled nonchalantly, swapping WeChat IDs with him. Ellie, satisfied, pocketed his phone and tilted his head. Still, my godfather looks even better. Hugo laughed. Sure, sounds good. After the guests left, Ellie slept again in the afternoon. When he woke up, it was already past 4 o'clock. The room with the curtains drawn was dimly lit, with only a bedside lamp on. Muhammad was leaning against the bed next to him, reading a book with his silver-framed glasses perched on his nose. Ellie's eyelashes fluttered slowly as he raised his head to look at Muhammad's face. For the past 2 days, Muhammad hadn't worn his glasses, and Ellie almost forgot what he looked like when he wore them. Staring intently for a moment until Muhammad met his gaze, what are you looking at? Ellie pulled back under the blanket, not wanting to admit he had been staring absent-mindedly. Where did I look at you? You're so narcissistic. He wasn't wrong about what he said to Hugo. In his eyes, Muhammad still looked better. If this man weren't so intimidating, maybe he would have been attracted to Muhammad first at the charity ball that night. But asking him to pursue Muhammad? That wouldn't do. While indulging in these thoughts, Muhammad's hand slid from behind his ear down to his neck, causing Ellie to shrink his neck. The more he tried to avoid it, the more persistently that hand chased him, its touch setting his skin on fire. Glancing sideways, Ellie saw Muhammad calmly continuing to read, which made him even more irritable. Not wanting to appear weak, he threw off the blanket, climbed onto Muhammad's lap, snatched away the book, and tossed it on the floor. Muhammad looked up, and Ellie smiled, letting his fingers brush against the hard muscles of Muhammad's thigh, leaning closer. Wrapping his arms around Muhammad's waist, Ellie embraced his neck, breath close. Godfather, do you want me? Muhammad frowned, get off. Ellie refused, deliberately provoking him, do you or don't you? Unfortunately, it didn't matter anyway, since he was sick. But seeing Muhammad unable to maintain his composure made Ellie feel satisfied. Muhammad stared intensely at him. Ellie laughed softly, feeling increasingly triumphant. The next moment, he was pulled down into the bed by Muhammad, who whispered, Ellie, don't provoke me. Ellie persisted, are you serious? I don't mind if you have the interest, but what if I need to go to the bathroom halfway through? Ouch. Muhammad's hand slipped into his waistband, pinching his thigh. Right here. Ellie kicked out, I don't want to. This was far more humiliating than direct action, he couldn't accept it. Do you have a choice in your transaction? Muhammad reminded him, biting his earlobe. Turtle egg. Muhammad knelt up, removing his glasses and tossing them on the nightstand. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt, then started to unbuckle his belt, moving deliberately while always keeping his eyes locked on Ellie, his gaze dominant and unyielding. Ellie watched him, his Adam's apple sliding slightly as he couldn't bring himself to say no anymore. As Muhammad's body descended again, Ellie raised his hands and wrapped around him. Chapter 41 Standing Up for Justice. The flight landed in Hawaii City in the evening. Carson and his wife came to pick up Ellie specially and invited Muhammad to dinner, to thank him in person for taking care of Ellie these days. At the dinner table, Ellie acted like a good baby the whole time, burying his head to eat. Occasionally, he would glance at Muhammad, who was chatting with ease with his parents opposite him, and he really doubted how thick-skinned this man could be. Muhammad had taken care of him all the way to the bed yet showed no guilt in front of his parents. He not only accepted the gratitude from his parents naturally but also shamelessly said that he considered him as a younger brother and it was just a trivial thing to do. A shameless person is indeed invincible. Ellie, you have just recovered from gastroenteritis. Don't eat such strong-flavored dishes, drink soup instead. Ellie's hand holding the chopsticks paused as Muhammad looked at him and reminded, don't forget what the doctor said. Ellie laughed dryly. He just wanted to taste the pepper chicken chunks. This bastard spoke to his parents normally, why did he stare at him? Kirsty noticed the situation and hurried to stop him, right. Don't eat such spicy dishes. No greedy eating. Ellie reluctantly put down his chopsticks. His mouth was almost going to taste nothing. It's just gastroenteritis, is it that serious? Carson's gaze circled between his son and Muhammad, then he said to Muhammad again, this kid gave you much trouble, Yi Shao. Thank you so much these days. Muhammad smiled, no problem. I'm happy to do so. Carson was speechless for a moment and then said after a long pause, however, we still have to thank you. Muhammad replied, Arjun, there's no need for such formality. I regard Ellie as one of my own. His matters are my matters. I don't feel bothered at all. Ellie lowered his head silently. Bastard, saying such ambiguous things in front of his parents. Carson twitched on his forehead and didn't continue. He laughed awkwardly a few times and changed the topic to chat about other things with Muhammad. After the meal, Muhammad personally sent Ellie and his parents to the car and bade farewell to Carson and his wife politely. Ellie walked last, turning back to look at Muhammad, who stared at him and gave him an angry glare. Muhammad took it lightly, see you. Ellie got into the car and slammed the door hard. As the car drove away, Kirsty praised Muhammad all the way, oblivious to anything unusual. Ellie suspected that if he had a sister, his mom would certainly think of making Muhammad her son-in-law. Carson suddenly asked, Ellie, what exactly is your relationship with Muhammad? Ellie, sitting in the passenger seat and looking down at his phone, received a WeChat message from Muhammad half a minute ago, asking him to come over tomorrow night. He replied with a bunch of eye-rolling emoticons. Hearing his father ask this, his hands trembled. Luckily his father was in the back seat and didn't see his discomfort. Yanni, you've asked me several times before. It's just like that. We get along pretty well. He wants to maintain a good relationship with you and grandfather, so he is polite to me, Ellie joked. Carson didn't quite believe it, he especially stayed in Beijing to take care of you. How could it be? Ellie immediately answered, he stayed there to talk business with someone else, and took care of me for a couple of days. Carson said, I told you not to get too close to him, you don't listen. Just remember to have your own principles and don't get cheated. Ellie. I am more than 20 years old, not a young girl. But in his parents' eyes, there wasn't much difference anyway. Carson was worried but didn't want to expose the possibility of Muhammad having designs on his son in front of him to avoid unnecessary trouble. He secretly thought that his son was growing up and should consider his life partner carefully. Ellie didn't feel any of his father's concerns at all. In the following month, he still frequently visited Muhammad's home, sometimes called by Muhammad, sometimes he went voluntarily when he felt like it. Not only that, under the pretext of discussing official business, he even officially visited Muhammad's company several times and did some things with Muhammad in his office twice. Mouthing curses, when it came to cooperation, no one was better than Ellie. That afternoon, coincidentally, there was a document in the company to be delivered to Yi Corporation. Originally, it would be done by subordinates, but Ellie took the task upon himself and left work early before 4 o'clock, driving to Yi Corporation's building personally. It turned out he arrived inconveniently, as Muhammad was in a meeting that couldn't end soon. Muhammad's secretary came down to meet him and explained that it was a board meeting which had lasted all day and was estimated to go until around 6 or 7 in the evening. If you're not in a hurry, Dempsey, you can wait in the chairman's office for a while. He said you can make yourself at home, the secretary suggested. Ellie listened absent-mindedly and asked, where is the meeting? The secretary indicated the direction of the meeting room, which was on the same floor as Muhammad's chairman's office. Ellie glanced over in that direction, waved his hand, and said, all right, I know. You don't need to worry about me, go do your work. After dismissing Muhammad's secretary, he confidently entered Muhammad's office, lay down on the sofa, and started playing with his phone. He had been here just last week, originally coming to discuss the follow-up investment matters for Star Energy Technology with Muhammad. After the official business was settled, when he and his subordinate were about to leave, Muhammad locked the door from inside and started stripping him right there on the sofa. Ellie closed his eyes and reminisced about the details of that moment, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Having sex in the office, where someone could knock on the door at any time, was shameful but also thrilling. That day, after they finished, his legs were trembling as he walked. It took him 2 whole days to recover. Though he cursed at the time, he couldn't stop thinking about it afterwards. Now, lying on this very sofa playing games, his mind wandered again. As a result, he lost 3 consecutive rounds of the game, threw his phone onto the carpet, and decided not to play anymore. 10 minutes later, idle, Ellie appeared outside the meeting room, peeking through the slats of the Venetian blinds. In the spacious meeting room, at least 20 people sat around a large conference table, with even more standing around taking notes. The atmosphere was not exactly pleasant. Muhammad's usual stern face listened to one of his subordinates behind him, frowning slightly. Someone stood up at the conference table, raising their arm passionately. Others were either discussing among themselves or cautiously watching Muhammad's reaction. Some were confronting the person who stood up, while others looked indifferent, trying to stay out of the matter. The entire meeting room buzzed like a bustling market. Unfortunately, the soundproofing was too good, and Ellie couldn't hear what they were arguing about. He clicked his tongue regretfully, unable to enjoy the gossip, but eventually fixed his gaze on Muhammad's face, involuntarily whistling silently. Even with that devilish expression, Muhammad was handsome enough, especially standing out in a room full of middle-aged men. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken an interest. A few minutes later, Muhammad leaned back in his chair, crossing his long legs, and arrogantly nodded at the man who was still shouting. He said something, and that man's expression immediately changed, revealing undisguised anger and hatred. Ellie clicked his tongue again, suddenly remembering why this person looked familiar. It was Piersang, the 3rd son of the Yi family, who was the protagonist in the previous wedding. Back then, he seemed quite confident, but today he looked like a dying stray dog, all dignity lost. A few minutes later, Piersang stormed out angrily, slamming the door. Ellie stepped aside slightly, unnoticed by the angry man as he walked off with a gloomy face. Ellie raised an eyebrow, turned back to the meeting room, only to find Muhammad suddenly looking in his direction. Startled, he instinctively ducked away, then realized Muhammad couldn't see him from inside. Looking back, Muhammad was speaking, finally quieting the noisy meeting room. Perhaps it was just his imagination earlier. Feeling uninterested, Ellie was about to leave when the meeting room door opened again. This time, it was Muhammad's secretary coming out. "Is there anything you need, Dempsey?" "Ellie. Can you see me from inside?" "No," the secretary explained, "but the chairman saw you when we opened the door." Speechless, Ellie wondered how sharp this person's eyesight was, noticing everything amidst so many people. Curious, he asked, the one who slammed the door was Piersang. "What did your chairman do to him? Didn't he usually listen to your chairman?" He had heard some gossip about Piersang. Unlike Pierce, he wasn't completely useless but had some ability. During the power transition in the Yi family, he betrayed his own brother to side with Muhammad, which allowed him to remain in the company. However, his mother was sent to a nursing home, and his younger brother was imprisoned by Muhammad, making his life difficult to say the least. Ellie's casual question wasn't expected to get much response, but the secretary cooperatively satisfied his curiosity. "Yes, it's 3rd young master. He has been behaving improperly lately, secretly scheming to benefit himself using company resources. Today, the chairman just gave him a warning, removed him from his position, and expelled him from the board." To be relieved of his duties and expelled from the board is just a warning? Ellie was surprised. What would it take for real action? To send him to prison like his brother? The secretary smiled, avoiding the question. "Dempsey, please return to your office. The meeting should end in about an hour." Ellie indeed had no interest in staying longer, but waiting another hour for Muhammad didn't appeal to him either. Glover's WeChat message came in at the right moment, inviting him to go out for dinner and happy hour. Ellie, not going. Glover, meeting your godfather again? Chi Xiao, can you really do that? You can't just stay home serving him every day without stepping outside the door because of your godfather, right? Get lost. After replying with this word, he changed his mind. "Fine, let's go. Send me the address." Meeting anyone else wouldn't be much different. No, it shouldn't be called a meeting. It mustn't be said like that or Muhammad would go crazy if he found out. Waiting for Glover to send the address, Ellie had already ridden the elevator down to the underground parking lot. It wasn't yet quitting time, so there was almost nobody in the parking lot, making any phone conversation particularly noticeable. Ellie wasn't trying to eavesdrop intentionally, it was just that the other party spoke loudly and angrily, cursing not far from his car. He looked up and indeed saw Piersang, leaning against his car, facing away, talking on the phone about Muhammad, spewing curses such as, "bastard," and, "has a mother but no one raised you," among other unpleasant words. Ellie paused to listen for a moment before walking over. Piersang, upon hearing someone tapping on his car hood while hanging up, turned back unhappily. Seeing Ellie, he hesitated briefly and then asked rudely, "What's up?" Clearly, he didn't remember who Ellie was, possibly finding him somewhat familiar, assuming him to be some employee in the company. Ellie smirked and asked, "Who were you cursing just now?" Hearing his tone, realizing Ellie was confronting him, Piersang, who was already in an awful mood, became even darker. "What's it got to do with you?" "Ellie, cursing Muhammad has something to do with me. Since I happened to hear it, well, I can't help but want to stick up for him." "You can't curse him like that." "Who the hell are you?" Piersang shouted, "Want to kiss his ass? Pick a better place. He's not even here. What good does meddling do?" "Who said I want to kiss his ass?" Ellie coolly replied, "I just don't like the way you look. Your mother might have given birth to you, but she clearly didn't raise you. With that pathetic face of yours, you're worse off than scum." Piersang's face twisted with rage. "What kind of thing are you? You dare to curse me like this?" "Ellie, you care what kind of thing I am? As long as I know you're nothing." Furious, Piersang's anger built up since earlier was ignited by Ellie's few words, rushing forward to throw a punch at him. Ellie was ready. He held a baseball bat he picked up from beside a trash bin nearby, and swung it directly at Piersang. Chapter 42 Outburst. Muhammad was still in a meeting when he received the news. Ellie and Piersang were fighting fiercely, and by the time security noticed and intervened, both of them were already bleeding. One keen-eyed security guard recognized Ellie and didn't dare to handle the situation on his own. He also ignored Piersang's demands to call the police and instead reported it directly to Muhammad's secretary, which is how Muhammad found out. The board meeting ended prematurely, and Muhammad personally went downstairs to the security office. In the security office, Ellie sat slouched on the sofa, legs propped up on the coffee table, his face bruised but his demeanor as aggressive as ever, even on someone else's turf. Across from him, Piersang's face was smeared with blood, gritting his teeth and urging everyone to call the police, shouting that he would make Ellie pay, until Muhammad walked in. Muhammad cast a disdainful glance at Piersang before his eyes fell on Ellie. Facing Muhammad, Ellie finally felt a moment of awkwardness, turning his face away to reveal the swollen side of his cheek. Muhammad's expression darkened slightly, and Piersang immediately stood up, sneering at him, "This lunatic attacked me suddenly in the underground garage. I want to report it to the police." He already knew Ellie's identity, but since he had nothing left, he feared nothing, wanting only to reclaim some dignity, regardless of who Ellie was. It would be better if this incident ruined Muhammad's partnership with Ronghua Capital. Muhammad had heard about the incident on his way there and reminded him coldly, "You started it first, and there's surveillance footage. Call the police if you like." For a moment, Piersang felt guilty, then gnashed his teeth in hatred. Ellie immediately chimed in, "That's right, he started it. If you want to call the police, go ahead. Let the cops sort it out." Although Piersang was badly beaten, losing one of his front teeth, Ellie's face was also swollen on one side. When adults fought, the police usually just mediated, so he wasn't afraid at all. Anyway, he beat him up, and it felt good. Muhammad took out his phone and asked Piersang, "Should I call the police for you?" Meeting his gaze, Piersang remembered his imprisoned friend and backed down, fearing Muhammad's tricks. He didn't insist on calling the police anymore and stormed off, muttering curses. Ellie snorted, "Coward, just putting on a show." Muhammad gave him a cold look and instructed someone, "Pull up the surveillance footage." Ellie was taken aback and immediately protested, "Why bother with the footage now that he's gone?" Muhammad ignored him and insisted on having the footage played. Since the boss had spoken, others followed his order and quickly retrieved the video. Fortunately, there was a camera nearby capturing everything clearly, including the sound. As for Piersang's insults calling him a bastard, Muhammad remained indifferent. However, when Ellie defended him with phrases like, "You insult Muhammad, and it concerns me," or, "You can't insult him," Muhammad's eyebrows twitched slightly, looking at Ellie meaningfully. Ellie. He should have kept quiet, it really was none of his business. "Let's go home." After watching the footage, Muhammad said nothing, only indicating that Ellie should follow him back home. Grumbling unhappily, Ellie got up, no longer displaying any of the arrogance he had shown earlier when facing Piersang. Sitting in Muhammad's car, he winced as he touched his mouth. The pain had caught up with him now that the adrenaline had worn off, and it truly hurt. Muhammad's hand reached out, and his cool fingertips touched the swollen area on Ellie's face. Ellie instinctively flinched, frowning, "Don't touch me, bastard." "Muhammad, does it hurt?" "Ellie, try it yourself and see if it hurts." But he probably forgot that Muhammad had been punched in the face multiple times by him, this wasn't much to worry about. Muhammad withdrew his hand, "If it hurts, maybe you should learn your lesson and avoid fights next time. For whom do you think I did this?" Ellie snapped, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized they were meaningless. He glared hatefully at this jerk and turned his head away. Back at home, Muhammad fetched the first aid kit, nodding toward the sofa to indicate Ellie should sit down. Ellie, full of complaints, reluctantly complied but refused to speak. Muhammad sat beside him, gently pinching his face, staring at the colorful bruises for a while. Just as Ellie was about to lose patience and snap, Muhammad suddenly said, "Thank you." Ellie was speechless. Muhammad then took out the ointment and began applying it. Where the skin was broken, he disinfected it with iodine before applying the medicine. Another ointment was for reducing swelling and was rubbed onto red but unbroken areas. A good night's sleep will reduce most of the swelling. Apply it twice tomorrow, and it should be fine in 2 days, Muhammad casually advised. As Muhammad massaged the medicine into his face, Eli felt slightly uncomfortable and chuckled dryly. Young master Yi sure has plenty of experience with these remedies, hasn't he? He hissed again, glaring at Muhammad. The bastard was deliberately pressing on his wounds with a cotton swab. Muhammad didn't argue with him anymore. After applying the medicine, he washed his hands and went to the kitchen to brew coffee. Eli followed him. Just as he was about to speak, Glover called, asking where he was and why he hadn't arrived yet. Eli had completely forgotten about it and awkwardly said, "I'm not going." "Glover, were you caught by your godfather again?" Muhammad took his phone and answered himself, "What's up?" The person on the other end, Glover, hesitated for a second, then threw out a casual, "Nothing," and hung up quickly. Eli snatched back his phone, "Are you crazy or what?" Muhammad let him talk and continued brewing the coffee. His own phone rang. It was his uncle calling. He placed it nearby but neither answered nor hung up, treating it as background noise. Eli glanced at the caller ID and chuckled, "Are you teasing that old man on purpose?" "Muhammad, let him be." After 3 rings, it finally stopped. Eli almost imagined the old man fuming. "You, what kind of temper do you really have? That bastard just insulted you, and you didn't even react?" Recalling Muhammad's calm demeanor during the surveillance review, Eli couldn't help but wonder if this person really didn't care at all. Muhammad didn't even lift an eyebrow. "Didn't you beat him up for me already? And what he said wasn't true at all, so why should I get angry?" "Eli, huh?" Muhammad handed him the brewed coffee. "I'm not a bastard child. My mom is the legitimate wife who got married to Driscoll with an official marriage certificate." Eli looked surprised. Muhammad asked, "Surprised?" "Eli, but people outside always say I'm a bastard." Muhammad scoffed lightly, "If they don't say that, how can Driscoll and that woman appear legitimate?" Mentioning his father, Muhammad spoke his name directly, with cold disdain. In a few words, he explained to Eli. His mother was indeed Driscoll's original wife. In their youth, Driscoll also once fell madly in love, forsaking his rich young master identity to elope with Muhammad's impoverished mother. They registered their marriage and had a child. But after only a year or two, reality defeated love, and Driscoll abandoned his wife and child to return home and marry another well-matched spouse. That woman knew of my existence and my mother's, yet she insisted on marrying Driscoll. Afterward, she suspected him of still having ties with my mom, constantly causing us trouble, and eventually sent my mom to a psychiatric hospital. My mom died, and I was sent to an orphanage at 8. At 15, Driscoll acknowledged me into the Yi family because he was getting older and in poor health. He didn't want the Yi family to be completely controlled by that woman and her 3 sons, so he thought of me. Muhammad spoke indifferently, as if telling someone else's story. Eli opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Raised in a loving family with harmonious parents, saying he could relate would be a lie. However, hearing Muhammad recount this made him genuinely uncomfortable, inexplicably, even though it wasn't his business. "So you. It wasn't all bad. At least I played the role of a good son in front of him for over 10 years, earning his trust and confidence. He gave me most of the company shares, while Pearsang and the other 3 combined only match mine. Although the pests in the Yi family favor them, other shareholders and board members don't want the Yi corporation to become a dictatorship controlled by the Yi family, so they choose me." "Then how did your dad die?" Eli blurted out the question and immediately regretted it. If Muhammad had done it, wasn't it inappropriate to ask about such private matters? Muhammad sipped his coffee and calmly replied, "He had a heart attack and collapsed in front of me. I kicked away his medicine." Eli, "Oh." Muhammad's gaze fell on him, scared. "I've told you before, I have nothing to be afraid of." Eli rolled his eyes. When Muhammad first vaguely mentioned his family affairs, he asked the same question. Eli wasn't scared then, and he was even less concerned now. Muhammad suddenly laughed, leaning forward across the counter, his fingers touching Eli's still swollen face again. His smile faded, his eyes narrowing, giving Eli a peculiar chill. Muhammad gently stroked the place his fingers touched, murmuring, "Eli, you know all my secrets now, you can't escape." Eli snapped back to reality, ignoring the strange feeling in his heart. Pushing Muhammad's shoulder, he cursed, "Neurotic, are you threatening me?" Muhammad staggered back a step but didn't mind, slowly leaning against the counter and finishing his coffee leisurely. Eli avoided Muhammad's intense gaze. Muhammad's attitude today was indeed a bit strange, ever since they left the Yi Corporation building. He thought about it but couldn't figure out what was wrong with this bastard, so he gave up and let it be, whatever. But after night fell and being thoroughly worked over by Muhammad, Eli almost lost his voice shouting and still wasn't let off. He finally realized that this bastard wasn't just a little strange, he was indeed very strange today. Unable to bear it any longer, Eli kicked Muhammad hard, who had been relentless. "Hurry up, it's so late already, I need to go home." Muhammad stopped, panting roughly against Eli's neck. Covered in hot sweat and held tightly by Muhammad, Eli felt extremely uncomfortable. "What's wrong with you?" Not trying to get me to marry you because you're moved by me helping you punch someone earlier, right? Sure, if that's what you want, you lie down and let me. His witty remarks only earned him harsher treatment until later on, Ellie could barely even curse back, nearly passing out from exhaustion. It was past midnight when it finally ended. Ellie dazedly fumbled for his phone to check the time, murmuring with closed eyes, "Put some clothes on me, I'm going home." "It's past 12. Don't go back tonight." Muhammad's hand still rested on his back, gently caressing it, his voice hoarse. "No, my parents will call looking for me." Ellie mumbled. "I've already sent them a message saying you got drunk and are spending the night at a friend's place," Muhammad replied. Ellie frowned, opening one eye to look at his phone. It was turned off. Forget it, going home with a swollen face would be equally troublesome, and besides, he couldn't move anyway. His eyelids drooped again. "Tomorrow I'm going back to my hometown with my parents for New Year's. Leave me alone." "How long will you be gone?" Muhammad asked, his voice close. "Don't know, at least until the 7th day of the new year," Ellie mumbled. "I want to sleep, don't bother me." "But what if I decide to keep bothering you?" Ellie squinted at him again, pulled him down, kissed him lightly on the lips, not even thinking about why he did that, then closed his eyes again. "Stop bothering me, alright?" Ellie must have been really tired. 2 minutes later, he was sound asleep. Leaning against the headboard, Muhammad lit a cigarette, gazing at Ellie's still swollen face, touching it with the back of his hand, staying like that for a long while. Chapter 43, Liked Men. At 7 in the morning, Ellie opened his eyes, feeling puzzled for a few seconds. Realizing he was still at Muhammad's place, he immediately got up, disregarding the soreness all over his body and rushed to the bathroom. If he didn't return home now, his parents would really come looking for him. After hastily taking a shower and finishing up, he went downstairs and saw Muhammad having breakfast. Ellie rushed forward, grabbed a steamed bun and stuffed it into his mouth. "Quick, quick, take me home." "No, take me to your company. My car is still there. Once I get my car, I need to go home immediately." Muhammad glanced at his ridiculous expression and handed him a cup of milk. "Sit down and finish your breakfast first." Ellie almost choked on the steamed bun in his mouth, reluctantly sitting down. If he has to eat, then let's eat. This short delay doesn't matter much. He turned on his phone that had been off all night and opened WeChat. His mother had sent a message late at night, telling him to come home as soon as he woke up. Frowning, Ellie asked, "Whose phone did you use last night to send messages to my parents?" "What exactly did you tell them?" Muhammad said, "I called your dad and told him you came to the office to deliver documents, we had dinner together, you got drunk, and stayed at my place for the night." Ellie asked blankly. Did he believe it? Why shouldn't he? Muhammad wasn't the least bit embarrassed, unless you feel guilty. How could you have the nerve? Who lied to him last night, saying he told them you were staying at a friend's house but didn't mention it was this friend? Ellie wanted to say something but kept quiet. Muhammad's face always seemed thicker than a city wall, and this wasn't the first time he knew about it. So he gave up. After breakfast, Muhammad held him down once more to apply some medicine, before finally allowing him to leave. It wasn't even 8 when they arrived at the E-Corporation building. Following Ellie, Muhammad also got out of the car in the underground parking lot. Ellie waved at him, "You go to work. Don't worry about me." However, Muhammad stood by his car, not moving. After Ellie sat in the car and started the engine, he rolled down the window and poked his head out. "Are you not going up yet? Going back to your hometown today?" Muhammad suddenly asked. Ellie nodded. "It's already the 28th. It's just a couple days until New Year." Muhammad looked at him for a moment, then bent down and kissed him through the driver's side door. Caught off guard, Ellie was kissed full on, Muhammad's tongue pressing into his mouth, forcefully exploring. Just as Ellie was getting impatient and pushing him away, it turned into an affectionate entanglement. Breathless, Ellie stopped resisting and let him kiss. Since it was public, and this was also E-Corporation's office building, if Muhammad wasn't ashamed, why should he be? After the kiss, Muhammad didn't move away. His lips pressed close to Ellie's, panting slightly. Ellie chuckled and reminded him, "What will the employees think when they see the big boss kissing a man here?" Although it was still early and the parking lot was almost empty, their spot was quite secluded, but what if someone saw? Besides, there were cameras everywhere. Muhammad's gaze remained calm, gazing intently at him. The distance was so close that Ellie could clearly see this person's eyes, which were full of his reflection. That subtle emotion bubbled up again, and Ellie pulled his head back into the car. "No more kisses. I'm leaving." Muhammad lifted his chin lightly. "Drive safely." Unable to bear his clinginess, Ellie quickly rolled up the window, blocking him out. Driving away, he glanced at him in the rearview mirror, who was still standing there. Muhammad, this bastard, was becoming weirder and weirder. Was it necessary for him to act like this just because he was returning to his hometown for the New Year? But speaking of which, with only 2 days left till New Year, how was this bastard going to celebrate? Alone? Shaking his head, Ellie. Why did he care so much? It wasn't any of his business. Clearing his thoughts, he stepped on the gas and accelerated out of E-Corporation's underground parking lot. Back home, his parents were waiting for him. Feeling a little guilty, Ellie asked cautiously after entering if they were ready to leave. Carson glanced at him without a word and called to instruct the driver to prepare to depart. Kirsty scolded him a bit and then, noticing something, leaned closer to look at his face. What happened to your face? Why is it broken and red on one side? Did you fight with someone? No, Ellie replied quickly, I got drunk last night, tripped while walking, and fell on my face. Really, it's not from fighting. Hearing this, Kirsty started fussing over her son, asking if it hurt and if he hurt anywhere else. Ellie half-heartedly answered her. Carson's gaze scanned over his face twice, making Ellie feel increasingly uneasy. He avoided his father's eyes and smiled at his mother. Mom, let me help you get the luggage. He suspected his father already knew something but obviously didn't plan to ask directly. So he could only keep pretending. Afterward, the whole family drove back to their hometown in a neighboring province, a relatively underdeveloped prefecture-level city. Over the years, Carson's business in Hawaii City had grown significantly, and it had been a long time since he last took his family back to their hometown for the new year. This year, an uncle who had once taken care of him was celebrating his birthday, so he took this opportunity to bring the whole family back. Ellie's uncle Grandpa lived in a village under the city's jurisdiction. Playing in the village for 2 days, Ellie felt like a fish in water, completely forgetting about Muhammad and not contacting him at all. It wasn't until the eve of the spring festival when he was setting off fireworks with a group of children that he suddenly remembered Muhammad, who probably hadn't experienced this, and casually sent him a picture. When the WeChat photo came through, Muhammad was lounging alone on a single sofa at the Yi family mansion. People were gathered around, some standing, some sitting, with his eldest uncle leading the charge, interrogating or rather condemning him. Nice shot, have fun. Where are you? Not spending the new year alone at home, right? That would be sad, crying face. At the Yi family mansion. Wow, you're actually spending the new year with those heartless ones, shocked.jpg. Just watching the show. Clap, clap, clap. Each reply from Ellie came with an emoji, making Muhammad chuckle despite himself, the corners of his lips curling up. Seeing Muhammad suddenly smile while looking at his phone, as if ignoring everyone else, the others became increasingly indignant. Ye's elder uncle tapped his cane on the ground forcefully. Xingzhou, did you hear what we just said? Muhammad glanced up indifferently, the smile vanishing, his expression cold. Yes. Ye's elder uncle, what do you mean? Muhammad, I mean nothing, and I disagree. Ye's elder uncle, you. This family gathering was not for a reunion dinner. In fact, Ye's elder uncle had summoned Muhammad under the pretext of honoring his deceased father, demanding that Muhammad attend the memorial ceremony tonight. Otherwise, Muhammad wouldn't have come here. All they wanted was a way out, unwilling to be completely wiped out by Muhammad, yet they put on a high and mighty air, using the family's reputation and fake kinship to pressure him, even suggesting that Yi Wanxia's and Pierce's elder brother, Amato, should return to the company. Little did they know that Muhammad wasn't even willing to pretend, flatly rejecting their demands without room for negotiation. You shouldn't go too far. This company is not just yours, we all have a share. Do you really think you can rule with an iron fist? Piercing clenched his teeth, having pretended to be submissive before Muhammad but gaining nothing. He wished he could tear Muhammad apart but knew he no longer had the power to do so. Muhammad was no longer the easy target he once was. Muhammad looked at him coldly. If Amato feels uncomfortable abroad, he can resign. I don't have the power to control his every move. Once he leaves the Yi Corporation, I won't stop him. Does it have to be this way? We're all family. The elder uncle tried to play the sentiment card, but Muhammad cut him off directly. I have other matters tonight. I won't join the dinner. If there's nothing else, I'll leave now. As he stood up, Piercing asked, yesterday, I went to see my mother. Why wouldn't they let me see her? She's my biological mother. Why can't I visit her? What are you planning? Muhammad reminded him calmly, you were the one who signed the papers to send your mother to the nursing home. The nursing home follows its own rules. It's not within my power to change that. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in shock. The elder uncle frowned, surprised at Piercing. Piercing's face turned beet red, glaring fiercely. His reaction clearly confirmed the truth of Muhammad's words. While Muhammad might have hinted or instructed it, Piercing was the one who personally signed his mother into the nursing home. Most of the Yi family members weren't decent, but Piercing was especially despicable, willing to send his own mother to a nursing home to curry favor with Muhammad. Muhammad was heartless, but Piercing was a thorough animal. Unfortunate indeed, the patriarch, who always valued the family's honor above all, was too angry to lecture Muhammad anymore. Red-faced and speechless, Piercing couldn't defend himself against being exposed publicly. His expression turned almost vicious, yet he had no counterargument. Muhammad, indifferent, left the room without another word. No one dared to stop him. As he walked out of the Yi family compound, Ellie received a new photo from Eliexon. It was a selfie of him making a funny face while holding a sparkler. The bright sparks illuminated Eliexon's mischievous smile, making him even more dazzling. Muhammad paused in his steps, staring at the screen for a moment before saving the image. After teasing Muhammad, Ellie put away his phone with satisfaction and continued to set off fireworks until his mother called him back inside. The room was filled with elders, all smiling at him. Ellie felt something was off. Is there something? Kirsty called him over and excitedly told him about plans to take him into town tomorrow to meet a girl, suggesting he think about how to behave so as not to embarrass himself. Ellie, huh? In short, it was a matchmaking session. The matchmaker was one of his cousins present, who laughed and explained that the girl was her sister-in-law's niece, 25 years old, just returned from completing her PhD at an overseas prestigious university, and also worked in Hawaii City. She was quite pretty and happened to be back for the new year, so they could meet and perhaps become friends. Ellie was speechless. Carson glanced at him coldly. What's wrong? You're not satisfied? A 25-year-old PhD holder is far beyond your reach. What are you dissatisfied with? Why call me if I can't even catch up? Ellie grumbled, I'm only 23. Is it necessary to rush into matchmaking? I'm younger, my education isn't as high, and I don't have much to offer. What does she see in me? Unless it's his family's money or his looks. His cousin smiled and said, Xiaoxing, you look good. Girls care about appearance. She didn't want to at first, but after seeing your photo, she agreed to meet. Ellie. So it really is because of his looks. I won't go. Carson frowned, why not? I just won't, Ellie insisted. I don't want to go, I don't want matchmaking, and I don't want a girlfriend. Carson, at your age, who doesn't date or plan to get married? If everyone were like you, doing nothing all day, hanging around outside drinking and fighting, what kind of person would you become? Ellie estimated his father had been holding this in for days. He didn't argue, anyway, I won't go. Kirsty hurriedly nudged her son's arm, trying to mediate, just meeting once isn't a big deal. Why not make a new friend? Ellie, I won't. Furious, Carson nearly threw the teacup at him. If I say go, you must go. No choice. Go yourselves. I won't go, even if you tie me up. Ellie was adamant, not just to fool his parents, but because it wasn't worth it, deception wouldn't last forever. Kirsty, why are you so stubborn about this? Mom, I really don't want to go, Ellie persisted. Kirsty, there must be a reason why you don't want to go, right? Ellie glanced at his father and kept silent. Fuming, Carson glared at Ellie but refrained from an outburst due to the presence of others. Noticing the tension, the relatives started to leave one by one. Before leaving, the matchmaker tried to ease the situation. Forget it if Xiaoxing really doesn't want to go. It's just my suggestion. Don't let it ruin your holiday mood. Ellie kept his head down, then his phone buzzed with a message from Muhammad, still setting off fireworks. Ellie turned off the screen without replying. Once alone, Carson asked again, will you go or not? I won't, Ellie lifted his head, looking at his father, and finally spoke the truth. Yanni, I won't go. I don't want to harm anyone. I like men, and it can't be changed. Chapter 44, A Date. As Ellie spoke, Carson's expression changed immediately, and he shouted sternly, what are you saying? Say it again. Ellie shrank his neck slightly. After speaking out, he was somewhat cowardly. Yanni, you heard it all. Why do you want me to repeat it? I just like men. Forcing a girl on me won't work. Don't talk nonsense. Kirsty looked at her son in disbelief, her voice trembling. Don't say things that aren't true just to defy your father. Take back what you said just now. Not talking nonsense, Ellie lowered his voice, somewhat awkwardly. Mom, I have always liked men. It's just the way I am born. It can't be changed. Kirsty, but... Even if it can't be changed, it has to be changed. Carson roared, it's shameful for you to say you like men. Ellie was upset, and his tone turned cold and hard. Sexual orientation is unchangeable if it's innate. If you think I'm embarrassing, you still have time to have another child. Don't expect anything from me. I'll beat you to death first. Carson, with his explosive temper, picked up a chair and threw it at him. Ellie instinctively dodged, but the chair still hit his shoulder blade, and he almost saw stars because of the pain. Carson wanted to throw another one, but Kirsty reacted quickly, standing up and shielding her son, her eyebrows raised angrily. What are you crazy about? Throw one more time. If you hurt our son seriously, I will fight you to the death. Carson's face twitched in anger. You are even protecting him. It's because you spoiled him that he became this way. What's wrong with my son? Kirsty raised her voice. What's bad about him being this way? Isn't he better than you, old man? What's wrong with liking men? Do you still have any objections? You don't need to like men yourself. Carson's face turned green as he glared at Ellie, who was hiding behind Kirsty. Say it yourself. Which man do you like? Is it Muhammad? The moment Ellie peeked out, he retreated behind his mother again. Kirsty turned back in surprise. You like young Master Yi? Under the burning gaze of his mother, Ellie opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He shouldn't have let his emotions get the better of him, blurting out everything. Ellie laughed dryly, while Kirsty clapped her hands, accepting her son's orientation and attitude shift unprecedentedly fast. Young Master Yi is great. Your taste is excellent indeed. Only Muhammad is not too bad. Carson scolded, what eyes you two have. Yes, he looks good and has abilities, but what about his character? Do you know how he overthrew his uncles and brothers to rise to power? Do you know how many dirty things happen in the Yi family? Being fond of such a person could get you swallowed whole without hesitation. Mentioning character, Carson suddenly remembered his own words about only considering marriage alliance requires consideration of character and felt distressed. This naughty kid, Ellie, wouldn't let him have a peaceful day. However, Kirsty disagreed. I see him as gentle and polite. How terrible could he be as you say? Doesn't being handsome and capable enough count? If I hadn't thought you looked good and seemed competent at that time, would I have married you? You were penniless then. At least young Master Yi has everything. Carson was full of grievances. You are clearly deceived by his face. Kirsty, well, he does look good. Otherwise, how could your son fancy him? Carson, don't argue here for this guy, he's just being unreasonable. You should stop indulging him so much, or he'll end up like this. Kirsty, you're the one being unreasonable and argumentative. Making trouble during the new year and causing everyone discomfort. Seeing his parents' argument escalating, Ellie finally spoke up, unable to bear it. Stop arguing. When did I say I like Muhammad? If you don't like Muhammad, then who do you like? Carson and Kirsty spoke in unison, their 4 eyes looking at him simultaneously. Ellie. He shouldn't have spoken. Carson frowned tightly. I don't care if you like Muhammad or some other random man, liking men is unacceptable, and you must change this. Can't change, with his father's words, Ellie got angry again, it's inborn. Even if you kill me, it won't change. Angry, Carson wanted to throw something again. Kirsty helped shield Ellie and was almost ready to fight Carson. Amidst the chaos, Ellie simply ran away, knowing staying there would only make things worse. It was better to leave swiftly. Not knowing many people nearby, he could only seek refuge in the city with his cousin. An hour later, his cousin hung up the phone and turned to look at Ellie, who was sitting listlessly on the sofa, lost in thought. With a smile, he said, I told your mom you would stay here tonight and not to worry. Have you had dinner yet? Ellie rubbed his empty stomach, feeling somewhat embarrassed. You know, how could things escalate to the point where you have to run away from home during the new year? Shaking his head, his cousin went to the fridge to get some vegetables. Since it was just him at home and his parents were in the village, he originally planned to cook frozen dumplings for New Year's Eve dinner. Now with one more person, he could only make something on the spot. Let's have hot pot, there's no time to prepare anything else. Ellie nodded quickly, getting up to help wash the vegetables. As they ate and chatted, seeing Ellie's distracted state, his cousin asked again about the reason for his runaway. Feeling awkward, Ellie changed the subject. Why didn't you bring Jensen-in-law back for the new year? Weren't you supposed to get married this year? It's not certain yet. Her family encountered some issues. We went back in January specifically for that. She will resign after the holiday and return to her hometown, probably not going back to Jing City. I don't know what to do right now, said his cousin, sounding a bit helpless. Feeling moved, Ellie blurted out without thinking, do you like her? His cousin glanced at him with slight surprise. If I didn't like her, why would we be getting married? Of course, I do. You're usually so carefree. What got you interested in this all of a sudden? Did you argue with your parents over emotional issues? Ellie struggled to find words. His cousin was too smart, seeing through everything. Well, I came out to them. My dad got so angry he wanted to kill me. In this day and age, coming out isn't a big deal, his cousin responded, then realized, you have someone in mind. And your parents aren't satisfied? No, Ellie replied. His cousin countered, your tone says otherwise. Just now, when you asked if I liked her, you really have someone in mind? Ellie was speechless. Did he like Muhammad? Impossible. They were just fuck buddies, okay, a little closer than that, but, love? Muhammad was good-looking, but it wasn't like he was the first attractive person Ellie had noticed. Moreover, he had liked many people before, all good-looking, but never truly loved. To him, chasing people was fun, with 0 success rate. Either they weren't interested or turned out differently from his imagination. It was like admiring a toy in a store window, wanting to buy it but not managing to due to various reasons. He would only be upset for 2 days before forgetting all about it. Could that count as liking someone? So, Muhammad wasn't any different either. Except for his good looks, what did he have? Yes, that's probably it. Feeling reassured, Ellie sighed in relief and smiled at his cousin. Do I seem like someone who gets heartbroken over romance? His cousin responded, all right, if you don't want to talk about it, fine. They talked about other things while Ellie kept checking his phone. He had texted Muhammad earlier but got no reply. He became increasingly distracted, often looking at his phone and giving nonsensical responses to his cousin. His cousin chuckled but didn't press him further. After finishing the meal, as his cousin cleared the table, Ellie offered help but was refused. Sit down, I'm afraid you'll break the plates with your absent-mindedness. Blushing, Ellie muttered, He returned to the living room, still waiting for Muhammad's reply. It had been nearly 3 hours. Ellie sat down and rubbed his face, feeling somewhat depressed. Okay, maybe Muhammad was special. He had never been this close with anyone before. The feeling was indeed different. Though he found Muhammad annoying most of the time, occasionally, he couldn't help missing him. Moreover, lately, he seemed to miss him more frequently. Muhammad wasn't that bad. He saved him when he almost fell off the mountain, carried him to the hospital when he was sick, protected him, and even taught those he disliked a lesson. Good-looking, skilled in bed, made him feel good. Maybe it wasn't wrong to miss someone occasionally. The prettiest toy in the store window, finally in his hands, playing with it more and more, not wanting to let go, not wanting to share with others. Was this considered liking someone? Ellie looked up, still reluctant to admit it. He felt that everything was fine as it was. When happy, flirt a bit, and when horny, just a quick lay. Why complicate things with love? Isn't that troublesome? Relationships were such a hassle, like how his cousin and cousin-in-law had been dating for years only to end up possibly parting ways in the end. What was the point? Or like his parents, who had been married for over 20 years and held hands like it was as routine as holding their own left hand. Even less interesting. Moreover, Muhammad never admitted to having a crush on him, only saying that he was being self-absorbed in imagining things. He would have to be an idiot to put himself through that. Ellie slouched into the sofa, resentfully thinking about Muhammad who wouldn't reply to his messages. Closing his eyes and spacing out for a while, he finally sat up with a defeated sigh and grabbed his phone, pressing hard on the screen to send a new WeChat message. Ye brother, ye uncle, ye father, were you kidnapped by those black-hearted people from your family? After 5 minutes with no reply, he sent another one. Wanna meet up? When Muhammad saw the notification on his phone, the car had just entered the city after nearly 4 hours of driving from Y City, and it was already midnight. Stopping at a crossroad, he picked up his phone and finally replied, "Send me your location." Ellie? Muhammad, didn't you say you wanted to meet? Ellie cursed inwardly at this beast who acted dead for so long and only reacted now, clearly an animal driven by lust. Do you think I'll just meet up because I said so? We can try. Ellie didn't believe him at all and randomly sent a location before ignoring Muhammad again and exiting WeChat to open a game. 20 minutes later, Muhammad's new message came in, "Come downstairs." Ellie, huh? Muhammad, my car is outside the complex, come down now. It took Ellie a moment to process this, shocked as he climbed off the sofa and went to the balcony to look outside. He couldn't see clearly from the distance when Muhammad called, "Come down or should I come up to get you?" You actually came. Ellie almost bit his tongue. The person on the other end chuckled softly, who said they wanted to meet earlier. Ellie was speechless. Was this guy a magician? But hearing Muhammad's voice made him excited, sweeping away all the depression of the evening. Okay then, I'll come down right away. Wait for me. Ending the call, Ellie went back to the living room and grabbed his coat. His cousin, who was watching TV, looked up when he saw him. Going out? Yeah, a friend came. I'll go down. Ellie felt a bit guilty, explaining vaguely before looking away. His cousin laughed, all right, should I leave the door unlocked for you? Let's see. I'll call you later, he mumbled, feeling more uneasy, and quickly slipped out. Muhammad's car was parked across from the complex, and he was already out of the car, leaning against the door and smoking. The streetlight cast half of his body in shadow, obscuring one shoulder and his whole face, but the firelight from the cigarette flickered brightly. Ellie stopped in his tracks. Although he couldn't see Muhammad's face clearly, he had a strong feeling that this man's eyes were fixed on him. Muhammad had come here, traveling hundreds of kilometers in the dead of New Year's Eve night, finding him after he had run away from home due to coming out. Ellie was a little excited but managed to keep it in check, walking slowly over. What brings young Master Yi here so late at night? Muhammad finished the cigarette, threw it down, and crushed it with his toe. Then he reached out and hooked his waist. As their breaths mingled, Muhammad asked in a low, hoarse voice, "Where do you want to meet?" Ellie snorted, "Anywhere." Muhammad's hand stayed on his waist, rubbing gently for a moment before stopping. Using the faint light from the street lamp, Ellie could see Muhammad's eyes clearly, reflecting his own image just like before. He raised his hands and wrapped them around Muhammad's neck, whispering in his ear, "Muhammad, without you, I couldn't even handle myself, so annoying." His voice was sticky and teasing, like a complaint, and Muhammad's grip on his waist tightened slightly, his breathing becoming a bit heavier. Ellie pressed closer to him, "Really?" Muhammad didn't speak again, forcefully opening the car door, "Get in." Chapter 45 Want to see you. 10 minutes later, Muhammad chose a dimly lit alley and drove into it, turning off the engine. Ellie was somewhat surprised, "Here." Muhammad lightly flicked his fingers, unfastening both of their seatbelts. Ellie complained, "Why are you in such a hurry?" before he was grabbed by Muhammad's hand, pulling him over by the waist. Falling onto Muhammad's lap face to face, his breathing was unstable, hands bracing against Muhammad's shoulders, "Really here?" Muhammad's hand had already slipped inside his down jacket, teasing him at a leisurely pace, reminding him, "You said anywhere." Ellie cursed softly, pervert, yet cooperated eagerly. It wasn't just Muhammad who was impatient, since receiving the call and hearing Muhammad's voice, he had been hooked. But he didn't want to seem too obvious, letting this bastard get too pleased. His hand reached Muhammad's Adam's apple, feeling the warm touch, slowly sliding down to undo the top button of his shirt. Muhammad let him do as he pleased, palm resting on his waist, skin to skin, caressing lovingly. Muhammad, why did you come here? Ellie asked suddenly, voice light, leaning close to Muhammad's ear, nose gently brushing against his jawline and neck, lips barely touching, his posture truly resembling that of a wild cat. The car was dark, with no light around. In this dim, silent space, only heartbeats echoed, magnifying every hint of intimacy until even the interwoven breaths seemed to warm up. Just came because I wanted to. Muhammad spoke, his voice relaxed, but his movements became slightly more intense. Ellie laughed lowly, is it because no one's spending New Year with you, so you're feeling lonely and empty? Muhammad didn't deny it, isn't setting off fireworks fun? It is. Ellie's lips paused above his shirt collar, lightly sucking, celebrating New Year here can be fun, plenty of people to play with if you don't come. I'm not like you, all alone and pitiful. Before he finished speaking, Muhammad's hand tightened around his waist, pressing him toward the steering wheel, leaning in for a kiss. Ouch. Back slamming into the hard, bumpy steering wheel, being held tightly and kissed fiercely, Ellie frowned, feeling uncomfortable and kicked Muhammad. Muhammad released him, lifting him back up and touching the spot where he had been hit. Does it hurt? Ellie retorted, can't you be gentler? Why so brutal? Hurts like hell. Muhammad switched on the roof light, studying his furrowed brows as Ellie continued grumbling. Muhammad turned on the in-car heater, stripping off his down jacket and then the sweater underneath. Realizing what was happening, Ellie pulled at his clothes. What are you doing? If you're like this, I won't cooperate. Muhammad, take off your clothes. Ellie, don't be a hooligan. I want to see your back. Muhammad insisted, peeling off all his clothes, flipping him over to reveal a large bruise from his left shoulder down his back. When Muhammad's fingers touched it, Ellie shuddered. Stop, it hurts. How did this happen? Muhammad stared into his eyes. That impact couldn't have caused such a bruise, it must have been there before. Ellie groaned unhappily, my dad hit me with a chair. Muhammad frowned upon hearing this. Why? Ellie hesitated, but under Muhammad's gaze, lying seemed impossible. His fingers hooked again onto Muhammad's shirt collar, scraping his skin rhythmically as he spoke slowly. Nothing much, I came out to Yanni during the holiday, pissing him off. Muhammad's eyes flickered. Came out? Yeah, Ellie shook his head, it has nothing to do with you, don't think too much. Just a simple coming out. Silence followed, Muhammad gazed at him without moving. Ellie lowered his eyes, fingers still scraping the same spot, time seemed frozen. Perhaps after a few seconds or longer, Muhammad smiled, the curve of his lips visible. Ellie felt an itch in his heart, yet complained aloud, why are you smiling? Muhammad's fingers caressed the bruised area on his shoulder again, if you say it doesn't matter, then it doesn't. Ellie gasped softly, slapping his hand away, I told you not to touch it, bastard. Muhammad leaned the seat back, holding him gently while avoiding his injury, drawing him into an embrace. Lying on Muhammad, Ellie felt odd, trying to prop himself up to look at him but was pulled back down by Muhammad, don't move. Muhammad's voice was hoarse, not from desire but restrained emotion. Just as Ellie was about to ask, he felt Muhammad lowering his head, placing a kiss on his shoulder. His heart skipped a beat, and suddenly he didn't want to ask anymore. Muhammad's lips pressed down, his hand circling around Ellie's waist and sliding lower, pressing along the curve of his coccyx. Ellie quickly couldn't think of anything else, only able to sink into Muhammad's rhythm as he was held on him. But tonight Muhammad was acting differently. Last time he had been fierce and rough, but tonight it felt like he had changed, handling him gently as if he were something fragile, behaving with unusual gentleness. This made Ellie uneasy. Being teased without fulfillment, he urged him several times, his swearing muffled by Muhammad's kisses. Have you been soul-swapped? If you can't perform, I'll find someone else, More words turned into a sharp gasp as Muhammad paused, gripping his hands tightly, biting at his Adam's apple, pulling him closer just as he wished. Ellie felt both pain and pleasure, confirming this was indeed the beast that was Muhammad. Afterward, drenched in sweat, Ellie knelt on Muhammad's lap, pulling at his crumpled shirt and complained, what's wrong with you tonight? Can't you just be normal? Leaning back in the seat, Muhammad lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke softly, didn't I make you feel good just now? Indeed, he did feel good later, but Muhammad's initial gentleness was rather awkward. He was more accustomed to this person's brute style. Ellie leaned in close, almost right in front of Muhammad, staring into his eyes, are you really not acting normally these days? Muhammad didn't respond, staring intently at him, eyes half closed and deep. Ellie was about to say something when Muhammad took another drag and slowly exhaled, making Ellie retreat, grabbing the cigarette for himself with a challenging eyebrow raise. Muhammad watched as Ellie's face flushed from the smoke, looking alluring after being sated. The sight of him nibbling the cigarette made Muhammad desire him even more, wanting to cherish and protect him as well as consume him entirely. A mix of intense emotions surged within him, half water, half fire. The deeper the inner turmoil, the calmer he appeared on the surface. He had long been used to restraint and self-suppression since adolescence, yet he was no longer the one who could only choose and yield. When he wanted someone, he would get them, no matter what means necessary. Like a seasoned hunter preparing traps based on the prey's habits and needs, he was patient whether striking immediately or luring them into gradual surrender. But matters of the heart are not as simple as hunting. He, too, was ensnared, deeply entangled and unable to pull away. So before his prey fully surrendered and had nowhere to run, he wouldn't reveal his true intentions. Finishing the cigarette, Ellie wanted to sit back in the passenger seat but was held back by Muhammad. Come back with me. Where? Why City? My dad will kill me, Ellie said sheepishly. Muhammad, do you want me to talk to him for you? No need, Ellie declined instantly, feeling guilty. You'd better not go. It's not your business. Give it some time, he'll come around. Let's go back to Hawaii City now, Muhammad insisted. Ellie thought for a moment. I should call my cousin first. This is his place. Muhammad wiped him clean with a tissue, helping him dress. His fingers brushed over Ellie's skin, causing him to sigh lightly, once again tempted. Muhammad, want more? Seeing the teasing smile in his eyes, Ellie wasn't pleased. Muhammad, why are you always so in control? The bastard had driven hundreds of miles to find him in the middle of the night, and now the same bastard was laughing at him. It felt like he was the one insatiable and desperate, a defeatist feeling against Muhammad. Before getting in the car, he had planned to gain an upper hand with Muhammad tonight. Muhammad noticed his expression and changed his tune. Me too. Want to go again? Surprised, Ellie looked up. Muhammad met his gaze calmly. Really want to do it again? They hadn't satisfied each other last time. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. His gaze was too honest, making Ellie inexplicably blush, turning away. Maybe not. My back still hurts. Moreover, they were in the car on a busy road late at night. It wasn't quite appropriate. Muhammad chuckled softly. All right then, let's stop. Feeling his ears burning, Ellie kicked him and crawled back into the passenger seat. As Muhammad drove the car out of the alley, Ellie had already finished his call with his cousin. He told him he wouldn't be coming back and that there was no need to leave the door unlocked for him. His cousin seemed unsurprised, agreeing to help keep it secret from Ellie's parents. Feeling a little embarrassed, Ellie thanked him quickly before hanging up. Really don't want me to talk to your dad? How do you plan to explain this to your parents if we go back to Hawaii City now? Muhammad asked. Ellie thought if Muhammad went to talk to his dad, it would only confirm that something was going on between them, pouring oil on the fire. He wasn't ready yet for his parents to know about his relationship with Muhammad, at least not until his father accepted his sexual orientation. No need, let me handle it, Ellie said curtly. Taking out his phone, he hesitated for a moment before making another call. This time, it was to Jace. Jace had the habit of staying up late on New Year's Eve and hadn't gone to bed yet. When the call connected, Ellie took a deep breath and asked the elderly man to cover for him with his parents, saying he had gone back to Hawaii City to visit Chimping Garden. Jace laughed, deciding to come out to your parents on New Year's Eve. Quite the opportunist, aren't you? Ellie managed a sheepish smile. I've already blurted it out. Are you going to help or not, Jace? Jace, tell me the truth first. Did you come back alone, or with someone else? Where are you planning to stay? Ellie choked on his words, feeling a bit cornered. Just as he was unsure how to respond, Muhammad reached over and took his phone, answering directly. Jace, this is Muhammad. Ellie glared at him, but it was too late to retrieve the phone. Jace didn't seem surprised. You specially went to bring Ellie back? Muhammad, yes. Jace, do his parents know about your relationship? Muhammad, no, Ellie doesn't want them to know. Jace stopped asking further and said, I'll help keep it from Ellie's parents, but since you said you're going to Chimping Garden, you should really come by and stay for a couple of days. Muhammad agreed. All right. After hanging up, he handed the phone back to Ellie. Your grandpa wants us to go straight to his place when we return to Hawaii City. Ellie, why does my grandpa know about us? He knows because he knows. Muhammad shrugged off any further explanation. They'll find out sooner or later anyway. What the hell? Ellie wanted to curse but lacked the courage. Who knows, maybe one day I might kick you out if I'm in a bad mood. The car was already on the road out of town, and he yawned, shifting his gaze back to Muhammad, trying to make small talk. Want me to drive? You've been driving for hours. Can you even keep going? Get some sleep. Muhammad kept his eyes on the road, focused on driving. We'll switch later. Ellie, so why did you come? Just a whim. Muhammad smiled slightly, curious. Ellie, if you don't want to say, fine. I came because I wanted to see you. Muhammad's words cut off Ellie, leaving him momentarily speechless. Muhammad looked back at him, stunned. Ellie regained his composure and laughed again. Did you come to see me, or just for a hookup? Whatever you think it is, Muhammad replied, his eyes returning to the road ahead. If I think it's both. Ellie persisted. Muhammad nodded lightly. Yeah. Ellie found this unusual. Had this guy really changed today? I'm actually glad you came. With that said, he leaned back against the seat, facing away from Muhammad and closed his eyes contentedly. Muhammad glanced back, his gaze softening as it passed over Ellie's relaxed profile. He increased the car's heat and sped into the night. Chapter 46, Arrogant because of favoritism. They returned to Hawaii City at around 5 in the morning. As the car drove into Chimping Garden, Ellie suddenly said, the sun is about to rise. Muhammad on the passenger seat opened his eyes and, through the car window, saw a corner of the dark sky was already revealing the prelude of dawn. After watching quietly for a moment, he heard Ellie's laughter beside him. To see the first beam of light on New Year's Day, this year will definitely be lucky, wish you a fortune. Mohammed picked up his phone. In his 30 years of life, it was the first time he had an interest in taking a landscape photo. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a small building within the garden, which was the place where Ellie stayed whenever he came here overnight. The butler of Qingping Garden was waiting here to welcome them, telling them that Alfredo hadn't got up yet, and let them rest first before joining Alfredo for lunch at noon. Ellie stretched out as he got off the car. He actually felt pretty good, almost slept the whole way back except for the last hour when he switched driving with Mohammed. Although his shoulders still hurt a bit, he wouldn't mind battling Mohammed for another 300 rounds. Therefore, when the butler politely mentioned arranging Mohammed's accommodation next door, Ellie glanced back and beckoned Mohammed over, bringing him to his place. They tussled and fell into the bed. The tie on Mohammed's neck dropped onto Ellie's face, tickling him a little. Ellie cursed inwardly how overly showy this person was, having to dress up formally for such a long trip during the spring festival, then bit down on the tie. Pulling Mohammed closer by biting on the tie, Ellie's eyes were full of provocative interest. Mohammed pressed down following the motion, looking at him for a while with lowered eyes, leaned down, and his tongue slid into his mouth through the tie. In the end, they only fought one round. Ellie couldn't hold on anymore, wrapped himself in the quilt, turned over, and fell asleep. Mohammed lit a cigarette, finished smoking quietly, took a shower again, and went to Alfredo's place. Alfredo had just woken up and was having breakfast. Seeing Mohammed coming, he invited him to sit together and asked with a smile, "Driving overnight, aren't you tired? Is Ellie sleeping? Do you need to rest?" Mohammed calmly replied, "Not bad, can hold on." For him, a few hours of sleep a day made no difference. As long as he wanted, he always found ways to keep himself concentrated. Alfredo picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for him personally. "Did you meet Ellie's parents on your trip there?" Ellie had a disagreement with his parents and went to his cousin's house alone. "I picked him up from his cousin's place," Mohammed answered. Alfredo looked at him. "You previously said you were just friends, how about now?" Mohammed replied calmly, "Whether or not we are a couple needs to be defined by Ellie. Alfredo, I thought you would be the more proactive one. If I had led him all along, it wouldn't be fair to me, nor to him." Mohammed raised the teacup slowly to his lips, drinking slowly, his expression serene. "Let's talk about it when he figures it out." "But you won't give Ellie other choices." Alfredo saw through him. "You have never even thought of giving him other options." Mohammed did not deny, "Hope you understand." Perhaps it should be a request-like sentence, but his tone was exceptionally strong, even facing someone like Alfredo. "If I say I don't understand and disapprove, you probably won't care either. Even if Ellie's parents insist on opposing, you wouldn't take it seriously. I hope it doesn't come to that. What if it happens? I will persist." Mohammed's attitude was clear and straightforward. Alfredo sighed, "If I speak my honest opinion, I indeed think you, or rather your family, are too complicated and unsuitable for Ellie. Mohammed, I can protect him." When Ellie was in junior high school, his father had just stood firm in the business world of Y City, the proudest time for him. For a period, that old guy was too arrogant, ignoring my advice, acting aggressively and offending many people. It directly led to Ellie being kidnapped, missing for 5 days, and the police had no clue. Finally, I used my connections to get him back. Mohammed frowned slightly. Alfredo continued, "Fortunately, that kid only suffered some external injuries, nothing serious. He also has a big heart and forgot the matter in a few days, without any psychological trauma. But since then, his father changed, learning to care about the family, becoming low-key and gentle in business dealings. They both feel guilty toward Ellie and have been very indulgent. In certain aspects, they are extremely strict with him, requiring him to return home on time every night, even setting a curfew now that he is in his 20s, all because of that incident. After all, they only have Ellie as their precious son. As for me, I've had a decent life with only one regret, my thin familial ties. In my old age, I only have Ellie as a godson, whom I treat like my own grandson. Whatever he wants, I can give it to him. Even when he told me he liked men, I supported him. The only thing I worry about is that he might not meet the right person and get hurt." Mohammed insisted, "That won't happen. I can protect him." It was still that statement, firm and resolute. Alfredo stared into his eyes. Mohammed wasn't wearing glasses today, which made him look quite different from usual. Although this young man was indeed strong-willed and determined, something rare in others, which made Alfredo back him and invest in him, introducing connections and assisting him in advancing. If there was any downside, it was that Mohammed's strength was tinged with hidden ruthlessness. Previously, Alfredo didn't mind it, even thinking some ruthlessness could be beneficial, but when it came to Ellie, he couldn't help but worry. He once hoped that Ellie would make friends with Mohammed so that the boy could gain some skills and temper his personality. If he stumbled because of Mohammed, Alfredo could clean up behind him, but he never expected their relationship to become ambiguous. Once it came to romance, outsiders could hardly intervene, not even a godfather like himself or Ellie's parents. Mentioning the idea of having Mohammed as a grandson-in-law was just a casual joke. A person like Mohammed was far better as an opponent than as family, especially as a son-in-law. Even though Ellie wasn't a girl, the situation was nearly the same. This matter was no longer one where objections from him or Carson would hold any weight. I heard someone say that Dusty from the Lin family staked all his assets to invest in a state-owned enterprise in Chongjiang City. Was it your introduction? Alfredo changed the subject suddenly. Mohammed nodded faintly, yes. Was it intentional? Alfredo scrutinized his expression but saw no hint of emotion. Since you say you are friends with Teacher Lin, why did you do this? In business, there are no real friends. I didn't expect such a question from you, Alfredo. Mohammed remained unfazed. Maybe it's because I'm old, but I still believe in letting bygones be bygones. Your father learned that lesson after a hard fall. Alfredo shook his head slightly. What if it was Ellie's company? Would you still think business doesn't need friends? Mohammed replied, I wouldn't do anything to upset Ellie. Indeed, he used any means necessary without restraint, prioritizing interests, but for Ellie, he was willing to compromise. Alfredo fell silent for a moment and then stopped asking, let's eat breakfast before the food gets cold. Mohammed said, last night, Ellie's father hit him on the back with a stool, causing severe bruising. Once he wakes up, please ask a doctor to check on him and remind his father not to do that again. Alfredo frowned, sensing a lack of respect in Mohammed's tone, revealing dissatisfaction with Carson. The cooperation between Ye's family and Ronghua capital was insignificant. Alfredo's respect for Carson was mostly due to him being Ellie's father. If Carson treated Ellie poorly, that respect would be gone. While Alfredo couldn't blame anyone, he understood Carson's frustration. If Ellie were truly hurt, Alfredo would also find trouble with that old man. After breakfast, I'll call him and tell him Ellie is here with me. I'll mention it then. Mohammed nodded, thank you. Alfredo felt uneasy. Mohammed not only lacked courtesy toward Carson but also toward him, seemingly treating Ellie as completely his own and implying they were outsiders. Ellie, this naughty boy, must have strange eyes to fall for such a person. Despite complaining, he was easily taken away, their carefully raised cabbage eventually getting eaten by a pig. Ellie slept until almost noon. As soon as he moved, Mohammed opened his eyes. Still drowsy, Ellie grabbed the phone on the bedside table and was surprised to see it was already past 11. Sitting up caused a sharp pain in his back and soreness in his waist. He groaned and fell back into bed, caught by Mohammed. Pain made him gasp, and Mohammed carefully examined his bruised back, which looked worse and seemed to have spread. Does it hurt a lot? Ellie was almost in tears. It's all your fault, bastard. You didn't realize your sexuality because of me. Coming out has nothing to do with me, Mohammed reminded him coolly. Ellie instantly shut up. In the morning, you could say something nice, couldn't you? Okay, it was already noon. It was as if this person had been possessed by someone else last night, and once the magic time was over, his original nature came back. Mohammed held him down and asked someone to call a doctor. Qingping Garden had resident medical staff. They came to examine Ellie and confirmed there were no fractures, prescribing some medicine to promote blood circulation and reduce bruising. They reminded him not to make any big movements and to rest more for the next few days. Ellie reluctantly lay on the bed, and Mohammed spread the medicine on his hand and gently massaged it onto Ellie's body. The mixed sensation of warmth and cold made Ellie hum continuously, sometimes complaining that Mohammed was pressing too hard, other times saying he wasn't applying enough force, making him very difficult to please. With his appearance and those words, one could easily let their imagination run wild. However, the pungent smell of the ointment immediately erased any lingering ambiguity. Mohammed's hands stroked Ellie's shoulders again and again. Staring at his eyes half closed in pleasure, he couldn't help but recall a cat he had kept when he was young. It was a stray cat, very beautiful. Back then, he was still in the orphanage. The stray cat often jumped over the wall to come find him for food. When it was hungry, it would do anything possible to act cute and cuddly, lying on its back exposing its belly for him to pet. Once it was full, it would turn around and walk away with pride. Occasionally, when it was in a good mood, the cat would catch small birds or rats and bring them to him, occasionally climbing up on him and turning around and tearing his already limited clothes into shreds, finding immense joy in doing so. Later, the cat was thrown to death by other children in the orphanage. He buried the cat himself and made sure the other child fell from the second floor and broke a leg. That was the first time he didn't suppress the evil side of his nature. After that day, no one in the orphanage dared to provoke him or touch his things anymore, and he never kept another cat. Feeling something, Ellie turned to look at him. What are you thinking about? Mohammed increased the pressure on his hands, pressing hard. Ellie drew a sharp breath and glared at him. Are you deliberately getting revenge? Mohammed released his hand and reminded him, now that you know it hurts, be more careful. Don't always hurt yourself. Annoyed, Ellie said, my father hit me. What can I do? Should I fight back with him? Mohammed replied, you can avoid it or run away. Don't just stand there like a fool waiting for him to hit you. I did try to dodge but failed. I also tried to run, otherwise I wouldn't have just got hit here, Ellie grumbled, finding it meaningless, and laid back down. Mohammed remained silent, quietly finished applying the medicine, and lightly patted his waist, go wash up and have lunch. Ellie played with his phone, ignoring him. Mohammed stood up, washed his hands first. Coming back, he saw Ellie staring blankly at the ceiling without playing with his phone. Muhammad sat beside him, grabbed his face to make him look at him. Are you angry? Ellie irritably swiped his hand away. Being stared at by Muhammad, he complained unhappily, young master, ye look so fierce. I'm the injured one, yet you're frowning at me like that. Muhammad asked, am I fierce? Ellie retorted, aren't you? Calling me fierce because I scolded you. Muhammad laughed, is this what you call acting entitled because of your favoritism? Have you seen how I truly get mad? Ellie blushed, I'm the one who's acting entitled, stop talking nonsense. Muhammad pursued, if not entitlement, then what is this? Ellie was stumped. Indeed, he seemed increasingly unable to tolerate Muhammad speaking harshly to him. If anyone else said something he didn't want to hear, he would roll his eyes and say, mind your own business, and carry on with his life. Even if his parents said it, he would brush it off. But not with Muhammad. He finally muttered, then say something nice to me, let it go this time. I'll be generous and not count it against you. Muhammad didn't remind him that this behavior wasn't just entitled, it bordered on insolence. What kind of nice things? Ellie responded, think of something. Muhammad looked at him, not speaking right away. The only ones who could indulge him so much were the stray cat back then and now, Ellie. Even during the best times with Ewan, their interactions were always cautious. No one could make him feel angry, make him laugh, and regain his empathy like Ellie did. He wanted to protect only this kind of Ellie. Ellie didn't understand his complicated feelings. Assuming he didn't want to talk to him, he angrily turned his head again. Finally, Muhammad spoke, if you want to act entitled, go ahead, whatever you want. Ellie remarked, is this considered nice? Well, it did sound nicer than before. Suddenly, Muhammad bent over, bringing his nose close to Ellie's nose, giving a gentle rub. Before Ellie could react, he pulled back, reminding him again, your godfather sent someone to check on you, get up quickly. After saying that, he turned around to get his clothes first. Ellie stared at Muhammad's retreating back for a moment, absent-mindedly pressing his chest after a while. His heart was racing so fast. Damn it, Muhammad, this bastard, he was way out of bounds. Where did he learn such tricks? Chapter 47 Blackheart. After the spring festival, Ellie continued to come over to Muhammad's place every other day. Previously, it was 3 times a week, now, he almost spent every night here, mingling with this rascal. When it got late, he would find all kinds of excuses not to go home. He could still patiently fool his mom, but with his dad, he simply couldn't have a decent conversation, as if postponing his rebellious teenage years for several years. He was determined to go against his dad's wishes and ran away as soon as he got off work, preferring to play games in Muhammad's office rather than face his father's cold face at home. But perhaps what his granduncle told his father had some effect, plus his mom was completely on his side. Ellie's life did get better. Although his father looked at him with disdain, he really didn't bother him anymore. You don't need to be sulking with your dad. You're not a kid anymore. Can you really keep avoiding home and not talking to him forever? Ellie was lying on the sofa in Muhammad's office playing games with his legs up when he heard this sentence. He immediately made an operation mistake and quit the game. Looking up, he saw Muhammad still leaning back in his chair behind the desk, flipping through documents. If it hadn't been for that bastard's voice just now, he would have thought he was hallucinating. Muhammad still looked the same, light gray shirt without a wrinkle, mother-of-pearl buttons fastened to the top, silver-rimmed glasses, hair combed meticulously, looking like a perfect elite. He didn't even spare a glance at him, reading the documents in his hand and occasionally making notes. Compared to Ellie, who was hiding here playing games idly, they were worlds apart. Feeling upset, Ellie put his phone back in his pocket, grabbed his coat, draped it over his shoulder, and stood up. If I'm bothering you, I'll leave. He had plenty of friends who could play with him anyway. The pen drew a long mark on the document paper. Muhammad paused, then lifted his head. Ellie raised his chin. I'm really leaving. Don't bother me tonight. At that moment, the internal phone on the desk rang. Muhammad answered it. Someone on the other end said something, and he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, then instructed in a mild voice, let him in. Now Ellie really had to leave, but Muhammad said, stay here and sit down. Ellie slowly rolled his eyes, no way. Muhammad, sit down and stop being troublesome. Who is troubling you? So arbitrary. Pouting, Ellie sat back on the sofa, leaning against the backrest and took out his phone again, ignoring Muhammad. The visitor turned out to be Dash's second uncle, Dusty. Ellie glanced up slightly surprised. This man entered hurriedly with a troubled look, as if coming to collect debts. Dusty wanted to ask Muhammad something urgently. He walked over quickly and didn't notice Ellie sitting on the sofa behind the partition. Standing in front of Muhammad's desk, he spoke impatiently, young master Yi, I have something important to ask you. Please, sit down, Muhammad indicated with a slight nod. Dusty was too agitated to sit still. He barely sat on the edge of the chair before speaking. Grui has postponed its IPO plan, young master Yi. Do you know about this? Muhammad nodded calmly, I've heard about it. What should I do then? Dusty was so anxious that his breathing became labored. I've already transferred all the money to their account. Now they are saying the IPO is postponed. How long will it take? When can I get my money back? Muhammad countered, what does your agreement say? Dusty looked embarrassed. Initially, in order to smoothly join this project, he signed the shareholding agreement without including performance commitment compensation or stock repurchase clauses. Now that the IPO plan was on hold, his funds were trapped. It would be practically impossible to exit in the short term. Hearing this, Muhammad raised an eyebrow. If that's the case, then indeed it's quite a problem. I've invested all my money in this project. If the funds don't come back, my company can't operate on other projects, let alone pay salaries. I have short-term loans with the bank. If I can't repay them on time, I might go bankrupt. Young Master Yi, I trusted you and invested all my money in Grui. You can't abandon me now. What should we do? You must give me a clear path. Dusty was almost hysterical, clearly deciding to cling on to Muhammad. Muhammad's eyelids drooped slightly, and his expression seemed indifferent. So what plans do you have yourself, Uncle Lin? Grinding his teeth, Dusty said, Young Master Yi, can you lend me some money first, or help me guarantee a loan from the bank, just to get through this crisis? How much do you need? Muhammad asked. Dusty demanded extravagantly, 20 billion. Leaning back in his chair, Muhammad looked at him with an inscrutable gaze, not responding immediately. Under this gaze, Dusty felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He hesitated for a moment and continued, Young Master Yi, please help us out of the crisis, for your sake with Jin Yen. If the company can get through this hard time, I will definitely pay you back with interest. On the sofa, Eli lazily shifted his position, crossing his legs, and yawned. 20 billion. He could barely afford a car once, yet Dusty wanted to leverage 20 billion yuan from Muhammad through his nephew. Quite ambitious. Of course, Muhammad could give him 20 billion if he wanted to. Dusty swallowed. If 20 billion is too much, Young Master Yi, then 10 billion would do. Muhammad interrupted, Boss Hun has been established for nearly 40 years. Although it hasn't developed well in recent years, it still holds some importance in Huai City. If Uncle Lin is willing to be flexible, selling the company can also solve the current crisis. Dusty was taken aback, not expecting Muhammad's suggestion to involve selling the company. He laughed nervously, no matter how things go, Boss Hun was built by 3 generations of our family. If it falls apart under me, I won't have the face to see anyone. Even if I sell it, I don't want to break it up, and given its situation now, even if I agree to sell, there may be no one with the courage or capability to take it over. By then, the bank might come knocking first. What if the Yi family wants to buy? Muhammad suddenly said. Dusty stared at him, blurting out, if Boss Hun sells to the Yi family, can it still maintain independent operations? Muhammad slowly shook his head, shattering Dusty's fantasies. The Yi family wasn't running a charity. Boss Hun, a company that had long since rotted from within, had no reason to continue existing. He was only interested in its assets. Stimulated by the mocking expression on Muhammad's face, Dusty's anger flared up. Young Master Yi, you mean to leave us in dire straits and take advantage while we're down? Muhammad, I'm trying to help Uncle Lin. Dusty abruptly stood up, gnashing his teeth. Does this reaction mean you've long harbored intentions towards Boss Hun? You knew about the issues with Grui and deliberately tricked me into investing in them. Introducing projects to let me earn some money was just bait to lure me in, making me misplace my trust. Now that I'm about to go bankrupt, you plan to take over my company completely, right? Leaning back in his chair, Muhammad looked up at him with disdainful eyes, neither confirming nor denying. My advice, Uncle Lin, is worth considering. You're not getting any younger, taking the money and retiring early isn't a bad choice. Dusty's chest rose and fell as he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his hands, glaring fiercely at Muhammad. Unmoved, Muhammad said, it's late. If Uncle Lin has no other business, please leave. After a tense moment, Dusty left in a huff, slamming the door behind him. Eli watched the drama unfold, then sauntered over to Muhammad, boldly sitting sideways on his lap, hooking a finger around Muhammad's shirt collar. So, introducing projects to them before was a trap. You plan to swallow up the Lin family's company? As his fingers touched him, Muhammad's Adam's apple rolled slightly. He gave himself an opportunity. Puzzled, Eli asked, how did you know Grui would definitely have problems? During the last trip to the countryside invited by your great-uncle, Muhammad said. Confused, Eli, what does that mean? One of your great-uncle's old friends is from Chongjiang City and knows the local situation well. They mentioned Grui manufacturing in casual conversation. This state-owned enterprise did plan to restructure and go public, but coincidentally the local government leadership changed hands, and the new leader prefers a conservative approach. The CEO of Grui had grand ambitions, hoping to use foreign investment to expand Grui beyond Chongjiang. Given that Grui is a major taxpayer in Chongjiang, do you think the local government would stand idly by and let it happen? Going public will still happen, but not now, and the final interests certainly won't align with Dusty's expectations. The money he invested will be stuck inside, waiting patiently for his turn. Eli. At the time, he was preoccupied with eating and playing, not paying attention to what those old men were chatting about. Yet Muhammad paid attention and even thought to set a trap. Muhammad indifferently said, I happen to have some acquaintances among the leaders of Grui manufacturing and acted accordingly. If Dusty hadn't been so greedy, he wouldn't have fallen for it. Ellie, so you really are interested in their company? Even a broken ship has 3,000 nails, Muhammad casually nodded. Let alone a big company like Boss Hun that has developed for decades. They made their fortune through industry in the early years, and there are many high-quality assets under the company's name. With proper integration, they can be of great use. Ellie scared, so you're sure he will sell it to you? Muhammad, he is desperate for money, and I can offer a price that others cannot afford. Even if he is unwilling to sell, Boss Hun isn't just under his control. As long as I am willing to take over everything and help them repay debts, someone would definitely be tempted. Ellie leaned closer to him, pinching his face with both hands. Muhammad, your heart is truly blackened through and through. Mr. Lin didn't offend you much, did he? You actually planned to swallow up their company completely, not sparing any face at all. So when you lured my father into investing in Star Energy Technology, were you also planning something against us? My father was considering additional investments. Should I go back and advise him to reconsider? And what about your old classmate who took away my entire savings of 30 million yuan? Could it be a setup by you too? Muhammad caught his hand. Whether Star Energy Technology has problems, your father knows better than you. As for the company set up by my old classmate, I was going to tell you anyway. They have completed registration and just sent over the relevant documents. Have a look. He turned on the computer file while holding Ellie. Ellie talked about being wary but didn't read carefully, confirming only his shareholding ratio before pausing when he saw the new company's name, reading aloud, Ziyuan Venture Capital. Who came up with this name? You even said they aren't close buddies, yet they named the company this way. Muhammad glanced over. It was named by my old classmate. Let them be. Ellie, I can't help but feel we're contributing our shares here. It has nothing to do with us. Muhammad thought he was rambling too far, pinched him on the waist, then slid his hand backward. Ellie, pervert, where are you touching? Muhammad looked at him, whispering seductively, shall we do it? This man could say such things without any change in expression, seemingly serious but extremely lewd and shameless. Ellie couldn't help but feel flustered, noticing the time on the computer showing it was almost quitting time. He lightly coughed and said proudly, lock the door first. Muhammad curled his lips. As he got up to lock the door, Ellie's gaze followed him. Once he returned and sat back down, Ellie straddled him again, pulling him close for a kiss. Compared to being pinned underneath, Ellie indeed preferred sitting on Muhammad, giving him a sense of dominance. Although most of the time, he was the one being controlled. Muhammad, Muhammad. Ellie couldn't resist, murmuring Muhammad's name softly, his voice getting stickier with each word. Muhammad stared at him unwaveringly. Ellie was entirely lost in passion, his lips wet, face flushed, eyes filled with desire, making him the most captivating sight. He tilted his head and kissed fiercely. At the most intense moment, the internal line phone rang again. Muhammad ignored it. Then his mobile phone rang, which he also left unanswered. By the time they finished, it was nearly evening. After showering and changing clothes in the lounge, Muhammad finally checked his phone. Yuan had called earlier. Oh, come to blame me. Ellie peeked at the call log, obviously enjoying Muhammad's predicament. Muhammad didn't care and asked him, going back now? Ellie wanted to say more, but the internal phone rang again. Muhammad picked it up casually, learning from his secretary that Yuan had been waiting outside for over an hour, insisting on seeing him. Muhammad frowned, let him in. Ellie scoffed. After hanging up, Muhammad asked, stay here or go inside? Ellie, I don't want to hear your ex-lover pour out her heart. Saying that, he went straight into the lounge but didn't close the door, leaving a crack open, lazily leaning against it while playing a mobile game with the sound off. Chapter 48 A Tragic Drama. Muhammad sat down and casually finished reading the last 2 pages of the document he had been perusing. When he looked up, Yuan was already in his office, standing before his desk with a complicated look in his eyes as he sized Muhammad up. Muhammad gestured lightly, sit. Yuan refused, insisting on standing. After a moment of silence, he asked, did my uncle come to see you earlier? Muhammad, yeah. Yuan stared into his eyes, you want Bosun, right? Ever since you agreed to introduce business opportunities to my uncle, did you already have this plan in mind? What do you really want to ask? Muhammad lifted his eyelids indifferently, I'm a businessman, pursuing profits is in our nature. How could I possibly turn down such an opportunity that fell into my lap? Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled bitterly, so you mean my uncle is foolish and deserves to be cheated by you? Then what about me? Why did you bring me around and let everyone, including my uncle, misunderstand the relationship between us? Was it just to embarrass your elders, or did you start setting a trap back then, knowing that my uncle would try to leverage me to gain benefits from you? Muhammad said indifferently, whatever you think it is, it is. Whatever Yuan thought it was, bitterness filled his heart. Indeed, he had shamelessly approached Muhammad on his own accord, harboring a hopeful wish that after more than 10 years, this person would still be waiting for him at the same spot. Muhammad never made any commitments, only not rejecting his approach. Perhaps he even enjoyed watching the show, seeing Yuan lowering his dignity, trying to be nice again and again like a fool, only to be used eventually. All those struggles and sleepless nights meant nothing to Muhammad. Do you have to act like this? Those things that happened in the past. Are they really nothing in your eyes? Ewan's voice broke as he struggled to ask. He didn't know what he was holding on to by waiting an hour to insist on seeing this person, but without an answer, he couldn't bear it. You used to run all over town on my birthday to buy the cake I liked. We agreed to watch the sunrise, sneaking out in the middle of the night so you could ride me to a mountain tens of kilometers away, promising to do it again. You fought people who bullied me from other schools until your wrist dislocated. When I got sick in the hospital, you stayed up all night beside me. Were all these things fake? In the lounge, Ellie absent-mindedly finished a game, glancing outside. Teacher Lin's expression was close to tears as he stared blankly at Muhammad. Even Ellie felt his hands trembling, desperately suppressing his emotions, yet Muhammad seemed completely oblivious, slightly lowered head and posture unchanged. Unfortunately, Muhammad was sitting with his back facing the lounge side, so he couldn't see the expression on this bastard's face. Ellie pursed his lips, turned his gaze back, and started a new game. Actually, Muhammad's mind wandered too, falling upon a bright red coral cufflink lying next to the file. It wasn't his, it belonged to Ellie, likely brushed off when he pressed him against the table. Muhammad's thoughts drifted to Ellie's face immersed in ecstasy, his wet lips slightly parted, breathing heavily, his brows adorned with desire, making his entire appearance breathtakingly beautiful and drenched in sweat, lost entirely in passion, tempting one to dominate, bully, violate, and possess him. Muhammad picked up the cufflink, slowly rubbing it between his fingers. Ewan noticed his movement, finally realizing that Muhammad might not have heard anything he said and showed no interest in his recollections. He bit his lip, feeling even more embarrassed but insisted on continuing. Xingzhou, I know you hated me for leaving without listening to you back then, but I had no choice, I really didn't. My parents passed away early, and my life was under my uncle's control, no better than yours in the Yi family. If I left with you, I would have lost everything. My uncle now wants me to please you because you're the boss of Yi Corporation, but back then, he treated me as an outcast and wanted to get rid of me. Not only him but also your father came to me. Muhammad's fingers paused, a slight movement in his eyebrows betraying some reaction. Ewan's eyes were red, shimmering with tears. I've always been torn. I wanted you too, really. I'm not as heartless as you think. Later, your father found me and told me he had great hopes for you and wouldn't allow someone like me to stain you. He demanded that I leave you. If I failed, he would abandon you, sending you back to where you came from. I was afraid, truly afraid, I didn't dare take the risk. Later, I actually tried to contact you, but without success. The postcard I sent back to the country, I thought you had received it, but when I asked you before, you said no. Perhaps your father intercepted it. These past dozen years, I've been thinking of you constantly, never forgetting even for a moment. But I didn't dare come back, I was afraid of affecting you, fearing your father might resort to his old tricks again. Not until after he passed away did I dare return to see you. I thought we still had a chance. He looked at Muhammad, his voice choked with emotion. That award-winning painting, I painted it for you. Did you think the person in the painting was you? No, it's me, I have always lived in darkness. You are my only light. I should have explained it all to you sooner. I was selfish and cowardly, but my feelings for you were real then, and they still are now. Why do you choose to get back at me like this? For a moment, the office was so quiet that even a pin drop would be heard, except for Ewan's uneven breathing. No one spoke. Muhammad kept his eyes down, absent-mindedly rubbing the cufflink in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. Ewan couldn't read the emotions in his eyes, and Ellie in the lounge could see nothing at all. The silence was finally broken by the sound of Ellie's mobile game. After the light-hearted music, came the slightly humorous electric tone, game over. Ewan was startled, looking incredulously towards the lounge. Ellie pushed open the door and walked over to Muhammad, kicking him lightly. Are you done talking? I'm starving. When can we go? Muhammad glanced at him, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. Ellie let out a light hum, averting his gaze. Seeing Ellie appear boldly, Ewan snapped back to reality, suddenly filled with anger. He had waited for over an hour outside, and those words he just said, now felt incredibly ironic, perhaps a joke to these two people in front of him. Why are you here? Why were you eavesdropping on us? I've been here all along, I came first, Ellie replied innocently in response to Ewan's accusation. Mr. Lin, let's be reasonable. I happened to be here and heard your conversation, how could that be eavesdropping? Muhammad didn't ask me to leave. Don't twist the facts. Ewan retorted, almost grinding his teeth. This young Master Qi had everything, loved by his parents, indulged by his powerful godfather, and he dared to compete with him for Muhammad. On what grounds? Elite Sked, if you ask me, Mr. Lin, you talked about all the things Muhammad did for you in the past, but what have you done for him? Didn't you still leave? Okay, you were forced to leave, making this whole dramatic scene. My mom loves watching soap operas like this. But someone like Muhammad, I doubt he has any interest. Love and romance aren't as practical as money. Making money is more important than seeking revenge this way. It seems you hold yourself too highly while undervaluing the charm of money. Ah, and even though I don't understand all those artistic ideas of yours, let me advise you, living life in sunshine is better. Two people living in darkness trying to force themselves together, isn't that just fostering depression? Yuan was nearly unable to stand from the insult, his face flushed red. Just as he was about to argue back, he heard Muhammad laugh. Instinctively, he looked over. This man's eyes held only Ellie, as if amused by Ellie's words, his expression relaxed and happy, something Yuan had never seen on Muhammad, not even back then. Yuan lost his voice for a moment, dazed for a long time before forcing himself to speak to Ellie. Then what is this between you two now? You're just a playboy with fleeting interests. Do you even know what genuine feelings are? Ellie shrugged. You said it, I play around. When I chased after you before, it was the same thing, just you didn't believe I was truly after you. Now with Muhammad, it's the same. We're just playing around. Why would it be life or death? The more carelessly he spoke, the more Yuan felt pained, compared to how he poured his heart out only to be cast aside by Muhammad. Do you think the same? This time, he asked Muhammad. Muhammad turned back, his smile fading, coldly saying, it's none of your business. This ends here. If there's nothing else, please leave. Yuan finally saw clearly that Muhammad's eyes no longer stirred for him, filled only with coldness and annoyance. Recognizing this reality made Yuan feel drained, shivers running through his body, utterly ashamed. He couldn't stay another second, unwilling to be mocked and despised any further. Taking 2 steps back, he quickly turned and left. As his footsteps faded away, Ellie shot a cold look at Muhammad, who was still sitting. Muhammad caught his hand and refastened the cufflink that had been in his hand all along. Ellie watched his movements and suddenly said, back then, young Master Yi sought to humiliate your uncle and prevent others from meddling in your marriage by staging a farce to make his sexual orientation public knowledge. You could have chosen anyone, so why did you pick your ex-lover? Did you really plan to target their company back then? It shouldn't have come to the point where young Master Yi had to sacrifice his reputation, right? Muhammad had already fastened the cufflink for him and lightly adjusted it. Ellie bent down, almost face to face with him, staring into his eyes with an uncertain smile. Or was there something personal for you, young Master Yi? They stared silently at each other for a moment. Ellie's smile grew more mocking, but Muhammad wasn't fazed. You're overthinking it. He raised his hand and caressed Ellie's chin. It was just convenient since he offered himself. Would someone else like that be easily believed by the Yi family? As long as they don't bother me, I can do anything. Ellie slapped his hand away and stepped back, standing up straight, sneering coldly. So, the Yi family knows about your romantic history with Teacher Lin. Indeed, who would have thought that young Master Yi was once quite the Romeo? Running around town to buy a birthday cake, riding out of the city to watch the sunrise at midnight, fighting until your wrist dislocated, staying up all night to take care of someone sick. If Teacher Lin hadn't been forced to leave you, shouldn't you feel remorse now? Shouldn't you confess and embrace him for a happy reunion? The more he spoke, the more bitter he felt. Ellie seemed to realize this, growing increasingly irritable, feeling like some evil, useless character in a soap opera who breaks up couples only to get cursed. Muhammad leaned against the chair, looking up at him, noticing every subtle change in Ellie's expression. Still not enough. Muhammad said, looks like you enjoy watching those dramas your mom loves, quite the storyteller yourself. Ellie, he told me himself, what am I making up? He and I watched the sunrise too, fought for me, and I stayed up all night taking care of him when he was sick, Muhammad reminded him. That was completely different. Ellie scoffed. Last question, during those 10 seconds of silence after he finished speaking, what were you thinking? Muhammad frowned. Ellie didn't give him a chance to speak again, kicking him one more time. I'm going home, you do whatever you want. Bye. Muhammad's voice deepened. Going home now? Ellie waved his phone in front of him. My mom just sent me a message on WeChat, saying something came up at home and I need to go now. Muhammad grabbed his hand. Stay. Ellie smiled and pried his fingers open one by one, showing him the message indeed sent by his mom 10 minutes ago. Muhammad's face turned cold. Ellie put away his phone. Sorry, young Master Yi, I can't stay tonight. As the car drove out of the Yi Corporation building, Ellie let out a long breath. Damn Muhammad, you do whatever you want. With others, it was sneaking out at midnight, riding a bike to watch the sunrise in the mountains outside the city. With him, it was picking him up to come home and having sex while incidentally seeing the sunrise. With others, he fought until his wrist dislocated to solve problems. With him, he was almost slashed and blocked the knife as a matter of course. With others, he stayed up all night to take care of someone sick. With him, it was taking advantage of him when he was sick. In every aspect, he couldn't compare. Not to mention running around the city to buy a birthday cake. He probably doesn't even know his birthday. If Muhammad tried to play any tricks like seeing him reminded me of my ex, then forget it. He stomped hard on the accelerator and sped away without looking back. Chapter 49. Come home with me. Ellie returned home at 7:30. His parents hadn't eaten dinner yet, both waiting for him. It had been a long time since the three of them sat at one table to eat a meal. Ellie felt somewhat guilty, and added to that his mood was not great. He just ate silently without uttering a word. Kirsty gave Chironghua a meaningful look, but Carson seemed a bit uncomfortable, also concentrating on eating without wishing to speak. Feeling helpless, Kirsty had to take the initiative and asked Ellie, lately you have been going out early in the morning and coming back late at night, always saying you are staying at a friend's place or your godfather's place. Just be honest, do you have someone outside? In fact, if they wanted to check, they could easily find out who exactly Ellie was dating. However, previously Lionel persuaded them not to cause a rift with their son and suggested leaving some space for Ellie instead of treating him like a child. So, they restrained themselves from checking. Ellie smiled awkwardly. How could I? If I had someone, I would definitely tell you. There really isn't anyone. Then if there isn't, would you be interested if we introduced someone to you? Kirsty asked cautiously. Ellie frowned. You want me to go on blind dates again? I've already said I don't like girls. A boy, Kirsty quickly added, a male partner. Ellie. So, his mother made sure he came back for dinner tonight just to introduce him to a man. Carson had an even darker face and did not wish to speak any further, but he didn't interrupt Kirsty. She smiled as she explained, it's Gabrielle's son, our old neighbor from long ago. Remember when we first moved to Hawaii City and lived next door to an older brother a few years older than you whom you used to play with frequently? Ellie opened his mouth. That was when he was so young. Sure, there was a faint memory, but... weren't they all immigrated to America long ago? Yes, but your father has kept in touch with them. Gabrielle and his wife plan to return to China permanently next year. Their son will also come back. He is a high-level graduate from a prestigious American university, working in investment banking over there, very capable and good-looking too. According to Gabrielle, he likes boys just like you, but he has high standards and hasn't found a suitable partner yet. Would you be interested in meeting him? If you agree, I can give you his WeChat contact so you two can chat on your own. Ellie was dumbfounded, only swallowing the rice in his mouth after a long while before finding his voice. Didn't you oppose me being with men? Kirsty smiled, nudging Carson. When did I ever object? Your father couldn't get over it, which caused friction between the two of you. What's there to fuss about? Whether liking a man or a woman, it's the same to us. Anyway, we have plenty of money, it doesn't matter to us. Carson still didn't look happy, glaring at Ellie and finally speaking up. Do you have any objections? A distinguished young man like that who would deign to look at you would be lucky for you. Isn't this better than those random guys you find elsewhere? Ellie felt displeased. Then what do you know about his character? It's been over a decade since they emigrated. Who knows whether he's a decent person now? Aren't you afraid I might be cheated? Carson said angrily. Isn't an old neighbor better known than some unsavory people outside? If you don't have anyone outside, why can't you get to know him? Kirsty worried they might start arguing again and quickly interjected. Son, why don't you take a look at his picture first? I think he looks pretty good. If you don't fancy him, forget it. Adding him on WeChat won't hurt. As she spoke, Kirsty quickly flipped through her phone and showed Ellie the photo. Glancing at it, Ellie admitted he indeed looked quite decent, although not quite his type. He squinted his eyes, recalling Muhammad's frowning expression when he asked his last question, then snorted and lifted his chin. Mom, you sent him to me. After dinner, Ellie was still feeling unhappy. He casually sent Glover a message asking where everyone was enjoying themselves. Glover replied instantly. Did Lord Chi finally climb out of his godfather's harem? Ellie, stop talking nonsense and send me the location. Blocking out his mother's nagging and his father's scolding, Ellie seized the chance to slip away and drove to the nightclub where Glover and others were playing. By the time he arrived around 9, it was getting lively. Seeing Ellie walk in, the rich kids started jeering. Although none of them except Glover knew who Ellie's godfather was, Ellie had been unseen during these days supposedly cultivating himself due to his godfather. Now that he suddenly appeared, they couldn't help but tease him. Lord Chi looks pretty nourished lately, looking well-fed and becoming more beautiful every day. Why didn't Dempsey bring your godfather along? Let us all see him. Exactly, what are you hiding? Keeping him hidden like a treasure in a golden house. The banter became increasingly out of bounds, eventually leading to questions about the positions he and his godfather used. Ellie found it annoying. Shut up, it's none of your business. He picked up his glass, poured half a cup of wine into his mouth, then set it down and leaned back into the sofa. Entertain yourselves, don't make fun of me. Seeing that he wasn't in a good mood, the rich kids finally changed the topic. After everyone's attention had shifted away, Glover nudged him curiously. Had an argument with that person? Ellie, don't ask. If he didn't want to talk, then fine. Glover accompanied him drinking, shaking his head as he lamented. I previously thought Dempsey was bewitched. You obviously like those pure, genuine girls who don't seek your wealth but love you faithfully. How does your godfather match any of those criteria? Could he have cast a spell on you? Ellie cursed but modified his words at the last moment, saying gruffly, is he really pretentious and seductive? He's richer than I am, so how could he be after my money? Alright, Muhammad didn't love him faithfully either. Ellie felt depressed thinking this. After all, he himself only played around with Muhammad. This made them even. Despite this, he felt more uncomfortable, blocked by something that wouldn't rise or fall, making everything irritable and unsatisfactory. Unconsciously, he drank several glasses of alcohol. Afraid he would get drunk, Glover reminded him, Dempsey, do you want to play dice? Ellie, no. Glover, cards. Ellie, no. Glover, go upstairs for a game of pool. Ellie, not going. Uninterested in anything, he lounged on the sofa idly flipping through his phone. His mother had just sent him the WeChat card of the man she wanted to introduce him to. Ellie casually clicked to add him. After getting accepted, he typed hello, then deleted it, feeling it was pointless. The other party didn't send any messages either, probably just adding him to satisfy his parents. Ellie slumped down, his face pressed against the sofa back, feeling even more depressed. Until Muhammad's message came in, where are you? Staring at these 3 words for a while, he stabbed at the screen twice but didn't reply. Seeing this, Glover suggested, Dempsey, do you want someone to come drink with you for entertainment? Seeming not to understand, Ellie glanced sideways at him. Glover explained cheekily, just having people come to drink. They can be male or female, just for drinking, singing, and chatting, nothing illegal. If they can make you happy, you can tip them generously. Ellie said vaguely, like that. 5 minutes later, he was holding a tablet, browsing through photos critically. None of them caught his eye. Finally, he casually chose one and tossed the tablet to Glover, him. Glover glanced at it, noting that it wasn't the usual type Ellie went for. This one resembled Muhammad's style, tall, rugged, and cool-looking, likely popular among wealthy women here. But since Ellie liked him, it was him. A few minutes later, the chosen one entered the room, sat on the armrest of the sofa next to Ellie, and smiled over, Dempsey, hello, my name is Weston. Ellie remained leaning in the sofa, slowly lifting his eyelids, scrutinizing him critically. He did look good, but far inferior to Muhammad. The crooked smile made him rather annoyed. Closing his eyes briefly, he felt slightly unwell from the alcohol. Stop smiling, it looks sleazy. And we're all Chinese, why take an English name to put on airs? Don't you have a Chinese name? What is it? The man's smile froze, embarrassedly saying, Daryl. Ellie chuckled, genuinely amused. When Muhammad called, Ellie was listening to Daryl tell jokes. Although corny, they made him laugh heartily, significantly improving his mood. The phone rang for nearly half a minute before he lazily answered, hello, who's this? Where are you? Muhammad asked sternly, clearly hearing the loud background noise. What's it got to do with you? Ellie, seemingly tipsy, spoke weakly but unpleasantly, mind your own business, who are you to boss me around? I want to cut ties with you. Muhammad, how much have you drunk? Ellie, told you not to bother, leave me alone. Bye. He hung up directly, then raised his chin at Daryl opposite him, continue with what you were saying. Glover was playing cards with someone when an unfamiliar phone number came in. He answered it casually, but before he could speak, the caller on the other end said first, this is Muhammad, is Ellie with you? Give me your address. Glover nearly choked, looking back at Ellie who was chatting more and more enthusiastically and getting closer with someone in the corner sofa. Sweat broke out on his forehead, we are together. Give me the address. Muhammad's tone was exceptionally forceful. Glover felt like crying but had no tears, why should it be his problem when the two of them quarreled? But facing Muhammad, he was unusually timid and eventually gave him the address. After hanging up, Glover scrambled over to Ellie's side and pushed him gently, Dempsey, ask this guy to leave, don't chat with him anymore. Ellie wouldn't agree, why not? He's interesting. I hired him, I paid for him. Glover lowered his voice, hands clasped together in prayer, Dempsey, your godfather is coming soon. Spare me, if he sees you hiring people here, he will kill me. If he wants to come, let him, Ellie waved, just leave it alone, it's none of your business, go play your game. Glover, then don't say I encouraged you to hire people. Ellie rolled his eyes at him and continued drinking. When Muhammad pushed the door open, a rich kid was belting out, love me till death, with a strained voice until he saw Muhammad's terrifying face. Startled, he dropped the microphone, causing a loud clatter. Everyone in the room, whether drinking, chatting, singing, or playing cards, all froze and turned their attention to Muhammad. Those closest to him instinctively moved away, clearing a path. Ellie was still slouched in the corner of the sofa, holding a wine glass, listening hazily to someone's jokes. The background music was deafening. Daryl, facing Ellie, was focused on this easily pleased and wealthy patron, oblivious to the unusual situation. Seeing Ellie's slightly tipsy state, he grew bolder and leaned forward, slowly extending his hand toward Ellie's face, whispering seductively, Dempsey, shall we go somewhere else for a drink? But in the next second, another hand grabbed his wrist from behind. Ah! Daryl hadn't reacted yet when sudden pain shot through his head, his wrist twisted out of joint. He screamed as Muhammad dragged him off the sofa and threw him to the ground, landing on his back. In his blurred vision, Muhammad looked down at him as if he were already dead. The others around panicked and avoided the scene, afraid of being involved. Ellie was indeed quite drunk, it took a moment for him to react to the commotion. Blinking sleepily, he lifted his head and caught sight of Muhammad amidst the dim and flickering lights, furrowing his brow unconsciously, what are you doing here? Muhammad bent down close to him, his towering figure almost enveloping him, staring into his eyes and asking in a low voice, can you walk? Ellie closed his eyes, muttering, I don't want to go with you. Without another word, Muhammad took the wine glass from his hand and set it down, then scooped him up into his arms with one hand under his shoulders and the other beneath his legs, carrying him horizontally before Ellie could react. There were gasps all around. Muhammad ignored everyone and left with the drunk man in his arms. Sitting him in the passenger seat and fastening the seatbelt, Ellie seemed to finally regain some awareness. Opening his eyes, he lifted his hands and gripped Muhammad's suit collar tightly, pulling him close. Bastard. His eyes were a bit red, his face flushed, and his voice sounded almost grinding with anger. Muhammad stroked his face to soothe him. Let's go home. Ugh. His stomach churned violently. Clutching onto Muhammad's collar, Ellie couldn't hold back and vomited all over this bastard. Chapter 50 Jealousy. Ellie leaned against the passenger seat, dizzily watching Muhammad take off and change his clothes. The suit shirt that had been soiled was tossed directly into the trash can. This bastard even kept a spare set of clothes in the car, avoiding any need to walk around half naked. What a pity. Ellie tilted his head, thinking muddle-headedly, admitting that he did have some deliberate intent just now. It felt good seeing this guy's expression change, even for a second. Muhammad started the car, and Ellie closed his eyes several times, gradually drifting off to sleep while leaning on the seat. When he opened his eyes again, Muhammad was carrying him out of the car. Through his blurred vision, Ellie glimpsed the man's tense profile, feeling uncomfortable. Put me down, I don't need you to carry me, I can walk on my own. Muhammad ignored him, persistently carrying him inside, upstairs, and back into the bedroom, before heading straight into the bathroom. He undressed him and pushed him into the bathtub, turning on the hot water. Startled by the sudden rush of hot water, Ellie was about to curse when he looked up to see Muhammad starting to take off his own clothes. His shirt buttons were already undone, revealing solid pectorals and abs. His voice faltered. What are you doing? Don't be inappropriate. Muhammad calmly stripped off his clothes and stepped into the tub as well. Ellie kicked out with his foot but was stopped by Muhammad sitting down, bathing. Ellie, why do we have to bathe together? You stink, stay away from me. The smell on Muhammad was all due to what Ellie had vomited. If they wanted to bathe together, it wasn't new, they'd done plenty of things together in this very tub. But tonight, Ellie didn't want to acknowledge him, holding in his anger, feeling upset at the sight of him. As Muhammad moved closer, Ellie turned his back, lying on the edge of the bathtub, closing his eyes again. The steam made his already fuzzy mind even more confused, wishing only to fall asleep. Muhammad ran his hand through Ellie's hair. Ellie turned his head to the side, giving up on trying to break free. Muhammad poured out shampoo and began washing his hair. Ellie let him handle it, not bothering to move since it wasn't the first time. His body completely relaxed, eyes half open, letting Muhammad attend to him. Even though he complained about coming here, once Muhammad brought him back, stripped him and put him in the water, he didn't struggle much. Struggling was pointless, better to relax and enjoy. So when Muhammad's hand wandered lower while washing his back, Ellie didn't notice the danger. When Muhammad slapped his buttocks, Ellie was stunned, eyes wide open, turning around to glare. The second slap came faster and louder, followed by a third. I've told you not to fool around outside. Did you forget? After the 3 slaps, Muhammad reminded him coldly. None of your business. I'll fight you. Ellie, furious and bloodshot-eyed, lunged forward, throwing punches at Muhammad's face. Splashing occurred in the bathtub as Muhammad avoided the attack by turning his body to the side. Ellie slipped, nearly falling into the water, but Muhammad caught him immediately. Pushed backward, Muhammad fell, allowing Ellie to pounce on top of him, hands clamping around his neck, fiercely pushing his head underwater as if truly trying to drown him. Underwater, Muhammad showed no sign of panic, holding his breath, eyes opening and staring right at Ellie. Those eyes were like demons rising from the depths, finally breaking free from their chains, emerging to watch. Ellie breathed unevenly, the discomfort of being watched by a venomous snake reappeared after such a long time. Today, it was worse. Through the water mist, uncertainty and unease magnified. Ellie's scalp tingled under his intense gaze, and he subconsciously loosened his grip. Only seconds passed. When Muhammad surfaced, Ellie stood up too, angrily saying, I'm finished, and strode out of the bathtub, quickly leaving the room. He found his clothes left in Muhammad's closet and dressed hastily, resolved to leave. However, the door wouldn't open from the inside no matter how many times he tried. After several failed attempts, he kicked the door in frustration, dejectedly returning to the bed, collapsing into it. That bastard Muhammad must have done this on purpose. When Muhammad came out of the bathroom, Ellie was curled up in bed, almost asleep again. Feeling cool fingertips touch his cheek, Ellie frowned irritably, slowly opening his eyes. His mind still foggy, meeting Muhammad's gaze, he paused, muttering, let me go, I need to go home, it's almost midnight. Let me blow dry your hair, then you can sleep, Muhammad said, his fingers threading through Ellie's wet hair, ignoring the latter's insistence on going home. Ellie didn't even have the energy to roll his eyes. He turned his head away, not wanting to acknowledge him. Muhammad stripped off his clothes and put a pajama on him. A few moments later, warm air blew over his hair, and the hum of the hairdryer filled his ears. Ellie closed his eyes, wanting to just fall asleep right here and avoid everything, but Muhammad's fingers running through his hair were too persistent, impossible to ignore. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He pulled down the bastard's hand and bit down hard on his wrist. Except for a slight frown, Muhammad didn't change expression at all. After Ellie was done biting, he indifferently retracted his hand and continued drying his hair. Ellie pulled the blanket over his face, unwilling to see him or let him see him. He also asked me how long I planned to stay in the rest room and if eavesdropping was fun, came Muhammad's voice from above, muffled by the sound of the dryer and the quilt, almost unreal. Ellie thought he might have imagined it, and took some time before peeking out from under the blanket, suspiciously looking at him and saying hoarsely, "What did you say?" Muhammad checked that his hair was almost dry, turned off the hairdryer, unplugged it, and threw it aside. "Your last question, what I was thinking back then." Ellie didn't believe it, just that. Muhammad looked at him, or what? Ellie felt choked. The other guy was confessing and explaining a shocking misunderstanding from years ago, and he was thinking about such trivial questions. Your so-called first love is practically heartbroken, yet you're not touched at all. Not my first love, we never dated, Muhammad corrected calmly. Ellie retorted, "You're bullshitting. All the things you did with him mean nothing. Who are you trying to fool?" "What I've done with him, I've almost done all with you," Muhammad reminded him again. "Does that mean we dated?" Ellie instantly shut up. How was he supposed to answer that? "Almost doesn't mean everything." Ellie pulled the quilt over his face again. "Get lost, don't use me as an excuse." Muhammad pulled down the quilt, frowning. "Are you trying to suffocate yourself?" Ellie glared at him. "Don't change the subject. It seems like you cared a lot about that person back then, running across the whole city to buy a cake. Hawaii City is huge. Wouldn't that take a whole day? Would you do this for someone you didn't care about?" Leaning against the headboard, Muhammad stroked his hair casually, saying nonchalantly, "I bought the cake, but running around the whole city is false. I went back to the orphanage that day to deal with something, using that as an excuse so the family wouldn't know." Pearsang exaggerated it intentionally, and he misunderstood. "Ellie, what about watching the sunrise?" Muhammad, photography, there was an art and physical education credit requirement at school. To make up for the credits lost due to transferring, I went to take pictures of the sunrise. He wanted to watch, so I took him along. Ellie, he clearly said they made plans for next time. Muhammad, how could I refuse after he invited me? Ellie, helping him fight. Muhammad, when those people harassed him, I was there too. Could I leave him alone and run away? Ellie, taking care of the sick all night. Muhammad, school summer camp, same group. We were classmates and friends. There's nothing wrong with taking care of him while traveling. Ellie was silenced, huffing. He makes it sound like you two were deeply in love, remembering each other for over a decade. Don't tell me you never had any feelings for him, no one would believe that. Muhammad, so what if I did? Ellie, then why didn't you date back then? Muhammad, why should high school students start early romance? Ellie, do you think I'm a fool? Muhammad changed his tone, didn't get the chance. Ellie blinked, realizing this was probably the truth. Not that they didn't want to, but they didn't get the chance before being separated. His voice unconsciously became sour. Now that you know it was a misunderstanding, why don't you try to reconcile? Muhammad's gaze fixed on him, unmoving. Feeling uncomfortable under his stare, Ellie recalled the look Muhammad gave him underwater earlier. I said. Why should I reconcile? After over a decade without seeing or contacting him, he's just a stranger. I lost interest in him long ago. Muhammad spoke calmly, not bothering to mention Yuan's name even once. Back then, he did care, but once he decided to discard something, another glance was already too much. People were no exception. Moreover, it was never that pure to begin with. Muhammad wasn't surprised when Yuan said Driscoll had looked for him. Back then, he indeed wanted to test that man's limits, and his relationship with Yuan only became known to the Yi family because of this. Had he not understood Driscoll's character clearly back then, he wouldn't have been able to survive in the Yi family for more than a decade. But once someone was placed on his list of people he didn't care about, their remaining value could only be measured in terms of benefit. Yuan and the Lin family had all come knocking on their own accord. He used Yuan, set traps to ensnare Dusty, and planned to swallow the Lin family company. All these were routine matters to him, done without the slightest mental burden. The one and only exception where he agreed to Yuan's request was after he left Qingping Garden for the first time. Yuan invited him to have dinner alone. When looking at Yuan's face, another bold and brilliant face suddenly appeared in his mind. That was when he realized he had started developing feelings for Ellie. Thinking it was an illusion caused by being too long without intimacy, he had neither refused nor accepted Yuan's invitation. Then he discovered that pleasures differed, some were as tasteless as chewing wax, while others left unforgettable impressions. Ellie. You heartless man. Who do you think can wait for someone in the same spot for over a decade? That kind of scenario only happens in those cliché dramas your mother watches. Muhammad sneered lightly. In the future, don't watch those things with her so much. Ellie. Bastard. He threw off the quilt, sat up abruptly, and pounced on Muhammad, scratching him. Muhammad held his waist, stop moving. Ellie wished he could bite him again. Reclining against the headboard, Muhammad lifted his gaze to look at the person sitting on his lap, his eyes lingering on the still flushed face. Are you jealous because you're so concerned about my past with him? Ellie unhappily replied, I am jealous. What if I'm jealous? So what if I'm jealous? If my dog wants someone else's bone, I'd be jealous too. Didn't you say random hookups are dirty? Who knows if you two ever slept together? Am I not allowed to feel disgusted? You dirty man. At the last sentence, he paused, sharply inhaling as Muhammad stared at him intently, his hand pressing the most sensitive spot on his waist, clearly intentional. Ellie clenched his teeth, take your hand away, stop touching me, bastard. Muhammad, jealous? Ellie froze, realizing what he had blurted out, furious yet embarrassed. What right do you have to ask? Weren't you jealous? You nearly broke that other guy's hand and hit my ass. If that's not jealousy, did you eat dynamite? Bastard. Muhammad, Ellie, what? I was jealous. Muhammad admitted openly. Ellie instantly lost for words. Muhammad clearly saw his face turn even redder, looking more flustered than before, and the once fierce little cat immediately turned meek. Ellie's gaze wavered, getting off Muhammad, lying down and wrapping himself back into the quilt, covering half his head, and turning over. I'm going to sleep, don't disturb me. He made no further mention of going home. Muhammad leaned over towards him, whispering in his ear, going to sleep now? Ellie shrunk down a bit more, don't disturb me, I don't want to do anything, I really need to sleep, my head hurts. Muhammad's fingers gently massaged his temples, slowly helping him feel better. Ellie closed his eyes, enjoying the sensation. Don't drink so much wine in the future, Muhammad advised, and don't go to those messy places or play around with those messy people. You can't tell me what to do. Ellie shot back without hesitation. Muhammad increased the pressure slightly but loosened it before Ellie frowned, suppressing the urge to settle scores with him for now. After that, neither of them spoke. Muhammad continued to massage Ellie's temples until Ellie finally relaxed. All the earlier ambiguous romantic thoughts dissipated. Just as Ellie was about to fall asleep, he heard his phone ring. He lazily reached for it, but Muhammad got out of bed and retrieved it from his pocket. It's your mom. Ellie instantly woke up, opening his eyes and sitting up, snatching the phone before Muhammad could answer. I won't be back tonight, yes, I'm staying at Glover's place. Anyway, it's Saturday tomorrow. Not like that, definitely not, how could that happen? Understood, I'll be back tomorrow. Responding obediently for a few more sentences, Ellie finally hung up, sighing in relief, gazing at Muhammad with a grievance-filled expression. He felt like his mom even suspected his wild man outside was actually Glover. Unbelievable. Then, he suddenly thought of something and called Glover. The group was still partying at the nightclub. Ellie opened his mouth and said, you get those guys to zip their mouths shut. If what happened between Muhammad and me gets into my father's ears, I'll chop you all up and feed you to dogs. Laughter broke out on the other end, it sounded like Glover had the call on speaker. One of the rowdy friends replied, don't worry, Sir Chi. You can rest assured. Take good care of your godfather, we promise not to tell, not even your parents. They burst into laughter again. Ellie immediately hung up and threw the phone aside. He glared fiercely at Muhammad, the culprit of this mess, then turned back to bed, angrily pulling the quilt over him, pretending to be dead. He really didn't need to hang out with those people anymore, he couldn't show his face to them again. Muhammad lay down and wrapped an arm around him from behind, his voice coming closer. Are you so afraid that your parents will find out about us? Ellie shrank a bit, feeling too close to Muhammad as the man's lips brushed against the hairline at the back of his neck, causing a ticklish sensation. He elbowed Muhammad gently, saying, leave me alone. My dad considers you a vicious person. We can do business but not become in-laws. If you don't want to be skinned by him, behave yourself and don't say anything more about it. Muhammad didn't seem surprised by his words and did not remind him that using becoming in-laws was entirely inappropriate for their current relationship. He chuckled softly, go to sleep then. The lights were turned off, and just before his breathing steadied, the half-asleep Ellie mumbled, my birthday is on May 8th. Muhammad gently patted his back, I know. Go to sleep. Chapter 51, Long-Term Conspiracy. After entering March, Ellie finally lost his chance to loaf around. His father, probably disapproving of his constant absence from home, assigned him a new project. One of the subsidiary companies under Ronghua Capital was going public in the US, and the promotion work had reached its most critical stage. As an absolute novice, Ellie was forced by his father to participate, dealing with various people on the advisory team every day, attending endless meetings and listening to countless reports, without being able to slack off at all. Upon return, his father would ask him detailed questions about everything. If he couldn't answer, his credit card would be suspended. Of course, if his father cut off his credit card, his mother would secretly help him, let alone that he had a wealthy godfather, so Ellie could treat his father's words as wind. But due to some subtle psychology, after hanging out with Muhammad, he actually developed a desire to advance, though just a little, at least he did not want Muhammad to look down on him. With this twisted thought, Ellie reluctantly accepted his father's enslavement. Although he wasn't particularly hardworking, he no longer idled around. He reported to the company on time every day and wouldn't leave before the official end of the working day. Overtime became a common occurrence. His visits to Muhammad dropped back to 3 times a week or even less, and he no longer stayed overnight. When Muhammad asked once, upon knowing he was doing serious work, he didn't say anything further. Occasionally, he even gave him some pointers on work matters. Aside from the usual encounters, their interactions started to involve meaningful exchanges at the spiritual level. Compared to his father's seemingly harmless but shrewd business style, Muhammad's way of doing business was ruthless and strong. Learning from both ends, Ellie found it quite interesting. I heard that a senior executive of the Yi family almost jumped from the Yi Corporation building a few days ago. Luckily, he was pulled down by the security guards. After all, he has been there since the company was established. I wonder what mistake he made to nearly be driven into a corner by that young Master Yi. With such a personality, Muhammad really is intimidating. On the way back from an investment seminar with Carson, Ellie was looking down at his phone when he heard his father mention Muhammad. His eyebrows moved slightly. Before he could speak, he heard his father continue, and previously with Bosun, although Dusty may not be of good character, he never offended Muhammad. Why go to such lengths to take over someone else's company? Making so many enemies like this, he might have trouble dealing with future issues. Ellie wisely decided not to respond. Since his father suspected that he had a thing for Muhammad, he hadn't stopped saying bad things about him intentionally or unintentionally in front of him. The goodwill established by their joint investment in Star Energy Technology and the few days Muhammad took care of him in Jing City seemed to vanish. Now his father's level of vigilance towards Muhammad was akin to guarding against wolves and thieves. Previously, it was said that he had a good relationship with Dusty's nephew. Who knew he wouldn't show any mercy either? Such a person, unpredictable and unfathomable, isn't suitable to be friends with. Who knows when he'll turn his back on you? You should learn and stay away from him, Carson advised him faintly. Ellie laughed dryly, oh. Carson knew he hadn't listened from the look on his face and huffed in displeasure. Ellie remained silent, letting his father talk, knowing that his father was right to some extent. If he himself were a swaggering second-generation heir, then his godfather was a complete tyrant. Thanks to the rule of law today, Muhammad, that wild dog, was held in check. It was only because he was fearless that he dared to consort with that bastard. But there was nothing he could do. Who knew why he found him appealing? He leaned over and quietly sent a message to Muhammad, Godfather, heard you almost drove someone to suicide. There was no reply. After waiting for a few minutes, he recalled Muhammad mentioned a business trip a few days ago. Guessing he must be busy, he felt dejected and put his phone away. It was another uneventful day. Ellie got home after work at around 8:30 in the evening. Since tomorrow was the weekend, Ellsworth Ming invited him out for fun. Just after he had finished his shower, feeling lazy, he lay on the bed, turned over and replied, no thanks, it's boring. Without Muhammad around, nothing could lift his spirits. Just now in the bathroom, he tried to relieve himself but couldn't manage it after much effort, which only made him more depressed. Then he went to bed early and slept until midnight when he woke up needing to pee. Climbing out of bed to use the toilet, he checked the time on his phone hazily, which showed it was past 2 in the morning. There was a WeChat message from Muhammad, sent 2 hours ago, just got back. Instantly awake, he picked up his phone and replied, you're back pretty late. Sending that, he climbed back into bed. Thinking Muhammad must be asleep, within 5 minutes, a new message arrived, not yet. Leaning against the headboard and yawning, Ellie replied, woke up just now. When Muhammad's call came in, Ellie readily answered. The man on the other side asked in a deep voice, wanna come out? Now. Ellie shook his head a couple of times. What time is it? You should be sleeping, and I need to sleep too. Muhammad, I'll pick you up, go change your clothes. Ellie, alright. He hesitated for only an instant but couldn't resist. After hanging up, he got up to wash up and change, feeling energized despite not having slept much. Muhammad arrived in less than half an hour. Ellie immediately left the house, got into the car, and before Muhammad could start driving, he climbed over to the driver's seat, kneeling on Muhammad's lap and pulling him in for a kiss. Muhammad adjusted his seat backward, accepting the embrace nonchalantly. Their lips and tongues intertwined intimately until both were slightly breathless. Then Muhammad broke away first. Here. No, Ellie crawled back to the passenger seat, somewhat embarrassed but trying to appear calm. He raised his chin. Let's go. Muhammad chuckled, starting the car. As they drove off, Ellie relaxed in his seat. Where did you go today? You didn't reply to my messages intentionally, right? Muhammad focused on driving, answering casually, are you as gossipy as everyone else? Ellie, can't I ask? Muhammad, no one dies easily when they cry, make a scene, or threaten suicide. That person is just old and confused. I merely suggested he retire early and enjoy his twilight years. Ellie was speechless. You have a really black heart. You're almost annihilating the Yi family. Now you're targeting others too. Don't you fear being abandoned by all? What if they think you're a tyrant and conspire against you? To keep power, you just need to stabilize the key people and give them enough incentives. Others don't matter, Muhammad glanced at him. Worried about me? Ellie turned his head away. Why would I worry about you? He worried that Muhammad's ruthless actions would make his father nag incessantly like Tang, monk, making his life unbearable. Muhammad didn't respond further, continuing to drive. After some time, Ellie realized the car wasn't heading home but in the opposite direction. Where are we going? Muhammad, you'll see when we get there. Ellie thought he might be kidnapped, but said nothing, leaning back in the seat with closed eyes. Wake me up when we arrive. They arrived after an hour. When Ellie opened his eyes, Muhammad was already out of the car, leaning against the door smoking. He checked his phone, it was almost 4 o'clock. Looking around, he recognized this place as the top of the mountain in the northern part of the city where he used to race cars frequently. Feeling a bit surprised, he followed and walked to Muhammad's side, pushing him lightly. Why did you bring me here? The mountain had no streetlights at night, with only a few city lights visible far ahead and a couple of faint stars under the dark sky. Muhammad, still smoking, looked at him. The glowing tip of the cigarette fell into his dark eyes, creating an indescribable mood. Under this gaze, Ellie felt a subtle stirring in his heart, took the cigarette from him, and put it in his own mouth, then looked away. Coming here late at night, how boring. Muhammad opened the car door, grabbed a thicker suit jacket, and draped it over Ellie. It's cold, wear more. Ellie felt a bit awkward, as he had only worn a light shirt thinking they'd go straight to Muhammad's place. I told you, you're acting weird today. Why did you bring me here? I went to my mother's hometown yesterday, it was her death anniversary, and I relocated her grave, Muhammad said softly. Driscoll buried her beside the tomb he chose for himself. Yesterday, I moved her back to our hometown. Ellie froze, seeing a hint of sorrow in Muhammad's eyes, even if only for a moment. You. Uncertain of what to say, Ellie hesitated, returning the cigarette. Maybe you should smoke it. Muhammad's gaze paused, amused by his careful demeanor. He took the cigarette back, put it in his mouth again, and reached out to pull him close. The smell of smoke enveloped Ellie, who rarely pushed him away this time, even raising a hand to pat his back. Even the invincible second-generation heir had moments of clumsiness wanting to comfort someone. After finishing his cigarette, Muhammad stubbed it out with his toe, turned him around, pressed him against the car, and kissed him. Ellie raised his arms to hug Muhammad's neck, kissing him for a while before Muhammad opened the car door and pushed him inside. His heart was pounding so fast, hitting continuously against his chest. Ellie could clearly feel the strength of the person who was pressing down on him. Muhammad looked at him with a gaze like a never-satisfied beast, ready to devour him whole, yet he couldn't refuse. His body felt like it was on fire. Not willing to be led by Muhammad, he raised his hand, pulling off Muhammad's glasses, and let his fingers slowly slide down Muhammad's face, passing over his Adam's apple as it bobbed up and down, then undid the top 2 buttons of Muhammad's shirt before leaning back and biting down. Ellie was incredibly passionate, and Muhammad could feel that he was even being abnormally enthusiastic. Pressed in the most humiliating position, instead of cursing or resisting, Ellie only frowned slightly when he felt pain, restraining himself from even kicking out. His hands roamed over Muhammad's chest, actively teasing him, repeatedly leaning back to kiss him, offering himself. Muhammad stopped several times, panting heavily, looking intently at this side of Ellie, taking every detail of his expression into his eyes. He did it on purpose, revealing his scar and darkest self to Ellie, letting his kitten lick it. Step by step guiding, drawing Ellie into his territory, but deep down he was far from as smooth as he appeared. Although it seemed he was controlling everything, in reality, from the moment he first fell for Ellie, he had already lost. This love came fiercely and intensely, like a storm sweeping over, overwhelming everything and effortlessly breaking down his defenses, building another prison in his heart. If Ellie didn't love him, he wasn't sure what crazy things he might do. When the pain became unbearable, Ellie finally couldn't hold back, scratching Muhammad's back and complaining softly, "Lighter, it hurts." Muhammad paused again, kissed his abused, red, wet lips, and finally softened his movements. The complaints turned into fragmented moans, and Ellie's breaths were right next to his ear. Muhammad repressed his urge to torture, holding him tightly, nearly gently kissing and caressing his body, loving him in the way Ellie liked. By the time they finished, it was just starting to get light. Ellie was too tired to move, while Muhammad helped clean and dress him, then got out of the car to fetch 2 bottles of mineral water from the trunk, sat back in the driver's seat, and handed one to him. Ellie drank some water, feeling better with his almost hoarse throat. Seeing that Muhammad didn't seem to want to start the car, he rubbed his face. "Done, aren't we? Aren't we going back?" "Muhammad, wait a bit. Why are you acting weird?" Too lazy to think, Ellie closed his eyes and wanted to sleep. "Even if you don't want to sleep, let me rest. Don't bother me." Suddenly Muhammad leaned over, brushing away Ellie's sweat-drenched messy hair, and without waiting for his reaction, gave him a light kiss on the forehead. Ellie's voice faltered, his body frozen, his eyelashes trembling as he opened his eyes in disbelief and looked at Muhammad. They had made love and kissed countless times, but such an affectionate forehead kiss was something he had never imagined. It felt like something different was truly fermenting between them. Ellie's face slowly turned red, awkwardly avoiding Muhammad's gaze, and pouted uncomfortably. "Kissing, what for?" "Jerk." Muhammad quietly watched him, reaching up to lightly pinch his burning earlobe. Ellie's heart was racing, hesitating to say more, and Muhammad reminded him, "Look outside. Turning his head, Ellie saw the magnificent sunrise, the brilliant sun leaping above the clouds in an instant. Muhammad specifically brought him here to watch this sunrise, not by chance, but planned long ago. If Ellie minded about those past things he had long forgotten, he could help Ellie create more of their memories together, as long as his kitten was happy. Morning light reflected in Ellie's surprised eyes. He blinked slowly and finally smiled. Chapter 52, Chasing a Man. As they went downhill, Ellie's mind was still dazed. He started talking aimlessly. You should have told me you wanted to watch the sunrise. I wouldn't have come then. I'd rather go home and sleep. Don't bother putting your boring romantic nonsense on me. Who cares? Muhammad turned his head to look over. Their eyes met, and Ellie's voice gradually faded away, feeling embarrassed to continue. Alright, he wasn't truly that indifferent. Although he indeed preferred sleeping more, at the moment when Muhammad called him to look out the window, the touch he felt has been stirring in his heart since. Muhammad lightly responded with an his gaze returning to the road ahead, continuing to focus on driving. Ellie picked up his phone to divert his attention, sending a message to his mom saying he had gone out early in the morning. This short sentence caused him to type several wrong characters due to being distracted. All he could think about was Muhammad, preventing him from concentrating on anything else. When he put down his phone, he pressed his chest, sighing inwardly, please don't beat so fast, another heartbeat like this and he would really need to go to the hospital. At this moment, he finally realized clearly that he indeed felt something different from Muhammad beyond just a fuck-buddy relationship. That was why he felt jealous and got angry whenever Muhammad got entangled with others, missed him uncontrollably when they couldn't meet, and eagerly wanted to get intimate once they did meet. He even felt pained listening to Muhammad talk about the past. Ellie was alarmed and bewildered, wondering if he was falling for this bastard. How could he actually like Muhammad? Falling in love was almost a foreign concept to him. He had admired many people before, but all were driven by lust. Chasing someone was more like teasing, never having truly cared for anyone. This kind of yearning and restlessness was unprecedented, making him feel lost once it emerged. How did he end up liking Muhammad? Ellie thought regretfully, could it really be because of familiarity breeding affection? Even though he was the one being taken. His father described Muhammad as having deep and unpredictable thoughts, being moody, arrogant, cold-hearted, always ready to dig a trap for anyone to fall into and never return. Yet, oddly enough, he liked such a Muhammad. Ellie rolled down the car window, letting the cold wind in, trying to sober himself up. But it didn't help. Muhammad sat right next to him. They had just made love an hour ago, and this person's scent and warmth still enveloped him. The more he tried to ignore these feelings, the more pronounced they became, each heartbeat louder than the last. Closing his eyes and leaning against the seat, Ellie felt nothing but despair. He was doomed. It must be that bastard Muhammad who cast a spell on him. The car returned to the city, stopping in front of a tea house. Ellie followed Muhammad like in a dream and went inside for dim sum. What are you thinking? Hearing Muhammad's voice, Ellie was startled back to reality and instinctively looked up. Muhammad calmly poured tea for him and added a shrimp dumpling to his bowl. Staring at his face, this man remained clear-headed despite a sleepless night, appearing only more ruggedly handsome with slightly tousled hair, without any sign of fatigue. Whenever their eyes accidentally met, his heart skipped beats. Maybe he should do an ECG later. Still spacing out. Muhammad put down the teapot, raising an eyebrow. Regaining his composure, Ellie lowered his head and took a sip of tea, calming his fluctuating emotions. This was no good, he seemed too weak. How could he act like a love-struck teenage girl? No way, absolutely not. After quickly collecting himself, he finished the cup of tea. He refused to admit it. Why should Muhammad, that damn bastard, take the upper hand throughout? If he was going to confess unilaterally, he would never say a word. If Muhammad had secretly liked him all along, then this bastard must make the first move. With this decision made, Ellie hooked Muhammad's calf under the table with his foot, asking calmly with a smile, Muhammad, I thought you were as stiff as a log. Turns out you're quite skilled at flattering people. Muhammad continued pouring tea and glanced at him, am I making you happy? Ellie raised his chin proudly, it's passable. There's still room for improvement. Keep trying. Ellie, Muhammad called his name, hesitating briefly before continuing, your face is red. Ellie. He opened his phone in selfie mode and checked. His face wasn't red at all. Damn, this bastard Muhammad was messing with him again. A fleeting smile flashed in Muhammad's eyes as he kept giving him more pastries, stop looking, the camera won't capture it. Eat. Ellie put down his phone, and after less than 2 seconds of reeling his foot back, kicked him again under the table. He wanted to curse this bastard but Muhammad's phone rang. The call came from his old classmate in Jing City, informing him that Dusty had gone to Jing City a few days ago and met with Aaron from Shengfa. They likely reached some kind of agreement, with Dusty pledging all the assets under his company's name to Shengfa. I think they must be up to no good. Dusty managed to convince people in his company to agree to his deal with Aaron, which means Aaron must have promised him some benefits. Aaron is still continuously acquiring shares of your Yi Corporation, right? It's up to you to handle it. Muhammad frowned slightly, thanked his old classmate, and hung up the phone. Since Muhammad used speakerphone, Ellie overheard the conversation and asked curiously, Aaron was previously rejected by my father, and now he's mixed up with this Mr. Lin. Isn't Uncle Lin struggling on his own? How can he have spare money to collude with Aaron? Muhammad coldly replied, so he pledged all his assets to Xingfa. Ellie's eyes rolled, then he understood. The plan for Yi Corporation to merge with Bosun was already well known in Huai City's business circle. Muhammad had even persuaded several shareholders and directors of Bosun. If they pressured Dusty together, he wouldn't have a choice but to sell. But now things had taken a sudden turn. This man chose to collude with Aaron instead of letting Muhammad buy at a bargain. Aaron definitely can't match the price you're willing to offer, but if he could get other Bosun shareholders to agree, it means he must have promised them some other benefits. Could it be that Aaron thinks he can challenge Yi Corporation and share the spoils with Bosun once successful? By the end, Ellie felt somewhat gleeful. Dry dad, you can also have moments of misstep. You intended to take over his company, but now he's turning around to challenge yours. However, where does Aaron get the confidence that he can succeed? Have you found out where he got the money to acquire your Yi Corporation stocks? Muhammad didn't take offense at the mockery, sipping tea slowly and explained, half a year ago, he quietly took shares in a film investment company. The company's headquarters are overseas, transferring funds into the country through cross-border channels. He withdraws the money as a shareholder, then uses it in financial management companies under his group's name, magnifying the amount enough to purchase Yi Corporation shares on the secondary market. Ellie was surprised, money from overseas. Muhammad nodded, Aaron is just the public figure, behind him is a motto. Ellie suddenly realized, so it was still an internal struggle within the Yi family, little Trent has so much cash. Even after being exiled by you, he still wants to stir up trouble. His grandfather left him many overseas assets, selling them would net a significant sum. There might be other sources too, there are always ways to get money. As long as Aaron holds more than 4% of shares, the combined holding of Amato and others will surpass mine. Then he can return boldly to the main company and kick me out, using such a roundabout way to avoid detection. If I hadn't discovered Aaron's activities early on, he only needed to purchase less than 5% of Yi Corporation stock without needing to declare it. Amato could directly ambush me unprepared. Even if I did find out, not knowing Aaron's backing is Amato, I wouldn't think much of his acquisition of those shares. They could still surprise me. Amato must have promised Aaron sufficient benefits. Aaron is a gambler, bold but not crazy enough to risk everything. Knowing that if this big bet fails, he'll have to pay the massive interest he owes during the magnification process, he's been trying to rope in someone to back him, including coveting Ronghua capital before. If he hadn't slipped up, they might have succeeded. I didn't expect that the person he dragged in would be Dusty. But it's already come to this, everyone is the same. Muhammad's tone was disdainful, clearly planning to turn their scheme against them and capture them all. Ellie slowly swallowed the shrimp dumpling in his mouth, glad his father wasn't involved, otherwise, Ronghua capital would be included in this sweep. Muhammad, this cold tyrant, wouldn't show mercy to them. What if my father really gets involved, he asked, grinning. Muhammad, I warned you before to keep your father out of it. Ellie, what I say doesn't count. Who knows if the old man might lose his head. Muhammad silently looked at him for 2 seconds, then said, he won't be implicated. Qixing, although still wearing that same unchanging smile, seemed very satisfied. To some extent, he was indeed easy to please. Feeling happy, Qixing also served a piece of pastry to Muhammad, sweetly saying, this is for you, dry dad. Muhammad smiled faintly, thank you. Qixing felt his heart skip with the smile and hurriedly lowered his head, pretending to play with his phone. His springtime thoughts had nowhere to go, so he absent-mindedly sent a WeChat message to Glover, asking, if I want to pursue a man, what should I do to ensure success? After sending it, he thought asking Glover was probably pointless but didn't bother to retract the message. Surprisingly, Glover responded quite quickly, Dempsey, who have you set your eyes on this time? You don't want your dry dad anymore. Qixing, it's him. Glover. Qixing, do you have any objections? Help me think. How can I make my dry dad fall deeply in love with me? When sending this message, he suddenly remembered the first time Muhammad teased and mocked him, saying, a mere touch and you act as if you've been offended. With an attitude like yours, do you even think you can pursue men? He had once disregarded it, but now it came back to haunt him. The tables had turned, not only did he plan to pursue a man again, but he wanted to pursue Muhammad himself. Glover replied with a speechless expression. Dempsey, are you kidding me? Qixing, I'm serious. Glover, you have so much experience pursuing men, and you're asking me, a 24K straight man. Qixing, those experiences were different. No matter how much experience he had in the past, pursuing Muhammad was an entirely different matter, none of those men could compare to his dry dad. Glover, alright, I get it. Your dry dad is one of a kind. Don't overthink it. Just tell him you love him, and he'll definitely fall for you. Trust me. Qixing, no, I can pursue him, but he must be the one to say, I love you, first. Glover stopped replying, clearly thinking Qixing was just teasing him or showing off affection early in the morning. Annoyed, Qixing tapped his screen a couple of times, then scrolled through his WeChat list until he saw a name, sending a message. Brother Ning, do you know how to pursue a man? A minute later, Hugo replied, Kid, haven't I told you before? I'm straight. If you have questions about feelings between men, you're asking the wrong person. Qixing, I don't believe you. Even your new company's name uses a couple's nickname. It's all a front, isn't it? Hugo. I give up with you. Who are you trying to pursue? You're dry dad. You two haven't even admitted anything yet. Clearly smarter than Glover, Qixing felt there was hope and continued, of course it's him. Who else? Hugo, are you sure he likes you? Qixing, I think he does, but he won't admit it. Hugo, that's simple. Be both proactive and passive. Don't chase too eagerly, nor be too cold. Give him a taste and keep him wanting more. Maintain some distance, use reverse psychology, and aim for his heart. Find a stylish rival to provoke him, and he'll surely be yours. Qixing's face fell, it sounded too complicated. Who are you messaging? Hurry up and eat, Muhammad reminded him. Qixing finally replied to Hugo, warning him not to tell his dry brother about the question, then put away his phone, forcing a smile at Muhammad, nothing. Muhammad narrowed his eyes, staring at him. Qixing lowered his head, feeling somewhat guilty. After brunch, when they got back in the car, Qixing recalled Hugo's words and said when Muhammad started the engine, take me home. Muhammad raised an eyebrow, home? Qixing, I have relatives visiting, and my mom wants me to have dinner at home. He wasn't lying, his mom did message him that guests were coming over. They weren't important enough for him to attend, and he initially didn't want to go back. Now, he had changed his mind. Muhammad was such a confident and smooth operator, he couldn't appear too eager. Hurry up. If I return late, my dad will nag me again, which is really annoying, Qixing urged. Muhammad's expression clearly didn't believe him, but since Qixing insisted, he started the car without another word. 20 minutes later, the car stopped across from Qixing's apartment complex. As Qixing opened the door to get out, he suddenly leaned over and gave Muhammad a quick kiss on the cheek. Before Muhammad could react, he threw in a, goodbye, let's meet again sometime, and ran across the road. Entering the gate of his neighborhood, he bent over, supporting his knees, catching his breath. It's better to come back. If he had stayed with Muhammad any longer, his heart rate would have certainly shot up, leading to a sudden cardiac arrest. Qixing squatted down on the spot, picking a freshly bloomed wildflower from the ground, and stared blankly for a moment. Then, his phone buzzed with a message from Muhammad, rest well, see you next time. That subtle gloom instantly vanished. He buried his head between his knees, secretly letting out a sigh of relief, and smiled silently to himself. Chapter 53, His Overwhelming Love. During a break in the meeting, Ellie was staring blankly at the WeChat conversation with Muhammad when he suddenly heard someone nearby mention Muhammad's name, inadvertently diverting some of his attention. Others were chatting idly, discussing the recent noisy acquisition battle for shares in Yi Corporation. Dusty, following Aaron of Xingfa, had been aggressively buying Yi Corporation stocks on the secondary market. Yi Corporation had remained calm and did not react until Lin and Wang were almost mortgaging everything they had. Finally, Muhammad took action, reporting them to the SEC for market manipulation, insider trading, and illegal fundraising. The SEC has accepted the case and started the investigation, and the police have also intervened. It's unknown what's happening on Xingfa's side, but apparently, Dusty was taken away right during a company board meeting. Not only him, Pierseng, the third son of the Yi family, was also involved and was taken for investigation together. Rumor has it that Amato, the second son, was also involved, but since he's abroad, he might escape the investigation. The group sighed in amazement. Every time Master Yi acted secretly, once he made his move, it would be direct and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. After this incident, Muhammad's position within Yi Corporation was completely stabilized, unshakable by anyone else. Ellie was speechless. The tyrant was indeed a tyrant, what Muhammad did perfectly matched his usual way of doing things. But, his man was super handsome, and he loved him so much. Just then, a WeChat message from Muhammad came through, can you come over tonight? Staring at these words, Ellie realized Muhammad had changed somewhat. If it were in the past, Muhammad wouldn't have used a questioning tone but rather commanded, come over tonight. This slight change pleased Ellie greatly. He decided to go, but replied teasingly, we'll see, depending on my mood and if anything else comes up. After the meeting ended, Ellie left work early for the first time in a long while, departing from the company before 4 o'clock and driving straight to Yi Corporation. Familiar with the route, he took the elevator upstairs and used the elevator mirror to tidy his hair. As the doors opened, one hand still in his hair, he met Yuan's gaze standing outside. What is he doing here again? Ellie's first reaction was suspicion about another plot, intending to confront Yuan. However, he greeted him smilingly, Professor Lin, nice to meet you again. Yuan looked somewhat cold, merely nodding as he entered the elevator without planning to say more. Ellie thought for a moment, pressed the open button, and gestured to Yuan, want to chat. 5 minutes later, they stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows in the empty corridor on this level. Yuan spoke first, Dempsey, please get straight to the point. I have things to do and need to return. Why are you here? Not coming to reminisce with Muhammad again and play the emotional card, are you? Ellie was unusually straightforward, so much so that Yuan's face instantly changed, yet Ellie continued as if he hadn't noticed. Let me guess, dressed so formally today, even with a tie, you mustn't be here representing yourself. So, you're here on behalf of your family or company? I've heard about your uncle's situation. He refused to sell the company to Muhammad and colluded with others to try to target Yi Corporation. Now that he's desperate, he's trying to ask Muhammad to save Bo Shun by buying it. Yuan remained silent with a cold expression. Ellie knew he had guessed correctly, but Muhammad definitely didn't agree, right? He was interested in Bo Shun initially because of its assets, but your uncle transferred those to Xingfa, leaving Bo Shun an empty shell. No sane person would buy it. He can easily approach Xingfa directly. How could he possibly listen to you? I suppose those who sent you here, including yourself, know this deep down, but you won't rest until you try, sending you forward hoping Muhammad would help you out of old ties. Caught red-handed, Yuan felt extremely embarrassed and clenched his fist hard. It's none of your business. The last time he came, he harbored delusions, wanting to get some answers from Muhammad, only to be scolded by this young master. This time, he humiliated himself further to beg Muhammad, yet the man remained unmoved, his indifference verging on cold-heartedness. Yet Ellie still couldn't let him go, mocking him mercilessly. Don't be angry, Ellie waved his hand. Relax, I'm not just here to make you uncomfortable out of boredom. Professor Lin, why don't you take my advice? It's already like this, why do you still care about your uncle or others' well-being? Whether they go bankrupt or not has nothing to do with you. Your uncle didn't treat you kindly either. You've mentioned that you didn't have a good time in the Lin family. Why bother with them? You're not a teenager anymore who needs family protection. You have your own successful career, are you worried about having no way out if you leave the Lin family? Why should you sync with them? Yuan stared at him wide-eyed, seemingly surprised by Ellie's words and momentarily lost for a reaction. Ellie smiled, I didn't get it wrong, did I? You used to receive dividends from Bo Shun because helping your uncle was valuable. Now Bo Shun is ruined beyond salvation, why don't you let it go? Are you short of money? If so, how about this? At last year's charity wine auction, my great-grandfather donated a painting which Muhammad bought for 8 million to give you. Sell it to me for 8 million. As he spoke, his tone turned slightly sour. Muhammad, that bastard, claimed no interest in people but could still spend 8 million on a painting as a gift. How generous. Yuan was stunned, you want that painting? Ellie nodded, Yuan frowned, that painting isn't worth 8 million. Muhammad had bid on the painting to support Matt. In his eyes, the painting might not be worth much. He gave it to Yuan as an exchange or perhaps deliberately misleading others into believing there was something between them. Because of this painting, Yuan's family believed Muhammad still had feelings for him, easily falling for Muhammad's trick. Even Yuan, knowing it was false, couldn't help but deceive himself until now, finally awakening. I know, but it doesn't matter. I have money, I won't take advantage of you. Since Muhammad spent 8 million on it, I'll pay 8 million to buy it. If you agree, send someone to deliver the painting to Muhammad's place, and I'll transfer the money to you. Ellie added with a grin, no need for you to come in person. Yuan looked into Ellie's smiling almond-shaped eyes, fell silent for a moment, then agreed, all right. He indeed needed money. There was no longer any point in pretending otherwise. Besides, the painting held no significance now. When Muhammad handed over the painting without hesitation, Yuan should have seen through everything. One last piece of advice, Professor Lin, there's no point dwelling in beautified memories long gone. Look forward. Ellie's tone was unusually sincere. Yuan paused again, nodded without saying more, and left. After he left, Ellie hummed and turned toward Muhammad's office. The receptionist saw him and greeted with a smile, good afternoon, Dempsey. Chairman Yi is inside with no one else. You can go right in. Ellie thanked her warmly and pushed open the door. Muhammad was concentrating on work behind his desk. Upon seeing him enter, he glanced up, then returned his focus to the documents. Free today to come so early? Muhammad asked nonchalantly, multitasking effortlessly. Ellie chuckled softly, how would I know if Fox spirits were visiting if I didn't come? Muhammad responded with a One hand lightly pinched Ellie's waist while the other calmly signed off on documents. What do you mean by Why ask me when you've already met him? Muhammad said, unperturbed. Annoyed by his attitude, Ellie snatched the pen and threw it aside, covering the documents with his hand. Muhammad looked up, only to have Ellie pinch his face. Stop pretending in front of me. I don't like what I see. Muhammad explained, he came to talk about their company, wanting to sell it to me. I refused. Ellie withdrew his hand and teased, Yanity, you've built quite a reputation now. Everyone outside knows you're a tyrant. Muhammad dismissed it, let them say what they will. How did you get evidence of their insider trading? Ellie asked. No wonder you were so calm before, you were prepared all along. The special assistant Aaron from Jing City, the one who received you, provided some benefits and got the information. Recalling that man's slick and sleazy demeanor, Ellie couldn't help but feel disgusted. No wonder Muhammad remained unbeatable, he could deal with anyone. He also couldn't be bothered to ask and change the topic. You lend me 8 million, and I'll pay you back after your old classmate's company makes a profit and distributes dividends. Muhammad, 8 million? Ellie didn't want to explain the reason. What, you're stingy? He had just told Yuan that he was rich as a lie, his assets were all invested in Muhammad's old classmate's company. He wanted to buy back the painting without asking his parents for money, so he could only find Muhammad. Muhammad didn't ask further questions. He made a phone call, instructing someone to transfer the money to him. Ellie was very satisfied, thinking Muhammad was cooperative. Afterward, Muhammad left work early too, bringing Ellie home so he wouldn't run off on a whim. When they got to the underground parking lot to get the car, Ellie returned to his own car to get something and sat back in Muhammad's car, placing it in front of Muhammad. A gift for you. Muhammad looked at it. What's this? A Qingming festival gift, Ellie said confidently. He needed to show some sincerity if he wanted to pursue someone. Sending gifts on holidays was a must. Who would have thought the next holiday was Qingming festival? Muhammad, a Qingming festival gift. Ellie, do you have a problem with that? Muhammad opened it, unsurprisingly finding a tie, colorful and fancy. It was definitely chosen by Ellie, very different from the ones he casually bought before. Without waiting for Muhammad's reaction, Ellie reached out, loosened his tie, and replaced it with the one he had bought. After tying it, he looked up at Muhammad's face. The bastard was staring at him with amusement, like watching a show. Ellie smiled. This looks much better, more energetic. You're my godfather, not my father, no need to be in the same generation as my dad. Muhammad was used to his nonsense, saying nothing, indifferently looking into the rearview mirror, then started the car. Once they entered Muhammad's house, Ellie immediately jumped onto him, hugging his neck and kissing him. Muhammad held him up with both hands, falling into the sofa while asking, do you want to eat first? Ellie pressed against him, thinking for a moment, let's wait. Muhammad laughed softly, are you sure? He was worried that if he didn't feed this little wild cat, he wouldn't get fed himself later. Don't laugh, Ellie scolded softly. Whenever Muhammad laughed, his heart rate accelerated. He suspected Muhammad was intentionally teasing him. Muhammad complied and stopped laughing, silently staring into his eyes. Ellie felt increasingly distracted, about to say something when the doorbell rang. It was a delivery person bringing the painting he asked Yuan to sell. After confirming everything, Ellie signed for it immediately. Muhammad stood with his arms crossed, watching him. After the delivery person left, he raised his chin at Ellie. 8 million. Ellie turned away, unwilling to answer. The painting indeed wasn't worth it. Buying it for 8 million was like throwing money away, but he didn't want Yuan to keep it, so he was willing to spend the money. Muhammad's lips curled up again. Ellie, feeling embarrassed by his laughter, pushed him back into the sofa and crawled up, kneeling on him. I said no laughing. What's wrong with 8 million? I didn't spend your money, I'll pay you back. Muhammad wasn't laughing anymore, still looking very pleased. Ellie twirled his tie with his fingers, whispering, why are you laughing? Mr. Yi is so wealthy, able to casually give an $8 million painting to someone you're not interested in, enviable, right? Not like me, having to borrow money to buy a painting. Keep the 8 million, consider it a gift from me, Muhammad said casually. Ellie, no. Who cares about second-hand goods? If Ellie didn't want it, Muhammad didn't insist. Talk to your dad next month about taking a vacation and go travel with me. Can't go, Ellie hummed, too busy, going abroad, listing on the New York Stock Exchange at the end of the month. My father personally ordered me to go. Go play by yourself. Muhammad, when are you leaving and for how long? How should I know, the itinerary isn't set yet. Ellie said, somewhat depressed, leaning on Muhammad's shoulder, Godfather, say something nice to me. Muhammad touched his ear tip lightly, whispering 2 words softly. Ellie felt ticklish, momentarily distracted, and didn't hear clearly what the bastard had said. He sat up straight. What did you just say? Muhammad looked at him. Ellie's eyes were filled with hope, genuinely expecting him to say something. Those 2 words were, I love you. Never mind if you didn't hear, I'll say it again later. Ellie, why wait until next time? Muhammad, to avoid you complaining afterward that I lack sincerity or formality, not matching others 8 million. Ellie. Let you be smug for a few more days then. When is the next time? Muhammad asked instead of answering, what do you want for your birthday gift? Ellie, don't ask me. Whether it can match 8 million or surpass someone's self-proclaimed citywide cake hunt all depends on your performance. All right. This time Muhammad agreed readily. Ellie breathed a sigh of relief, leaning back on his shoulder. This was more like it. It's just his birthday, he'll wait for it. Chapter 54, Blind Date Match. The plane had just landed, and Ellie was rubbing his exceptionally weary face while drinking water. He glanced at his phone casually as his assistant reported the schedule for the next 2 days beside him, but he didn't take it in. He had come to the United States this time because one of the company's subsidiaries was listed on the stock exchange here, and the bell-ringing ceremony would be held in early next month. Ellie represented his father in this, and as long as he could complete the task successfully and make his father satisfied, everything would be fine. Mohammed's WeChat message came in, rest well after you arrive. Can't rest. People from the investment bank here will come this afternoon, and I have to run around seeing institutions starting tomorrow. It's going to be busy, Ellie replied casually, with a tone full of complaints. Mohammed, go to the hotel and have something to eat first. Don't keep looking at your phone. Then don't send me messages. Ellie felt uncomfortable in his heart, grumbling about this person's lack of understanding. He put away his phone without replying, not looking at it if he didn't want to. It was almost noon when they arrived at the hotel. After having lunch and resting for over an hour, Ellie hadn't adjusted to the time difference yet and had to muster up his energy to get into work mode. Several underwriting investment bank executives were already there. To Ellie's surprise, he saw someone he knew among them, the blind date match introduced by his parents. Although they only added WeChat once and never chatted before, he had seen the photos of this person on his mother's phone and almost instantly recognized him. Right, his mom did mention this person worked at an investment bank here. When they introduced themselves, the name confirmed Ellie's guess, Dominic, indeed the neighborhood big brother back then. Ellie raised his eyebrows slightly, saying nothing and sat down. Meeting these underwriters was merely to prepare for the investor roadshow that was about to start tomorrow. The prospectus had been updated several times, and the final stock issuance price would be decided based on the situation of the roadshow. Ellie was no longer a complete newbie and wouldn't be easily fooled by these Americans. Besides, more than 10 people from their listing team had come over, and although his title was the highest, there were plenty of people to guide him if problems arose. The meeting lasted for more than an hour, with a strong competitive atmosphere among the various underwriters vying for investment shares. Ellie watched them perform, especially paying attention to his blind date match. This person looked like the youngest among them, being a senior assistant to the head of their investment bank. He seemed very sharp, his Asian face showing no sign of weakness among a group of high-profile Caucasians. When arguing with other underwriters, he held his own without any dirty words, yet not losing any ground. Ellie whistled in his heart, talent. After the meeting, the Americans gradually left. As Ellie was about to leave, Dominic, who had accompanied his boss out, returned and greeted him with a smile in Chinese, Dempsey, nice to see you again. This person clearly knew who he was. Ellie's assistant was somewhat confused. Ellie also smiled and pointed to others around him, speaking directly, if you're trying to curry favor with me for more subscription shares for your clients, you're barking up the wrong tree. This is not my job, they are in charge. Dominic didn't seem to mind, his smile unchanged, you misunderstood. I'm not interested in talking about work after work. I wanted to invite you for coffee as we haven't seen each other for a long time. Would you join me? Ellie didn't really care. Although his father didn't say anything explicitly, he certainly knew he would meet this person this time. If he didn't give some face to this person, it might be hard to explain back home. 20 minutes later, they sat in a coffee shop on the first floor of the hotel. Ellie ordered an iced cappuccino to stay awake and added some sugar after it was served. You still like sweets like you did when you were a kid. Hearing the laughter from the other side, Ellie lazily lifted his eyes, don't you? Aren't Americans all sweet-toothed? I'm not used to it. Even though I've been here for many years, my taste buds are still Chinese. Dominic shook his head slightly, asking, very tired. You arrived in the morning, right? Haven't adjusted to the time difference? Not too bad. Ellie said casually. Dominic explained, I added your WeChat earlier, considering the time difference and how busy you've been lately, I haven't contacted you. Sorry. Ellie smiled and continued drinking coffee. Time difference, too busy were all excuses. Clearly, he had no interest back then but changed his attitude upon meeting him in person. This didn't need to be spelled out, he wasn't stupid. Speaking of which, this person did look good, better than in the photos. If it were before, he wouldn't mind hooking up a little. But now, he was smitten with Mohammed and no one else could catch his eye. But meeting an old neighbor, catching up, and making friends were harmless, after all, he liked to befriend handsome people. Dominic chatted idly with him, starting from their childhood and then moving on to their experiences over the years. This person spoke humorously yet appropriately. Ellie wasn't initially interested, but eventually was amused by him and started talking more, even complaining about his father. He found a common topic unexpectedly. My dad is the same. At first, he couldn't accept my orientation and said he would disown me. We were in a deadlock for several years. Now that I'm almost 30 and still don't have a partner, he's anxious again. Every day he calls his old friends back home, asking them to introduce someone to me. Nowadays, he doesn't say that my preference for boys embarrasses him. But you're young, right? Just in your early 20s. Your family isn't worried about these things. Dominic chuckled as he talked, making Ellie feel a little embarrassed. My parents just don't want me to find someone randomly who they won't like. They worry I'll get cheated. The other laughed even harder, that's quite foresight of Arjun. Ellie. Really? Dominic sobered up and said earnestly, I was joking, but it's not wrong for your parents to be concerned. If you listen, then fine, if you don't want to, just humor them. No need to dwell on it. Ellie, what about you? I heard your family plans to return to China next year. My parents are getting old and prefer living back home where all their old friends are. So they want to go back. As for me, I don't mind. If they decide to go, I'll just apply for a transfer to work in China. There's no need for a job change. Dominic paused and continued, honestly, I'm not against my parents introducing partners to me either. If there's someone suitable, I might give it a try. It all depends on fate. Ellie, while looking at his phone, got a message from Muhammad asking if he had finished work. Without much thought, he replied, good luck, never taking his eyes off the screen. Dominic noticed this and raised an eyebrow. Ellie casually responded to Muhammad with, drinking coffee, and snapped a photo of his coffee cup and cake. When he saw Dominic's hand in the picture, he wanted to delete it but hesitated and sent it to Muhammad. Half a minute later, Muhammad replied, who are you having coffee with? Ellie snorted but didn't reply. He put away his phone and kept chatting with Dominic, who wisely did not ask further. As evening approached, Dominic proactively said, let's call it a day. I won't invite you for dinner either. Go back to your room and rest early. You'll be busy starting tomorrow. I'll accompany you through the entire roadshow, hoping we can have dinner together another time. Ellie nodded drowsily, see you tomorrow. Dominic watched him, smiled, and thought that after so many years, Ellie was still as amusing as when he was a kid. He regretted not being more proactive earlier. Back in the hotel room, Ellie asked the staff for room service, but wasn't hungry. He ate aimlessly while browsing his phone. Muhammad hadn't sent any messages since then, and it was 4 a.m. in China. Had he fallen asleep? Can actually sleep at such times? While lost in thoughts, Muhammad sent a new message, enjoying coffee with someone else. Ellie replied, very enjoyable, American coffee is always so fragrant. Muhammad sent a video call request, and Ellie accepted it without hesitation. The screen showed Muhammad's expressionless face, where are you now? Checking up on me. Ellie observed him. Muhammad's hair was still wet, his upper body bare. This guy had the habit of working out early in the morning and probably just finished showering. Seeing the hotel room background behind Ellie, Muhammad's tone softened slightly, whom were you having coffee with? Ellie threw down the fork, leaned back on the sofa, held the phone high above his head, and smiled at the camera, guess. Muhammad stared at him intently, Ellie, don't push my limits. Who do you think you're threatening? Ellie deliberately teased, you want to know? Fine, I'll tell you. It's my arranged blind date match, male, childhood neighbor, works at the investment bank here, and happens to be one of our underwriters for this listing. Not bad looking, my parents are quite satisfied with him. If I dated him, they wouldn't oppose. Muhammad remained silent, just staring at him for about half a minute. Ellie's smile slowly faded, feeling inexplicably guilty and even thinking of hanging up. Stay away from him, Muhammad finally said. Ellie, not possible. We have to meet frequently during this period as the underwriters will accompany us to meet investors. Muhammad, stay away from him. The tone was even stronger this time. Ellie felt uncomfortable, what's it to you? Who do you think you are to meddle? If you don't say you love me, then just get lost. Saying, next time, as if that will keep me waiting. Who knows when your next time is? Jealous? I hope you choke on your jealousy. After a moment of stalemate, Muhammad softened his voice, stop making a scene. Ellie. Who's making a scene with you? He didn't bother with this bastard anymore and hung up the call, not even wanting to eat. He went straight to the bathroom for a shower. The video call request came again. Ellie, already standing under the shower head, put the phone on a nearby shelf, facing himself, and answered it without opening his eyes, I'm going to take a shower, so stop messing around. Seeing his half-naked body in the steam, Muhammad swallowed, how long will you be in the shower? Just started, Ellie opened one eye and glanced at him through the mist. Feel free to watch. Ellie. Muhammad called his name again, his voice slightly hoarse. What? Ellie nonchalantly rinsed off, indifferent. The person on the other side fell silent but didn't end the call, just watching him silently. Ellie glanced at the screen again. Even though Muhammad's intense gaze was blurred by the steam, he understood its meaning, do you want something? His tone and demeanor were almost innocent. For a moment, Muhammad couldn't tell if he was putting on an act. Opening a video call to watch him shower, was this intentional? Before Muhammad could answer, Ellie said first, even if you want, it won't change anything. It's morning there, you should go to work. Ellie, Muhammad tried to control his emotions, reminding him, hurry up and finish. Go back to sleep after the shower. Ellie didn't want to deal with him anymore. After a slow shower and blow-drying his hair, he threw on a bathrobe and took his phone back to the room. He flopped onto the bed, face close to the screen, half asleep, saying lazily, Muhammad, I can't sleep, and I miss you. Clearly exhausted and sounding sluggish, he didn't seem aware that he was enticing someone. Muhammad stared at his face without speaking immediately. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Ellie muttered, if you don't want me, fine. I'll find someone else. What do you want? Muhammad's voice was even hoarser now. Unconsciously licking his lips, Ellie touched them lightly with his finger, moving slowly downwards, mumbling his name, Muhammad, just breathe for me, please. Leaning against the wall, Muhammad finally fulfilled his wish, letting out low breaths. Listening to Muhammad's deep, sexy breaths, stimulating and arousing, Ellie's palms started sweating, trembling in excitement. The sound felt like Muhammad's presence enveloped him entirely, deeply embedded in his body and mind. Muhammad watched him intently. The screen showed a flushed face utterly immersed in passion, yet with a certain innocence. This unguarded display made him intensely aroused. But it wasn't enough. Just this level of intimacy wasn't enough. He wanted this person to belong solely to him, body and soul, marked completely as his own. Ellie wiped himself off with a tissue, crawled into bed, closed his eyes, leaving the video call still connected. Muhammad stopped his actions, unwilling to continue without Ellie. Without Ellie there, he'd rather endure the discomfort. Ellie, focus on your work there and don't fool around. Half asleep, Ellie heard Muhammad's warning tone, dismissed it with a wave of his hand, turned his head away, and fell asleep. Frowning, Muhammad paused, then softly said, "Good night." Chapter 55, Not Wanting to Lose. In the following week, Ellie was shuttling between several major cities for investment roadshows. He also had to meet investors and institutions individually, and attend dinners from time to time. Every day, he was so busy that his feet barely touched the ground. He started working as soon as he opened his eyes in the morning and fell asleep at night when he was tired and sleepy. Occasionally, he glanced at his phone, teased Muhammad a bit, and considered it relaxation. Still have to meet a big fund later. The appointment is at 4 in the afternoon. If you're tired, you can close your eyes and sleep a bit now. Ellie was slouching on the sofa in the hotel lobby. Upon hearing Dominic's words, he groaned helplessly. Dominic sat down on a single sofa opposite him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. A pampered young man like Ellie, who grew up in luxury, probably had never gone through such hardship before. Over these days, it was quite impressive how Ellie had persisted, facing those investor hyenas, without showing any weakness or getting cheated. After zoning out for a moment, Ellie lazily picked up his phone, took a selfie, with half of Dominic's leg accidentally in the frame. Satisfied with the photo, he edited it along with the morning roadshow scene sent by his assistant, then posted it on his social media. Within minutes, he received 7 or 8 likes and comments. Most were from people like Glover, idly praising him for becoming more and more elite-like. Lazy to reply since he didn't post it for them anyway. It was around 3 in the morning in China, and his godfather was likely fast asleep. Almost every day, he did similar things, taking various photos and posting them on social media, inadvertently exposing Dominic's leg, hand, or even half of his face. Although Muhammad didn't seem to react, he didn't believe Muhammad was truly indifferent. Keep pretending, let's see how long you can pretend. Putting away his phone, Ellie sat up and stretched his neck. Though tired, he couldn't fall asleep there. He casually asked Dominic, "Is there a mall upstairs in this hotel? I want to go shopping. Do you want to come?" Indifferent, Dominic followed Ellie into the mall when he said he wanted to go shopping. The mall sold all sorts of luxury goods. After a casual stroll around, Ellie felt somewhat uninterested. Finally, he stopped at a men's boutique store, where his gaze swept over an array of expensive tie clips displayed in a glass showcase. He casually called someone over, pointed at one, and said he wanted to take a closer look. Curious, Dominic asked, "Do you want to buy a tie clip?" Ellie smiled but didn't answer. He chose one embedded with a ruby, took it from the clerk, held it up in front of Dominic, and looked up at his face. This person's aura was too bright and cheerful, completely different from his godfather. Such a dazzling ruby might not match well with him. However, if Muhammad wore it, it would definitely look good. With this thought in mind, he decisively asked for it to be wrapped. Dominic raised an eyebrow. "A gift?" To a friend, Ellie answered, taking the wrapped item and shoving it into his pocket without wanting to explain further. Consider this a Labor Day gift. He'd give it to Muhammad next time they met. Actually, whether it was Qingming Festival or Labor Day, it was just an excuse. He simply liked something and wanted to buy it for his godfather. This kind of feeling was perhaps like those little cats that catch birds or mice for someone they like. Even though Muhammad knew it, Ellie himself might not be fully aware. Dominic's gaze lingered for a moment on Ellie's smiling lips, seemingly understanding something. Unaware of his gaze, Ellie paid with his card and said happily, "Let's go." Returning to New York the day before the official listing, although he should have been excited, the exhausted Ellie only wished for it to end quickly and to return home. After dinner in the evening, he returned to the hotel and was about to enter his room when a delivery person arrived with a large bouquet of red roses for him to sign for. Puzzled, Ellie signed the form. After the flower delivery person left, he saw a card tucked inside. Opening it, he found it was from Dominic, wishing him a smooth sailing tomorrow. Ellie scared. Turning around, he saw the flower deliverer already standing behind him, arms crossed against the wall, watching him with a smile. "Do you like the flowers?" "Ellie, just okay." Dominic nodded with a laugh, "That's fine." "Ellie, these are roses. There's no other meaning," Dominic explained, as written on the card, "just wishing you a successful day ahead, hoping everything goes smoothly." Since he said there was no other meaning, Ellie put the flowers aside upon entering his room and turned to look at the person who followed him in, scanning him up and down. Deciding to make things clear, he said, "Actually, adding you on WeChat was my parents' request. You understand what I mean, right?" Dominic wasn't surprised. "You have a partner, is it the friend you bought the tie clip for? But your family disapproves." Ellie didn't deny it, something like that. "Dominic, can you tell me more?" "Rest assured, I won't spread it around. Just chatting casually." "It's hard to explain." Ellie looked up at the sky and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I do have a partner. My mom doesn't really care, but my dad is not satisfied. He thinks he's not a good person." "He's not a good person?" Dominic was genuinely surprised this time. "Is it true that he's not a good person?" Ellie shrugged his hands. "That's what my dad thinks." "Dominic, but is he a good person or not?" Ellie couldn't answer either. It was too one-sided to simply define Muhammad as good or bad. "I don't know, but I like him anyway, no matter what." Dominic's eyes became slightly nuanced, probably suspecting, just like his father, that he had been deceived by some wild man. Ellie felt a bit uncomfortable and, after thinking for a while, explained, "Actually, he treats me quite well." "Dominic, you always post photos on social media with me in them, are you intentionally showing them to him?" Ellie shut his mouth. It was a bit embarrassing to be caught treating someone as a tool. The other person took it as an acknowledgement. "What's your reason? If you're in a steady relationship, there's no need for such tricks, right?" Ellie sighed helplessly. "I just want to provoke him. He's always so smooth, controlling everything, making me follow his lead every time, like a fool." He knew what Muhammad wanted to hear, but he wouldn't say it out loud. He even chose special days to tease him, letting him guess. He wasn't unwilling to say it first, but with Muhammad's attitude, if he did, he'd lose completely. No matter what, he had to win this time. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to see Muhammad lose his cool and go crazy for him. This kind of stubbornness was something he didn't want to talk about with anyone else, except maybe Dominic, this not-so-close old friend. Dominic understood and asked with a smile, "Hearing you say this, I'm curious what kind of person he is. How long have you two been together?" Ellie, "Not long, just started." "Only just started?" Dominic regretfully said, "Then I wish I had been more proactive earlier." Ellie, feeling embarrassed, "That wouldn't have mattered anyway, I'm not into your type." He used to like delicate, pretty boys, but now he liked Muhammad, the arrogant type. His aesthetic sense had long been skewed. Dominic shrugged with a laugh. "Okay, then it was my misjudgment. But if you want to provoke him, posting a few photos won't be enough. Come on, let's go out tonight." Ellie, "Now. We're supposed to list tomorrow." Dominic, "We'll come back early. Don't worry, you've never experienced nightlife here, right? Are you coming?" Ellie hesitated for 3 seconds and finally agreed, "All right, let's go." When they arrived, it was just beginning to get dark, and New York's nightlife was starting. Neon signs flashed wildly, dazzling everyone's eyes. Shirtless men covered in tattoos greeted guests enthusiastically at the door. Even before entering, the bustling noise inside could be heard. Dominic led Ellie to a gay bar, which wasn't unexpected for him. Upon entering, a wave of heat hit them, followed by deafening voices and thunderous music. Even regular nightclub goers like Ellie couldn't help but cover their ears. The scene in front of him was exactly as expected, men dancing closely with each other, entangled intimately without any hesitation, openly releasing excess hormones. They made their way inside, bumping into several people along the way. Occasionally, some unknown hand would reach out, and Ellie, unable to bear it, grabbed one that almost touched his butt, pushing the person away hard and glaring at him. The one who touched him was a tall, muscular white man who laughed and whistled teasingly at him, winking suggestively. Ellie rolled his eyes. Dominic turned around, pulling him aside and warning the harasser with a glare, discouraging the idea of following them. "Come on, don't start a conflict." He sat Ellie down at the bar, ordered 2 drinks, and handed one to him, "So worked up? Haven't been to a place like this before." Ellie gulped down half a cup of wine and said irritably, "I hate ugly people touching me." Of course, he had been to a gay bar before, but rarely. First, Glover and his friends had no interest in such places, so he found it boring going alone. Second, he had been teased before, and as a young master, he considered it a disgrace to be humiliated in public, beating up the offender fiercely on the spot and then avoiding such places. Dominic sat down, sipping his drink and laughing. "Speaking of which, your partner must be very handsome, right?" "Ellie, isn't that obvious? If Muhammad weren't handsome, he would have already shredded him and fed him to the dogs. Now that we're here, just relax and enjoy your drink." Dominic clinked his glass with Ellie's. Ellie drank indifferently. Although the place wasn't great, the drink Dominic ordered was surprisingly good. They chatted over drinks while watching the performance on stage. There were all kinds of performances on the stage: pole dancing, uniform play, little whips, everything you could imagine. Ellie found it amusing and asked Dominic, "Do you often come to places like this to play?" "I occasionally come here just to watch and have a few drinks." "I don't go wild," Dominic reminded him with a smile. "You should just watch, so your dad doesn't find out and think I'm corrupting you." Ellie chuckled. Another one calling him a kid. What hadn't he and his godfather played? Alright, what was happening on stage had indeed never been part of their games. After one round of performances, the stage changed programs again. Now, a singer was performing lively country music, which temporarily pulled the audience out of their previous frenzy. Ellie felt much better in his ears. He leaned back, listening to the music and sipping his drink slowly, feeling increasingly comfortable. Seeing him like this, Dominic smiled and put down his cup, signaling to him before heading towards the front and going up on stage. Ellie was a bit puzzled but then saw Dominic pick up an accordion and join the band performing on stage. A spotlight shone on him. The handsome Asian man smiled brightly as he played the accordion freely and passionately, eliciting continuous whistles and screams from the audience below. Ellie couldn't help but feel like whistling too. There were so many good men in this world, how did he end up hanging around that bastard Muhammad? Maybe he had drunk a little too much. Feeling a bit overheated, he took out his phone, switched to recording mode, and shot about 10 seconds of Dominic performing on stage. Then he panned the camera down to the crowd, scanning the countless entangled men hugging each other. Afterward, he edited the video and sent it only to Muhammad on his social media, attaching the location of this bar as well. When he finished and exited the app, he opened his chat with Muhammad, feeling irritable once more. The message he sent last night hadn't received any reply yet. Was he enjoying leaving him hanging? Bastard Muhammad. Are you deliberately ignoring me? Deliberately not replying to my messages? If you ignore me, I won't bother with you either. Who cares about you? I'm having so much fun over here. Lee family's young brother is way more romantic than you. Bastard. After sending those messages, he waited for half a minute, found it boring, deleted them one by one, and turned off the screen. Unknowingly, he drank 2 more glasses of wine. Putting down his cup, Ellie got up and wandered through the crowd to the restroom. Even in here, couples had snuck in for some intimacy. A black-haired and a white man were locked in a passionate kiss next to the sink, only stopping when they noticed Ellie enter, then they reluctantly separated and left. Ellie went to the urinal, thinking that they could keep kissing, he wasn't looking anyway. He had assumed Americans were always so open. Some were indeed open. From the innermost stall came the sound of creaking doors and uncontrolled groans and moans. Ellie shook his head, listened for a moment, and oddly felt a bit envious. He walked to the sink, turned on the tap, and let the water flow, which didn't stop the increasing volume of the noises coming from the stall. Ellie washed his hands slowly, glanced at his slightly tipsy face in the mirror, closed his eyes briefly, then turned and left. He didn't immediately return to the bar area but picked a random corner stool to sit down. The thick, hot air made him even more uncomfortable. He raised his hand to loosen his shirt collar for some fresh air when he suddenly froze. Someone approached from behind. Before he could react, a black silk scarf slid down from above and covered his eyes, plunging him into darkness. For a moment, Ellie thought he smelled a familiar scent. His muddled brain slowly realized he was in New York, thousands of miles away, impossible for that person to be here. The next second, he struggled violently, but it was too late. The silent man hoisted him onto his shoulder and quickly carried him away from the noisy scene. Chapter 56 Mad Dog. Thrown into the back seat, Ellie fought with all his might, kicking and punching, struggling incessantly. Who are you? Let me go. His hands were tied by something that rendered them immobile, while his legs were suppressed by the brute force of the kidnapper. The man who abducted him remained silent, his breath felt both familiar and foreign at once. Ellie's heart raced wildly, his voice trembling. Who exactly are you? Muhammad, is it you? Let me go. Silence was still the only response. As the other person's cold fingertips touched him, he turned away in disgust. Get off me, get off. But there was no escape, the man's hand lightly grazed his skin, moving from his cheek to his lips. His scalp went numb as he struggled violently against the restraints, but to no avail. That oppressive hand firmly grasped his chin and forced something into his mouth. Ellie immediately bit down on his tongue, trying to spit out whatever had been put in. The hand gripping his chin tightened, and after a few seconds of resistance, the suffocation made him loosen his bite. What had been shoved into his mouth slid into his throat effortlessly. It was a pill. Within minutes, the feeling spreading through his body was not unfamiliar. Realizing what the pill was, Ellie's heart froze in terror. His struggle became more frantic, yanking violently at his bound wrists. Anger and fear made his whole body tremble. Who are you? Who are you really? Damn it, speak. Don't touch me, I'll kill you, I swear I will. The kidnapper's breath grew closer, a mix of unfamiliar aftershave and cologne almost making him retch. Stay away from me. Get back. Ignoring his pleas, the man ripped off his belt with a few swift motions, striking him harshly several times. Pain and humiliation struck together. Ellie opened his mouth wide, gasping for breath, choking back sobs. Get off me. Just get off. Unwilling to let up, the man's fingers slowly traced down his throat, unbuttoning his shirt one by one. Ellie clenched his teeth, fighting desperately despite being overpowered. He didn't even realize he had bitten his lip until the taste of blood filled his mouth. His chest heaved violently as frightened sounds escaped his throat. When the man's lips descended upon his chest, it felt as if something exploded inside his head, nearly driving him to collapse. The man's lips and fingers roamed and teased his body, the heat stirred by the drug becoming more intense, mixing with waves of nausea and disgust, causing uncontrollable shivers and short, panicked breaths. As the fingers finally undid the button of his suit pants and pulled down the zipper, the taut string in his mind snapped completely. Tears flowed uncontrollably, bringing a despair and fear more profound than the first time Muhammad had forcibly taken him. Everything was engulfed in an unknown darkness, pinned beneath an unidentified man who had drugged him. There was no hope of escape. Who would save him? Who could save him? Muhammad, Muhammad. Ellie's voice broke with clear signs of crying, utterly collapsing. Save me, Muhammad, please save me. One side of his face pressed against the leather car seat, his bound eyes wide open yet blind, tears streaming continuously, his body curled into a twisted arch. His sobs became indistinct, barely able to breathe or stop retching. In a daze, Ellie failed to notice the man atop him had ceased his actions and released the bindings on his hands and feet. His body spasmed, frozen in shock. Only when the blindfold slipped off did light flood back into his eyes. His tear-drenched lashes fluttered slightly, and with great effort, he turned his head, seeing Muhammad staring at him silently. Muhammad's brow was furrowed, his gaze dark and intense, tinged with madness. He once again gripped Ellie's chin tightly. I said no unauthorized appointments, don't push my limits. Not only did you forget, but you escalated it. Ellie finally saw clearly, it was indeed Muhammad. He must have changed his usual aftershave and cologne, intentionally blinding him, and with his alcohol-fogged mind, he had easily fallen into the trap. He stared blankly at him, and as he came to, a slap struck Muhammad's face. With a slap, a bright red palm print appeared instantly on Muhammad's face. You damn mad dog. Rage overwhelmed Ellie's reason. His brain burned empty, his sole reaction was to lunge upward, hitting Muhammad repeatedly on the head, tears streaming endlessly, sobbing as he hit, still trembling, in an unprecedented state of disarray. Muhammad also lost his composure, forcefully pressing the person against himself, allowing him to punch and kick as he kissed him relentlessly. Ellie bit down hard, as if determined to sever Muhammad's tongue. Muhammad's breath grew heavy, but he refused to pull away, holding Ellie's head firmly, kissing him as though he were swallowing him whole. The fight mixed with kisses that felt like another form of battle, tears streaming into Ellie's mouth mingled with their entangled saliva, smearing both their chins. In the end, desire took over. After all, Ellie had indeed been drugged by Muhammad, this mad dog. Held tightly by Muhammad, he experienced both pain and pleasure, anger and unwillingness, constantly biting this beast to vent the accumulated resentment surging through his body. At one point, a patrolling security guard knocked on the car window, likely suspecting a fight inside. Muhammad pressed Ellie's head against his shoulder, hiding their bodies under his suit jacket, then lowered the window and looked up indifferently, his voice icy cold. What is it? Upon seeing their entwined posture, the guard smiled ambiguously, leaving behind a, enjoy yourselves, before turning away. The window rolled back up, and Ellie bit fiercely into Muhammad's shoulder, as if trying to tear into his flesh. Muhammad panted heavily in his ear, the harder he thrust, the deeper Ellie bit. When he finally released, the bite mark was already bloody. An hour later, Ellie wiped his body clean and dressed himself, slumping into the seat with his eyes closed, not wanting to speak another word to Muhammad. Muhammad watched him silently for a moment, then reached out, gripping his chin, his voice cold and harsh, speak. Ellie remained silent, turning his head away, refusing to communicate. His face still bore traces of dried tears, his lips bitten and bruised, looking pitiful and defeated. Muhammad stared at him, finally letting go. Why did you come to such a place? I told you to stay away from other men. Why didn't you listen? Does anyone who catches your I mean nothing? Muhammad's increasingly cold tone seeped into Ellie's ears, making him open his red, angry eyes. Muhammad's gaze deepened, as if he would lose control if Ellie said yes. Ellie sneered, who are you to control me? What gives you the right? Muhammad hoarsely reminded him, you called for my help just now. If it wasn't me who took you away today, imagine what state you'd be in now. Staring at Muhammad, waves of grievance, anger, and humiliation surged. With a clouded mind from alcohol, tears began falling again, gritting his teeth. Why do you always act so self-righteous? Why must I follow your every move? Is tormenting me amusing to you? Muhammad wiped his face, his hand covered in water, while Ellie closed his eyes, not wanting to look at him. Don't touch me. I like you, Muhammad suddenly said, completely unexpected. Ellie's voice caught in his throat. Muhammad, isn't that what you wanted to hear? I'll say it, I'm not teasing you, I like you. Ellie felt even more infuriated, even enraged, lunging forward again, kneeling on Muhammad's lap, hands tightly around his neck. Do I care if you like me? Say it or don't, those words feel like charity to me. Why should I bother? You're an animal, a lunatic. I might as well take us both down. He gripped hard, the more indifferent Muhammad acted, the angrier he became. He wanted Muhammad to lose control for him, but not like this. This bastard never considered his feelings, only bullying him. Choking, Muhammad's breath grew heavier, staring at Ellie's furious face and reddened eyes, placing a hand on the corner of his eye. Ellie paused, his strength waning, releasing his grip. I'm done with you, go away. Muhammad's expression darkened, don't be unreasonable. Ellie retorted angrily, what if I am? You have any logic? You, a rapist, can only force me. What reason do you have? I'm done with you, why should I hang myself on your tree? Others are more charming and considerate, while you only scare and threaten me, keeping me hanging. I hate you so much. Muhammad grabbed his face, growling fiercely, say that again. I said, Ellie glared at him, enunciating each word, I'm done with you. Muhammad tightened his grip, but Ellie refused to change his words. Neither willing to yield, disappointment built in Ellie's eyes. After a long standstill, Muhammad finally let go, closing his eyes in fatigue, lowering his forehead to rest on Ellie's shoulder. Startled, Ellie heard Muhammad rasp, stop causing trouble. Ellie, I said I want it now, I'm serious about saying I like you, not teasing you. Muhammad lifted his head again, looking at him with deep furrows in his brows that carried heavy fatigue. I intended to wait for a more formal occasion to tell you, but you couldn't wait and had to use this way to infuriate me. His tone seemed helpless yet sincere. Ellie's face flushed, losing its defiance. It's all because you made me angry first. Muhammad gripped his wrist, was the matchmaker's candidate real? The one my parents introduced, how can it not be real? Ellie said, feeling guilty as he spoke. So what if it is? Can't I have a few matchmaking candidates? Muhammad tightened his grip on his wrist. Ellie winced in pain, complaining, stop pinching, it hurts. When he swung a slap at Muhammad earlier while getting up, he had twisted his wrist. After that, he went all out hitting him again, so his hands still hurt. Although Muhammad's face was even more battered from his punches, he deserved it. I like you. Muhammad repeated, his tone earnest. Okay, I get it, Ellie blushed as Muhammad spoke, you only need to say it once. He crawled off Muhammad, deflated. This argument ended ambiguously without any clear resolution. As the car drove out of the parking lot, Ellie slouched in the passenger seat, the effects of the drug in his body not entirely gone, the places where this bastard had whipped him with a belt still stinging. He felt uncomfortable and couldn't help glaring at the culprit next to him. If you're jealous, just say so. Do you always have to act like a mad dog? Can you try a different approach next time? Muhammad remained silent, focusing on driving. Feeling aggrieved, Ellie asked, do you really like me? When did it start? Muhammad turned his head, his gaze landing on him. Ellie looked away, forget it, don't tell me. When we fell down the mountain. Muhammad said. Ellie. Fell down the mountain. That was so long ago. They were both covered in dirt back then, and this bastard was already harboring intentions towards him. Muhammad didn't elaborate further. Ellie leaned against the seat facing away from him, finding it stranger the more he thought about it, unable to resist mumbling after some time, I kind of like you too, but you started liking me first, remember that. He emphasized this, still not turning around, not wanting this bastard to see his reddened face. Muhammad concentrated on driving, nodding, yeah, I know. Ellie secretly breathed a sigh of relief, still feeling awkward. He picked up his phone to distract himself, only to remember he had left Dominic at the bar. There were several missed calls and messages on his phone, including ones from Dominic and his assistant. He must have put his phone on silent, surely Muhammad's doing. Muttering under his breath, Ellie was about to call back when Muhammad's hand reached out and took his phone. What are you doing? Why take my phone? You're not allowed to contact other men in front of me. What about my assistant? Not allowed. Ellie was exasperated, this man's stubbornness would never change. He shouldn't have expected otherwise. They arrived at the hotel close to midnight. Getting out of the car, Ellie suddenly wondered why Muhammad had come to New York and what he was here for. Before he could ask, his anxious assistant, who had been pacing in the hotel lobby, rushed over upon seeing him. Thank goodness, Dempsey, you're finally back. If we couldn't reach you any longer, we were going to call the police. Dominic had returned an hour ago and stayed in the hotel waiting for him. Seeing Ellie appear, he was about to ask what happened, but his eyes suddenly stopped, falling on Muhammad behind Ellie. Despite being bruised, Muhammad didn't look disheveled, with a very indifferent expression. He didn't even glance at Dominic. Ellie also didn't want to explain, saying to Dominic, I'm fine. I ran into a friend earlier and left without saying goodbye to you. Sorry, go back and rest early, see you tomorrow. Seeing he was safe, Dominic wisely didn't pry further. Before leaving, he gave Muhammad one last assessing look, which Muhammad met coldly, seemingly not even acknowledging him. Such an arrogant man, Dominic thought, leaving with a, see you tomorrow, rest well, directed at Ellie. Ellie reminded his assistant not to tell his father about what happened tonight, heading upstairs to his room without acknowledging Muhammad along the way. Before entering the room, he blocked him at the door, with a grin that didn't reach his eyes, don't tell me you've traveled all this way and have nowhere to stay, needing me to take you in. I have important work tomorrow, so I won't accompany you tonight. Get lost. Muhammad gazed into his eyes, is the effect of the drug on you gone? He might as well not have mentioned it. As soon as he did, Ellie couldn't help but want to fight him again. But Muhammad said, the leftovers from last time, no need to waste them. Ellie instantly shut up. So, was it his own fault again? I'm staying. Muhammad's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Ellie squeezed out a voice between his teeth, stay for what, as a massage stick? Muhammad, whatever you say. Ellie pulled him inside by his tie and slammed the door hard. As they tumbled into the bed entangled, Ellie scratched and bit Muhammad, as if venting his anger. Aftershave, cologne, is there also shampoo and shower gel? Change them all back, I hate this smell. With lips touching lips, Ellie gritted his teeth and asked. Muhammad lowered his gaze to lock eyes with him, then murmured after a moment's silence, love you. Ellie froze, his face flushing again. His hands that were scratching unconsciously turned into a hugging posture, and he bit down on Muhammad's lips. Bastard. Chapter 57, Consent. Early in the morning, Ellie opened his eyes, and the first thought in his dazed mind was to check the time. Fortunately, it was only 7 o'clock, and he hadn't delayed any important matters. He barely managed to prop himself up before falling back into bed. His wrist ached, and so did his buttocks. The scenes from last night flooded back, and his face turned pale immediately. Glancing around, Muhammad, that bastard, was indeed there, having risen earlier than him. He had just taken a shower and was now leaning against the cabinet by the door in a bathrobe, smoking. The bouquet of roses that Dominic had sent him yesterday was beside him, and he held the card that had been tucked inside, narrowing his eyes as he looked at it for a long while without moving. This person's presence here confirmed that what happened last night was not a dream. After spending a night sobering up, when Ellie saw Muhammad again, he felt particularly irritated. Last night, he had no strength to argue with this bastard, being lulled by a few sweet words. But that didn't mean he would let it go like that. With a great roll of his eyes, Ellie ignored him, crawling out of bed despite his wobbly legs and bodily discomfort. He inwardly cursed Muhammad hundreds of times as he headed towards the bathroom. This beast had not only frightened him last night but also didn't use protection during intercourse. Though Muhammad cleaned him up afterward and he did experience pleasure, there were still accounts to settle. If not, this bastard might be even more audacious next time. Muhammad's gaze turned toward him, seeing Ellie trying to balance on one leg, glaring at him and saying, what are you looking at? Muhammad lifted his chin slightly and casually picked up the flowers, tossing them into the nearby trash can under Ellie's watchful eyes, along with the card. Ellie was stunned, raising his voice in disbelief, are you crazy? You threw away my flowers again. They take up space, Muhammad said coldly, noticing a small black box behind where the flowers had been placed. He picked it up casually. It was the tie clip that Ellie had bought during a promotional event in another city. Muhammad opened it and saw it, raising an eyebrow. Is this from your blind date partner? You throw, keep throwing, Ellie neither confirmed nor denied it, grinning sarcastically as if watching a play. Muhammad stared silently at him for a moment before putting the box back down. Ellie's lips twitched. He actually didn't throw it. If he had thrown it, Ellie would have pulled out the credit card receipt and made him pick it up while staring wide-eyed at his signature. It seemed Muhammad wasn't falling for it this time. Muhammad stubbed out his cigarette, sitting on the sofa and looking up at him. Ellie scoffed, don't act cool. Look at your face, it's almost swollen like a pig's head. In truth, he felt a bit guilty. Last night it was dark, and maybe the swelling was more obvious after a night's rest. Anyway, Muhammad's face was a mess. Last night, enraged and drunk, he hadn't realized how fiercely he had hit him. This was probably the worst beating he had ever given Muhammad, though this bastard certainly deserved it. Muhammad didn't seem to care, his expression remaining unchanged as he continued to stare at him. Ellie averted his gaze and kicked him, entering the bathroom to freshen up. When he came out, he glanced at his phone's time, deciding it was too much trouble to go downstairs for breakfast. He called his assistant to order room service and added before hanging up, check out the nearby pharmacy and see if they have any anti-swelling ointment for bruised and swollen faces. Bring me one. Just after hanging up, Muhammad grabbed his arm, pulling him to sit down. Ellie frowned but didn't move once seated on his lap, saying roughly, what do you want? Muhammad stared into his eyes for 2 seconds, then suddenly blurted out, I love you. Saying these sweet words with no expression, it seemed like a programmed performance. Ellie, you lack sincerity. Muhammad, how can I show sincerity? Can't you look gentler when you say these words? Sound sweeter. Look more intoxicated. Is this a confession or debt collection? Ellie poked his face, especially on the bruised areas. Muhammad seemed to ponder for a moment, his brows gradually relaxing, a faint smile appearing in his eyes, and his tone softened. I love you. Ellie inexplicably blushed, his hand stopping its movements, and he stammered, stop it, too much talk devalues it, I'm immune. Muhammad reminded him, you said these words last night too. Did I? Ellie pretended to forget, I was drunk, I don't remember. Muhammad's eyes darkened slightly, and Ellie smiled back. Saying he didn't remember meant he wouldn't admit it. He had almost had a heart attack last night and cried messily, embarrassing himself thoroughly. He had to regain some dignity somehow. Muhammad caught his hand, and Ellie immediately complained, my hand hurts. His left wrist was red and swollen, not much better than Muhammad's. Muhammad glanced at it and gently massaged it a few times. Ellie gasped, "Stop rubbing, it hurts more." Muhammad gentled his movements, pressing the pad of his thumb against the inside of Ellie's wrist. Ellie sat sideways on his lap, their posture intimate and without reserve, making the atmosphere somewhat delicate. Muhammad's breath tickled his neck, and Ellie felt a little ticklish, wondering if this counted as advancing from being fuck buddies to something more. It should be, right? Muhammad had said he liked him, and he had admitted it too. Okay, he just didn't own up to it. He regretted pretending not to remember. If he hadn't, it would have been better. He met Muhammad's calm gaze and reined in his words, couldn't say it again or he'd lose face. "What are you really here for? Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" he asked, trying to make conversation, because he couldn't really believe Muhammad flew all the way across the Pacific just because he saw his WeChat post. "To talk business with someone here. I'm heading to Las Vegas in a couple of days, you're coming with me," Muhammad said, shattering Ellie's assumptions. He was here for business, and also to catch him red-handed. "Ellie, no time, my dad is waiting for me to return and report on work." "Muhammad, a few days won't matter. Take some leave." "Ellie, I'll think about it." Of course, he wanted to go play, but his father would be furious if he found out, especially that he was going with Muhammad. Muhammad was set on taking him along, unconcerned with his protests. "What time do they start ringing the bell today?" 9:30 a.m., Ellie added. "You shouldn't come with me. There will be media from China taking photos and doing interviews. It wouldn't look good if young Master Yi showed up looking like this." Muhammad did not call him out on his concerns, he hadn't planned to go anyway. 20 minutes later, when breakfast arrived, the assistant had also brought back the ointment. Ellie took the ointment, sat back on Muhammad, and began applying it while muttering, "Poor thing, your face looks so swollen. Will you scar? How many days will it take to heal? Can you still see people? Will it affect your business negotiations? What if your rivals see you like this? They'd laugh at you." Muhammad suddenly looked up. "Who did this to you?" Ellie immediately answered, "You did it to yourself." Muhammad dismissed him with, "Yeah. Yeah, nothing, it's your fault." Ellie handed him the ointment and stood up. "Apply it yourself. I need to eat breakfast." Muhammad held on to his hand. "Wait." Before Ellie could struggle, Muhammad quickly applied medicine to his wrist, then slid his palm down and pinched his buttocks, asking before Ellie could glare, "Do you want ointment here?" Ellie flushed with anger. "Are you seriously asking?" Muhammad opened his bathrobe and examined Ellie's buttocks, seeing the red marks left by the belt through the pants. This kid had delicate skin, and although he had struck through the pants, the marks were still quite noticeable. Feeling both ashamed and angry, Ellie pushed him and straddled him face to face, sneering, "Tell me, do you have an SM fetish? Let me warn you, I don't play these games, don't even think about it." Watching others perform S&M was one thing, he absolutely didn't want to do it himself. Muhammad replied, "You're overthinking it. I just wanted to teach you a lesson." Ellie snorted, "Hope so." Muhammad said no more, pulling him into his arms and applying ointment to his buttocks. Ellie flinched, feeling uneasy, and cursed under his breath, "Asshole. If anyone else dared hit his butt like that, he would fight them." Depressed thoughts ran through Ellie's mind as he wondered how foolish he was to actually care about this asshole getting hit. Hearing Ellie's grumbling and complaining, Muhammad unconsciously softened his touch, lost in thought. He had indeed lost control last night. Knowing fully well that Ellie had done it on purpose, carrying him out of that smoky place triggered uncontrollable anger. He had wanted to punish him, and in Ellie's most vulnerable moment, the name he whispered was his. Though clearly aggrieved and enraged, Ellie could still be soothed by his simple confession of liking him, and even reciprocated those two words. Looking up, Ellie saw Muhammad seem to be daydreaming, angrily saying, "What are you thinking? Are you fantasizing about some other man in front of me?" Muhammad helped him put on his underwear and readjusted his bathrobe. "Sorry about last night." "Ellie." He instinctively glanced out the window. The sun wasn't rising in the west. Was this really Muhammad apologizing? "Ellie, say that again." "Muhammad, you heard me." Ellie shot him a dirty look and turned away. Modesty lasted only 3 seconds, the arrogant show-off was back. "Eat something, don't delay important matters," Muhammad reminded him. "You should apologize," Ellie said, eating his breakfast and counting off the grievances on his fingers. "Abducting me, scaring me with your theatrics, spanking me, force-feeding me medicine, and, you didn't use a condom." At this last point, Ellie's face flushed red. Last night, he had been enraged and clouded by alcohol, then took that cursed pill, forgetting this crucial matter in his muddled state. Muhammad remained calm. "Is there any problem?" "Ellie, you don't use a condom to have sex with me, and you ask if there's a problem? Don't you think it's dirty?" "Well, it's not like you get dirty. Afterward, I cleaned you up," Muhammad said calmly, not blushing at all. "Besides you, I have no other sexual partners. My health is good, no bad habits, no diseases." "Don't I have one then?" Ellie retorted indignantly. "Muhammad, since neither of us does, and we're exclusive to each other, what's the harm in occasionally not using a condom?" "Ellie, I didn't agree." "Muhammad, and you didn't object either." Ellie choked on his words. When it came to being shameless, he was always outdone by Muhammad, who could always twist logic to his advantage. It wasn't that he couldn't accept not using a condom, it was just that everything Muhammad did last night felt punitive and vengeful. It wasn't for pleasure but punishment, leaving him feeling resentful despite physical satisfaction. Ellie, then what about kidnapping me, scaring me with your antics, spanking me, and force-feeding me medicine? Muhammad looked down as if contemplating for a moment before answering. Don't go to such places casually next time, especially here where you know no one. You never know what might happen. If I can do these things, so can others. Imagine what would happen if you fell into someone else's hands. Impatient with such lectures, Ellie shot back, how many people are as crazy as you? Don't talk as if I'm some weakling easily tricked. Are you very capable? Muhammad's voice deepened. Your three-legged cat fighting skills, what kind of trouble can you stir up here? No one here will show you mercy because of your father. Feeling insulted, Ellie cursed, what the hell? I've told you multiple times not to swear. You never listen, Muhammad frowned. Ellie, are you doing this for my own good? If so, you could have spoken nicely instead of using those extreme measures to scare me. Do you know how terrified I was? Muhammad, terrified? Embarrassed, Ellie turned away, muttering in a gruff voice, isn't fear justified? Look at what you did. Back then, he truly thought he had fallen into the hands of some criminal. Panic and despair weren't enough to describe the helplessness and desperation he felt. He had even considered going down with them, only to find out it was Muhammad deliberately scaring him. How could he not be angry? Sorry, Muhammad apologized again. If you're unhappy, I can apologize and be more careful next time. Ellie raised an eyebrow, eyeing him suspiciously, sincerely. Muhammad nodded, sincerely. His eyes held sincerity and genuine regret. Ellie's heart eased, this was acceptable. If you ever scare me like that again, I'll kick you for sure. With this empty threat, Ellie continued eating, tossing the broccoli he didn't want onto Muhammad's plate, watching him eat it without hesitation, finally feeling relieved. If Muhammad dared to be picky about eating something he touched, he'd kick him out now. At 8:30 a.m., after finishing breakfast, Ellie got dressed. The assistant called to remind him to prepare to leave. Before leaving, he asked Muhammad one last time, still planning to stay here? Muhammad, for now, nowhere else to go. Thinking to himself that he believed his lies, Ellie said sarcastically that he didn't come specifically to catch him in the act. Just stay here obediently, he said, picking up the tie clip box from the cabinet near the door and smacking it against Muhammad's chest. Gift for you. Muhammad seemed surprised, and Ellie chuckled, you keep throwing it away. Muhammad opened the box, gently touching its contents and looking at him, for me? Don't want it? Throw it, up to you. Ellie fastened the tie clip to Muhammad's bathrobe and tapped his chest. Goodbye, Godfather, happy Labor Day. Muhammad, this is a Labor Day gift. Ellie, if I say it is, it is. Satisfied with giving the gift, he left with style. Once Ellie was gone, Muhammad looked down at the tie clip adorned with rubies on his bathrobe, shining brilliantly, a style unmistakably favored by Ellie. When Ellie arrived at the New York Stock Exchange with his team, the official bell ringing hadn't started yet. Dominic had just arrived with his boss and came over to greet Ellie. Congratulations in advance, you've finally completed the task. Ellie replied casually, thanks, you helped a lot. He glanced at his phone. Muhammad had just sent him a message, focus on business, don't waste time with boring people. Ellie wasn't interested in dealing with it and sent back an image of someone flipping both middle fingers while rolling their eyes. Dominic laughed and asked, was that guy last night your partner? He looks familiar, what does he do? Chairman of Yes Corporation, Ellie replied, then added a warning, don't tell my dad, he doesn't know we're really together yet. Dominic, hiding it isn't a solution, is it? We'll see. If he could hide it, he would, for now. He didn't want to think about other things. He came last night and even got into a fight. His face looked pretty bad, Dominic barely suppressed his laughter. Indeed, Muhammad's identity surprised him, but seeing him like that last night felt quite satisfying. Ellie, I beat him up. Dominic, you can actually win against him. I feel like he's not easy to get along with, has a bad temper. Indeed, it's hard to describe. Ellie put away his phone and squinted with a smile, but if I'm willing to hit him and he's willing to take it, who cares about others? I'm not interested in hitting anyone else anyway. Noticing Ellie's demeanor, Dominic nodded understandingly, seems like your relationship is pretty good. After laughing, Ellie stopped speaking. Could he and Muhammad be considered to have a good relationship? They fought and then went to sleep, was that kind of relationship good? Well, it was fine enough. Chapter 58, I'll go with you. That night, the listing celebration was held at a hotel on the top floor of a skyscraper in Manhattan. Ellie raised his glass frequently amidst the clinking of glasses and the flattery and congratulations, wearing an amiable smile. You seem to have developed into quite a promising young talent. Dominic came over, raising his glass in a toast with a teasing grin. Arjun would be very pleased if he saw you now. Ellie clinked glasses with him, shaking his head helplessly, cut me some slack. Dominic laughed and asked, have you calculated how much your net worth has soared since the market opened? Ellie replied, no idea. I can't be bothered to calculate it. Besides, my father won't let me squander it anyhow. He owned nearly 30% of the shares in this subsidiary, which his father had specially given him. With the company's successful listing today, the stock price soared. If he were to calculate his net worth, he indeed became wealthy. Perhaps next year, he could see his name on China's Forbes list of billionaires. But with his father around, it was just a number. He even had to report back home for buying a car. It's both good and bad that your dad manages you so strictly. It's annoying, but it does keep you from taking detours, something others envy, Dominic consoled him casually. Ellie nodded aimlessly. Indeed, it was annoying. He didn't even have the freedom to fall in love. Mohammed was clearly in the room downstairs, yet he didn't dare invite him to this celebratory event, fearing others might see him, and word would get back to his father eventually. Now that his relationship with Mohammed had changed, he started worrying about trivial matters, perhaps because he wanted to prove to his father that he wasn't a child anymore and could handle serious things. All these worries made him unlike himself, hence love wasn't a good thing after all. More investors came to toast, and Ellie, hard-pressed to refuse, accepted their toasts with a smile. After they left, Dominic motioned to him, "Give me your glass." Confused, Ellie handed over the wine glass. Dominic poured out the remaining champagne, grabbed cola, Sprite, and 2 other drinks from the beverage counter, and skillfully mixed them together. In the end, he produced a mixed drink that looked almost identical to champagne. Raising an eyebrow, Ellie received the glass back from Dominic, who said, "It's just a little trick. I noticed you've had quite a bit of alcohol already, you can drink this when others come to toast you." "I often do this." Ellie chuckled, "With someone as gentle and considerate as you, you'll surely never lack for a good match in the future." Dominic replied nonchalantly, "Hearing you say that gives me hope. To be honest, I really regret not making a move sooner. We've known each other for so long, yet someone else beat me to it. If only our parents had helped us get together earlier." Ellie shook his head, "Don't say such things. I was too young back then. There's no way my parents would have agreed. Since the listing is done, when are you returning to China?" Dominic smiled and changed the subject, "Are you free tomorrow for dinner at my place? My parents want to see you. This time it's just a casual meal. They haven't seen you in years. When we were kids, you used to visit our home often. You wouldn't turn down an old friend, right?" Just as Ellie was about to say yes, another hand reached over from behind him and took his glass. Surprised, he turned around and found it was Mohammed, who drank the concoction Dominic had prepared. Startled, Ellie pushed him slightly, "Didn't I tell you not to come?" Mohammed set the glass down, "Are you feeling guilty?" Ellie fell silent. Indeed, he felt guilty. So many people from China were present here, including possibly several informants for his father. "Your face is still swollen. Aren't you embarrassed to be seen like this?" Dominic glanced at the ruby tie clip on Mohammed's chest, extending his hand courteously, "Chairman Yi, nice to meet you." Mohammed slowly extended his hand and clasped it, his voice cool, "Nice to meet you." They remained locked in this handshake for a few seconds before releasing simultaneously. Sensing the tension between them, Ellie coughed lightly, "I need to use the restroom." He made an excuse to leave. Mohammed followed. While Ellie was using the bathroom, Mohammed leaned against the wall, watching. Feeling uncomfortable, Ellie complained, "Can you at least look away? You're staring at me so intently, I can't even pee." "Did you plan on accepting his invitation to dinner?" Mohammed spoke softly. Ellie answered, "What if I did? I know his parents, we were childhood neighbors. Back then, my parents were busy working, so I'd go to their house daily for meals. Is it wrong to join them for dinner now? Why are you being so troublesome? When the party ends, go with me," Mohammed interrupted directly. Ellie was stunned, "Where to?" "Luxor, I mentioned this morning," Mohammed stated. "Do we have to rush?" Ellie shook his head, "I haven't told my father yet. At least wait until everyone else returns to China first." "Let's go tonight," Mohammed said. Seeing no point in persuading, Ellie simply gave up and spared his saliva. "Get lost, I can't pee like this," he frowned impatiently. Mohammed paused his gaze, glancing down. Noticing this, Ellie blushed, "What are you looking at? You pervert." Without changing his expression, Mohammed asked seriously without raising his eyes, "Can't I look? Which part haven't I seen before?" Ellie was speechless, "It's different this time. Even if it's just fooling around, who would watch while someone pees?" Finally, Mohammed withdrew his gaze, letting him off the hook and turned away. Ellie quickly finished and hurried to pull up his pants and zip them up, washing his hands while grumbling about Mohammed. He deeply doubted why he chose such a beast despite knowing better. Exiting the restroom, Mohammed reminded him, "Rest for a while in the lounge. There are so many guests to entertain out there, you don't have to stay there all the time." Fine by him, Ellie had no objections. He didn't want to take Mohammed back into the event either. He slumped onto the sofa once inside, showing his true colors. All that talk about being a promising young talent never meant anything to him. He just wanted to muddle through and live carefree. Sitting beside him, Mohammed glanced sideways at his red face, "How much did you drink?" Ellie leaned against the sofa with closed eyes, "Not much, but too many people came to toast me." I couldn't refuse. Muhammad gently grazed his cheek with his finger. Uncomfortable, Ellie opened his eyes and met Muhammad's close-up gaze. Just as he was about to complain, he subconsciously licked his lips and suddenly couldn't get any words out. After a moment of silence, his heart began pounding when Muhammad softly laughed. Do you know what you look like now? Subconsciously, Ellie asked, what? Muhammad, a young boy infatuated for the first time. Ellie kicked him, go away. Muhammad pinned his foot down, stay still. You stay still, bastard. His face seemed even redder than before, lacking vigor even as he cursed. Just as they were getting intimate, Ellie's phone rang. It was his father calling on video. Shaken, Ellie immediately sat up straight, clearing his throat and accepting the call. Yanni. His father asked about today's listing specifics, though he had these details. Clearly, Carson preferred hearing from Ellie directly. Everything went smoothly, just as expected. The celebration party hasn't ended yet. Ow. As Ellie spoke, he suddenly sucked in a breath as Muhammad, that jerk, pinched his calf. Glaring, Muhammad appeared calm, pinching his leg a few more times in sensitive areas on purpose. Still playing his game, Ellie couldn't resist. His father seemed to sense something and asked, is anyone else with you? No, just Xiao Lu. He spilled my drink, Ellie hastily replied, making an excuse involving his assistant. After teasing him for a bit, Muhammad let go. The phone call took longer than anticipated. Muhammad got up and stepped outside the lounge, leaning against the wall and lighting a cigarette. Minutes later, Dominic approached. Through the smoke, Muhammad glanced at him. Dominic stopped, returning the glance. This man wasn't like the Muhammad he remembered from media reports, a young entrepreneur making his mark, elegant, steady, and modest. But the real man standing before him, without glasses, bruised, puffing arrogantly on his cigarette, exuded a dangerous wildness. After nearly 20 minutes of detailed answers satisfying his father, Ellie asked, Yanni, can I take a few days off here? I'll return later. Play where? Who will you play with? Asked Carson, suddenly recalling, did you meet Gavriel's son? I saw him. He accompanied us during the roadshow. We meet every day, Ellie replied awkwardly. Carson pressed on, how is he? Do you get along well? Feeling cornered, Carson added, if you stay to play, will he keep you company? Taking his father's hint, Ellie answered, he's also on vacation and offered to show me other cities. Anyway, he could ask Dominic not to expose him. That should be fine. With Carson's approval, Ellie was elated, repeatedly assuring his father about safety. Finally hanging up, he felt relieved. Afterwards, he excitedly got up and went to the lounge to tell Muhammad, but that bastard was not there. He sent a message, but received no reply. Just as the assistant came out looking for him, Ellie casually asked, did you see Muhammad just now? The assistant replied, I just came over and saw young Master Yi go downstairs with Mr. Li. It seems they went to the fencing hall downstairs. Ellie, 5 minutes later, he walked into the fencing hall on the floor below. Muhammad and Dominic were facing off. Both held their swords pointed at each other, in a ready-to-attack stance, wearing only protective masks without any protective clothing. Ellie felt a bit confused but didn't speak up. He quietly watched from the side by the wall. Dominic made the first move, swiftly attacking Muhammad with fast and precise strikes, pressing relentlessly. Muhammad responded calmly, seeming to have anticipated the direction and target of the attack, his rhythm control exceptionally sharp. When the tip of the opponent's sword stabbed towards him, he accurately deflected Dominic's attack with the flat of his sword. Seeing his strike fail, Dominic frowned. He noticed Muhammad's lips curl into a slight smirk behind the mask, or perhaps he imagined it. Without giving Dominic a chance to think, Muhammad counterattacked with ease, advancing, retreating, and attacking again, playing with his sword casually as if toying with Dominic. Uncertain of Muhammad's strategy, Dominic's movements became increasingly agitated. Seizing the opportunity, Muhammad suddenly lunged forward, his eyes flashing with fierce determination, and thrust his sword forcefully toward the other man. Dominic was startled. In that moment, he felt an eerie sensation, as if this man radiated chilling coldness, genuinely intent on striking him hard. But these swords had been specially treated, having no real killing power. Still, Dominic's shirt was slashed by Muhammad's sword, and his chest stung painfully. If this sword could kill, he would have bled right then. Dominic stumbled back a step, and Muhammad stopped his sword just short of hitting him. Only when Dominic admitted defeat did Muhammad slowly withdraw. Removing his mask, Dominic's frown remained. Muhammad ignored him, took off his mask, and walked directly to Ellie at the side of the court. Ellie tilted his head and smiled, asking, you guys are really into it? Playing here? Dominic also walked over, his expression returning to normal. It was my suggestion. Ellie reminded him, your clothes are torn. How could you play without protective gear? Afraid of getting hurt? It's fine. I have spare clothes in my car. Dominic turned to leave but paused, then said to Ellie, I seem to understand why Arjun opposes you too. He's so aggressive and dangerous, he really isn't suitable for you. Your father might find it hard to agree to your relationship. Think about it carefully, be rational. Mohammed's face turned slightly cold, and Ellie choked a little. Before he could respond, Dominic laughed and left with a wave of his hand. The one sowing discord had left, leaving them both in a strangely awkward silence. That guy is talking nonsense. Ellie wanted to explain, but Mohammed asked him, shall we go now? Ellie, now. Mohammed looked at him, do you want to go? Ellie wavered. He should probably return to the event for a while, but suddenly he didn't want to. Leaning against the wall, he reached out and tugged on Mohammed's tie, pulling him closer. He played with the ruby on the tie clip and kissed Mohammed. Mohammed raised an eyebrow. Let's go, dry dad, Ellie whispered, not wanting to talk about trivial things anymore. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Chapter 59 Love on the Brain. Only after arriving at the airport did Ellie think to send a message to his assistant. He then contacted Dominic, asking him for help to cover up his story and ensure that nothing would expose him. Helping you lie to Arjun and the others is fine this time, but don't think I'm interfering. I really think Director Yi isn't suitable for you. Just be careful. Seeing Dominic's message, Ellie scratched his chin awkwardly, replying, I know, thanks. Mohammed took away his phone, glanced at their chat history, and looked towards Ellie. Ellie stretched out his hand, give it back. Mohammed didn't listen, instead, he fiddled with the phone unhurriedly. Ellie saw this bastard was about to block Dominic, so he covered the screen with one hand and raised his voice, give me my phone. Lifting his eyes, Mohammed stared back at Ellie who refused to give in, glaring at him. After a few seconds, Mohammed released his grip, and Ellie immediately snatched back the phone, turned off the screen, stuffed it into his pocket, and gave him a kick. You were quite sweet just now, Mohammed flicked his gaze upwards. How long has it been before you're showing your true colors again? I can't be too nice to you, Ellie curled his lips, you take advantage of it. Why can't you delete him? Mohammed asked. Why should I delete him? Ellie retorted uncomfortably, he's my friend, do you understand? We've known each other since childhood. When I used to play marbles with him, who knows where you were? Let's go, Mohammed got up, looking back at Ellie still sitting there unwilling to move, need me to drag you? Ellie stood up lazily and walked ahead, who needs you? The private jet was parked outside on the tarmac, belonging to Mohammed. Once on board, Ellie sprawled into his seat, not wanting to talk to anyone. Mohammed sat beside him, reminding him, if you want to sleep, you should get some rest. The flight takes 5 hours. Ellie turned over with his eyes closed, facing away from him. I won't go through your phone randomly next time. Mohammed suddenly spoke up. Ellie twisted back, opening one eye to peek at him doubtfully, can you hold back? Mohammed looked at him silently for 2 seconds, I'll try. Ellie. Okay, consider it progress. With your attitude, no wonder everyone thinks we're not right for each other. If Yanni knew, he'd definitely think I'm the little white rabbit lured by a big bad wolf. I'm the big bad wolf and you're the little white rabbit? Mohammed's eyes twinkled teasingly, do you look like a little white rabbit? Ellie turned back, determined not to speak to him again. The plane hadn't taken off yet, so he played with his phone out of boredom. Ellsworth sent a message asking when he was coming back, and Ellie replied casually, my godfather is here. Going to Las Vegas with him for a few days. People tend to flaunt their relationships, and Ellsworth was the only person he could flaunt to. Ellsworth sent back a shocked expression. Ellie, what's that supposed to mean? Jealous? Ellsworth keep your passport safe, don't let your godfather trick you into getting married. What? Another message came from Ellsworth though your godfather is rich and you are rich now too, your company is listed there. I don't know the exact law, but just in case, if you register marriage there, remember to get a prenuptial agreement. Ellie, go to hell. They landed in Las Vegas at midnight local time. Ellie didn't sleep well on the plane, yawned continuously after disembarking, barely able to keep his eyes open as Mohammed led him to the car. He slumped into the seat and closed his eyes, completely uninterested in admiring the dazzling lights of the city. Half asleep, he heard Mohammed giving instructions on the phone and recalled to ask, are you really here to conduct business? Mohammed hung up and casually answered, yeah. Ellie, oh. He thought this guy really planned to lure him here to get married, but apparently not. After arriving at the hotel, they took a quick shower and slept until around 9 the next morning. When Ellie opened his eyes, he lay dazed for a moment before getting up to look outside. Mohammed was drinking coffee while talking on the phone. Watching him for a while, he absent-mindedly withdrew his gaze, picked up his clothes intending to take a shower. However, he accidentally pulled out his passport from the suitcase when he stood up. Mohammed came over after finishing his call and coffee, finding Ellie holding the passport, staring blankly at the floor. What are you thinking about? Hearing Mohammed's voice above him, Ellie startled and dropped the passport, lifting his head. Mohammed leaned against the doorframe, watching him curiously, nodding his chin, squatting here with a passport early in the morning, dreaming of springtime. None of your business, Ellie's face showed a suspicious blush, trying to appear menacing, you can't control me. He hastily picked up his passport and shoved it back into the deepest part of his suitcase, then took some fresh clothes to the bathroom, slamming the door shut. Clearly, he was angry and embarrassed. Half a minute later, Ellie looked at his youthful face in the mirror, almost unable to bear the sight. He had actually felt an impulse just now to take the passport and ask Muhammad if they should get married. If that bastard hadn't mocked him, he might have really done it. He was indeed a hopeless, sweet-loving love brain with no cure. Another half-minute later, he silently gave himself the middle finger in the mirror, twisted his face away in pain, turned on the cold water, and rushed into the shower. "Wake up, you." After breakfast, Muhammad took him out. On the way, Ellie kept sneezing. Muhammad reached out and touched his forehead, checking for fever. "Do you have a cold?" Ellie responded weakly, "No." He had just taken a cold shower, still not recovered. As for why he had foolishly taken a cold shower, he couldn't bring himself to tell Muhammad. Halfway through the drive, they passed a large church where several couples were taking photos at the entrance, both heterosexual and same-sex couples. Stopping at a red light, Ellie's gaze fell on them, watching for a moment. Muhammad followed his gaze, and Ellie glanced at him, seemingly offhandedly saying, "I heard it's pretty easy to get married here. It only takes half an hour." Muhammad simply replied with a calm without any visible reaction. Ellie turned away, not wanting to say more. They wandered around aimlessly, had lunch, and in the afternoon, Muhammad took him to a large local auction house. Before entering, Ellie asked curiously, "Didn't you come here to conduct business? Why haven't you done anything all morning and are now attending an auction?" Muhammad said, "Not in a hurry." When they arrived, the auction had already been halfway through. On stage, they were auctioning an expensive antique. Ellie wasn't interested and leaned back in his seat, daydreaming again. Muhammad also leaned against his chair, crossing his long legs, flipping through the auction catalog leisurely, looking like someone on vacation. Ellie stared at his side profile, inexplicably reminded of the first night he met this person. It was also such a luxurious setting. He had gotten jealous over this jerk, impulsively bidding $5 million for an obscure painting, feeling indignant when outbid, and repeatedly causing trouble for him, leading to today's entanglement. "Muhammad." Hearing Ellie's drawn-out voice, Muhammad turned to look at him. Ellie hadn't really meant to say anything, just suddenly wanted to call his name, so he did. Seeing his reflection in Muhammad's eyes, his heart stirred, and he called out again, "Muhammad." "What is it?" Muhammad's voice was low, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "That night, you didn't pay attention to me, always flattering others, until I called you over, talking to me with only 3 words. The night Ellie mentioned, Muhammad immediately understood, catching his hand, lowering his eyes, slowly caressing his palm. That rainy charity gala was originally just a routine social event. He maintained his best composure in public, every move and word calculated, except for Ellie barging into his view, an exception. Actually, getting into Chingping Garden wasn't limited to that one chance, those 8 million weren't necessary to spend. Perhaps from that moment, he had started entertaining the thought of teasing a cat, even though he hadn't realized it himself. The tone and attitude of Ellie when he stopped him to challenge him occasionally came back to him, bringing endless savor. Unfortunately, he let the person slip away that night. Ellie squeezed his hand. "Why aren't you talking again? What do you want to hear?" Muhammad looked at him calmly. Ellie opened his mouth, unsure how to express that he wanted to kiss this bastard and have a quick fling, but now in broad daylight in a public place, it was impossible. This damned love brain made him spring feelings as soon as he saw Muhammad's face or smelled his scent. He didn't say anything, and Muhammad didn't ask further, his gaze returning to the front. Ellie felt somewhat depressed, drooping his head, lamenting to himself that he was completely done for. He had no idea what was being auctioned on the stage ahead, nor was he interested, but Muhammad had started raising his bid. Noticing his action, Ellie finally looked up. Muhammad was bidding for a ruby, its enlarged photo and description displayed on a big screen behind the podium. A 20-carat natural pigeon blood ruby, as big as a pigeon's egg, its color rich and pure, nearly flawless. Starting price was $5 million, and there were many bidders, given that this place was filled with wealthy people. Muhammad raised his bid steadily and deliberately, clearly determined to win it. Ellie blinked and sat up straight. "You're bidding on this? Do you have too much money to spend?" Muhammad ignored him and continued competing for the item on stage. Ellie leaned back in his seat, too lazy to say more. His godfather was so rich. Why did they even bother with a prenuptial agreement? Quentin's suggestion was nothing but trouble, trying to sow discord between them. Fortunately, he hadn't fallen for it. By the time he snapped out of his thoughts, the gavel had already struck, sealing the final price at $25 million. Muhammad calmly stood up, "Let's go," to collect the item. Ellie followed him to pay and handle the transfer procedures, still dazed. Had this spendthrift just blown over 100 million yuan in just over 10 minutes? It wasn't until Muhammad signed the contract and wrote his name on the check that Ellie came back to his senses. "You're really buying this? Muhammad, can you regret now?" Ellie immediately shut up. Compared to the real profligate in front of him, his own spending seemed like peanuts. If Muhammad didn't care, why should he? When the item was delivered, Muhammad didn't even look at it, he simply placed it in front of Ellie. Ellie cautiously opened the box, hesitating to touch the gemstone for fear of breaking something he couldn't afford to replace. "How does this compare to 8 million? Is it sincere enough?" Muhammad suddenly asked. Ellie looked at him in surprise. Muhammad smiled, motioning to him, "It's for you." Ellie pointed at the ruby, then at himself, disbelievingly, "You bought this for me? Is that so surprising?" Muhammad's smile faded as he said calmly, "Reciprocating your gift, you gave me a ruby tie clip." "No, that one only cost around 10,000, how could they be compared?" "I'd rather not. If my dad finds out, he'll break my legs." Muhammad reclined into the sofa, his hand resting on the back, fingers tapping lightly, watching him silently. Ellie felt slightly uneasy under his gaze and changed his words, "Is this a birthday gift?" "Muhammad, no." "Ellie, then what is it?" Muhammad only asked, "Do you like it?" Ellie told the truth, "Spending so much on this seems wasteful. A grown man can't wear jewelry to show off, at most it would be decoration at home, indulging his eyes occasionally." It felt somewhat disrespectful to its value. Muhammad didn't seem to mind, play with it like marbles. Ellie thought, he's 23, not 3 years old, who plays with marbles. And this guy actually took it seriously, 100 million marbles. Muhammad's love-struck brain didn't seem any less than his own. If it's not a birthday gift, then what exactly is it? Muhammad had no intention of saying, "Just keep it." Ellie stopped hesitating, closed the box, considered putting it in his pocket but thought it unworthy of its value, finally stuffed it into his inner jacket pocket, patting it, hoping not to run into robbers when leaving the auction house. "People here will arrange bodyguards to escort us back to the hotel," Muhammad assured him, adding that he brought his own bodyguards anyway. Ellie laughed, "Are you a mind reader? Can you guess what I'm thinking now?" Muhammad stared into his eyes, seeing the joy in them, along with the restrained excitement from the moment he woke up that morning. Especially the lingering envy when they passed by that church earlier. "Can't guess," he said leisurely. Ellie didn't believe him. This bastard clearly wanted to see his reaction. Neither of them spoke, neither wanting to be the first to propose. "Fine, let's see who cracks first." Chapter 60 Unexpected Changes. In the following days, Muhammad, who claimed to come here for business, did not do any proper work. Instead, he spent each day dragging Ellie through various casinos in the area, lavishly spending huge amounts of money. From the simplest slot machines, roulette, and dice games, to blackjack, Texas Hold'em poker, and baccarat, Ellie was astonished to find that although Muhammad usually appeared very serious, he turned out to be a better fit for these places, flourishing like a fish in water. At first, they only played small stakes, but later on, as they bet more and more money, they were directly invited into the VIP lounge upstairs. "What are you actually here to do? Didn't you say you came here to talk business? Is this how you conduct your business?" When entering, Ellie casually asked, having been wondering for days now, hadn't this jerk played enough yet? Muhammad took 2 drinks from a passing waiter's tray and handed one to him. "I am indeed here to talk business." "Ellie, here." Muhammad explained casually, "The person I'm meeting didn't agree to see me, so I had no choice but to come here and take my chances. This casino and the previous auction house are owned by the same person, the one I want to meet is him." "Ellie, you spent nearly $200 million bidding for that ruby, and it turns out you had another purpose." He thought it was really intended as a special gift for him. Muhammad glanced at him, "Do you think I have so much money to burn?" "Ellie, who knows? Okay, it probably wasn't true, and Muhammad likely just wanted to send him a gift while getting noticed by the owner." Realizing this, Ellie cheered up again and asked him, "What kind of business are you talking about with him?" Previously, Amato obtained a large sum of money from abroad. Besides the part he got by selling off assets here, most of it was provided by this person. Since I plan to target the Yi family, offering him a chance to collaborate with me would be better than continuing his cooperation with Amato. Amato's good days here are also coming to an end. Muhammad said casually. So it was another internal struggle within the Yi family. Ellie wasn't interested in this, his gaze swept around the place. "Let's get to the table." There was one thing he could brag about, when it came to playing cards, whatever the rules, he had no fear. They sat down at a card table, and Muhammad pulled Ellie onto his lap without hesitation, which drew many sidelong glances from the surrounding people. Unconcerned, Muhammad lit a cigarette leisurely, his hair tousled, one button of his shirt undone, tie and glasses missing. He looked entirely different from his usual public image, fitting perfectly into the atmosphere of this place, appearing exactly like an old gambling addict while lazily focusing on the game. Ellie snatched away his cigarette and stuck it into his own mouth, grinning as he waited for the dealer to deal the cards. On their first hand, they placed a $10,000 stake to play blackjack, received 4 and 7 as their initial cards. Looking at the dealer's exposed card, Ellie immediately chose to double down. Sure enough, the third card revealed was a face card. He happily gathered the winning chips, beaming with delight, and Muhammad reached out to gently pinch his waist. Afterward, they continued like this, staying awake continuously for a whole day and night. The stack of chips in front of Ellie gradually piled up high, attracting more and more onlookers. Whether it was Ellie or Muhammad who had better luck, 8 out of 10 hands ended in wins for them. Even without counting, they had already won several $1,000,000. Yawning, Ellie chewed gum and, during a pause in the dealing, started chatting with Muhammad. "Do you think they might suspect us of cheating? If we stay a few more days here, can we earn back the money spent on that ruby?" Muhammad put a hand on his back and slowly stroked it. "Tired?" Though showing signs of fatigue on his face, Ellie's eyes still shone brightly. Winning so much money makes being tired worthwhile. Muhammad reminded him, small stakes for entertainment. Ellie clicked his tongue. You call this small stakes? Who was it that threw chips without blinking every time? Let's stop here. Muhammad glanced at the mountain of chips before them, uninterested in counting them, and directly called someone to help exchange them. They were at their luckiest moment, winning over 10 rounds straight in baccarat. There were many bystanders cheering and encouraging them to continue, some of whom were probably plants for the casino. If it were anyone else, they might have been tempted to keep increasing their bets, only to lose everything once the tide turned, which was a common trick used here. But a man like Muhammad wouldn't be swayed by such schemes unless he wanted to give the money away. So when he said to leave, he did so without hesitation. Ellie didn't mind either. Winning this much money was enough for him to buy a top-tier sports car, there was no need to dwell further. While waiting in the lounge to exchange chips, a man in a suit politely approached Muhammad, saying that their boss wanted to see him. Ellie laughed and teased Muhammad, he's willing to see you so soon. Probably thinks you're too difficult to deal with and fears you'll keep coming here to win their money. Thanks to you, Muhammad got up, noticing that Ellie didn't intend to follow. You're not coming. No, Ellie lounged in the sofa, unwilling to move, you go ahead. Your business talks have nothing to do with me, I'm not interested in listening. Muhammad instructed him, stay here, don't go outside. I'll leave someone with you. Ellie closed his eyes and waved a hand, got it, Yani. Muhammad left 2 of the 3 bodyguards behind and turned to leave. Ellie tried to rest for a moment but couldn't fall asleep in this place, so he got up and went downstairs to continue playing slot machines. But it was boring. After a day and night of playing, his eyelids were almost drooping shut, not to mention Muhammad wasn't there, and the 2 bodyguards were always watching him closely. Do you want to play? Out of boredom, he even tried to strike up a conversation with the bodyguards behind him. I can give you some chips to play with. The bodyguards stood firm, slightly shaking their heads, maintaining their professional attitude. Feeling even more bored, Ellie found the casino's stuffy air uncomfortable and wanted to go outside for some fresh air. The bodyguard behind him reminded him, Dempsey, young Master Yi said you should stay here, don't go outside. Ellie, impatient, replied, I won't go far, just want to get some fresh air. This was the busiest part of downtown during broad daylight, what could possibly happen? On the street opposite the casino were several roadside cafes. Ellie picked a random table and sat down, ordering a cup of coffee. After a few sips, he finally felt a bit more awake. He squinted his eyes and watched the pigeons pecking for food on the street. Suddenly, he saw a familiar face, thinking he must be hallucinating. The person also spotted him, hesitated for a moment, and came over to greet him. Indeed, it was Ewan. Teacher Lin, why are you here? Please sit, Ellie gestured. Ewan sat down and ordered a cup of coffee, explaining that he was invited to participate in an art exhibition nearby. I didn't expect to run into you, Dempsey. I saw the news about your company going public here, congratulations. Ellie lazily replied, thank you. Ewan nodded, sipped his coffee, and continued, actually, I should thank you. That 8 million helped me out greatly, solving my immediate problems. My previous behavior was overly sensitive, and I apologize for any offense. Hearing this, Ellie was somewhat surprised, Teacher Lin, are you being sincere? Ewan self-mockingly said, to be honest, it's not easy to completely let go, but that's all I can do now. He sighed, is Dempsey here with Muhammad? Ellie raised an eyebrow, how did you know? His bodyguards have been staring at us since we started talking, Ewan nodded toward the people standing by the roadside. Those are Muhammad's bodyguards, right? Without denying, Ellie saw that they were drawing attention from passers-by. He waved them over, indicating the one on the left, yesterday when we arrived, I saw a bakery nearby where many people were queuing. Go buy 2 pieces of cake for me to try. Then to the one on the right, go back to the casino and keep watch. Contact me when Muhammad comes out. He shouldn't be long. The bodyguards looked reluctant, Dempsey, at least let one of us stay. If young Master Yi finds out, he'll dock our pay. Go on, Ellie waved them away, having you here is making me uncomfortable drinking my coffee. I won't go anywhere else, just staying here. Once I finish my coffee, if Muhammad hasn't come out, I'll head back to the casino. The bodyguard still hesitated but eventually followed his instructions. Finally rid of them, Ellie told Ewan across from him, I didn't want them following either, it's annoying. Muhammad must really care about you, which is why he has someone follow you constantly. Saying this, Ewan suddenly realized that Muhammad no longer cared about him at all. That was why when his studio faced trouble and he called for help, Muhammad had been so calm and distant, only agreeing to come after repeated urging from Ellie. The difference between caring and not caring was as vast as the sky and the earth. Ellie nonchalantly replied, he's just overreacting. Ewan collected his thoughts and asked, are you here to play? Ellie bluntly answered, I came here with him to get married. Ewan was first surprised, then he seemed to understand. A fleeting shadow of melancholy flashed in his downcast eyes as he murmured, that's great, congratulations. After a moment of silence, he continued, I didn't think you two would get this far, and so soon. Ellie laughed, neither did I. In truth, they hadn't gotten to this point yet. He just didn't want Teacher Lin to have even the slightest hope left. It was best for him to completely give up. If I had known, Yuan said, trying to sound casual, I should have agreed when you pursued me back then. In the end, we didn't even manage to have that planned dinner. Ellie laughed out loud. Back then, I did want to pursue you, but Muhammad said we weren't compatible. Do you know why? Confused, Yuan looked at him. Think harder, Ellie prompted. Staring at Ellie's strikingly dazzling face, Yuan realized this young master's appearance was perhaps the best he had ever seen. No wonder Muhammad had fallen for him. Meeting Ellie's smiling almond eyes, Yuan felt his ears inexplicably grow hot and suddenly understood. Master Qi is joking. Ellie asked, you got it? Yuan nodded with a smile. If it were Master Qi, I might have thought about being like Muhammad. Caught off guard by Yuan's words, Ellie found himself speechless. Well, you'd need the ability first. I can't beat Muhammad, but someone like you wouldn't even know how to fight. How could you take advantage of me? Yuan was speechless, sighing after laughing, just kidding. They finished their coffee together. As Ellie put down his empty cup and checked his watch, preparing to leave, a sudden roar of a large SUV stopped near them, scaring away several pigeons leisurely walking around. 3 towering men stepped out of the car. The leader walked over to their table, holding a photo, glancing between it and Yuan twice before gesturing to another man behind him. It's him. They muttered something in rapid English, which neither Yuan nor Ellie caught. Just as Ellie frowned, one of them already laid a hand on Yuan's shoulder. Yuan immediately tensed up and struggled. Who are you? What do you want? Unfortunately, he was no match for the men in terms of physique and strength. One of them easily hoisted him up and started dragging him towards the vehicle. Ellie stood up as well, stepping forward. Hey! What are you doing? The tallest black man turned around, sized him up, and warned him, kid, mind your own business if you don't want trouble. As Yuan was shoved into the car, Ellie hesitated. He wasn't foolish enough to rush in to save him and knew it would be futile. But watching helplessly as they took him wasn't his style either. Noticing patrolling police officers across the street, Ellie raised his voice and shouted. The black man saw the approaching police and cursed, halfway into the car, but seemingly angered by Ellie's actions, he returned and grabbed him forcefully. Caught off guard, Ellie was hit hard on the back of his neck, making stars flash before his eyes, nearly falling. By the time he reacted, he was pushed into the vehicle, landing awkwardly on Yuan, who had gone pale with fright. The door slammed shut behind them. He barely sat up before the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against his temple. The agitated black man barked at him, stay still. The policeman chasing after the car stopped, breathless. The SUV sped off. Chapter 61 Scaring. Muhammad had just come downstairs when the bodyguard hurried over. The moment the first sentence was uttered, Muhammad's expression changed, and he strode outwards in large steps. 10 minutes ago, Ellie had finished drinking coffee with Yuan at a cafe outside the casino, and both of them were kidnapped together. The cafe staff could only describe the general process. As for who the kidnappers were or what the license plate number was, no one could give clear information. Ellie's phone had been left on the roadside, and Yuan's phone was switched off when called. Muhammad held his breath and waited for 2 hours at the police station, answering the repeated questions from the police. However, nothing substantial progressed. After being questioned by different police officers for the 3rd time about the same question, he stood up with a darkened face and left directly. Hearing footsteps coming in, Ellie straightened up alertly and smelled food. Someone approached him and placed a meal tray in front of him, then tore off the tape that was covering his mouth. Ellie called out to the person, untie my eyes, otherwise, I can't eat. The person delivering the food cursed loudly and roughly pulled off the black cloth that covered his eyes. Ellie opened his eyes, seeing one of the people who had just kidnapped them. They cursed loudly, very impatiently. He raised his handcuffed hands, indicating that they should be undone too. Eat like this. The person shouted and turned around to leave. The door slammed shut. Ellie pouted, glancing over to see that Yuan was still blindfolded and leaning against the wall, barely moving, his face still pale. They had been abducted into a car earlier, blindfolded with guns pressed to their heads and brought here. By looking at the sky outside, Ellie estimated it had been over 2 hours. This place looked like an abandoned small villa. There were guards outside, so there was no way they could escape. Teacher Lin. He called softly. Yuan finally responded, his voice hoarse, Dempsey, where are you? Ellie noticed his feet were also cuffed and slowly shuffled over to Yuan's side, helping to untie the cloth covering his eyes. Yuan blinked slowly, slightly relieved upon seeing Ellie. Ellie asked him, have you offended anyone? Do you know where these people might be from? Yuan frowned, no, I don't know. I only arrived here 2 days ago and have been at the exhibition these past 2 days. The only people I've interacted with are attendees of the art show. He looked at Ellie apologetically, sorry, I've dragged you into this. Forget it, it's pointless to talk about it now. Ellie waved his hand, wanting to touch his phone but couldn't find it, unsure if it was dropped or taken away. His watch and wallet were also missing. Could they be after our money? Yuan realized that more expensive items on him were gone too. Ellie replied, money might be a side motive. Sighing in frustration, he moved back to his previous spot, bending down and eating with his cuffed hands. The roasted potatoes and bread didn't taste great. Halfway through his meal, he saw Yuan still sitting by the wall, staring blankly without touching the food. Ellie reminded him, "You should eat something. If we get a chance to run later, you'll need the energy." Yuan's gaze shifted over, hesitating to ask, "Aren't you scared at all? What's the point of fear? Crying here won't change anything. Besides, we're two people, which is better than being alone." Ellie tried to make light of the situation, thinking that as long as they weren't after his life or kidnapping him for nefarious reasons, he could stay calm. It wasn't his first time. "Just keep hopeful. Muhammad will definitely find a way to rescue us." This statement was meant to comfort Yuan as much as himself. To say he wasn't nervous would be false, but there was nothing else they could do. Leaving the police station, Muhammad returned directly to the casino and sought out the business partner he had just negotiated with earlier. Seeing him come back, Zahir, somewhat surprised, gestured for him to sit while smoking a cigar. "Is there something else, young Master Yi?" Zahir was a third-generation Chinese immigrant whose ancestors moved here generations ago. He spoke fluent Chinese. Muhammad cut straight to the chase. "My friend has been kidnapped here. I'm willing to give you all the benefits from our deal if you use your connections to help me find him. Any leads will do, whatever method you choose." The other party raised an eyebrow. They had just reached a tentative agreement on the business deal. He wanted to enter the mainland Chinese market through Yi Group's investments, while Yi Group wanted to open up this market. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Compared to dealing with Amato, who wasn't reliable, working directly with Muhammad was straightforward and efficient. Yet, in just a few hours, this person returned offering to give all the benefits to save a kidnapped friend. Such an important friend. "Muhammad, you don't need to ask so many questions. As long as you can do it, I can sign the contract with you right now." "That's not necessary," the other party waved his hand. "Giving up all the benefits is too unreasonable. I believe in doing business harmoniously and steadily. You only need to agree to what we initially discussed. A little compromise would be enough." "Fine." Muhammad replied without hesitation. The other party was satisfied. Since he agreed to save the kidnapped friend, there was no delay. He called someone in and gestured to Muhammad, "Talk about the details with him. He will definitely help you find the person within 3 days." "I can't wait for 3 days, Muhammad said sternly. "1 day, at most 1 day, I must see my friend back." The other party smiled. "All right, we'll try our best. Do you have any idea who might have kidnapped your friend?" "Muhammad, Amato, it must be him. I was actually kidnapped once when I was a child," Ellie spoke up, trying to chat with Yuan to ease the tension. "Yuan, what happened? Who kidnapped you?" "Ellie, probably my father's business rival. It's not clear anymore. It was similar to now. I was tied up and locked in, eating and sleeping regularly. When my grandpa's men found me, I was still asleep." Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. He knew that Ellie was trying to comfort him indirectly. He was almost 30, and he wasn't as calm as this 20-something kid in dangerous situations, which indeed made him feel useless. "If I hadn't insisted on dismissing the 2 bodyguards, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble. This has nothing to do with you," Ellie sighed. "I underestimated the danger. We won so much money at the casino, going out alone was quite risky, possibly even leading to robbery. I just didn't like having bodyguards watching me all the time, especially when I was alone. When I was kidnapped before, I didn't develop much psychological trauma. Later, my father assigned me 2 bodyguards who followed me everywhere, even standing outside the classroom when I had classes. No classmates wanted to play with me. So, I rebelled against it. Never mind, talking about this is pointless." He yawned, feeling exhausted from playing at the casino for a whole day and night. Being left here, he estimated there wouldn't be any immediate trouble. Drowsiness overtook him, and he wanted to sleep. "Teacher Lin, I'm going to sleep for a while. Keep an eye out. Call me if anything happens." Ellie quickly closed his eyes, leaning against the broken sofa. Yuan tried to stay alert and suppress his fear. At least, he couldn't let Ellie look down on him. Muhammad stayed in the hotel upstairs at the casino, holding Ellie's phone and staring at the spreading night sky outside. The bodyguard remained silent. Until a call came from Carson, Muhammad answered first. "Arjun." The other party paused, recognizing his voice. "Are you Muhammad?" "Yes," Muhammad said. "Carson, where is Ellie? Are you with him?" "Muhammad, he's asleep. His phone is with me. I'll let him call you tomorrow." "Carson, did Ellie go out with you?" "Muhammad, yes." Carson didn't ask further. "All right then." Without waiting for Muhammad to respond, he hung up immediately. Muhammad calmly turned off the screen. The bodyguard reported the latest news. Zahir's people found out Amato came here a few days ago, looking for ways to buy bombs. As for his hiding place, they are still searching. Muhammad's eyes turned cold. The secretary, who had been staring at the computer, suddenly stood up excitedly. "We haven't contacted Amato yet, but we received a video communication address in the email just now. It should be from him." Muhammad walked back to the sofa and sat down. The video connection was established and Ellie and Ewan appeared on the screen, both handcuffed and blindfolded, sitting in different corners of the room. A voice altered by a voice changer sounded, Mohammed. Mohammed responded coldly, Amato. The other party laughed sardonically, Tisk TSK, never thought I'd see you in such a pathetic state. When they were blindfolded again, Ellie struggled slightly, but the captors only warned them to behave before leaving. He tried calling out to Ewan, Teacher Lin. Ewan responded tiredly, I'm fine. Ellie wanted to say more, but Mohammed's voice suddenly resonated in the silence, what do you want to do? His voice seemed unreal through the transmission. Ellie was startled and instinctively shouted, Mohammed? Mohammed, are you there? Mohammed kept asking, what exactly do you want to do? Ellie quickly understood that they could hear Mohammed's voice, but not vice versa. Mohammed asked twice in a row, and the other person responded in a strange tone, nothing, just watching the show. Didn't expect those people to be somewhat useful, buy one get one free, actually bringing your old flame and new love here together. Mohammed wasn't surprised, Amato probably had his eye on him from the first day he arrived here. But with too many people around him, it was hard to make a move, so he targeted Ewan who happened to be here as well. I'm really curious, I heard you were hot and heavy with your old love before, openly parading around with him, and now you're cavorting and splashing money here with your new love. Are you too devoted or too promiscuous? The other party's voice was full of ill intentions, but Mohammed's face showed no emotion, it's none of your business. Ellie couldn't help frowning, guessing who had kidnapped them. Right, one is a long-missed first love, and the other is a fresh-faced new lover. Even I'd want both if I were you. Someone like you probably isn't sincere anyway, otherwise, why would you target the Lin family company? Mohammed looked up indifferently, since you know this, why bother doing these meaningless things? Whether it's meaningless can only be known after trying, Amato laughed hoarsely, if it were truly meaningless, you wouldn't give me the chance to talk to you about this. Mohammed, just say what you really want. Amato, issue a letter immediately to resign from the position of chairman of the Yi family board of directors. By 2 p.m. tomorrow local time, I want to see the announcement. After that, I'll let them go. Mohammed agreed expressionlessly, okay. Indeed, you are a romantic. I misunderstood you, Amato's laughter grew stranger, forgot to mention, I'll only release one of them, 2-to-1 choice, you decide yourself. And, you must come personally to pick them up tomorrow. Oh, another reminder, they can hear everything we say, intentionally for their ears. Can't help it, I just love this kind of drama. Mohammed lowered his eyes silently for a moment and asked, what if I don't come? Amato growled, then you wait to bury them both. I choose Ewan. Mohammed made his decision quickly and firmly. In the video frame, Ellie slightly turned his body, Mohammed couldn't see his face clearly, nor did he divert much attention to him. Amato, decided so fast. Indeed, the weight of an old love is heavier. After all, it's someone you've always cherished. But, what about the other one? He doesn't need my concern, Mohammed said coldly, he's the heir of Ronghua capital, the apple of Carson's eye, and there's also Matt from Qingping Garden protecting him. If you touch him, they will definitely pursue it to the end, you won't be able to return to Huai City for the rest of your life. I'd be glad to see that. Amato raised his voice abruptly, you dare to threaten me? Mohammed, if you don't believe it, try it. Amato ground his teeth and panted heavily, finally spat out, wait for me tomorrow, and cut off the call. Mohammed closed the laptop forcefully. The secretary tried to persuade him, are you really going personally tomorrow? He won't release them easily. If he really bought bombs. Mohammed leaned back into the sofa, silencing the secretary with silence. After the conversation ended, Ellie stared at the floor for a moment, then heard Ewan call him softly. Don't make a sound, Ellie reminded him, regaining his senses, let's not talk anymore. There must be surveillance installed here. He stopped talking too, now truly anxious. Mohammed, that bastard, was sure to come tomorrow and offer himself up. Could he handle it? Chapter 62 The Villain. At 12 noon, Mohammed drove alone to a busy street. 5 minutes later, he parked next to a trash can, rolled down his window, picked up the black bag on top of the bin, and retrieved the phone inside. The phone contained only one text message, instructing him to go to the next location. For a full 30 minutes, he drove around the city as if being toyed with, until the other party was sure no other cars were following him. Then they guided him out of the city towards the mountains outside. After parking, he walked for another 10 minutes until an abandoned one-story villa appeared before him. Mohammed surveyed the surroundings calmly and pushed open the door. Inside the vast empty house stood only Ewan, blindfolded, mouth taped shut, and tied to a chair. As Mohammed had expected, a bomb was strapped to his body, and the countdown timer showed 20 minutes left. He glanced once but did not step forward. Above his head sounded Amato's voice, still processed through a voice modulator, you really came. Truly touching, isn't it? What do you feel seeing your young lover bound here like this? Mohammed kept one hand in his pocket, lightly touching his phone that remained on, then looked at the surveillance camera mounted on the wall, replying calmly, is this all you wanted? Upon hearing Mohammed's voice, Ewan shifted his head slightly but quickly became still again, not daring to move. 20 minutes left, Amato said, barely concealing his excitement. Since you're here, there's no use thinking about running. 20 minutes from now, this bomb will explode. If you make any rash moves, just pressing this remote, I can send both you and your lover into death instantly. Even if your people know you're here now, it would be too late for them to arrive. Since I'm already here, why haven't you pressed the remote? Muhammad asked steadily. Amato, of course not. In these last 20 minutes, I want to see you inch toward death, enjoying your pathetic struggle. Muhammad sneered. In his Bluetooth earpiece, his secretary spoke, the range of the remote bomb control does not exceed 5 kilometers, he must be nearby. Our helicopter is narrowing down the search area. Amato gritted his teeth and asked, where's my resignation announcement? Why hasn't it been released yet? Muhammad, it's not even 6 o'clock in the morning locally, it won't happen so fast. Amato, don't play tricks. The announcement means nothing to you, Muhammad revealed, if I die here, no one will pursue it further. The Yi family would get what they want. Without enough evidence for the police to arrest you, you can return openly after things cool down and claim what you desire. Amato mocked, so you do know how hated you are. Muhammad tilted his head, have you never lost before, Amato? This must be hard to swallow, the first time you failed, especially against me. Amato laughed coldly, and what if you do? Do you think you have long to brag? Muhammad, actually, I didn't need to come today. If I chose not to help, you couldn't do anything to me. Amato, so should I praise you as a romantic? Knowing I want your life, you still rushed here to die. Muhammad stared coldly at Yuan in front of him, but saw another person's shadow. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, yes, who says I'm not a romantic? Before leaving, his secretary, bodyguards, and even Zahir advised him repeatedly not to take such risks. But Amato wasn't a fool, he could fool him for a while, but if he didn't show up, Amato would realize instantly that Ellie was the one he truly wanted to save. His only bet was his understanding of Amato's personality, that this man would keep him until the last minute to witness his surrender unless absolutely necessary. Amato clapped sarcastically, how touching. If you treated your family members half as well as strangers, you wouldn't be in this situation. Family member? Which Yi family member are you talking about? Muhammad found rare interest in chatting idly with him. Amato, do you dare say Driscoll's death wasn't your fault? He favored you excessively and ended up dying by your hand. I wonder if he regrets bringing you back. Muhammad acted unconcerned, it was me who kicked away his medicine, but you were the one who switched it early. We're not good people, either of us, nor are your two wonderful brothers. Not being in the same family doesn't mean we don't belong together. You discovered it all along, Amato ground out, watching me do all this only benefited you. Muhammad, my apologies. Amato, when you returned to the Yi family, I should have killed you. You've done it more than once, you just didn't have the guts to finish it. Muhammad coldly reminded him. On his first day in the Yi family, he was locked in the underground wine cellar by these three brothers for a whole night. If Driscoll really favored him, he wouldn't have turned a blind eye and let them off with a verbal warning. In the past dozen years, how many times had he fought with these three brothers and their followers? Bruises, broken bones, and hospital visits had long become routine. It was only his good fortune that kept him alive. Therefore, how could Ellie's rudimentary skills ever beat him? Amato growled, now you can only take verbal satisfaction. There's only 10 minutes left, you still lost. Through the earpiece came the particularly excited voice of his secretary, we found it, it's a 2-story villa nearby. Dempsey is also there. Only Amato is in the room, and he has the remote. Leaning against the wall behind him, Muhammad relaxed completely, if I've lost, then so be it, do as you wish. Inside the room, Ellie sat on the ground facing away from the surveillance camera, holding a wire he found under the bed. He carefully turned the keyhole on the ankle cuff. He played with this type of old-fashioned handcuff at Grandpa's house when he was little, they could be opened with a piece of wire. However, it had been too long since he last did it, and his skills were rusty. Moreover, he needed to be wary of anyone coming in. Last night, he was brought here alone. This place was slightly better than the abandoned small villa, offering a place to sleep and better food. His kidnappers seemed intimidated by Muhammad's words and didn't plan to harm him anymore. But they likely wouldn't release him easily. Their target was Muhammad, so they'd probably wait until after they succeeded. Glancing at the clock on the wall, it was almost 2 o'clock, so he hurried his actions, growing increasingly anxious. The secretary's voice sounded again, snipers are ready. He's making coffee right now with the remote in hand. Once he puts it down to ensure no accidental touch, we'll shoot. Hurry up, he's about to set it down to grab the kettle. Amato was brewing coffee, his eyes still glued to the surveillance camera focused on Muhammad. He didn't notice any change in Muhammad's demeanor, assuming he was still putting up a strong front. Mockingly, he said, I thought someone like you would be especially afraid of death. Who knew you'd be willing to sacrifice yourself for a man? Now, facing your impending death, are you regretting it? There's nothing I can do. Muhammad silently counted down in his mind. 3. After all, I've fought with so many people. He's the only one who was willing to fight for me. 2. Amato frowned, sensing something amiss. Amato, you messed with my person. Muhammad paused, you're the one who's dead. 1. The door was kicked open. Ellie turned around in surprise as the ankle cuff fell off his foot. The soldier standing before him stared back, equally stunned. Who are you? A deafening gunshot accompanied Amato's screams. Ewan, who had shown little reaction earlier, shivered. The bomb strapped to his chest showed 5 minutes remaining. Nothing happened to Dempsey, the secretary said over the phone. Muhammad turned and walked out, passing the incoming bomb disposal expert. When Ellie walked downstairs, his legs felt weak. The American soldier barging in with a gun startled him. Muhammad's secretary came down from the helicopter and saw him. Dempsey, are you okay? Ellie nodded awkwardly. Where's Muhammad? He's fine and on his way here, the secretary said just as Muhammad's car arrived. Seeing Muhammad emerge unscathed from the vehicle, Ellie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Muhammad stopped before him, staring. Ellie knew he must look awful and somewhat guilty. Under Muhammad's gaze, he spoke awkwardly, In the next second, Muhammad pulled him into a tight embrace. Startled, Ellie lifted his arms and returned the hug. After a brief moment, Muhammad released him and instructed the secretary, take him on the helicopter and have a doctor check him for injuries. Subconsciously, Ellie grabbed his arm. What are you going to do? Muhammad's expression was calm. Nothing. Go on the helicopter and wait for me. I'll be right there. Pulling his hand away, Muhammad stepped inside the villa. Watching him leave, Ellie frowned. The secretary said, let's go, Dempsey. There's a doctor on the helicopter waiting to check you. Muhammad ascended the stairs. On the second floor, Amato lay on the ground, groaning in pain. A sniper shot had penetrated his shoulder. The mercenaries hired by Zahir were all downstairs. Everyone present now was Muhammad's own bodyguards. Seeing Muhammad approach, Amato, holding his blood-soaked shoulder, struggled to get up. What do you want to do? Muhammad looked down at him from a height. Amato was both shocked and frightened, his nostrils flaring as he breathed heavily, all the earlier bravado gone. Muhammad didn't respond, slowly lifting his chin. His bodyguards lifted Amato up by either side and handed a silenced pistol into his hand. Amato's expression changed drastically. What are you going to do? This is America. You dare. None of the people downstairs are American police. Muhammad's voice was so cold it could freeze ice. You brought this on yourself. He intentionally didn't involve the police. It was also intentional that he ordered the sniper to spare this man's life before getting on the helicopter. Before boarding the helicopter, Ellie suddenly stopped, turning back to look at the villa behind him. The second-floor window glass appeared grayish, only showing faint human figures. Chi Shao. The secretary hesitated and called him. Ellie asked, you said Muhammad went back for what? The secretary's words were left unsaid. I don't know. Ellie sighed. He really doesn't know how to be less troublesome. The secretary said, Chi Shao, please board the helicopter now. Ellie looked at him. How about Teacher Lin? Is he alright? Be honest with me. Teacher Lin had a timed bomb strapped to him by Amato's men but has been rescued. There's nothing serious, but he got a bit shaken up and was sent to the hospital. The secretary replied helplessly. Ellie raised an eyebrow. Bomb? Did you know Amato would set up bombs? The secretary closed his mouth, not wanting to lie and deciding to say nothing. Ellie remarked, seriously, everyone loves melodrama and none want to be civilized. We live in a rule-of-law society, can't we solve problems more gracefully? He turned back, and the secretary immediately followed. Chi Shao, you'd better not go over. Ellie's face turned cold. Do you really think I shouldn't go? Secretary, but... Ellie, let's go. Muhammad slowly stroked the handle of the gun. When he scared his cousin with a toy gun, which Ellie witnessed accidentally, he still remembered the boy's comical panic. A smile crept onto the corner of Muhammad's lips, which looked particularly terrifying under Amato's death-fearing eyes. Don't, spare me, I'll give you all my Yi Corporation shares, I won't bother you anymore, I won't return to Y City, I promise, I really promise. Muhammad already pressed the muzzle against his forehead, looking at Amato crying and begging without any satisfaction. When he broke the fence to let someone fall down the stairs after they threw his orphanage kitten to its death, he stood coldly watching the person scream in agony, feeling no joy even then. He grew accustomed to this eye-for-an-eye style of handling things. Survival of the fittest. Whether in the orphanage or the Yi family, he needed to be tougher than others to protect himself. He knew he was a villain, but being a villain wasn't as enjoyable as he thought. It wasn't because he was soft-hearted, it was because after hardening his heart, he could no longer feel its throbbing. Amato continued pleading, but all Muhammad felt was annoyance. Just end it. He chambered a bullet and slowly pulled the trigger. Muhammad. Suddenly, Ellie's voice echoed from behind, dragging the tail sound habitually, carrying a hint of complaint. What exactly are you doing? Why so slow? Going or not? Amato's cries stopped abruptly, his eyes widened, gasping loudly. Muhammad paused, and Ellie came closer, not looking at the miserable Amato. He covered Muhammad's hand with his own. Let's go back. Muhammad looked at him, seeing only laughter in Ellie's bright eyes. Again, Ellie repeated, take me back. Chapter 63, A Match Made in Heaven. As Amato signed the share transfer document with trembling hands, Muhammad was lounging on a nearby sofa with his eyes closed, maintaining his cold demeanor. Ellie glanced at him and kicked him with his foot. Muhammad got up and, without looking at Amato, gestured to Ellie, let's go. Ellie paused and smiled. Wait a moment. He turned to Amato, who thought he had changed his mind and opened his eyes wide in terror. Ellie looked maliciously at him, lifted his hand slowly, and before Amato could react, threw 2 punches into his face. Ow! Amato cried out in pain, glaring at him furiously. Ellie arched an eyebrow, completely forgetting what he had said just 10 minutes ago about solving problems civilly. I'm beating you, so what? Do you have any objections? Amato's gaze flickered, he didn't dare provoke him again. Ellie sneered, you big guy, do you watch too many melodramas? It's either or. Open your eyes and look carefully, I am as beautiful as a flower. Unless Muhammad is blind, how could he not choose me? Amato hadn't expected him to say such a thing, staring in disbelief and breathing heavily. Muhammad stopped in his tracks, his gaze on Ellie softening slightly, even hinting at a smile. He did not interrupt. Ellie raised his hand again, but seeing Amato's pig-like face, felt nauseated and lowered his hand. In the future, except for Muhammad, he wouldn't be interested in beating others. Is the either-or game fun? Fine, I'll play with you, either-or. First, bark 3 times and admit that you are blind and offend Chi Shao. You are despicable, shameless, and worthless. Second, still bark 3 times and admit that you are blind and offend Chi Shao. You are despicable, shameless, and worthless. Amato's breathing became heavier, clenching his teeth tightly. Ellie raised his foot and nudged his face with his shoe tip. What? Given this chance, you don't want to. It was clear he was teasing Amato, but if he didn't release his anger, not only would Muhammad be unsatisfied, he wouldn't feel good either. Being obedient in front of Muhammad couldn't last more than 3 seconds, he quickly reverted to his true self. With a glance from Muhammad, the bodyguard with the gun motioned, and Amato, terrified, immediately spoke up, bow wow wow, I am blind and have offended Chi Shao. I am despicable, shameless, and worthless. Ellie was barely satisfied, don't stop, continue repeating. Amato took a breath and continued through gritted teeth, bow wow wow, I am blind. After thoroughly enjoying the ridiculous sight, Ellie instructed the bodyguards, have him repeat it 100 times. Only then did he proudly walk back to Muhammad, let's go. In the helicopter, when Muhammad's gaze fell upon him, Ellie immediately lifted his hands to show the red marks on his wrists from the handcuffs. My hands hurt. Under Muhammad's stare, Ellie insisted, really, they hurt. Muhammad examined his wrists, frowning, and gently rubbed them. Ellie let out a slight hiss, pretending to be pitiful, fearing that Muhammad might hold a grudge over being kidnapped due to his recklessness. But Muhammad said nothing, his expression unreadable. After a while, he simply asked the doctor who accompanied them to examine Ellie. But there's no need for that, I'm not injured. Ellie started to protest but stopped and Muhammad looked at him. Okay, fine, examination it is. Apart from the red marks on his wrists and ankles, he indeed had no external injuries. As the doctor checked him, Ellie casually asked, has Mr. Lin been admitted to the hospital? Muhammad's tone was slightly nuanced, are you very concerned about him? Ellie, shouldn't I be concerned? If it wasn't for you, why would he have been kidnapped? Remember to compensate him for emotional distress later. Muhammad remained silent with a serious expression. Ellie, don't pretend not to hear me. Yanni is teaching you proper behavior. He knew he should have made Muhammad kneel and call him dad, this man really had lived 30 years in vain. Seeing that Muhammad was still staring at him silently, Ellie leaned closer, not convinced. Muhammad, feeling quite energetic now. Ellie, not bad. Slept well last night. To say he slept soundly was not entirely true, but last night he was genuinely exhausted and slept until 10 in the morning, dreamlessly. Muhammad, then let's go to the hospital. Ellie thought Muhammad wanted to visit Mr. Lin, but instead, he forced him to see a psychologist. Half an hour later, after exiting, Ellie slapped the evaluation report onto Muhammad's chest, look carefully. Completely normal in every aspect. He wished he could hit this bastard right between the eyes. Post-traumatic stress response can sometimes manifest as excessive excitement, appearing no different from ordinary people on the surface but actually masking mental pain. Muhammad likely had concerns in this regard, but Ellie clearly didn't belong to this category. He was genuinely carefree and continued to be lively and smiling even after a kidnapping. Of course, the doctor had advised him to come back for a follow-up in 1 or 2 weeks, but Ellie couldn't be bothered to tell Muhammad about it, thinking that nobody knew better than himself whether he was normal or not. After carefully reviewing his evaluation report, Muhammad's expression relaxed somewhat. Ellie asked, is Mr. Lin in this hospital? Since we're here, let's go see him. Yuan hadn't suffered any external injuries, but he was certainly scared, constantly feeling nauseous and shivering, requiring 2 days of observation at the hospital. Before entering the ward, Muhammad took a call, so Ellie went in alone. Yuan had been sleeping with his eyes closed but immediately became alert upon hearing movement. Seeing it was Ellie who came in, he visibly relaxed. Good that you're safe too, Chi Xiao. Please sit, he said in a hoarse voice, looking very exhausted. Ellie felt a bit awkward. Originally, he thought he had been compromised due to Yuan, but it turned out Yuan had been compromised by Muhammad, almost becoming a human bomb. Poor Mr. Lin really had it tough. Are you alright? Ellie asked hesitantly, studying Yuan's face. Yuan shook his head slightly, nothing serious. Ellie, I will make Muhammad compensate you for emotional distress. Sorry about this. Thank you, Yuan didn't refuse. Yesterday, when Muhammad chose him, Yuan hadn't understood. But after being bound with explosives and hearing Muhammad's words today, he finally realized what Muhammad meant. The only thing left now was fear, the fear of surviving the ordeal and the fear of Muhammad himself. After some hesitation, Yuan couldn't help but ask, today I finally understand what you meant by the memory filter. I indeed idealized him too much. A person like Muhammad, aren't you afraid? Ellie, afraid of what? Yuan, he is too ruthless, and has offended many people. Aren't you worried something similar could happen again? Ellie thought for a moment, well, there's not much point in being afraid. Worrying every day wouldn't do anyone good. Kidnapping is a low-probability event, getting hit by a car or a falling pot while going out is far more likely. Yuan was speechless. Only now did he have to admit how little he truly understood Muhammad. That man was too cold-hearted, and once he showed his ruthless side, other people's lives mattered nothing to him, which was truly chilling. Actually, there was something else Yuan wanted to ask. Wasn't Ellie worried Muhammad would one day turn his back on him too? Ellie continued, thinking too much doesn't help. It's better to live more freely. Mr. Lin, don't overthink things. This incident is over, and the kidnapper was Yimanya, the second son of the Yi family. He's already handed over to the local police. Yuan nodded slightly, no wonder Muhammad likes you, you two are indeed a match made in heaven. He spoke sincerely. Maybe he was overthinking it, but a deranged person like Muhammad might just suit someone like Ellie, the born optimist. After all, everyone needs their counterbalance. But with a personality like his, won't your family find it hard to accept? Yuan added. Ellie looked up, we'll see. Things I like, my parents generally support. When Ellie came out, Muhammad had just finished a call, saying they needed to visit the police station for statements. If you're too tired, I can postpone it to tomorrow. As a victim, you don't need to strictly comply with the police schedule. Ellie asked him, the bastard got shot in the shoulder by your hired men. Will that cause trouble? Muhammad, justifiable self-defense. I've brought lawyers, and Zahir will help hire local attorneys to accompany us. Indeed, it caused some trouble. One clean shot to finish him off would have been best, but since Ellie didn't want him to get his hands dirty, that was it. Ellie, then let's go to the police station and wrap it up quickly. Muhammad didn't say anything further, instructing his secretary to discuss compensation with Yuan before leaving with Ellie. On the way, Muhammad returned Ellie's phone. Ellie instantly cheered up, turns out you had my phone. I thought those kidnappers took it. Muhammad, your father called last night. I promised him you'd call him back today. This remark successfully froze Ellie's smile. Muhammad calmly gestured, call him now. It's around 8 in the morning back home, he should be up. Ellie. You did that on purpose. He rolled his eyes at Muhammad and slunk to one side, unwillingly tapping on the screen to make the call. After 2 rings, the other end picked up. Ellie spoke first, Yanni. Carson, where are you? Ellie, Las Vegas. With who? Muhammad. When will you be back? In a few days. You said you'd give me a half-month vacation. We'll talk about it when you come back. Carson asked only these few questions, not giving Ellie much chance to explain before hanging up. Ellie licked his lips, sensing that his father was turning into a cold-hearted tyrant too. Glaring at Muhammad, the damn bastard's expression remained unperturbed as he reminded him, our relationship can't be hidden from your parents forever, they must know sooner or later. Ellie, I know that, of course I'll find the right time to tell them, but I'm warning you, don't let my parents know I got kidnapped. Absolutely don't. Especially since he and Yuan were kidnapped together, making the situation worse than if he had been kidnapped alone. If his father found out all the details, there would be no way he'd agree with Ellie's involvement with Muhammad. Muhammad, who caused you to get kidnapped? Ellie immediately replied, you. This time, he was justified. Muhammad turned away, gently pinching his wrist without causing harm. Enraged, Ellie bit this bastard's arm. Hours spent at the police station left them returning as night fell. For safety reasons, they switched to staying in the hotel upstairs at the casino. Ellie already knew Zahir played a crucial role in their rescue, so he curiously asked Muhammad, did you finalize business with him so quickly? Is he really willing to help you? Muhammad casually nodded, not planning to disclose how much benefit he had conceded to the other party for the first time in business dealings. Don't bother to say it, Ellie shrugged off further inquiry, rolling into the bathroom to rinse off, washing away the misfortune. Standing by the window, Muhammad lit a cigarette, his fingertips trembling slightly. Previously, even standing beside a bomb that could explode at any moment, he didn't show any fear. Only now, with Ellie safely returned, did he experience an emotion akin to post-fear, something he had never felt before. He thought he wouldn't have any weaknesses anymore, but Ellie ultimately became his weak point. By the time Ellie emerged from the shower, Muhammad had finished his cigarette, extinguishing it in the ashtray. He sat on the sofa, pulling the bathrobe-clad Ellie onto his lap, applying ointment to the red areas on his hands and feet. Ellie hummed softly, staring at Muhammad's tense profile, feeling oddly guilty, whispering, "Muhammad, aren't you going to hold it against me this time?" Muhammad looked up, "Do you want me to?" Ellie, "Of course not." He just found it peculiar. Given Muhammad's personality, he expected a furious outburst, maybe even a spanking, possibly more extreme actions. But there wasn't a single reproach. Had he changed? "I'm not scolding you," Muhammad slowly massaged his hand, "it won't do any good, you won't learn next time either. It's enough to know that I worry about you." This made Ellie feel even more guilty. This bastard had changed tactics, knowing he was affected by gentleness, targeting his weakness directly. Finally, Muhammad squeezed his hand, "No next time." Alright, that line fit his style. He couldn't hide his nature for more than 3 seconds. Ellie chuckled, tugging on Muhammad's tie, "Since you're not holding it against me, fine. Now it's my turn to settle accounts with you." Chapter 64, Let's Get Married. Muhammad casually loosened his tie, threw it aside, and asked calmly, "What account are you talking about?" "Ellie, you knew early on that Amato would plant a bomb." Muhammad nodded slightly, "Yeah. Knowing this, you still went. He could press the remote control in his hand anytime, and you'd be done for. Did you think about that at all?" Ellie was very angry. This bastard lectured him like a pro but cared nothing for his own safety. "Who does that?" Muhammad stared into his eyes silently, and Ellie, in no good mood, snapped, "Speak up. Is this the account you're talking about?" Muhammad suddenly asked. "Ellie, or what else?" His eyes were always clear, hiding no emotions. The only thing he needed to settle with Muhammad was indeed this. Ellie didn't think there was anything wrong with him. He must make this bastard realize how serious the situation was. One hand around his waist, Muhammad leaned against the sofa lazily, actually a little distracted. In Muhammad's memory, only when he was small, and his mother was still alive, did she repeatedly remind him to be careful, educate him upon encountering danger, and scold him when he took unnecessary risks. Now, Ellie was the second person. Ellie pinched his face, "Speak up. Don't try to avoid it. Not mad about that binary choice." Muhammad pulled his hand down. Ellie, who intended to pull his hand back, paused, widened his eyes slightly, stunned for a moment, then sneered, "About that?" Muhammad looked at him steadily. "Ellie, my mom usually loves those cheesy palace dramas where tyrants always set up a scapegoat to shield their true love." He surrendered under Muhammad's gaze. "Okay, let's get serious. I'm not an idiot. I know you must have had your plan. If I were you, I'd choose the same. Although I do feel a bit guilty toward Teacher Lin, I don't want to be a human bomb." And he had specifically instructed Muhammad's secretary to give you an extra compensation for mental distress anyway, it wasn't his money. "You're changing the subject. We haven't settled yet." At least Ellie hadn't forgotten his purpose. He was seriously talking to Muhammad about it. Muhammad nodded quickly, agreed. "No next time." "Ellie, so, that's your attitude?" Muhammad's hand had already slipped under his bathrobe, caressing upward, done settling the account. "If you're still awake, don't sleep yet. Get lost." While cursing verbally, Ellie found himself gasping as Muhammad's touches grew more intense. As he held Muhammad's head close, Ellie closed his eyes and whispered softly, "Muhammad, if there is a next time, please take care of yourself. If something happens to you, I won't mourn for you." Muhammad responded by lowering his head to silence that incessant mouth. Muhammad's kisses were as domineering as ever, deeply passionate, truly holding him close. Only then did his restless heart gradually calm down. Protecting Ellie wasn't a promise to anyone else but a commitment he believed he could fulfill. Even if there were a next time, he would choose the same path. But Ellie's worry and care, he accepted them wholeheartedly. The next morning, when Ellie woke up, Muhammad was gone. He left a WeChat message saying he went out to handle some matters and left Ellie to entertain himself. Ellie got up, feeling like he had forgotten something until continuous birthday wishes flooded his WeChat messages. Then he remembered, it was midnight of the 8th, according to Chinese time. His birthday. Did Muhammad forget or did he do it on purpose? "When will you come back?" "Don't know. Entertain yourself, don't wander around." "Oh." After exchanging these few messages with Muhammad, Ellie put away his phone, deciding not to reply again. Whatever, let him come back when he wants. After breakfast, he went downstairs to kill time at the casino. He didn't go to the VIP lounge today but played casually in the regular hall. Maybe distracted, or perhaps just having bad luck, he lost every game he played. After over an hour, he lost a small fortune despite making small bets each time. He crossed his arms behind his head, leaned back lazily with his legs crossed, reflecting if he had been unlucky in gambling, he should have better luck in love. Except that he had good luck in gambling just a couple of days ago, but then met misfortune right after. Perhaps it balanced out. Seeing him stand up, the head of his bodyguards instinctively asked, "Mr. Chi, not playing anymore?" "No, let's see what's outside." Playing more would just result in more losses, it was boring. Stepping out of the casino, Ellie glanced at the row of bodyguards behind him and said awkwardly, "Don't stay too close to me. Stay out of my sight. Treat yourselves as non-existent." He waved and wandered off alone. Actually, he hadn't gone far. There was a church near the casino, the same one they had passed by when they went to the auction house last time. After strolling around for a while, he unconsciously found himself here. The weather was pleasant today, with bright sunshine shining down on the church. Outside the church, more couples were taking photos than on that day. Ellie stopped and squinted, looking up as the spire of the church reflected colorful light in the sunlight. He snapped a picture casually and sent it to Muhammad. When he logged out of WeChat, two young men approached him and asked if he was Chinese. Ellie nodded casually, and they switched to Mandarin. "We need a witness for our wedding, could you help us? It only takes 15 minutes. Ellie loved such lively occasions and readily agreed. While the new couple exchanged vows and rings, he stood aside, participating in the ceremony and even helping them film it, feeling somewhat envious inside. Muhammad's reply came back, "You went outside?" Ellie responded casually, "To the nearby church." "What did you go there for?" "To watch others get married. Apparently, anyone can serve as a witness for weddings here on the street, quite interesting." "Interesting? Forget it, you wouldn't understand." This bastard only pretended not to know. What was so great about it? If he wanted to experience marriage, Muhammad wasn't the only option. It wouldn't be legally valid anyway once they returned home. Or never mind. After signing the marriage certificate as a witness, Ellie put down the pen and asked with a laugh, "Do you live here or are you just traveling?" They explained they were tourists who happened to come for a wedding. Out of curiosity, he asked another question, "Does this wedding really matter?" The newlyweds exchanged smiles and said, "If it means something to us, then it does." Ellie pondered over these words, finding them quite sensible. "Congratulations then." He politely declined their invitation to dinner but took a packet of pre-prepared candies from them. Leaving the church, he saw his bodyguard still staring at him vigilantly. He laughed slightly, "Relax a bit, everyone. Have some candy for good luck." He distributed the candies among the guards, keeping a few for himself. By evening, when Muhammad returned, Ellie was still sitting at an outdoor cafe across from the casino, absent-mindedly feeding pigeons with bread. The car stopped by the roadside, and seeing Muhammad get out, Ellie tilted his head to look at the man who seemed to have been on a dusty journey. "Where exactly did you go?" "Dinner," Muhammad replied briefly. They went to the top-floor restaurant of the hotel. Once seated, Ellie took out the now partially melted candies he had kept in his pocket, peeled one open, and gestured to Muhammad, "Open your mouth." Muhammad glanced at the candy in his hand, seemingly unimpressed. Seeing this, Ellie showed displeasure, "Just open your mouth." Lazily leaning forward, Ellie leaned over the table and stuffed the candy into Muhammad's mouth. Muhammad asked, "What kind of candy is this?" Seeing him eat it, Ellie smiled smugly and leaned back into the sofa. "Wedding candy, given as a thank you for witnessing a wedding." The waiter brought their dinner, and Muhammad didn't say anything more, indicating, "Eat first." Ellie still felt uneasy. "Godfather, do you feel like you forgot something?" Muhammad asked, "Are you in a hurry?" Ellie stabbed at the noodles on his plate with his fork forcefully. "Forget it if you did." "Happy birthday," Muhammad finally spoke. "Is that enough?" No, Ellie didn't hesitate. One day disappeared, and he was dismissed with just, "Happy birthday." But Muhammad didn't say anything more and continued enjoying his dinner leisurely. Annoyed, Ellie kept stabbing at the noodles. Before dessert arrived, Ellie ignored everyone and pulled out his phone to play games. Muhammad lounged on the sofa, an arm resting on the side, gently tapping his fingers. His gaze wandered aimlessly towards Ellie. Since when did he start finding so much interest in just watching Ellie without saying anything? The hardness in his heart melted into lava, bubbling up joyfully for only one person, making his heart overflow with sweetness. "Any wishes for your birthday?" Hearing this, Ellie looked up. In front of them, a birthday cake adorned with lit candles was placed by a waiter. Originally, Ellie didn't want to say anything, but meeting Muhammad's steady gaze, he muttered, "Hope you become a little sweeter," clapped his hands, closed his eyes, and quickly made a wish over the candle. Actually, he hoped to get married tomorrow. But he wouldn't say it out loud anyway. After he blew out all the candles in one breath, Muhammad handed him something. "It's for you, a birthday gift." "What is this?" Ellie guessed what it was when he saw the size of the box, and indeed, it was a ring when he opened it. The plain band was very understated, only then did he notice that Muhammad had the same ring on his left ring finger. "But, giving a ring as a birthday gift? What do you mean by this?" he asked. "Muhammad," I said, "it's a birthday gift." It was a birthday gift, so he couldn't refuse. This cunning man. Ellie quickly figured it out and slipped the ring onto his finger. It fit perfectly. He waved his hand at Muhammad. "What does this mean?" But Muhammad seemed to deliberately play dumb and only reminded him, "Try the cake." Ellie nearly choked. What an asshole. He picked up his fork again and reluctantly took a bite. "Not bad." Actually, it tasted great, better than any other dessert he'd had in this hotel or casino. A thought struck him, and he blurted out, "This cake wasn't ordered from the hotel, was it?" "It wasn't," Muhammad calmly replied, "I flew to another city to pick it up." Ellie was speechless. He took off one of the cake's decorations, found the logo on the back, and searched online. It was a century-old store with franchises in only a few cities, the closest being over 3 hours flight away. "You disappeared all day just to buy this cake. Muhammad, are you satisfied now?" Ellie. He was just joking, yet this man had flown halfway across America to buy him a birthday cake. Running around the city would have been less extravagant, not to mention running around the city wasn't real, but Muhammad had genuinely spent nearly 8 hours flying today to get this cake. He sniffed, unsure how to react. He was genuinely moved but also genuinely felt that Muhammad had gone too far. "Your expression, are you about to cry from being touched?" His sentimentality was interrupted by Muhammad's mocking gaze. Ellie lost his composure after 3 seconds. "Cry. In your dreams." Saying that, he clearly regained his appetite, finding the cake even more delicious. Muhammad smiled faintly and also picked up his fork. As Ellie ate the cake, his thoughts wandered. His gaze fell on the man across from him, lingering on the ring on his finger. "Muhammad, will you marry me?" Realizing what he'd just said, he froze, blushing unconsciously when Muhammad looked at him. Deciding to keep going since he'd started, he continued, "Will you?" But Muhammad countered, "Didn't you already accept my ring?" "Ellie, isn't that just a birthday gift? It's still a wedding ring, and you accepted the dowry." Muhammad reminded him. "What dowry?" Ellie realized, "That ruby." "Muhammad, you've accepted it." "Indeed, a cunning man." "Ellie, then why don't you propose?" "Muhammad, you just proposed." Ellie had nothing to say. Muhammad's logic was always impeccable, he'd never win against this bastard. Hearing his muttering complaints, Muhammad suddenly spoke again, "Ellie, let's get married." Ellie stopped, staring at him in shock. "Are you serious?" Serious, Muhammad's expression was exceptionally earnest, his tone unusually gentle. "If you want to, nod. If not, no need to respond." This was too much. Under his gaze, Ellie couldn't think straight. Instinctively, he slowly nodded, "I want to." "Muhammad, good, then we'll get married." Chapter 65 Catching in the Act. When they walked out of the church, Ellie suddenly stepped forward, his head leaning against Muhammad's back. Muhammad stopped moving. "What are you doing?" Ellie didn't move either, just hanging his head and leaning on him. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Nothing, can't I just lean on you for a bit?" Muhammad hooked one of his arms with his hand and turned around to hug him face to face. Ellie smiled, straightened up, stepped out of his embrace, leaned back against the wall next to the church door, and looked at others with a cocked head, still looking like a pampered second-generation heir. He playfully spat out 2 words with a smile, "Wife," as if teasing Muhammad. Muhammad's expression became particularly subtle at that moment. Ellie continued to tease him, "Say something nicer to me. The vows you recited just now were all written by someone else, it wasn't very meaningful." "Muhammad, you want to hear a confession?" Ellie, Muhammad paused, then opened his mouth under Ellie's expectant gaze, "I love you." Ellie raised an eyebrow, again these 2 words. Muhammad's confessions were always straightforward, without any superfluous words. "Can't you say something else? I thought you only wanted to hear this." Muhammad reached out to help him adjust his askew tie, then lightly touched the ruby brooch on his chest. "These 2 words aren't enough. Any other promises would be empty checks. You just need to believe in these 2 words." A touch of indescribable emotion stirred in Ellie's heart. "All right." He also looked down at the ruby pinned on his chest, which had been used as a dowry gift and eventually made into a brooch. He didn't necessarily need such things, but since Muhammad gave them to him, adult love believed where there's money, there's love, this was how Muhammad expressed his love. Of course, he trusted him. Not to mention, this person had risked his own safety for him, willing to put himself in danger. Loving him indeed was enough. "Let's take a picture." Ellie called over a bodyguard standing far away to take a photo of them together. At the moment the shutter clicked, he leaned towards Muhammad, smilingly reaching up to make a V sign on top of his head. After the photo was taken, Ellie casually posted it on WeChat Moments. Unfortunately, they still needed some time to get the marriage certificate, otherwise, he would have shown it off. Muhammad watched his actions. "Aren't you afraid your parents will see?" "They're blocked," Ellie shook his head. "If my father saw it, he'd flay me alive." After saying that, he lifted his head and patted Muhammad's chest. "Behave yourself. I'll try to get you a name in my parents' eyes. Let's talk about that later." Actually, Muhammad didn't care what others thought except for Ellie. Night fell. Ellie lay on the bed scrolling through WeChat Moments comments praising him and his godfather for being a perfect match, feeling more and more proud. Quentin sent him a message, "I knew it, you ended up getting tricked into marriage anyway." Ellie, mind your own business, isn't my wife very beautiful? Quentin, listen to me, if you want your godfather to be utterly devoted to you, don't be stubborn and call him good husband. Ellie, you're talking nonsense. Quentin, young master, men eat this stuff up, trust me. Ellie. So you actually understand this? Muhammad came out after showering and sat beside Ellie, tilting his head to look at him for a while before gently tapping his bare back with his fingers. Ellie tossed aside his phone and turned back. What do you want? Muhammad kept his expression neutral, not withdrawing his hand, letting it trail down along the lines of his spine. Ellie shivered slightly, feeling Muhammad's unhidden desire staring at him, clearly sensing the touch of his fingertips on his skin. Even though they had done everything countless times before, today felt somewhat different. When Muhammad's fingers reached his sensitive coccyx area, he finally couldn't hold back a soft moan, then flipped over, pushing Muhammad back against the headboard, straddling him. Gripping Muhammad's bathrobe, Ellie looked into his amused eyes, his heart beating wildly. You're being naughty again. Muhammad smiled even more charmingly, not aloud. Ellie blushed, changing the subject. Just now many people wished us 100 years of good harmony. Muhammad, tell them thank you on my behalf. You know how to thank people. Ellie tooted. Really hard to tell. Muhammad's hand rested on his waist, slowly massaging it. Ellie's breathing became unsteady. Muhammad, I told them you're my wife. Muhammad nonchalantly replied, do whatever makes you happy. Stop rubbing. Elie's breath grew heavier, even his voice started trembling. Bastard. Once his voice carried desire, it became especially sweet and sticky, though Ellie never realized this himself. Leaning in to kiss Muhammad, he murmured between breaths, forget it, I'll be your wife. Muhammad suppressed a laugh, you thought it through so quickly. What difference does it make whether I think it through or not? Anyway, the fact is like this. You are clearly reaping benefits while feigning innocence. Ellie muttered. Aha. Muhammad didn't deny it and pulled him closer. Ellie put his hands around Muhammad's neck, his breath lingering by Muhammad's ear. After a pause, he murmured, husband. Muhammad's roving hand stopped, there was a moment of surprise in his eyes. Ellie seemed a little embarrassed but figured that what said is said, it was just between them in bed. The next second, he was pressed hard back into the bed by Muhammad. Startled, Ellie lifted his eyes to see Muhammad's rare lack of calmness as he pinned him down tightly, breathing heavily and hoarsely asking for another call. No. Ellie refused, knowing calling more would devalue it. Muhammad's reaction was amusing, he might have found a way to handle this person. Thanks to Quentin, that fool had occasionally some use. Muhammad hooked one of his legs over his waist and kissed him fiercely on the chin. If you won't say it, let's do it instead. The cost of losing control to this beast was that on their wedding night, Ellie ended up unable to get out of bed. Of course, they were both willing participants in this. They stayed a few more days here. The kidnapping case was nearly resolved, leaving the remaining details for lawyers to handle. Ellie's vacation was left with only 2 days, and he had to return home. Before getting off the plane, Muhammad suggested, come home with me today, and go home tomorrow morning. My parents know I'm coming back today, Ellie replied. Muhammad insisted, will you come? All right then. Ellie resigned himself. His father already knew he was traveling abroad with Muhammad, if asked, he'd deal with it later. But he hadn't expected his parents to personally pick him up from the airport. Upon seeing them, Ellie's head started pounding. His father sat in the car, giving him a cold look without getting out and ignoring Muhammad. Half a minute later, his father's assistant came over and invited him into the car. Ellie hastily laughed, while Muhammad remained composed, let's go, I'll introduce myself to Arjun. Ellie quickly covered his own hand, taking off the ring and putting it in his pocket. When Muhammad greeted them, Carson still didn't get out of the car, showing no interest in engaging. However, Merida, sitting beside him, was surprised to see Muhammad. Young Master Yi, how did you end up with Ellie? Did you both come back from America together? Mom, don't ask. Ellie unwillingly got in the car, waving at Muhammad, go back, see you next time. Muhammad nodded, see you. As the car drove away, Merida kept questioning her son, what happened exactly? Why did you come back with young Master Yi? Ellie glanced subconsciously at his father's stern face, hesitating about how to answer. Carson coldly remarked, he's certainly not going to say, he's learned to lie now, telling us he went with old Lee's son when he was actually playing with Muhammad. Merida looked to Ellie for confirmation, but Ellie silently turned away, too afraid to continue. It was noon by the time they got home. At the dinner table, Merida glanced at her husband's cold face, then at her guilt-ridden son, initiating conversation. Ellie, tell us yourself. What's going on between you and Muhammad? Nothing much, we met up and played together. Old Lee's son had something urgent, Ellie mumbled, lowering his head to eat. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell the truth, but with his father's attitude, opening his mouth would likely ignite an explosion, better to wait. Merida asked, is that so? How do you feel about old Lee's son? Ellie helplessly replied, Mom, we don't click, we can only be friends. Don't ask any more. Carson commented, who do you click with, then? Ellie fell silent, finishing his meal quickly before placing down his chopsticks, I'm full. I need to sleep due to jet lag. Carson grunted, and Ellie hurriedly fled. Locking the door to his room, he finally sighed deeply, lying down on the bed motionless. A WeChat message from Muhammad came in, rest well at home. Muhammad didn't ask anything else. Ellie stared at his phone, wondering if Muhammad would bite the edge of his blanket and cry after being snubbed by his father. I'll come over in a couple of days. Okay. My dad has a bad temper, don't be upset. Upset? Maybe when my dad goes out tomorrow, I'll go to your place instead. After sending this, there was no reply from Muhammad. Ellie resumed daydreaming, eventually falling asleep. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. He went to take a shower. On coming out, he saw only his mother watching TV, waiting for him to wake up for dinner. Where's Yanni? He's out socializing, Merida said casually. Don't mind him. Ellie breathed a sigh of relief, it was better that his father wasn't home. His mother didn't pry into his relationship with Muhammad anymore. Instead, she asked if he had fun in America. Ellie casually mentioned a few things but dared not mention the kidnapping incident. After dinner, Quentin and others messaged to ask if he wanted to go out. Ellie replied listlessly with a no, staying to watch TV with his mother for a while until another message from Muhammad came. Coming over tonight? Sitting lazily on the couch, Ellie perked up immediately, now. Muhammad, are you coming? Since his father wasn't home and his mother wouldn't ask too many questions. Ellie replied, okay. Muhammad, come down, I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. Ellie froze, Muhammad was already there. Seeing Ellie suddenly spring to life, markedly different from his lethargic state earlier, Merida asked curiously, what's going on? Ellie fabricated an excuse, Mom, I have plans with Quentin, we're going out for a bit. Now. Merida reminded him, you just flew back after a dozen hours, aren't you tired? You want to go out tonight? Ellie, I had a good nap this afternoon, gotta run now. Before his mother became suspicious, he rushed back to his room, quickly changed clothes, and hurriedly left home. Muhammad's car was parked at the entrance of the residential area, one window down as he sat inside smoking. Ellie jogged down, still a bit breathless, stopping when he saw Muhammad. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked slowly towards him. Muhammad looked over as Ellie arrived by the driver's side, looking down and smiling mischievously, Yanity, does this mean absence makes the heart grow fonder? Without waiting for a reply, he bent down and leaned on the car window, taking Muhammad's cigarette for a puff, his animated expression more vivid than ever. Muhammad watched quietly, making Ellie feel uneasy. Not waiting to finish the cigarette, he impatiently opened the door and sat on Muhammad's lap. Their kisses were urgent, the pungent smell of smoke circulating between them. Muhammad took the cigarette back and extinguished it in the ashtray, holding Ellie tightly and kissing even deeper. Ellie remembered they were at the entrance of his neighborhood and couldn't be too unrestrained. He bit Muhammad and stopped, breathing unsteadily, not here, what if someone sees us? But he was the one who opened the door and climbed in. Muhammad held his hand, caressing his fingers, where's the ring? Ellie quickly checked his pocket, thankfully it was still there. Muhammad took it and put it back on him, his gaze lingering. Ellie, you didn't really cry into your pillow when I left, did you? I didn't leave you intentionally, my parents personally picked me up from the airport. I went to the company this afternoon to sort things out. Muhammad's words silenced Ellie. He knew Muhammad wouldn't act like that, he was thinking too much. Muhammad. He called Muhammad's name but had no idea what to say next. Muhammad chuckled softly, making Ellie more agitated. He grabbed the bastard's hair and kissed him again. What are you two doing? Ellie's lips were just about to touch Muhammad's face when he heard his father's enraged roar. He sat up abruptly, almost hitting his head. Muhammad gently patted his waist, your dad is here. Ellie regained his senses and quickly got out of the car. His father had just gotten out of his own car and was striding angrily over. Ellie shivered, oh no. Caught red-handed. Chapter 66, A Violent Confrontation. Yanni. Just as Ellie started to speak, Muhammad also got out of the car, calmly greeting the enraged Carson who had come over to confront him, Arjun. Don't you call me that. Carson raised his voice, showing no intention of giving Muhammad any face. Why are you doing this, Yanni? Ellie felt a bit unhappy, his father could scold him, but why vent anger on Muhammad? Can't we talk things through? Carson glared at him. What were you doing with him just now? You saw it for yourself, just kissing, Ellie admitted outright, not caring what his father thought anymore. How can you admit it so shamelessly? Two grown men behaving improperly on the street, do you have no sense of decency? At this point, Carson was like a powder keg ready to explode. Ellie retorted irritably, why should I be ashamed? What do you mean by improper behavior? Muhammad and I are dating openly and honestly. Why is that anything to be ashamed of? I'll beat you senseless, you little bastard. Throwing his suit jacket to his embarrassed assistant who followed him, Carson rolled up his sleeves to attack Ellie. Muhammad stepped forward and blocked him, calm down, Arjun. Carson's anger redirected instantly. You. Did you seduce Ellie? He's not exactly smart, what did you do to trick him away? Talk some sense, will you, Yanni? I'm nearly 30, who can deceive me or lure me away? Yes, I know you're angry, but don't bite everyone here. Isn't it embarrassing to quarrel in public? What face do I need when you don't have any? Enraged, Carson had almost had a heart attack when he first saw his son clinging to another man on the street right outside their residential area. His short temper hadn't changed much over the years, appearing humble and affable to others was merely a facade. In his younger days, he was a local bully who could take on 10 people like Muhammad. As Carson's fist flew, Ellie instinctively ducked and dodged, a reflex from being beaten as a child. Despite being rusty after all these years, his father was slower due to age. Muhammad frowned and stepped in front of Ellie, taking a blow directly to the face, which caused his nose to bleed instantly. Seeing this, Carson became even angrier. Do you think I won't hit you too? Muhammad remained unfazed. If it can calm Arjun, do as you please. Completely infuriated by his calm demeanor, Carson gritted his teeth and threw punch after punch at Muhammad, regardless of his status as chairman of the Yi Corporation or young Master Yi. To him, Muhammad was nothing more than a good-for-nothing who lured away his son. Muhammad neither dodged nor fought back, allowing the punches to land. After a few hits, Ellie finally reacted, pushing his father away. Yanni, enough. Why are you hitting him? I went after him willingly. How can you blame him? Fuming, Carson stared at his son, who stood protectively in front of Muhammad. Move aside. Not happening, you can't hit him. Move. Muhammad gently tapped Ellie's arm. Step aside. Ellie looked back at Muhammad's bruised face, upset. Are you asking for more blows? Look at your face. Muhammad's hand slid down, squeezing his wrist. Listen to me, move aside. Their actions only further incited Carson's rage. Seeing Ellie unyielding, he decided to hit both of them. Muhammad quickly moved in front of Ellie again, this time catching Carson's arm before he could land another punch. Without hesitation, Muhammad spun and performed an over-the-shoulder throw, neatly tossing Carson away. Ellie was stunned, standing frozen along with Carson's assistant, Mouths Agape. When Carson landed, Muhammad instinctively protected his head and waist. Lying on the ground, Carson groaned in pain. Though Muhammad had cushioned the fall, the impact was still considerable, leaving him hurt both physically and emotionally. Ellie. 20 minutes later, a shirtless and sullen-faced Carson sat on the sofa, glaring at his son, who hung his head silently. Amira applied medicine to soothe Carson's injured waist. Although Muhammad had tried to protect him during the fall, his age made him more vulnerable to injury. Years without physical altercation had left his old bones stiff and prone to injuries like a twisted waist. Kirsty nagged as she scolded him, you don't even know how old you are. Do you still think you're young? You lose your temper and fight without a second thought. Do you think you can beat anyone now? Isn't it embarrassing? Carson's face grew even uglier, feeling genuinely angry and embarrassed. What? Still not convinced? Did you enjoy getting thrown over the shoulder by someone younger? If he hadn't held back, you'd probably be in the hospital right now. Kirsty's words hit home, one after another. Ellie and Carson shared the same temperamental genes. Once they got emotional, they only wanted to solve problems with fists, never considering their own limitations. After lecturing him, Kirsty couldn't help but sigh. Back when they were young, one was the local tyrant and the other the belle of the town, falling in love dramatically. No matter how many ruffians tried to make moves on her, Carson always sent them packing. Ellie's fighting skills all came from his father. She never imagined that after so many years, Carson would still behave like he did back then, showing no sign of mellowing. You spoiled this brat, Carson retorted angrily. You didn't see what he was doing just now, sitting on Muhammad's lap, kissing right outside our neighborhood entrance. I'll beat some sense into him. Kirsty rolled her eyes gracefully. My father didn't agree with us dating either, but you still sneaked to my doorstep late at night on a motorcycle. Did my father beat you? So, you can do it, but my son can't. Carson's face flushed red. That's completely different. Can you really trust Muhammad? With him, Ellie might get swindled and still count the money for him, not even knowing what happened. How is it different? Kirsty retorted disdainfully. My father also thought you weren't trustworthy, but in the end, I married you anyway. Aren't we happy now? How do you know that Ellie and Muhammad won't be happy together? Carson exclaimed, how can two men live together? Can they even get married? Kirsty stopped speaking and applied a plaster forcefully to his waist. Carson winced in pain, his confidence diminished. Throughout this exchange, Ellie, who had remained silent, stood up. I'm going out. Carson immediately snapped, where are you going? To Muhammad's, Ellie replied indifferently, you beat him up like that, I need to check on him. Carson yelled, you're not allowed to go. Ellie ignored him and walked away. As he left, he could still hear his father cursing, but Ellie paid no attention, stepping into the elevator quickly. I'm coming over. When this message was sent, Muhammad quickly replied, I haven't left yet. Ellie was somewhat surprised, thinking Muhammad had already gone home. He hadn't expected him to still be there downstairs. Muhammad's car was still parked in the same spot. Ellie felt reassured when he saw it, opened the door, and sat in the passenger seat this time. Muhammad stubbed out his cigarette and looked back at him. Did your dad let you come out? Ellie, forget him. Seeing Muhammad's bruised face made him angry, he couldn't help but blame Carson inwardly. Mohammed seemed indifferent, with a smile that was oddly wicked given his injuries. Ellie, what are you laughing at? Mohammed, nothing. He didn't say anything else, just started the car. When they returned to Mohammed's place, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Upon entering, Ellie fetched the first aid kit to treat Mohammed's wounds. Having done this a few times before, he felt particularly upset today. Couldn't you have dodged? You just let Yanni beat you up, and I thought you'd actually listen to him. Mohammed, if I didn't let him vent, he wouldn't feel better. Ellie, I thought you didn't care. Leaning against the sofa, Mohammed gave a casual, Ellie, what does that mean? Mohammed didn't want to elaborate. Indeed, he wasn't bothered. Beyond business interests, his attitude toward Carson and Kirsty depended entirely on their importance to Ellie. Are you going back? He asked Ellie. Ellie, I don't want to. I'll stay here for a few days. Mohammed, stay here for now. When your dad calms down, I'll talk to him. How can you talk? Ellie worried, with his stubborn temper, I don't think any promise will work. Mohammed, we won't know unless we try. Ellie didn't feel like talking anymore. He carefully applied the medicine with a cotton swab, blowing gently after each application. Mohammed's hand pressed against his waist. Ellie. Ellie didn't understand. Mohammed, stop blowing. Ellie slowly blinked, realizing what he meant, and laughed, still in the mood after getting beaten up like this. Young Master Yi really has high spirits. Mohammed's hand squeezed his waist harder. Ellie swatted his hand away and insisted on applying the medicine. A moment later, staring at Mohammed's battered face, he felt a slight stir of emotion. Mohammed, am I the only one who has fought for you? Mohammed raised his eyes, revealing obvious emotion. Ellie, am I? Mohammed's throat bobbed, yes. Ellie fell silent, continuing to apply the medicine with the cotton swab. This was something Ewan had told him that day at the hospital. At the time, Ewan mentioned how Mohammed used to be frequently bullied by the three Yi brothers during school days, getting into fights with them every now and then. Because those three led the charge, he was isolated by other students at school, and no one dared to help him when he was beaten up. Even I didn't dare to, but I could only go after to give him medicine and comfort him. I thought I did enough, but it turns out that in his heart, I still wasn't enough. He said you were the only one who was willing to fight for him. Now I understand why he would do anything for you. Did you really get into fights often back then? Ellie originally didn't want to ask, but couldn't hold back. Mohammed, got used to it, it's fine. Ellie, can you even get used to this? Didn't you always pick fights and cause trouble outside? Mohammed's tone was indifferent, clearly not interested in discussing the past. Ellie, that's different. When he fought, it was because others offended him first. But Mohammed had been bullied. How could these be the same? Who would have thought that the seemingly invincible Mohammed of today was once a pitiful little kid everyone could bully? Ellie felt a bit depressed, regretting that he was just a little kid in elementary school and didn't know Mohammed back then. Since Mohammed didn't want to talk about it, Ellie didn't press further. He touched the unbruised part of Mohammed's face and felt somewhat relieved that his face hadn't been disfigured. Mohammed, I won't beat you anymore. Mohammed's eyes twinkled with amusement. Can you control yourself? Ellie originally wanted to say, yes, but decided not to be so confident. I'll try my best. As long as you don't provoke me, I promise not to hit you. Mohammed nodded casually, it didn't bother him much. To him, being scratched by a kitten was merely a form of intimacy. After feeling better, Ellie kissed Mohammed's neck. Thanks tonight. Mohammed was slightly surprised. For what? If it weren't for you, my dad would have beaten me up. Although I'd rather he beat me, thanks anyway. But next time, don't let him hit you again. He holds double standards, strict with others but lenient with himself. Just ignore him. Ellie, thinking about his father's miserable state of being thrown around earlier, imagined he had lost all face and couldn't help wanting to give Mohammed a thumbs up. Yanni, you're truly amazing. You didn't see Yanni's helpless look when he came home. Puff. Mohammed, you're happy your dad is humiliated? Ellie, absolutely. Who told him to hit you without knowing the facts? From now on, except me, no one can hit you. Mohammed reminded him, you just said you wouldn't hit me. I said I'll try my best. Ellie tossed the cotton swab aside and straddled Mohammed's lap, facing him. He called out, Mohammed. Mohammed tilted his head slightly as Ellie leaned in to kiss him. You're really handsome, and I love you so much. In the bedroom, you're my husband, and outside, you're my wife. Brother Chi will protect you and not let anyone bully you. Though extremely embarrassing words, he spoke them sincerely and fervently, his eyes earnest and intense. Mohammed gazed into those eyes, falling deeper. All right. Chapter 67 The truth comes to light. In the following week, Ellie did not return home. He continued to go to work, passing by Mohammed's place in the mornings and coming back after work. He was determined to play Cold War with his father, ignoring each other. Carson had been busy lately and did not have much energy to manage his son. More importantly, he couldn't bring himself to be the first one to reconcile. Just as I got off work, young Master Ye's car arrived downstairs at the company, and young Master got in and left with him. When getting into the car, he even kissed young Master Yi on the cheek. There were quite a few people around the company entrance who saw it. The assistant reported Ellie's whereabouts to Carson and shut his mouth when he saw Carson's face dark as the bottom of a pot. Carson took a deep breath, trying hard to lower his rising blood pressure but couldn't help cursing out loud, "Little brat." In the car, Ellie sneezed and grumbled, "My dad must be cursing me." Muhammad calmly drove and reminded him, "If you don't want your dad to curse you, don't provoke him intentionally." "Where did I provoke him? Kissing you isn't allowed. Do you have an opinion?" Ellie glanced sideways. Admittingly, he did it on purpose, kissing Muhammad in front of everyone right outside the company where it could reach his father's ears within minutes. He wanted his father to know that opposition was futile, and he would be with Muhammad no matter what. The car stopped at a traffic light. Muhammad casually peeled a candy thrown by Ellie into the car and stuffed it into this boy's mouth to stop his chatter. Ellie glared at him with the candy in his mouth while the red light turned green. Muhammad looked forward and stepped on the gas pedal again. Ellie still wanted to say something, but his phone rang. It was from his mom. He answered it without thinking. Kirsty said immediately, "It's Saturday tomorrow, come home for dinner." "Ellie, I'll only come if you let me bring Muhammad." Kirsty, "All right." Not expecting his mom to agree so easily, Ellie confirmed again, "Really okay? Will Yanni agree?" "Just ignore him. Once you're here, what can he do? Just come first." Kirsty replied. Ellie, "All right then." After hanging up, he indicated to Muhammad, "Come home with me tomorrow." Muhammad nodded, showing no sign of nervousness. "My mom is much easier to talk to than my dad. Once you win her over, my dad is just a paper tiger." Ellie shared his secret to winning over his parents. "Given how handsome you are, you'll definitely pass with my mom. Be sweet, thick-skinned, and charm her a bit. Once she's happy, she won't oppose us anymore." Muhammad smiled, "Okay." Ellie's phone rang again, and this time it was Dominic. Slightly surprised, Ellie answered. Dominic asked directly, "Were you kidnapped in Las Vegas before, Ellie?" "Ellie. How did you know?" "So it's true," Dominic explained, "the kidnapper was Amato from Ye Corporation. He's one of my major clients, and I suddenly couldn't contact him. His former assistant told me he had been imprisoned for suspected kidnapping, murder, and illegal use of explosives. One of the victims was said to be one of Ye Corporation's chairman's mistresses, and I guessed it might be you." Ellie felt awkward. "There's some misunderstanding. It wasn't about two mistresses." "A real misunderstanding?" Dominic sounded doubtful. "Ellie, it's complicated and can't be explained in a sentence or two. Anyway, the worst person was Amato." Dominic laughed. "All right, I'm not prying into your private life. I just happened to hear about it and thought I should ask. Are you okay? Did you get hurt during the kidnapping?" "No, Muhammad rescued me," Ellie added cautiously, "but please don't tell my dad or anyone else about this." "Don't your parents know?" Dominic reminded him, "This is serious, I think you should inform them." "Ellie, nothing really happened, so there's no need to worry them. Please help me keep this a secret." "Dominic, when you went out with Ye chairman, I helped hide it, and later Arjun found out. In a way, I feel responsible. But since you don't want your family to know, I won't meddle. I saw your WeChat post. Did you register in Las Vegas?" Ellie breathed a sigh of relief. "Yeah, Muhammad and I got our marriage certificate there." "Good for you, although I still think you two aren't quite suitable. It's great that you chose what you like," Dominic said sincerely. "Congratulations." "Ellie, thanks." As Muhammad's gaze shifted over, Ellie ended his call and flashed a smile at him. "What do you want for dinner?" "I can have someone prepare it," Muhammad offered without asking any questions. "Make it yourself," Ellie replied. Muhammad nodded. He was always willing to meet Ellie's requests as long as they were within his capacity. When they got home, there was an uninvited guest waiting, a senior uncle of Muhammad. Seeing Ellie return with Muhammad, Trent first looked surprised, then seemed to think of something and scrutinized him more closely. Ellie didn't like this old man and ignored him, heading straight to the kitchen to make coffee. Trent, seemingly oblivious to how disliked he was, sat down and asked Muhammad, "Is that Carson's son? What is your relationship with him?" Muhammad leaned back into the sofa with crossed legs, his expression cold. "This seems none of your business, uncle." The other's face froze, and his tone became harsher. "Did you have anything to do with what happened to Wanyao in America? You've already dealt with Wanqing and Wanqi, and now you're not letting Wanyao off either." Muhammad did not answer immediately, lowering his eyelids slightly with a look of extreme disdain. Ellie, who was making coffee, couldn't help frowning at the words. Was this old man delusional? How could he come to blame the victim? It seemed Trent was provoked by Muhammad's attitude, his face darkening. "So it really was you?" Muhammad responded lazily, "Since Uncle knows about the incident in America, you must also know the ins and outs of it." "Why ask?" Trent blurted out, "Are you determined to wipe out all of us Ye family members? You came back unscathed while he couldn't do anything to you. Instead, you forced him to transfer all his shares using underhanded methods. That's illegal." This was clearly the main reason why the old man came to confront Muhammad. Although Amato had been forced to sign the share transfer document at gunpoint, it didn't matter much now. The man was tangled up in lawsuits in America, unable to focus on these matters. Anyone else's outrage wouldn't change anything. Muhammad did not deny it. What's done is done. Trent retorted, you won't get away with this. As long as I have breath left in me, the Yi family will not be under your complete control. Just make sure you hang on to that breath a little longer. If you really die from anger over this, your Yi family will just pin it on Muhammad again, Eli said as he walked out of the kitchen with 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Muhammad and keeping the other for himself. As for Trent, no coffee for him. This old man probably didn't enjoy it anyway. If he wanted good tea, forget it. He sat on the armrest beside Muhammad, and when Trent glared at him, Eli continued mocking, am I wrong? After all, the Yi family is great at twisting facts. You blame Muhammad for what Amato did, kidnapping and murder. Enough hypocrisy. Don't you have high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart disease, diabetes? If something happens to you here, your Yi family would certainly find Muhammad troublesome. The old man's face turned red with anger. What kind of manners do you have? Is this how Carson raises his son? Eli replied disdainfully, aren't you always saying my family is nouveau riche and not fit to be mentioned alongside yours? Being a commoner, we don't need manners or quality. Sorry, our education is just like this. When someone targets us, we fight back. Otherwise, we're cowards. Your family feud is none of my business, but since you know Amato messed up in America, and you know I'm the victim, you should apologize instead of being so aggressive. Looks like your manners aren't great either. Trent stammered, you. What do you mean? Eli shot back. Looks like you came here to embarrass yourself. In short, you are annoying without realizing it. Don't be too overbearing. This was probably the first time Trent encountered someone as sharp-tongued and disrespectful as Eli, getting visibly angry with his chest heaving and finger trembling as he pointed at Eli, struggling to form coherent sentences, as if he were truly having a heart attack. At this moment, Muhammad smiled inappropriately, glanced at Eli who was berating the old man, and sipped his coffee slowly, ignoring Trent. Eli, however, felt no relief. Thinking about how Muhammad had been bullied for years by the Yi family, and how this old man never helped him as an elder but now showed off his authority here, made Eli feel no joy. He placed the coffee cup forcefully on the coffee table, lifted his chin, and coldly indicated to the old man, Mister, you can leave now. This is Muhammad's home. Don't come here uninvited in the future. Trent, I am a member of the Yi family, I can come whenever I want. Eli waved the house slipper in his hand, are you leaving or not? Do you believe I'll hit you with this slipper? I don't have manners or proper upbringing, so I won't respect my elders. The old man couldn't stay any longer as he pleased. Just now Muhammad had already contacted the property management of the villa compound on his phone. They dispatched security guards who unceremoniously escorted him out. After sending off the unwelcome guest, Eli flipped him the middle finger one last time and slammed the door. Seeing Muhammad staring at him with an amused look, he harumphed and went over, people like that old man shouldn't be let into the house in the future. If it weren't for the fact that the old man walked shakily, indicating his age, he would have already made a move just now. Muhammad nodded casually, not really minding. If it hadn't been for this uncle's usefulness in dealing with other Yi family members, he wouldn't have let him in at all from the start. But Eli was willing to help him confront the old man, which he appreciated. Muhammad went into the kitchen to prepare dinner. Eli followed, mumbling along the way, you poor thing, did you grow up without ever feeling the warmth of love? None of your Yi family seems good. If I were you, after gaining power, I'd give each of them a thrashing, not playing this fake peace act like you do. When I was little, there was, Muhammad said unexpectedly, then explained when Eli looked puzzled, when my mom was still alive. Oh. I see. Feeling regretful for touching upon Muhammad's sore spot, Eli reached out and hugged him. Muhammad knew Eli misunderstood him, thinking that he had never eaten well or been clothed properly and had always been bullied. In reality, the Yi family hadn't shortchanged him materially. And for being bullied or beaten, he'd fought back equally, which didn't mean much to him. But let Eli misunderstand. The more Eli felt sorry for him, the less likely he was to leave him. He wouldn't ask Eli to choose between him and Mr. and Mrs. Chi. All he wanted was for Eli never to abandon him under any circumstances. Didn't you say you moved your mother's grave back home before? Why don't you take me to see her? Eli suggested. You want to see her? I want to, Eli replied straightforwardly. We're married, it's only right that I meet my mother-in-law. Muhammad paused, I'll take you some time later. After dinner, Eli lay on Muhammad's lap while watching a movie on his phone. Then Dominic called again. He put it on speaker. Dominic immediately apologized, sorry, my dad overheard my call with you earlier. He scolded me and has already told Arjun about the kidnapping incident here. I couldn't stop him. Eli froze inside. My dad knows. Dominic, yes, he knows. After hanging up, Eli was still in shock. Muhammad reminded him, your mom is calling. Looking down at the screen, indeed it was his mom calling. Hesitant for a moment, Muhammad took the phone and pressed answer for him. Kirsty sounded unusually serious, where are you? Come home now. She hung up even before Eli could refuse. Muhammad stood up first and offered his hand to Eli, let's go together. Eli looked up, meeting Muhammad's eyes urging him. He hesitated but put his hand on Muhammad's, who pulled him up firmly. He stumbled forward, almost bumping into Muhammad. Muhammad steadied him and helped him put on his coat. Don't worry too much, everything will work out. Ellie closed his eyes in agony. My dad is going to skin me alive this time. Muhammad chuckled softly. Let's go. Chapter 68 Elopement. Just as the car was about to reach home, Ellie received another unexpected call. This time it was from Ewan. Little Master Chi, your father just contacted me and asked about our kidnapping incident in America, Ewan said right away. Ellie was surprised. He even came to you for information. Ewan explained, I don't know how he got my number. I knew you didn't want your family to find out about this matter, but his tone was very serious and he kept pressing me. I couldn't hold up under the pressure, so I told him everything. I'm sorry. Your father also asked me about the past between Muhammad and me, and I told him all of that too. Ellie. After hanging up the phone, he glanced at Muhammad and said, You'd better not go upstairs with me. Muhammad parked by the roadside. Can't I go? Ellie, no. The kidnapping had always been a sore spot for his parents, and dragging Ewan into this would only complicate things further. If Muhammad went upstairs with him now, it would be like pouring oil on the fire. If you don't want me to go up, I won't go up, Muhammad reminded him. Press the speakerphone button to keep us connected. Talk calmly to your parents and don't provoke them. If your father hits you, try to avoid it. Ellie, I know. I'm not stupid. Muhammad, tell them I want to talk to them. If they agree, I'll come up later. Ellie nodded. As he opened the door to get out, he hesitated for a moment, then turned back to kiss Muhammad. Muhammad looked at him, his eyebrows slightly raised. Ellie, Muhammad, no matter how much my parents oppose us, I will never leave you. Don't worry. 10 minutes later, Ellie walked into the house. Both of his parents were there, and their expressions were far from pleasant. They were waiting for him in the living room, ready to face him. Ellie frowned, remembering what Muhammad had said about not provoking them. He walked forward and sat down obediently, initiating conversation. Yanni, Mom. Carson's face remained cold, while Kirsty asked, Your Uncle Lee said you were kidnapped in Las Vegas, and that it involved Muhammad. Is this true? Ellie, you've already asked Teacher Lin, and you know the whole story. Amato wanted to harm Muhammad, so he kidnapped Teacher Lin and me. Later, Muhammad found someone to rescue us, and I'm fine. Kirsty, is being kidnapped a trivial matter? Why didn't you tell us about this before? Ellie, Carson cut in coldly. Of course he didn't dare mention it. How could he admit that he got himself kidnapped along with that Muhammad? I've always said Muhammad is dangerous, but you never listened. Now that trouble has arisen, you still don't know when to fear and insist on fraternizing with that man. Ellie countered, Yanni, that's unfair. Muhammad was also a victim. What you're saying is victim blaming. This has nothing to do with Muhammad, the blame lies with Amato. How can it not be related to him? If you had stayed away from him, would Amato have targeted you? Why did they specifically choose you to kidnap instead of someone else? Amato wasn't after me, but after Teacher Lin. At the time, I was having coffee with Teacher Lin and got taken along with her. What's the difference? Wasn't it because of Muhammad that she was targeted in the first place? You're letting yourself get pulled into this mess over someone who's not clear with the Lins. Carson was holding back today, refraining from yelling or hitting like he did before. However, his words showed even stronger disapproval of Ellie's relationship with Muhammad than before. Afraid that they might argue again, Kirsty interrupted Carson and asked Ellie, Do you know what the relationship is between Muhammad and Teacher Lin? Ellie, high school classmates. They were close in the past, but there's nothing left between them now. Kirsty hesitated. Are you sure it's all over? People were still talking about them being a couple not long ago. We've seen Muhammad taking Teacher Lin to various social events. It wasn't fake. If not for this, I doubt Amato would have set his sights on him. Ellie was momentarily speechless. Muhammad had indeed used Ewan, but if he admitted it, his parents would only think worse of Muhammad. Staying unclear with the Lin boy while mercilessly swallowing their company and dangling you, the fool, on a string. Only you think this kind of person is good, protecting him all the time. Don't you fear he might use the same tricks on you? Carson, growing angrier again, wished he could open his son's head to see what was inside. Ellie, how is he using the same old trick again? Yanni, you're not that dusty. How can he possibly swindle your company from me? Besides, wasn't it a solid investment for him to bring you into the Star Energy Technology project, making money? Carson choked. Your father could never be as greedy and stupid as that Dusty. Well then, Ellie spread his hands. If Muhammad can't get anything out of me, how can he be with me for ulterior motives? You're just overthinking it. Kirsty, but he might have only been playing around, right? You said he used to have a thing with Teacher Lin. He completely ignored past feelings and disregarded her life. What if he does the same to you in the future? Mom, Ellie sighed helplessly. Back then, Muhammad knew Amato would plant bombs. Was he supposed to let Amato bind bombs to me out of consideration for old times? Kirsty immediately responded, of course not. Ellie, you think Muhammad was heartless for choosing me. If he chose someone else, you'd hate him even more. It seems everything he does is wrong in your eyes. He risked his life after knowing about the bomb and saved me before Amato set it off. Isn't this enough? How many people would risk their lives to save someone? Even if he changes his mind in the future, at least he was genuinely concerned about me back then. Why can't I be devoted to him wholeheartedly? Kirsty seemed swayed, nudging Carson lightly. However, Carson remained expressionless, not buying it. Even if he's devoted, he's too dangerous, causing too much trouble. Who knows if there's another Amato lurking nearby? If I were kicked out by you now because of my involvement with Muhammad, should I sever ties with you as well? Is that fair? You ungrateful brat. I'm your father, always and forever. My protection for you won't change over time. Can he promise the same? Even if he swears on it, it means nothing. He could change his mind once and do it again. Once he changes his heart, you'll be the next Lin boy. That kid almost got blown to bits. What if I dump him first? Why should only he be allowed to change his mind? If you had that capability, you wouldn't run off every time he beckons you. Your loyalty to him is obvious to everyone. Ellie was shocked. Did his dad really believe he couldn't live without Muhammad? What had caused this impression? I didn't. You know best whether it's true or not, HMPF. If you say I can't live without him, why oppose us? What will happen if I can't live without him? Carson wanted to beat some sense into this stubborn son but was restrained by Kirsty's glance. Kirsty worriedly, son, are you sure you need Muhammad? Have you looked at other boys? There are many outstanding young men in your father's company with top-notch education and good looks. You don't like Uncle Lee's son, but why not give others a chance? Ellie, Mom, Yanni runs a legitimate company, not a brothel. Finally losing control, Carson threw a shoe, which Ellie quickly dodged. In short, if I say no, it's no. If you insist, break ties with him immediately. I won't agree to your relationship, choose between me or him. Ellie, Yanni, how can you force this choice? You can't offer him a huge check like in TV dramas, and he wouldn't accept it. Unless Yanni offered all of Ronghua capital to Muhammad. Given Muhammad's character, he would probably accept it gleefully but refuse to leave. He showed his ring finger to his parents. Uncle Lee also told you, didn't he? Muhammad and I registered our marriage there. This is my wedding ring. Last time you said we couldn't marry, but we did. The simple band blinded Carson with its lack of bling, so what if you married abroad? It's not legal here, and I won't acknowledge it. Ellie finally forgot about avoiding provocation, saying whatever came to mind. It may not be legal here, but the company under my name just went public there. We didn't have prenuptial agreements. If we divorced there, it might get complicated. Carson turned green, you idiot. Do you know how much that company is worth now? Are you seriously doing this? Ellie, Yi Corporation also has a branch over there, and Muhammad just finished negotiating to expand their company's investment business over there. So, I probably won't be at a disadvantage. Carson finally managed to catch his breath. No way. You still have to get divorced from him even if it means going to court. Ellie, they say better not to destroy a marriage. The second slipper from Carson flew over. Half an hour later, Ellie returned to his room and sent a message to Muhammad. You might want to go back first. Yanni is now sitting by the door with a feather duster and won't let me go out. Muhammad, get some rest early. Ellie put down his phone, still feeling a bit depressed. Kirsty came in, closed the door, and sat down to ask him, your dad isn't here now, tell me, are you really sure about Muhammad? Ellie, Mom, remember how Grandpa always said Yanni was troublemaking outside and had a rude personality? He didn't even have a proper job and refused to let you be with him. Didn't you still marry him? Do you regret it now? And I'm not a girl, I don't need him to take responsibility for me or protect me one-sidedly. I'm an adult, and I can take responsibility for myself. Kirsty, are you really not afraid he'll change his mind? Not worried he might harm you? Ellie thought for a moment, I think he's more worried that I might change my mind. Kirsty fell silent for a moment, I understand. Mom, you relax. If you can live well, so can I. I definitely won't let myself suffer. Ellie's tone was light-hearted. Kirsty knew her son well, this kid had been optimistic since childhood, both then and now, always looking forward without hesitation. It's actually parents who worry too much. Your father's temper is as you know, he's only doing it for your own good. Don't always argue with him and don't say those things to upset him. Ellie, alright, I won't say them. Can Muhammad come up to talk to him? Kirsty, next time, seeing you two infuriates him, especially after Muhammad didn't give him face last time. Let him cool off. Ellie huffed, that's because Yanni wasn't reasonable and attacked him. After Kirsty left, Ellie got up to get water. His father was still sitting at the entrance, holding the feather duster and resting his eyes. Not understanding his father's painstaking efforts, Ellie went back to bed and fell asleep until 2 a.m. when his alarm clock woke him up. He got up in the dark, and the steady snores of his father could be heard from the entrance. Ellie tiptoed past, noticing the feather duster still clutched in his arm but knowing he was sound asleep. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Muhammad's car parked outside as expected. Ellie opened the car door and sat inside. Muhammad looked at him. Let's go, Mohammed. Mohammed half lay in the seat and didn't move. After fastening the seatbelt, Ellie noticed Mohammed staring at him, undid the belt again, leaned over, and softly laughed. Why keep staring at me? Mohammed's gaze lingered on a red mark on his cheek. Your face. Ellie touched the spot. Not Yanni's hit, it's from sleeping. Mohammed gently caressed the area. Why not sleep properly at home? Because if I stayed home, wouldn't you have to sit here all night? Ellie casually replied. Of course, he understood Mohammed's concern, that he should obediently wait at home for his father to calm down, but he just wasn't that type of person. And besides, don't think I don't know you. Ellie grabbed his tie and wrapped it around his fingers. If I really listened to Yanni, wouldn't you break in to snatch me away? Mohammed faintly hummed, adjusted the seat upright, started the car. Shall I take you to see my mom? Ellie, now. Mohammed, want to go? Ellie laughed again. Mohammed, is this considered eloping? Running away together is not a good term, don't use it lightly. Mohammed reminded him. Ellie responded with an, oh, tossed out a, wake me up when we arrive, leaned into the seat, and quickly fell asleep. Mohammed drove for a while, stopped by the side, took a blanket from the back seat to cover him, and sent a message to Alfredo. I'm taking Ellie out for a couple of days to relax. Please inform Arjun. When we return, help us set up a meeting with them. I will explain everything about Ellie and me in person. In his sleep, Ellie turned over and murmured, Mohammed, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he was having a sweet dream. Mohammed watched him quietly for a moment, then restarted the car. Chapter 69, Promise. Ellie had slept for over 2 hours when he woke up. It was still dark, and they were still on the highway. Apart from the occasional large truck that rushed past, there was only them. He sat up straight and rubbed his stiff neck from sleeping, while Mohammed, with his eyes on the road ahead, reminded him, it's early, go back to sleep. Switch places, otherwise, you won't sleep all night. Mohammed turned his gaze, seeing Ellie's determined expression, and without further words, pulled over to the emergency lane. 5 minutes later, after checking the car navigation, Ellie started the car again, reminding Mohammed, we have more than 3 hours left. Sleep now, I'll wake you when we get there. Leaning back into his seat, Mohammed only said, drive slowly. As the car drove on, Ellie glanced several times at Mohammed beside him. Mohammed slept lightly and silently. Don't keep staring at me, focus on driving. Mohammed closed his eyes and warned him hoarsely. Ellie returned his gaze to the road ahead, driving absent-mindedly. He suddenly thought of how long he had been hanging out with Mohammed, who seemed to always stay up later and wake up earlier than him, never allowing him to see him asleep, just resting quietly by his side at most. Most of the time, this person was alert and sharp, but he seemed to have overlooked that Mohammed was a human being, not a machine or a god. He couldn't possibly be immune to fatigue. Their destination was a county-level city in a neighboring province. By the time they arrived, it was already broad daylight, around 8 o'clock. Without needing Ellie to call him, Mohammed opened his eyes immediately upon hearing the slight sound outside the car window after getting off the highway. Ellie turned back to look at him, suspecting that this guy hadn't slept a single minute. Switch back, you don't know the way. Mohammed took a sip of water and gestured at him. Mohammed. Their gazes met, and for a moment Ellie hesitated, leaving the words unspoken. After switching to the passenger seat, he reminded Mohammed, find somewhere to eat breakfast first, I'm hungry. This kid was always most honest when his stomach growled, putting eating above everything else. Mohammed seemed to smile slightly as he moved forward. He led Ellie to a roadside breakfast place that had been running for many years with very good business. When they parked and got out, many people coming to eat sized them up. Mohammed looked natural and led Ellie to an empty seat, casually ordering something from the server. Ellie turned his head around curiously, Godfather, did you really come to a place like this to eat? When I was young, my house was nearby. Every morning after buying groceries with my mom, we would come here for breakfast, Mohammed replied casually, helping him break apart the disposable chopsticks. Ellie was taken aback, then why did you go to Hawaii City later? At 6 or 7, my mother brought me to Hawaii City for better education, Mohammed explained. Within 2 years, he became an orphan and ended up in an orphanage there. If given the choice, he might have preferred staying here. But if he hadn't gone to Hawaii City, he wouldn't have met Ellie. Their breakfast arrived, and Mohammed ate silently. Ellie didn't seem to savor his food. Does your mom have any other relatives? After Driscoll left, my grandfather went to Hawaii City to seek justice but died in a car accident on the way back. My grandmother passed away due to illness a few years later. My mom was their only daughter, and the other relatives are quite distant, so there isn't much interaction. Mohammed spoke calmly, and Ellie couldn't quite gauge how much pain the past events had caused him. He wanted to comfort him but felt his words might not make much difference after all these years. Mohammed, are you telling me this to make me pity you? Mohammed looked up, and Ellie watched him cautiously, like the kitten he had kept as a child, innocent, questioning, and completely transparent. Yes, Mohammed didn't deny it. If Carson insisted on either me or him, he actually stood no chance with Ellie. His only leverage was Ellie's reluctance to lose him. Affection counted, and so did pity and sympathy. Of course, there were other ways. If he wanted something or someone, using the harshest means could get it done, but he didn't want to do that to Ellie. Ellie licked some oil off the corner of his mouth. Okay, you win. Muhammad raised an eyebrow, and Ellie slapped his shoulder. Godfather, be confident. Big Brother Chief promised he wouldn't abandon you, and he always keeps his promises. Though he appeared carefree, he wasn't stupid, and it seemed he understood Muhammad better now. He figured out why Muhammad brought him here and what he meant by those words. Muhammad brushed his hand away. You have oil. Ellie. Arrogant guy, his deep affection lasted barely 3 seconds, anything longer would mean death. Ellie laughed dryly and changed the subject. Your house was near here when you were a kid? Exactly where? Can you show me? Muhammad, there's nothing worth seeing. It was torn down long ago, now there's a mall built on that spot. Ellie, what about your kindergarten? You must have attended one around here, right? Do you have any pictures of you running around naked that you can show me? Muhammad, no. He refused without hesitation. Ellie humphed and lowered his head to eat voraciously, realizing he shouldn't have pitted this bastard at all, not even a bit. After breakfast, they headed straight to the cemetery outside the city. Before getting in the car, Ellie saw a flower shop across the street and suggested, we can't go empty-handed. I should buy a bouquet to give to my mother-in-law. The clerk picked out a bunch of white chrysanthemums for them after learning they were going to pay their respects. While paying, Ellie casually asked, if I wanted to buy flowers for my wife, which ones would be best? The young clerk smiled and said, it has to be roses. The champagne roses at the entrance are freshly arrived this morning, very fresh and blooming beautifully. Hearing, champagne roses, Ellie suddenly felt a little guilty and glanced at Muhammad subconsciously. Muhammad looked over at the flowers with disdain and threw out a sentence, I'll go start the car. Hurry up. Ellie hurriedly paid and the girl asked if he wanted the champagne roses. Ellie responded listlessly, no, my wife ran away, just the white chrysanthemums. Sitting in the car, he struck first, Muhammad, are you jealous? When I gave those flowers to Teacher Lin back then, you threw them away. You couldn't possibly have been interested in me back then, right? Muhammad didn't respond but tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel, thinking about it himself. Saying that he threw the flowers away because Yuan was allergic to them was just an excuse. At the time, he probably did feel somewhat annoyed after realizing he had feelings for Ellie. Yeah. He nodded casually. Ellie, who was already playing with his phone, was quite surprised upon hearing this, really. Muhammad glanced at him, not bad looking. Oh, so he fell for his looks. From now on, don't mention that Teacher Lin in front of me, and reduce contact with him. Muhammad reminded him. Ellie, how sour. Since returning from the US, his relationship with Yuan had indeed improved a bit, occasionally liking each other's posts on social media, but that was all. Who was this, your Teacher Lin? How could Muhammad say such things? Fine, the tables had turned. So Muhammad, do you want me to send you flowers? Vulgar. You heartless bastard. Half an hour later, they arrived. Cemeteries in smaller cities weren't large. Muhammad's mother and maternal grandparents were buried here. The tomb Muhammad had built for them wasn't luxurious, but the location was good, quiet on a hillside. Ellie placed the flowers and took a look at the woman in the photograph on the tombstone. She was very young and beautiful. Muhammad bore 7 parts resemblance to his mother, no wonder he looked better than the Yi brothers. Muhammad didn't say anything, squatting down to pull the weeds around the tombstone. Ellie stepped forward, clasped his hands together, bowed 3 times, Auntie, my name is Ellie, 7 years younger than Muhammad. Even though I'm a guy, I hope you won't oppose us. I really like him. Apart from you, Auntie, I probably love him the most in this world. So please reluctantly let me have him. I've promised to protect him from bullies, and I promise again before you now that as long as Ellie is around, if the sky falls, I'll jump up and help Muhammad hold it up first. I'll never let him suffer or be wronged again. Muhammad turned and looked at him. Ellie was grinning while saying these words, yet his eyes were filled with sincerity. He was genuinely making a promise to Muhammad's mother. Muhammad never believed in empty promises made to others. Everything Driscoll once said to his mother came to nothing. Therefore, on their wedding day, when Ellie asked him if he could say something else, all he could manage were the 2 words, love you. He only spoke what he was certain he could achieve at that moment. But today, when Ellie stood before his mother's tombstone and said these words in a joking manner, he believed him. Because it was Ellie who said it, he believed it. Walking down the hill, Ellie remarked, my mother-in-law is so gentle and beautiful, she definitely won't oppose our relationship. After I finished speaking, a breeze brought a petal into my hand, it must be a sign of her approval. Muhammad, mother-in-law. Wasn't it mother-in-law just now? Ellie, shoo, mother-in-law can hear here. I'm just giving you face. They were already walking towards the car door when Muhammad suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. The scorching sunlight fell into Ellie's laughing eyes, casting strange hues on his irises. Muhammad stared straight into his eyes, reaching out to pull him closer, and leaned in to kiss him. Muhammad's kiss was unusually unhurried and non-aggressive, his tongue delicately tracing every part of Ellie's lips and teeth, even gentle and affectionate. Ellie gazed at him intently, feeling the hot breath right in front of him, while Muhammad's expression showed nothing but reverence and concentration. This guy really knows how to make my heart race, Ellie thought secretly, then suddenly felt a sharp pain on his lower lip, bitten not too lightly by Muhammad. Pay attention. Muhammad reminded him. Ellie, who wants to kiss you like this? Muttering these words through the kiss, he opened the car door, pushed Muhammad into the back seat, climbed in himself, straddled him, grabbed his collar, and kissed him fiercely. Their lips and tongues intertwined and clashed, this pace of kissing suited them much better. Muhammad raised a hand and firmly pressed Ellie's head towards him. Since the breakfast shop, when Ellie had asked if he needed pity, Muhammad had already wanted to kiss him. But this kind of kiss wasn't enough. His overwhelming passion surged within him, making Muhammad realize for the first time that his heart could beat so vividly alive. Only when both were slightly out of breath did they separate, with Ellie peppering kisses on Muhammad's forehead, smacking his lips. Too bad it's broad daylight and people could come here at any moment, or we could have played an outdoor game. Muhammad closed his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. Let's go, visit somewhere else. Ellie stared into his eyes. Muhammad generally didn't wear glasses in front of him, allowing a clear view of the fatigue in his eyes. He used to hide it before, but now Muhammad could show some true emotions in front of him, like now, where his eyes were deeply dark, and there were red bloodshot lines at the corners, possibly from tiredness. Ellie still sat on him without moving. Muhammad, weren't you actually wide awake all the way? Muhammad's expression was somewhat distant, and he nodded slightly. Ellie, can't sleep. I've never asked you, do you suffer from insomnia? Muhammad, it's fine. Don't believe it, Ellie pinched his face, tell the truth. Muhammad caught his mischievous hand. Sometimes, I'm just used to light sleep. Not having deep sleep for a long time can lead to aging quickly. You shouldn't, or I'll get picky later. Ellie got off him, sat to one side, patted his own leg indicating Muhammad to lie down. We don't need to rush anywhere anyway, take a nap first, come over. Muhammad frowned, and Ellie urged him, hurry up. Under his gaze, Muhammad finally lay down, resting his head on Ellie's legs. He seemed unaccustomed to this position, his body stiff. Ellie looked down at him, still smiling. Let big brother Chi give you some love warmth. Muhammad's face remained expressionless, yet his furrowed brows gradually relaxed, speaking as if helplessly, shut up. Ellie wouldn't. Smoking and coffee can't prolong life, though cursing you isn't nice, but I said it, if you become a short-lived ghost, I won't be your widow. Muhammad still said, shut up. After laughing, Ellie spoke seriously. My dad says I can't live without you, but I think that might be an exaggeration. But without you, life seems quite meaningless. Getting drunk and living extravagantly every day like before is actually boring. Following you, I can at least do something meaningful, so Muhammad, please take care of yourself. Muhammad softly responded, with an arm across his eyes, hiding his emotions from Ellie. Ellie patted his shoulder, sleep. He took out his phone, silenced it, and quietly started playing a game. A while later, when he looked down again, Muhammad's breathing had steadied, truly asleep this time. Chapter 70, Can't Get Away. Muhammad slept for over 2 hours. Upon waking, the first thing he saw was Ellie's face, who was sleeping with his head leaning against the car window. He stared at him for a long time until Chi's eyelashes fluttered and he slowly opened his eyes, groggy. You're awake. Before he could finish, Chi's face crumpled in pain as he bent over, rubbing his leg and wailing, it's numb, my leg feels like it's about to break. Yi sat up and pulled one of Chi's legs onto his lap. As Chi winced and kicked out in discomfort, Yi began massaging his leg. Chi sucked in a breath sharply. Having stayed in one position for too long and being pressed by Ye's head, it took nearly 5 minutes before feeling returned to his legs. Yi continued kneading, listening to Chi's intermittent groans, and purposefully increased the pressure on his hands. Chi felt like he had finally come back to life and gave Yi another kick. Alright, stop now. Yi glanced at him, sliding his fingers down Chi's calf to pinch his ankle lightly before letting go. Where are we going now? Asked Chi. To show you somewhere else, replied Yi. The car set off in the opposite direction and after 2 hours arrived at a well-known seaside city. Driving along the coastal road, they stopped past lunchtime and found a casual open-air roadside restaurant to eat. Leaning back into the chair, Chi relaxed and closed his eyes contentedly. There are quite a lot of people here. Ahead, the beach was teeming with playful crowds. Dressed formally in a suit, he seemed clearly out of place. Without concern, he removed his jacket and rolled up his shirt sleeves, picking up the menu. Have you never been here before? No, Chi looked up at the bright sky, sunlight blinding his eyes slightly, it feels somewhat surreal. He lowered his head again, twisting the wedding ring on his left ring finger that shone brightly in the sunlight, and smiled. Are we on our honeymoon? He kept flipping through the menu. Yeah. Examining him, he seemed more casual lately, and just watching him made Chi want to climb onto him and hug him tightly. He seemed to be getting increasingly infatuated. Suddenly, Yi raised his eyes. What are you looking at? Chi didn't blush. You look handsome, I'm madly in love with you. Yi showed no reaction. Annoyed, Chi didn't bother explaining. All these flirty, slick remarks were sincere from his heart, whether Yi believed them was another matter. After placing their order, he mentioned casually, "I feel the same." Startled, Chi didn't understand immediately. "What? Madly in love with you?" When he said this, his tone remained flat, but there seemed to be amusement in his eyes, as if intentionally teasing Chi. Unable to tease successfully, Chi found himself teased instead. After lunch, Yi answered a call while Chi paid the bill first. Occupied with work for almost 20 minutes, Yi hung up and realized Chi was nowhere to be seen. Looking around, he frowned when he couldn't spot him. His calls went unanswered, and staff said they hadn't seen him. People crowded the beach, and Yi scanned again, growing increasingly worried as he hurriedly searched, even losing his composure without realizing it. Finally spotting Chi's figure ahead, Ye's gaze halted abruptly. Chi, engrossed in watching someone sculpt sand, suddenly felt a hand grab his wrist forcefully and pull him back. Looking up in surprise, Chi met Ye's stern, cold stare, puzzled. "What are you doing here?" Ye's breathing seemed unsteady. "Why didn't you tell me? I didn't think you would notice." "You were on the phone," Chi frowned. "Let go, it hurts." Holding his wrist too tightly, Yi released him as Chi squirmed. "What's your problem? Why are you reacting like this?" For a moment, Yi stood still. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" "I didn't hear it. My phone was on silent from earlier." Chi checked his phone, seeing 2 missed calls. "Oh, I forgot to switch it back." Muhammad stared into his eyes, and Ellie's face was full of innocence. "Let's go." Muhammad tossed out these 2 words and walked ahead. Ellie hurried to catch up. "Hey." As they proceeded where fewer people gathered, Ellie caught up with Muhammad and gave him a push. This bastard shook off his hand and ignored him completely. Ellie walked a few steps faster, surpassing him, then turned around walking backward, not letting Muhammad avoid him. He saw Ye's stiff face, angry. Muhammad stopped and looked at him expressionlessly. Ellie stepped forward, bringing his face close to his, really angry. "Worried I'd be kidnapped again?" Muhammad's gaze slowly roamed over his face before he sneered coldly, "Unless you're really a fool." Ellie replied, "Then if you worry about me, isn't that even dumber?" Muhammad ignored him again and continued walking. Ellie stood still, suddenly speaking, "Muhammad, actually the one who can't live without me is you, right?" Muhammad paused, turned around, and looked at him as if he were looking at a fool. Not getting the reaction he expected, Ellie felt slightly disappointed. "All right, forget it then." 10 minutes later, they sat down by a rock nearby, where it was quieter and less crowded. Just as Ellie wanted to say something, his phone rang. It was his grandfather calling. Alfredo asked where he was and when he would return. Ellie hesitated a moment, replying, "Tomorrow, I guess. If I don't go to work the day after tomorrow, my dad will get even angrier." Alfredo remarked, knowing he'd be angry, "You still ran away without telling anyone. It seems you're intentionally trying to upset him." Ellie defended, "I didn't." The old man didn't ask further but reminded him, "Come back by tomorrow afternoon and bring Muhammad to have dinner with me. Your parents will be there too." After hanging up, Ellie lay down in a daze for a while. Beside him, Muhammad leaned against the rock, hands in his pockets, staring intently at the horizon where the sea met the sky. Ellie followed his gaze but couldn't find anything extraordinary, his thoughts wandering. Always feeling this bastard wasn't quite right. "Muhammad, are you really unable to live without me?" For no reason, Ellie was still pondering this question, finding himself asking it and feeling foolish afterward. Muhammad kept his eyes on the horizon, his tone light, "No one on this earth can't live without someone else." Ellie nodded slightly, "Yeah, true." Muhammad turned his head, his gaze falling onto him and stopping. Indeed, no one on this earth can't live without someone else, yet Ellie had transformed him from a madman into a human being. Without Ellie, he would revert to madness once more. Under Muhammad's gaze, Ellie felt uncomfortable inside, staying silent for a while before turning around and resting his head on Ye's leg just like he had rested on his earlier in the car. Muhammad looked down at him. Ellie closed his eyes lightly and whispered, "Actually, I've never been here, nor have I been to many places. When I was young, my parents were busy with work and never had time to take me out. By the time I grew up and could travel alone, I couldn't find a suitable companion. Glover and those guys only thought about going to nightclubs, even coming here would end up being swimsuit parties, utterly boring." "Muhammad, do you ever feel lonely?" "Sometimes I do feel very lonely." This statement might not be believed by many. To most people, he seemed to be carefree, living off the wealth created by his parents for 10 lifetimes. Indeed, it was the reality, but being carefree didn't mean not being lonely. His parents loved him, but during his formative years when he needed the most care, they indeed lacked the energy to accompany him. Due to their rapid accumulation of wealth, many of the playmates around him always approached him with flattering or fawning attitudes, even Glover. He used to chase anyone who caught his eye, ultimately because of loneliness. But those people invariably ended up boring him to tears, lacking any meaning. His father said Muhammad could lure him away with a mere gesture, but it wasn't true. Muhammad's appearance taught him what true fascination meant, whether it was the initial antagonism and provocation or the subsequent tangled mess leading to complete infatuation. Only Muhammad was different from others. It was hard not to be moved by such a person. Feeling Muhammad's stare, Ellie turned his head away. Forget it, why am I telling you all this? Muhammad, how about being with me? Do you feel lonely? Ellie, if you said more sweet things to me, I'd be bursting with joy, how could I feel lonely? He hugged Muhammad's waist and buried his head in the bastard's chest. After a while, he mumbled, Muhammad, let's try not to leave each other. Muhammad lowered his head, fingers threading through his hair, all right. After sitting there for a while, they got up and walked back, then got into the car and aimlessly drove along the coastal road. When they reached the end of the road and turned back, Ellie sighed whimsically, turns out the end of this road isn't the edge of the world. Muhammad, why would you want to go to the edge of the world? Ellie, I just wanted to make eternal vows with you. His gaze was still on the window when he said this, not putting much heart into it, guessing that Muhammad wouldn't take it seriously. However, Muhammad caught his hand and gently stroked the palm of his hand. Ellie looked back. This man's eyes were fixed on the road ahead, one hand driving, the other holding him. That touch wasn't a figment of his imagination. Body language is also a form of communication, and he felt quite moved by it. Back and forth, soon it was dusk, the sunset spreading across the entire coastline, stretching infinitely into the distance. Ellie watched quietly for a long time before taking a picture with his phone. Last time they had watched the sunrise together on a mountain, today they watched the sunset at the seaside. No need for the edge of the world, no need for those ethereal eternal vows, this was enough. After nightfall, they stayed at the hotel closest to the sea. As soon as they entered, even before the lights came on, they embraced and kissed fervently. Saliva exchanged, tongues intertwined, eagerly thirsting for each other. Ellie was breathing heavily, fiery heat surging through his body. His hands roamed over Muhammad's back, barely able to contain his eagerness. Muhammad slightly pulled back, took off his suit jacket and tossed it onto the nearby sofa, undid his tie, then began unbuttoning his shirt one by one. Ellie leaned against the wall, watching his movements, his Adam's apple bobbing, nearly losing his balance. Muhammad was now completely bare-chested. His scorching body pressed back onto Ellie again, kissing him while pulling off his jacket, followed by the t-shirt underneath. Ellie raised his hands to hold his neck, kissing him back passionately. As Muhammad carried him backward onto the bed, Ellie struggled to rise but was met with kisses on his nape, the wet heat of his tongue sweeping over his hairline, draining him of strength and causing him to collapse back onto the bed. In the dark, even if he tried to turn his head, it was hard to see Muhammad's actions clearly. All he could feel were kisses traveling down his spine, sucking softly along the vertebrae, making him pant in short, broken gasps, unable to form complete words, only calling out, Muhammad, Muhammad. Muhammad's body covered him entirely, intertwining their fingers, and kissed him once more. The kisses grew more passionate, bringing both pleasure and pain to Ellie, who winced in agony, pleading, Muhammad, it hurts. Muhammad paused, breathing heavily, sweat covering his face. He was fighting to control himself. The intensity had been particularly high from the start, and Ellie seemed genuinely unable to bear it, his legs trembling, gripping Muhammad's calves, his body quivering. Muhammad's voice was hoarse, don't pout. The complaint in Ellie's voice nearly sounded like a sob, who's pouting with you, bastard? Be good. Those two words instantly silenced Ellie. Muhammad stroked his palm gently, kissed his forehead, then slid kisses over his eyelashes, nose tip, lips, soothing him. Ellie was indeed soothed, responding to Muhammad's kiss, whispering, call me too. Muhammad hesitated, then whispered his name, Ellie, Ellie. Love doesn't need to be proclaimed in words, it's all conveyed in those simple two-character names. Ellie heard and felt it, struggling to roll closer to Muhammad, continuing to kiss him. Chapter 71 Conditions. The next evening, they returned to Hawaii City and went straight to Chimping Garden. Carson and his wife were also there, accompanying Alfredo for tea and conversation. Seeing Ellie and Muhammad enter, Carson's face darkened, unwilling to acknowledge them. Muhammad presented local specialties from Lin Province that they had brought back to the elders. Alfredo happily accepted the gifts, but Carson didn't even bother to look at them, giving no face whatsoever. Kirsty, feeling helpless, took the initiative to put away the items and casually asked a few questions about where they had been, to avoid making the atmosphere too awkward. Ellie was nearly breaking out in a sweat, while Muhammad remained calm and composed, chatting with his mother and honorary grandfather without minding Carson's coldness. It wasn't until Alfredo put down his teacup and signaled, let's have dinner first, we'll talk about other things afterward. At the dinner table, it was mostly Muhammad who chatted amicably with Alfredo. Kirsty occasionally interjected a few words, while Carson kept a cold expression unless Alfredo directed a topic toward him. As for Ellie, he buried his head in his food throughout the meal, not wanting to get involved. From time to time, Muhammad would offer him dishes, behaving naturally, not out of pretense but because it was habitual for him. Carson found their closeness unbearable but couldn't find any fault to criticize, so he could only keep frowning. Kirsty tried to hide her amusement and even served him some dishes a few times, eat something yourself. Why are you staring at your son's bowl? Carson grunted, which made even Alfredo laugh. Ellie nearly buried his head in his bowl, speaking in a muffled voice, you eat yours, Muhammad. I have my own hands. Muhammad maintained his usual demeanor and reminded him, eat your meal. After dinner, everyone returned to the living room, and fresh tea was served before finally getting to the point. Alfredo spoke first, addressing Mohammed, regarding you and Teacher Lin, by principle, we shouldn't pry. However, both Ellie and Teacher Lin were kidnapped because of you earlier, and Ellie's parents are worried this might happen again. We're unsure if you and Teacher Lin still have any ties, so we'd like to hear from you. Why bring up Teacher Lin again? My relationship with Mohammed has nothing to do with him. Before Ellie could finish, Mohammed, sitting on the armrest beside him, lightly pressed his shoulder to interrupt. He calmly explained, Ewan and I were Yanis. We were close during our studies, but nothing more. After graduation, we lost contact. Last year, when he returned to China, we became closer for a period, but I was using him, leading others, including Arjun and you, to misunderstand. Alfredo, using him? Mohammed, I've already clarified everything with him. I compensated him financially for the kidnapping incident. We never had a relationship beyond friendship, and we won't in the future. Even relationships can be used. You don't seem to have good character, Carson concluded directly. Mohammed didn't deny it. He wasn't a good person and never cared if others thought him evil. Ellie, Yanni. Carson glared at him, your mind seems less capable than Teacher Lin's. I bet you'll eventually be used and sold. Kirsty gently pushed her husband, trying to make him say less. In fact, Carson had long been an expert in business and hadn't given such direct disdain to anyone in years, let alone commented on someone's character. Even though his company still had business interests with Mohammed, he found it hard to remain calm facing the man who lured away his son, not wanting to give him any face. Besides, Mohammed hadn't shown him any respect either, and his lower back still ached from earlier. Kirsty asked Mohammed proactively, forget about your affairs with others, but Ellie is our only son. Naturally, we have many concerns. You're both men, and Ellie is quite younger than you. We are indeed worried, if he becomes too invested and you aren't as serious or have ulterior motives, what will we do? Verbal promises probably wouldn't convince you. Mohammed picked up 2 file folders from beside him and placed them on the coffee table in front of them, which he had just retrieved from his car. Here are 2 documents. One contains a list of all my assets. Apart from the shares in Yi Corporation, which I need to maintain control over, everything else will be transferred to Ellie. Future dividends from Yi Corporation will also be directly deposited into Ellie's account. Upon hearing this, not only Carson and his wife, but even Alfredo were shocked. Are you sure? Ellie stared blankly, quickly reacting to stop him. What are you doing? You didn't tell me anything before. Why would I need your things? If you give everything to me, won't you become penniless? Aren't you afraid I might run off with the money? Carson's face was livid. What is this? Are you trying to throw money at us? Ronghua Capital may not yet match the Yi Corporation in scale, but it ranks among the top private enterprises in the country. Your father and I have struggled all our lives for Ellie, and everything we've built will eventually belong to him. We certainly don't covet what you give him. Of course, it wasn't just a trifle. After that good-for-nothing Amato passed away, almost all his personal assets ended up with Mohammed. Alfredo was the first to pick up the list and skim through it, even he felt the numbers were considerable. Mohammed's offer to give everything to Ellie certainly seemed sincere enough. Mohammed pushed the second document over as well. This is my will. The shares of Yi Corporation will also be left to Ellie in the future. Ellie immediately retorted, I don't want it. Are you crazy? What kind of will does someone set up at 30? Have you ever cursed yourself like this before? Kirsty hurriedly said, we really can't accept this. How can we take so much from you just like that? If you gave everything to Ellie, we wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night. Carson's expression darkened even more. Wasn't the script supposed to go the other way around? Instead of driving away the rake who lusted after his son with money, it now seemed reversed. Mohammed's move was completely unexpected. If we accept this, it would spread that Carson sold his son. Mohammed replied, compared to real guarantees, I didn't think Arjun would care about others' comments. I have no other intention. I simply want to give these to Ellie. Whether you want it or not, Ellie snapped, I don't want your stuff. If you end up penniless, won't you still depend on me for living? You're causing trouble for me. Mohammed insisted, keep it. Ellie shouted, get lost. Alfredo, still flipping through the asset list, laughed and mediated, I see there are some things here that Ellie would definitely like all those fancy sports cars. Since Mohammed is willing to give them, why not accept them? Besides, it doesn't matter if you write a will, it won't affect anything anyway. If not you, it would benefit other members of the Yi family. Ellie instantly shut his mouth. Although they were originally his, he often changed cars frequently. Who knew how many more Mohammed would need to compensate him with? Mohammed nodded, all right. Ellie remained silent. Taking his silence as consent, Alfredo turned to Carson and his wife, what do you think? Carson said, you know, Ellie was kidnapped in America, and Amato had bombs. This time it was sheer luck. What if it happens again? I'm against him being with Mohammed because it's for his own good. Kirsty hesitated and didn't speak, sharing Carson's concerns. Alfredo thought for a moment and spoke to Mohammed, I've heard about the incident. Initially, I didn't believe you could protect Ellie, but now I do. You personally risked your life to save him, which I admire. However, Ellie's father's worries are understandable. People like Amato around you pose risks. If such incidents happen again, you might not come back unscathed. Mohammed, I'll resolve all the troubles and make sure it never happens again. Alfredo, can you ensure that? Mohammed, yes. Alfredo, good. As for how Mohammed would handle it, he didn't ask further. If Mohammed said he could do it, he must have the capability. No need to pry. He then turned to Ellie, have you made up your mind about him? Ellie, what else can I do? We're already married. Carson sulked silently. Alfredo asked again, since everyone is here, why don't you speak openly about what exactly bothers you about Mohammed? Carson frowned, he is too domineering, has offended too many people, and surrounded by dangers and problems. His character is questionable. Even if he claims to have no romantic history, he once had feelings for Ewan and used him without mercy. Frankly speaking, I don't admire such a personality. Ellie must be infatuated. I don't understand why he insists on Mohammed. Alfredo, let's address each point. If you mean his business tactics, we outsiders have no right to judge. Good or bad, it will be determined in time. If you feel he disrespects you, this kid indeed hasn't done well. He's not as polite to me either now. Mohammed, what do you say? Mohammed, sorry. It was not a particularly sincere apology, and it did not carry much remorse, but he did say it. Carson was somewhat choked. Alfredo sighed with a smile, if you expect him to be as respectful to you as other juniors, I think you'd better give up that idea soon. Did Ellie show any respect to you? He's still constantly irritating you every now and then. Even your own son can't do it, so why would you expect it from others? Just make sure he respects you on the surface in the future. Mohammed, did you hear that? There are many ways to stop someone from getting angry. Throwing an elder over your shoulder must never happen again. Mohammed answered straightforwardly this time, okay. Carson let out another harumph. Alfredo nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Carson, you also have your faults. No matter how anxious you were about Ellie lying to you or being bullied by others, it was wrong to hit him right away. At your age, how can such a temper resurface after being hidden for over 10 years? With an attitude like this, what credibility do you have left to teach Ellie not to stir up trouble? Kirsty chimed in, that's true, old man is right. Carson immediately lost his edge and looked rather embarrassed. Alfredo continued, you said he has offended too many people and has too many dangers around him. On this point, I agree with you. But he has already said he will solve these problems. We might as well see how it goes. Carson, just because he says he can solve it doesn't mean he can. Alfredo, if you don't believe him, whatever he says is useless. You should give him a chance. Think about it. When Ellie was kidnapped because of you, did he ever complain about you? If he refused to give you a chance and insisted on cutting ties with you, how would you feel? Carson, I'm his father, it's not the same. Alfredo, how is it not the same? Aren't you just worried that Mohammed might not be sincere with Ellie or might use him if he changes his mind? Isn't that implying you've always seen Ellie as the weaker one in their relationship? If Ellie were as capable as you, would you still worry so much about him and Mohammed together? Can Mohammed deceive you? Carson frowned, if Ellie were like me, he wouldn't have ever looked at Mohammed in the first place. Mohammed is good in every way. Why shouldn't I like him? Ellie interjected, feeling uneasy. I know you're worried and care about me, but there's no need to interrogate Mohammed like he's a criminal. If your own child's mother were here, would you approve of her doing the same to me? Are you only taking advantage of the fact that he has no one to protect him? Carson, you little brat, siding with him. Ellie, but I'm not wrong. Mohammed gently pressed his shoulder, signaling him to shut up. Although Ellie was clearly not convinced, he obediently remained silent. Carson nearly burst into anger. His son didn't listen to him but obeyed Mohammed without resistance. What kind of logic was that? Alfredo patted Carson's arm to calm him down, I don't think Ellie is acting rashly, he's quite clear-headed. Years ago, he told me he liked men but didn't dare tell you too. Think about why. Ask yourselves honestly if you have been so busy with your careers that you've neglected him. It's just that he's easygoing and doesn't hold grudges, always laughing. If it were another child, more sensitive and meticulous, who knows what form of rebellion they might take. Look at him. Though he seems to be hanging around outside all day, he hardly has any close friends. Whenever something bothers him, he can only talk to me, an old man. After he was kidnapped during middle school, you arranged a bunch of bodyguards to follow him everywhere, which made all his classmates distance themselves from him. He even didn't want to go to school anymore. If I hadn't spoken to you two later, you wouldn't have realized the severity of the problem. This time, when he ditched his bodyguards abroad and got kidnapped, isn't that partly your fault too? He's so sheltered. When he met someone like Mohammed who spoils and protects him, saying a few sweet words, he naturally ran off with him. Carson wanted to argue but found no words to counter. Kirsty also looked despondent, looking at Ellie, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Ellie thought how unjust it was. Mohammed would never say sweet things to him. After Carson calmed down a bit, Alfredo continued, how about I make a suggestion? You've always been worried that Ellie is not studying and will have no future. Let him study more. I have an old friend whose company has a deep cooperation with a business school in the UK. I can ask him to say hello, and Ellie can directly go there for an MBA. Last time I heard it only takes about 18 months to get a degree. Ellie can learn something while staying there for a cooling-off period. If after coming back he still wants to be with Muhammad, I think you should not oppose them anymore. Otherwise, it might lead to estrangement between father and son. Why would you want that? As for Muhammad, during this period you solve all the troubles at home, your company, or outside. I don't care what means you use, just don't involve Ellie in anything later. Ellie, people can't rely on others forever. When you can handle things independently, your parents won't manage everything and worry about you being cheated. Then you will have the confidence to protect Muhammad. Alfredo finished his speech. Ellie was stunned, he didn't expect his great-grandfather to suggest such a plan. Kirsty spoke first, I think it's fine. Carson had completely calmed down, perhaps reminded by Alfredo's phrase, estrangement between father and son. If Ellie insisted on being with Muhammad, he would eventually have to accept it. Looking between Ellie and Muhammad, Carson finally said, we'll follow Grandpa's idea, but I have one condition. During these 1.5 years, Ellie must focus on his studies, and you two cannot meet. Private communication is none of my business and I can't monitor that, but if I find out you've met, this agreement doesn't count. Ellie instinctively wanted to say no, but Muhammad agreed first, okay. Ellie looked up in surprise. Muhammad met his gaze, his eyes flickered, they silently stared at each other for a moment, then he lowered his head. Alfredo asked, Ellie, what do you think? You've all decided. Why are you asking me? Ellie's voice was muffled. It seemed like a good solution, yet he felt oppressed inside. Ellie. Muhammad called his name. Ellie kept his head down without a word. Muhammad's hand slid down and gripped his wrist. Saying, I need to talk to him alone, Muhammad pulled him up, let's go somewhere else to talk. Ellie was dazed, dragged out by Muhammad to the small building where they spent the night last time. Once inside and closing the door, Ellie forcefully pulled his hand away and pushed Muhammad, stepping back and leaning against the wall behind him, still not raising his head. Muhammad approached, his hand reached over and covered Ellie's nape, forcing him to lift his head. Ellie glared, his eyes red. Chapter 72 Baby. Muhammad retracted his hand, a slight frown between his brows as he stared straight into Ellie's reddened eyes. Ellie glared at him, breathing unevenly. Muhammad spoke first, if you really don't want to, then ignore your parents' thoughts and insist on being with me. Even if they cut ties with you, let them do as they please. Ellie was stunned. No. Muhammad, no. Ellie wasn't like him, he could disregard anyone's opinions. Ellie couldn't, so they had to compromise. Ellie knew very well that the suggestion proposed by Alfredo was indeed the best solution. If not for his grandfather's words today, no matter how humbly Muhammad expressed sincerity, his father wouldn't be satisfied, and things would end in a stalemate. But he felt extremely frustrated, helpless yet bitter, even angry that Muhammad could remain so calm at this moment. He knew it wasn't Muhammad's fault, but lashing out irrationally still seemed justified. My father forbids us from meeting privately, and you have no reaction at all. Muhammad, what your father said is just his opinion. If you don't want to listen to him, his words are invalid to me. Upon hearing this, Ellie became even angrier. You're throwing all the difficulties back at me, aren't you? Or we can meet secretly, ensuring your father's people won't find out. Muhammad tried to reassure him. Who wants to meet secretly? We're not sneaking around. Fuming, Ellie pounced forward, landing punches on Muhammad's body, wishing they could have another fight. Of course, he wasn't blinded by anger. This time, he didn't punch Muhammad's face or any vital spots, only soft areas, using light force, like cat claws scratching. Muhammad let him beat, waiting until he had vented enough before suddenly grabbing one of his hands and pulling him closer. Ellie unexpectedly tumbled forward into Muhammad's arms, falling onto the sofa behind him. Ellie grabbed the collar of this bastard's shirt, his chest heaving as he finally managed to ask after a while, why don't you hit back? Do you enjoy being beaten? Muhammad's hand rested on his lower back, when you're unhappy, I'll let you beat me until you feel better. Ellie was speechless, ultimately sighing, dejectedly saying, I just can't feel happy. Muhammad, are you really this unhappy? Are you happy? Ellie snapped, why should our relationship be decided by others? Ellie, Muhammad reminded him, I said before, as long as you don't care, I don't care either. Ellie drooped his head, he couldn't afford not to care. He wasn't like this bastard Muhammad. His parents and grandfather treated him well, so he genuinely couldn't disregard their feelings. I don't want to study anymore at all. Muhammad, there's nothing wrong with learning more. Don't talk to me like my grandfather, Ellie pouted, making me study, it's because you all think I'm uneducated. Muhammad, not to that extent. But there's some disdain. His fists tightened again. Muhammad leaned against the sofa, looking up at him. Ellie's eyes were still red, but after his fit of venting, he looked less listless now. Clenching his fists aggressively, he resembled himself more closely. Pity the kitten hasn't been weaned yet and needs family protection. Mohammed couldn't bear to force him to give up everything. So attached to me? Mohammed asked suddenly. Ellie, go to hell. They had agreed that neither would depend on the other. He refused to be the first to yield. Mohammed, then decide for yourself whether to agree to your grandfather's and father's conditions. If you don't want to, I'll take you back and tell them. Ellie, you've already agreed. What else can you say? My thoughts can't represent yours. Mohammed reminded him again. Ellie lowered his head, zoning out for a moment before sheepishly saying, so what can we do? There's no other way. Fine, I'll go to school if I must. We won't meet if we mustn't. I can also look for other guys who suit me better. If someone is nicer and more understanding than you, I'll dump you. Ouch. Mohammed pinched his waist hard, making Ellie glare at him, scolding inwardly, sooner or later he'd kick him away. He climbed off Mohammed and kicked him, let's go, let's go. Mohammed reached out and yanked him back forcefully. Caught off guard, Ellie fell back onto Mohammed. Mohammed lifted his hand, cupped the back of his head, and pressed him down forcefully for a kiss. Ellie frowned and parted his lips. Mohammed's tongue plunged in, wildly stirring inside his mouth. His tongue was soon bitten, causing discomfort and pain, prompting him to try breaking free. But when he heard Mohammed's heavy breathing and saw the storm brewing in his eyes, Ellie paused mid-push. Only then did he belatedly realize that the frustration and gloom weren't exclusive to him. For Mohammed, with his character, it might be even more difficult to endure and compromise for him, accepting the harsh conditions others proposed. Ellie stopped struggling, slowly wrapping his arms around Mohammed's shoulders. While responding to his kiss, he gently patted his back, comforting him as well. Perhaps sensing Ellie's emotions, Mohammed's kisses gradually became less anxious. Finally, he lightly sucked on the tip of his tongue before breathing heavily and pulling away. Ellie smacked his lips and complained awkwardly, "You bit my tongue, bastard. It hurts like hell." "Mohammed, you can bite back." Ellie reached out to pinch his face. With this, there was nothing else to say. Ellie wasn't really against studying. His grandpa's words about being independent to truly protect Mohammed made sense. He just felt uncomfortable at the thought of being apart from Mohammed for so long. But this was the only way. Afterward, they returned to the elder's side. Ellie sat into the sofa and spoke up first, "I have no objection to Grandpa's suggestion. Since you promised not to oppose us once I finish my studies, Yanni, you can't renege on that. Grandpa, you have to be a witness." Alfredo nodded smilingly, "Okay." Carson's face twitched, "What do you think of your old man? Am I someone who goes back on his word?" "Who knows," Ellie muttered quietly and then said, "and during this period, I won't go home, I'll stay at Mohammed's place as usual. You can't object." This time, Kirsty agreed before Carson could speak, "Okay." Before getting into the car, Kirsty called them over and had a private conversation with Mohammed. Ellie stood waiting by Mohammed's car, noticing his father, who got in earlier, peeking curiously from inside, watching his mother and Mohammed like a thief. Carson seemed to feel it and turned his gaze towards Ellie, immediately straightening up. Ellie found it amusing. Mohammed came back and said, "Let's go." "Ellie, what did my mom say to you?" "Mohammed, nothing much, we'll talk about it when we get home." It rained on the way back. Ellie leaned back in his seat, looking out at the misty city through the rain-covered window. He couldn't help but remember that rainy night charity gala, the look Mohammed gave him before leaving, the memory was still vivid as if it were predestined. "Mohammed," Ellie's eyes still fixed on the window, "are you really going to give me everything?" "Mohammed, keep it." After a moment, Ellie turned back to look at him with a puzzled gaze, "Are you crazy? That's all your possessions." The windshield wipers swept back and forth, splashing rain making everything blurry in Mohammed's eyes. "It's nice to have someone I can give things to." Ellie was speechless for an instant. Mohammed didn't say anything more, focusing on driving. He was indeed willing to give everything to Ellie. Without Ellie, he would be truly alone, owning wealth no matter how vast was merely a number. Having someone he was willing to give everything to held meaning in itself. Ellie asked him if he was lonely before, and indeed he was very lonely until he met Ellie. After experiencing what it was like not to be lonely, he never wanted to return to the past. "Ellie, alright, I'll keep them. Anyway, mine is yours too. Mohammed, mm." Upon entering home, Ellie noticed an envelope placed on the side cabinet. He picked it up absent-mindedly at first, but upon seeing the sender clearly, he immediately tore it open with great excitement. It turned out to be their mailed marriage certificate. After browsing through it 3 times, the gloomy Ellie finally smiled broadly. Mohammed took it and looked briefly, reminding him, "Keep it safe." "Ellie, do you think I need you to remind me?" They had expected it would take a few more days to arrive. Getting this certificate tonight was quite pleasant. Finally, something good happened. "Ellie, I'll find someone to frame it." "Mohammed, as you wish." Slumping into the sofa, Ellie felt relieved. Mohammed stood with his back to him, casually taking off his suit jacket, unbuttoning his tie, undoing his shirt buttons, removing his watch and cufflinks, performing each action deliberately, almost foreboding. Ellie laid there with his legs propped up on the coffee table, hands crossed loosely in front, tapping one hand on the other while staring at Muhammad's movements, unconsciously licking his lips. Not remembering whether it was the second or third time, he followed Muhammad back here, feeling like a beast stripping off its disguise as he watched him remove each item. Today was no different. Closing his eyes, Ellie felt himself burning up, though he hadn't had any alcohol that night. Just as Muhammad's breath neared, right before their lips touched, Ellie opened his eyes, meeting Muhammad's gaze. Muhammad paused, and so did he. After a moment of silent eye contact, Muhammad lifted his hand, his fingers hooking the third button of his unbuttoned shirt. Can you endure for 1.5 years? Ellie's eyes were playful, as Muhammad's lips covered his mouth. The kiss escalated quickly from the start, with Ellie moving from being pressed by Muhammad to assertively sitting on him. Ellie felt like holding on to this control today, pulling at Muhammad's hair and stirring into his mouth, kissing recklessly but passionately. Muhammad's lips were bitten until they bled slightly, then he pulled back a bit before suddenly saying, "Your mom said you've been spoiled since childhood, have a bad temper, and that I should be more tolerant." Ellie, that's all my mom told you? Muhammad, yeah, she said even though you enjoy getting into fights and trouble outside, you're actually very delicate, and she worries about me bullying you. Bullying was spoken softly, as if it carried hidden meaning. Ellie inwardly grumbled why his mom would tell Muhammad such things, giving Muhammad another chance to tease him. You haven't bullied me enough. Any shame? Muhammad chuckled lowly, your mom is quite right, you are pretty delicate. Ellie nearly rolled his eyes, what if I'm delicate? My parents pamper me, can't I be delicate? Who wasn't a baby once? Muhammad, baby. Ellie, yes, baby, what do you think? Muhammad, baby. He savored the word, making his voice especially pleasing. Before Ellie could say anything more, Muhammad whispered it again in his ear, baby. Ellie. Muhammad lowered his voice, concealing the laughter within, murmuring repeatedly, baby. Ellie. Goosebumps rose all over his body as he finally realized Muhammad was teasing him. Stop it, you bastard. Muhammad's kisses covered him again. After the passionate kiss, Ellie breathed heavily between kisses and whispered, Muhammad, I seem to really be unable to live without you. Did you put a spell on me? The determination not to give in first had long vanished. Saying it made him feel somewhat relieved. There was nothing wrong with admitting it, it wasn't like he couldn't live without Muhammad, but the dependency was real. Muhammad paused breathing, then kissed even more intensely, almost recklessly. Still not enough, not only for Muhammad but also for Ellie, who wanted a deeper possession, tighter entanglement, needing this person, all of him. Heat surged through their bodies, screaming for release. As sweat poured down, Ellie tilted his head back amidst the frenzied rhythm, breathing heavily, seeing his own disoriented reflection in the glass door of the liquor cabinet, lost in desire, following the man holding him, sinking deeper. Muhammad, trying to stop before losing himself completely, Ellie called out, can you say something to me? Muhammad looked up at him, his gaze deep and turbulent. Ellie panted lightly, waiting a moment, feeling faint disappointment, can't you? Also, you never say nice things to me. Muhammad's hand slid from his sweaty cheek to the back of his neck, touching gently, finally speaking hoarsely, Ellie, I once said no one will wait indefinitely for another. Ellie stared at him dazedly. Muhammad continued, if it's you, I will wait. Just don't make me wait too long. Ellie's expression softened almost tearfully at that moment, but Muhammad laughed, pressing him closer, clasping his hand, leading them both into shared oblivion. Chapter 73 Love You. For the following half a month, Ellie continued to stay with Muhammad as usual, thinking that it would take more time before they parted ways. However, it came sooner than expected, just half a month later. The start of this term was at the end of May, and with the help of Alfredo's people, all formalities were completed within 2 weeks for him, allowing him to make it just in time. The night before his flight, Ellie returned home to pack some luggage. Actually, there wasn't much to pack, he had a butler arranged by his father to take care of his daily life there, so he just needed to focus on studying. His phone kept receiving new messages from his rowdy friends, inviting him out for a farewell party. Ellie wasn't interested. He already had the going-away dinner a few days ago. Drinking or not wouldn't make much difference. Those people like Quentin couldn't say anything meaningful, only reminding him to remain loyal when becoming successful. Supporting his head, Ellie thought that though he was wealthy now, soon he would enter the bitter sea to be an ascetic monk, facing a dim future. When a message from Muhammad arrived, Ellie had just returned from taking a shower. Stay home tonight and get some rest. Ellie replied casually, even if I go out to play, you can't control me, can you? Muhammad flew to Jing City for business that morning, participating in an important commercial event hosted by the government, not returning until the day after tomorrow. Originally, he planned to send someone else, but Ellie drove that person away when he found out. It might be better without Muhammad around, thought Ellie. He didn't want Muhammad seeing him off, fearing that he might not hold back his tears, which would be embarrassing. It was just for 1 or 2 years, not a final goodbye, so he didn't want to make it look like one. Go to the balcony and take a look. Seeing this, Ellie was puzzled and stepped out onto the balcony. Look at what? His room faced Huai River directly. It was 8 in the evening, the perfect time for lights along both shores to shine brilliantly. Look up. A new message came. Ellie looked up unconsciously. At exactly 8 o'clock, the LED lights outside the tallest skyscraper across the river suddenly displayed a caption. I love you. Ellie froze. The background lights kept changing colors, while those two words remained dazzling above. From inside the living room, he heard his mother sigh, this is probably another young couple burning money to confess their love, not even bothering to write names. Ellie chuckled, responding, Yanni, you're really old-fashioned. Is this too tacky? Mohammed, be happy. Okay, Ellie thought, did this jerk have mind-reading skills? How could he guess that he wasn't in a good mood? He dialed directly. The call connected after one ring. Mohammed, how long will these words stay lit? Mohammed, until midnight. Ellie, oh. Where are you right now? Just attended a gala and am on my way back to the residence. Oh, see you next time then. It would be over a year before they met again. Mohammed reminded him, if you don't want me to see you off, try to cheer up. Ellie, don't come. Or he would cry himself dry, making the bastard laugh at him for life. Mohammed, alright, won't go. They kept chatting idly on the phone throughout the night until Ellie fell asleep, hearing Mohammed's voice faintly. Before the plane landed, having slept most of the way, Ellie peeked out of the window, where he saw the city scenery below the clouds appearing vaguely. Mohammed had lived in this country for several years, reducing Ellie's resistance a bit. Ellie's unremarkable overseas study life began on that day. Although he didn't work as hard as some legendary figures, he indeed studied diligently, hoping to return to see Mohammed as soon as possible with a degree. Living over 20 years, being a layabout most of the time, finally he decided to strive for something. Whenever he left the school library late at night or stayed up all night working on group assignments or writing papers, Ellie couldn't help but marvel at the power of love. His classmates came from all over the world, including second generations like him, successful entrepreneurs, and outstanding industry elites. Often he saw the shadow of Mohammed in them, but none of them was Mohammed. If he had to say, Mohammed was unique and irreplaceable. Whether it was him dominating the business world or losing control and ultimately tolerating and accepting him. Only him. In the second month after his arrival, a classmate confessed his love to Ellie. The man was an excellent banker in his early 30s, a multi-generation heir and self-made individual. The charming foreign man had captivating blue eyes that seemed filled with deep affection when he spoke earnestly. Yet, all Ellie could picture was another pair of profound dark eyes belonging to someone who always left an air of coldness outside but reserved warmth and tenderness just for him. The enthusiastic man invited him out on a date. Ellie lifted his left hand, showing the ring on his ring finger, smiling brightly, sorry, I'm already married, and my husband is wonderful. I love him very much. There was a fleeting surprise in the man's eyes, followed by an immense regret. Perhaps others wouldn't understand why at 24, barely starting his life, he had so easily settled on one person. Elders advised him to separate from Mohammed and think it over calmly. But Ellie felt that the more calm and collected he was, the more he realized Mohammed was the best, most suitable for him. They complemented each other perfectly. By the third month, Ellie gradually adapted to the intense academic schedule. Despite complaining to Mohammed about the hardships of studying, he performed exceptionally well in classes and consistently scored top marks on exams. Mohammed often gave him insightful advice during their chats, helping him broaden his horizons. Ellie's perseverance owed much to Mohammed's encouragement. Your hair has grown quite long. Remember to get a haircut if you have time. During a video call as they were about to end, Mohammed suddenly reminded him. Ellie glanced sideways into the mirror. His hair, which wasn't short to begin with, had naturally curly ends and was now almost shoulder length, long enough to tie up. No wonder last night, when I went to a bar with classmates, the doorman insisted on checking my ID, still not believing I was legal after seeing it, thinking I was underage and a girl. Being mistaken for a young girl besides being underage made Ellie sometimes question if these foreigners had faulty vision. Are you free to go to bars? Mohammed raised an eyebrow, focusing on the key point. Ellie, it was a legit bar, a class gathering. I barely drank, they laughed saying I was an underage girl and only gave me soft drinks. Mohammed, seems like you're getting along well with your classmates. Ellie smiled, what can I do? Got to make some friends, or I'll be bored to death here. You can't come keep me company. After saying this, there was a brief silence between them. Mohammed broke it first, hang in there, time passes quickly. Ellie thought time definitely did not pass quickly for him, it felt like years within days. Mohammed, listen to me. Ellie, even if I don't listen, you can't do anything about it. Mohammed, baby, listen to me. Ellie was momentarily speechless. Mohammed used those words to tease him every time now, speaking seriously yet making his scalp tingle and blood vessels dilate. Just shut up. This baby doesn't want to talk to you anymore. It took a while to squeeze out that sentence. With his finger on the call disconnect button, Ellie reminded him finally, remember to receive the package tomorrow. The package sent from the UK arrived at Mohammed's home on time the next day. It contained gifts for both the Chishi festival and Mohammed's birthday, a watch and a pair of underwear. The watch matched the one Ellie wore, as did the underwear. The fancy underwear edges had his name embroidered in black thread, accompanied by a note. Godfather, happy birthday, happy Chishi. Remember to wear it for me next time. Mohammed couldn't help but laugh, feeling utterly helpless. Though they couldn't meet face to face, they occasionally indulged in playful video sessions. Ellie always enjoyed exploring new experiences, and Mohammed happily obliged. After all, the beneficiary of Ellie's adventures was mostly him. During the Christmas holiday, Ellie traveled with a few classmates to a nearby city. On the way back after attending a social event, Mohammed received photos from him, familiar red brick walls and ginkgo trees. Ellie asked, "Did you take classes in this building before?" Mohammed loosened his tie, finding all noise and impurity removed from his world in that moment. "Why did you go there?" Ellie, "Just wanted to see it." Every place Mohammed had been to, he wanted to visit. After replying, Ellie had a classmate photograph him with the ginkgo tree and red wall behind him. The photo was beautiful, though decades apart in time. Ellie felt a bit whimsical. Sometimes he envied that teacher Lin, because he never had the chance to meet Mohammed when he was in his teens. But he also thanked teacher Lin for giving him the opportunity to meet the present-day Mohammed. He sent the recently taken photos to Mohammed and decided to have another photo session with Mohammed next time. Or perhaps, find photos of Mohammed from his teenage years and edit them into the current scene. In the picture, Ellie looked lively and bright-eyed. Mohammed stared at it for a moment and replied, "It turned out quite well." Ellie was pleased. He didn't even need to say it. Mohammed must know what he was thinking. Mohammed checked the calendar, then relaxed completely. After Christmas, Chinese New Year came quickly. Ellie did not have any break during the Spring Festival, but his parents flew to the UK to keep him company. At noon, Carson entered the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Ellie retreated into his room to call Mohammed, asking if he was alone for the holiday again this year. "On a plane." Mohammed's response surprised Ellie. "On a plane? Flying where?" "Abroad for business talks," Mohammed said casually. "Ellie, today. It's New Year's Eve." "Mohammed, so I'm going abroad for business." A vague idea stirred in Ellie's mind. He didn't ask which country Mohammed was heading to. "You rest first, give me a call after you land." For the entire afternoon, he was distracted, constantly checking his phone until nightfall. When Mohammed called, it was already 10 o'clock. "Ellie. Where are you?" Ellie asked immediately. Mohammed chuckled softly. "Happy New Year, go look out the window." Ellie hurriedly went to the window. The moment he looked up, fireworks erupted from a distant mountain, bursting spectacularly in the dark sky. The fireworks were dazzling, like meteors shining, like rivers cascading. Ellie was stunned for half a minute before the voice on the other end asked, "Is it beautiful?" "Ellie, did you arrange this?" Mohammed, "Yes, and I love you." Ellie took a deep breath. "Where are you?" "Don't ask," Mohammed reminded him. "If you don't want all our efforts to be in vain, don't ask." Ellie was momentarily speechless. If Mohammed told him, he might indeed rush out to see him without hesitation. The fireworks continued, their colors reflecting in Ellie's eyes as his emotions gradually calmed. "How long will this last this time?" Mohammed, "Until 1 o'clock in the morning. That's the latest allowed." Ellie laughed. "Are you really here for business or just for the fireworks show?" "Both." Mohammed, "I used to think you lacked romantic sense, seems like I was wrong." "Yeah. Keep it up." Even the most heartless person would become different once they truly fell in love. It all depended on whether there was someone who could make them fall. If Ellie had to evaluate, the tyrant's romance, though a bit cliché, worked wonders on him. "I feel like you've gotten better at soothing people lately." Thinking about it, it seemed since he started studying abroad, Mohammed finally became straightforward and stopped constantly challenging him. The daily companionship showed love, traveling miles just to set off fireworks for him showed love, and enduring separation to avoid wasting effort also showed love. Mohammed's "love you" was genuinely heartfelt. "Did you enjoy yourself today?" Mohammed asked. Upon hearing this, Ellie suddenly understood. Everything Mohammed did was so that his year and a half here would be filled with happiness. "Yeah, I suppose." He stared at the still blooming fireworks, a smile surfacing in his eyes. "I am pretty happy." Even without meeting, they stood under the same night sky, watching the same fireworks, and at that moment, he finally found peace. Chapter 74 Tyrant. When Ellie's WeChat message came in, Mohammed was attending the bell-ringing ceremony for XIN Technologies IPO at Y City Stock Exchange. "Did my father give you a good face today?" On stage, the founder of XIN was delivering his speech. Mohammed, lounging in his seat, replied casually, "Just barely." "Ellie, he made so much money from the projects you brought him, and it's just barely okay." After multiple rounds of financing, XIN Technology officially listed today, with a promising market outlook and expected returns. Although Carson was satisfied, he wasn't about to treat Mohammed as one of his own because of this. "Mohammed, after all, I took away his invaluable treasure." "Ellie. Don't learn those slick remarks, they're not suitable for you." Mohammed, In fact, Carson was sitting right next to him. Apart from exchanging pleasantries when they first sat down, there was an awkward silence, which was solely on Carson's part. Mohammed felt quite at ease, sending messages back and forth with Ellie without trying to hide it from Carson. Carson wouldn't stoop so low as to snoop on his phone intentionally, but unfortunately, his eyesight was too good. In a fleeting glance, he saw the chat background image on Mohammed's phone screen, the one taken after their first time, showing Ellie's half-naked back while putting on pants. Carson. His face turned green instantly as he imagined his naive son being lured into naked chats by this predator, conjuring up images rated for adults only. Unable to resist another look, he noticed that Mohammed had labeled his son in WeChat as baby, making him even more displeased. Whose baby? That's my baby with his mother. At the end of the ceremony, Mohammed called out to Carson and said, Arjun, I plan to attend Ellie's graduation next week. It wasn't a question but a notification that he had already decided. Carson scoffed, don't come early. Mohammed, okay. Out of sight, out of mind. He had no interest in staying here talking nonsense with this guy and left directly. In the car, Carson asked his assistant, somewhat vexed, did you see that subordinate who came with Mohammed? So young, what does he have to be brought along? Just a pretty face, do you think he's messing around behind my son's back? Assistant. That seems to be Yi Xiao's secretary's assistant. Yi Xiao hasn't even spoken a word to him. And speaking of looks, he was nowhere near as handsome as their young master. Not even close. Carson doubted it, I ran into him at a business dinner last time. He was chatting merrily with someone else, both men, good-looking young men. Assistant, helpless, that should be business talk. If Yi Xiao didn't chat with men but women. Women aren't allowed either, Carson glared, he has a family. Doesn't he know to watch himself? The assistant wisely kept quiet. Carson sighed, leaning back into his seat, feeling the melancholy that his carefully cultivated cabbage was eventually going to be ravaged by a pig. The assistant glanced back at him and hesitated before saying, I heard that the Yi Group recently reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Chow Hai Group. It will probably be announced soon. Carson frowned at the mention, Chow Hai. Isn't that primarily an industrial company? The Yi Group is collaborating with them. But that wasn't the main point. What mattered was that Chow Hai Group previously had a deep cooperation with Bosun. After Dusty was investigated by the SEC and the police and was sent to jail, Bosun collapsed, causing significant trouble for Chow Hai. They almost went bankrupt due to cash flow issues, and even sought help from the Yi Group, but Mohammed ignored them. Despite managing to survive, it's rumored that someone in the family lost their life over it, leading to a feud with Mohammed. So Carson always thought that Mohammed was nothing but trouble, offending far too many people and making enemies everywhere. But now the Yi Group was planning to cooperate with Chow Hai. The assistant explained, didn't Chow Hai undergo a major board reshuffle recently? It was the result of internal struggles. Yi Xiao probably had plans for more than just Bosun from the beginning, including Chow Hai. But the former leader of Chow Hai seemed rather proud and refused to lower his stance or make concessions when seeking help from the Yi Group. Yi Xiao then supported others within the company to seize power. In this internal struggle, Yi Xiao must have played a significant role, which is why the new leader immediately collaborated with the Yi Group upon taking office. Carson was at a loss. He had expected Mohammed to be more reserved, but instead, he became even more audacious. In the past, Mohammed would at least pretend in public, now he openly declared his stance, those who follow him thrive, and those who oppose him perish. Additionally, he used a strategy of transferring enmity, like with Chow Hai Group, turning the hatred against him into internal conflicts for them to fight among themselves. This was his way of solving problems. This wasn't the first time Mohammed had done something like this. Although Carson didn't show it on his face, he had been closely monitoring all kinds of news about his son-in-law. Whether fighting this person today or dealing with another tomorrow, Mohammed now terrified everyone in the Yi family and became a tyrant in Hua City, even surpassing his father's influence. Each time Carson heard about it, he couldn't help but look askance. Previously, he had worriedly complained to Jace. However, Jace laughed after listening and said, although being patient, yielding, and low-profile is the path to success for most people, if someone has the ability to go against this, being so high-profile that the majority are willing to flatter him and the rest fear him, then why not? Carson thought to himself that Jace never told him this before. He felt an unpleasant sensation, as if Mohammed had outdone him in front of Jace. After some thought, he sighed. He was too old to play the tyrant game. Finally, Carson weakly waved at his assistant, forget it, let him be. That kid indeed had the capability to achieve what he couldn't back then, and he saw it clearly. After work in the afternoon, Mohammed went to the hospital. His uncle had suffered a stroke a few days ago and was still lying there. The ward was crowded with noisy relatives from the Yi family, already arguing over the inheritance while the patient still breathed. When Mohammed entered, the room fell silent, each person looking at him cautiously. Mohammed was like a living Yama, the god of death, to the Yi family, no one dared defy him. He walked in without acknowledging anyone, first checking on his sick uncle. The man was awake but could only moan incoherently, unable to speak. No one cared much about what he expressed. Mohammed also had no interest in his half-dead uncle. He sat on the sofa, arrogantly raised his chin, and signaled to his cousin, the eldest son of his uncle, have you informed them about my proposal? What do they think? Everyone in the room exchanged glances, none of them speaking up first. His uncle was the chairman of the Yi Family Foundation, from which most of the Yi family members received their monthly allowance. The foundation was under his control because of this. However, besides being older and having a higher stance, he lacked actual capability. Under his management, the foundation's assets were almost insufficient to cover expenses. Now with his uncle bedridden, the foundation needed a new manager. Muhammad offered two choices: either dissolve the foundation and divide the remaining assets, or he would take over and manage it with others, making no guarantees about future payments. Naturally, the Yi family preferred keeping the foundation, but Muhammad wouldn't give them that chance. Actually, Muhammad didn't care much about the foundation itself. He had diluted the shares of these freeloaders in the company using various methods until they had almost nothing left. Letting them get a monthly stipend didn't affect him much. He simply despised the name Yi family. Once the foundation was gone, they would disperse, and the Yi family would cease to exist as a clan. Though offering two choices, he would only provide them with one viable option. "Did you know that Amato died from a fight in prison in the US?" someone bravely asked. Muhammad glanced coldly. "Is that so?" His indifferent tone and expression gave nothing away. No one could guess whether he knew, how much he knew, or if he was involved. The uncertainty only made everyone more frightened. The fate of Amato stood as a warning. This was what happened to those who defied Muhammad. Leaving the hospital, it started raining outside. The gray sky seemed endless. The persistent drizzle was annoying until Ellie's WeChat message came in: "I'm awake." Muhammad replied, "You stayed up late again last night. How many hours did you sleep?" "Ellie, it's none of your business." Initially planning to go to the company, Muhammad went straight home instead. As soon as he entered the door, he dialed a video call. Ellie answered lazily, his face pressing close to the lens, listlessly calling out, "Muhammad. Muhammad, you've already passed your thesis defense, why are you still looking so lifeless? Don't mention it. I thought I was finally free. Last night, the professor sent an email saying that there will be one last forum activity the day after tomorrow. We have to divide into groups and come up with our own themes, and they have to be novel and creative. I can't think of anything." Ellie was so gloomy that he almost wanted to roll his face on the keyboard, but Muhammad laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Ellie glared at him angrily. "Muhammad, nothing much. Didn't you say a few days ago that your internship, test scores, and thesis were all excellent, unmatched in the world? How could a mere theme for an event stump you? Can't I brag to you?" Ellie huffed, "I got an idea, let's just make the topic about the inheritance and spread of showing off phenomena in modern corporate culture." "Muhammad, up to you." "Ellie, you're just trying to see me suffer, aren't you?" "Muhammad, need help?" "No need." Ellie's face drew even closer to the screen. "I'll think of something myself." "It's the last time, Muhammad. What did my dad talk to you about today?" "Didn't say much. I mentioned attending your graduation ceremony next week, and he agreed," Muhammad replied. Ellie was somewhat skeptical. Would his father be this easy to talk to? But as long as Muhammad could come, it was fine. Counting the days, there were only 5 more days before they'd meet again, and the previous gloom immediately lifted. "Once you get here, we'll battle it out for 3 days and nights." Muhammad reminded him, "Your parents will also be there." "Ellie, I don't care about them. Having to hold back when he finally sees him would kill him." Muhammad nodded indifferently, "All right." Ellie found his lazy yet arrogant demeanor irresistible. He felt he couldn't wait these 5 days. "Muhammad." Muhammad raised an eyebrow. Don't just hum." Ellie's gaze wandered. "Go back to your room." "Muhammad, now." Ellie urged him, "Yes, go." The dim light of a rainy evening made the room darker. When Muhammad pulled the curtains shut, Ellie softly said, "It's raining here too." "Muhammad, I heard." Ellie watched as Muhammad started taking off his clothes, unbuttoning his shirt one button at a time, revealing his well-defined chest and abs. The words that came out of Ellie's mouth were almost incoherent. "I want to touch you." Muhammad unhurriedly undid his belt, his voice low and sensuous. "Where do you want to touch?" "Ellie, your body." Muhammad chuckled softly, "Close your eyes and feel it." Ellie reluctantly closed his eyes, trying to recall every moment of embracing Muhammad, the warmth and texture under his palms. Unfortunately, it had been too long, and no matter how many times he tried to remember, it never matched the real touch, leaving him frustrated. "Ellie," Muhammad's voice grew deeper, "what did you feel?" Ellie licked his lips. Even if the sensation was vague, Muhammad's voice alone was enough to ignite him, gradually bringing back the physical memories. "Your lower abdomen, it's very hard." Muhammad's throat moved, "And what else?" "Ellie, and, it's also hard." Those 2 words sounded like whispers, but Muhammad heard them clearly, his deep laughter growing more amused. Feeling teased by Muhammad's laughter, Ellie opened his eyes, the flicker of desire in his eyes both shy and captivating. Muhammad lit a cigarette, leaning back on the sofa naked, staring at him while exhaling smoke, the desire in his eyes undisguised, making him look especially devilish. The rippling muscles on his shoulder revealed what his other hand was doing. The sight made Ellie's breath catch, unable to look away. Muhammad spoke, "Baby, do it with me." Ellie's voice was also hoarse, leaning back in his chair, slowly undoing the button of his jeans. Chapter 75, Never Part Again. 2 days before the trip to the UK, Mohammed proactively contacted Carson, inviting the couple to fly with him on his private jet. Carson was reluctant, but Kirsty accepted the offer immediately. When Carson frowned, she said, "Would you rather have your son make 2 trips to the airport to pick up people?" Carson replied, "Can't he just go once?" Kirsty asked, "Do you think he'd rather pick us up or Mohammed?" Carson was at a loss for words, unsure if his son would really want to pick him up. He had no confidence in that matter. It's just a private plane, right? He could afford one too, he might as well buy one for Ellie so that others wouldn't misunderstand and think his son was being kept by Mohammed. He couldn't stand the embarrassment. With this awkward mindset, the couple eventually flew to the UK with Mohammed. They didn't chat warmly along the way, but with Kirsty present, the atmosphere was still bearable. As long as they talked about business rather than family matters, there were plenty of common topics between the father-in-law and son-in-law, well, almost. The plane landed at dusk local time. Ellie arrived half an hour early, playing with his phone intermittently and zoning out from time to time. Though they chatted online almost every day, after not seeing each other for a year and a half, Ellie felt a bit nervous. As he thought about what he should say first when he saw Mohammed, that bastard, the butler reminded him, "They are coming out." Ellie stood up subconsciously and lifted his eyes. For a moment, his mind went blank, thinking of nothing but the familiar yet missed figure before him. When he came back to his senses, Ellie was already running towards Mohammed. Mohammed let go of his suitcase and took a step forward, opening his arms. Ellie jumped into his embrace, wrapping his arms around Mohammed's neck. Mohammed staggered backward a few steps with the impact, barely steadying himself. "Mohammed." Just as Ellie elongated the name, Carson coughed loudly, causing Ellie's body to stiffen as if awakening from a dream. He realized his parents were standing nearby. Mohammed chuckled softly, and Ellie awkwardly disentangled himself, turning to greet his parents. Carson wore a constipated expression, while Kirsty smiled happily. "Let's go home first, we can talk later." It wasn't fair to blame Ellie for only having eyes for Mohammed, considering his parents had been flying over multiple times during the past year and a half. Especially his mother, who visited almost every month, while Ellie hadn't seen Mohammed for a solid 18 months. His gaze fell on Mohammed again. Their eyes met, and Mohammed smiled, lifting his eyebrows. Unable to resist, Ellie reached out, pulling Mohammed closer by tugging on his tie, then kissed him sideways. Carson's eyes nearly popped out, choking on his words as he tried to scold them. But since it was his own son taking the initiative, Kirsty quickly wrapped her arm around him and dragged him away. Ellie actually hadn't thought much, he simply couldn't help himself. After such a long wait, why shouldn't he kiss Mohammed? Mohammed placed a hand on his shoulder, letting him fumble inside his mouth. When the boy started to run out of breath, Mohammed's hand slid down to pull him closer, taking control of the kiss. A deep, passionate kiss that robbed both of their breaths. After 18 months apart, they were finally reunited. Because there were many people, they returned in 2 separate cars. Ellie pulled Mohammed into the car a little later. Once he watched his parents' car drive off, he breathed a sigh of relief, turning to look closely at Mohammed's face. "You don't seem to have changed much." Mohammed brushed his messy hair aside. "Neither have you." If there was any change, Ellie felt calmer now, not rushing to climb onto Mohammed immediately. But he seemed to forget who it was who jumped onto him right upon meeting. After dinner, Ellie eagerly pulled Mohammed into his room, locking the door behind them. Glancing at the wall clock, it was already 8 p.m. Alright, maybe he couldn't be calm after all. A 3-day, 3-night plan wouldn't work with the graduation ceremony tomorrow. Mohammed sat into the sofa, holding Ellie, who straddled him, his fingers teasing his Adam's apple. "Did you miss me, Mohammed?" Mohammed answered, "Mm." Ellie pushed, "What does mean?" Mohammed clarified, "Very much." Ellie laughed, the last sentence, "I missed you too," dissolving in their intertwined lips. Their reunion after a long separation was intensely passionate, bodies colliding, heat flaring up. Ellie sat on Mohammed, hands on his shoulders, struggling to stay steady. The intense stimulation made his whole body spasm uncontrollably, his head tilting back, his desire-filled eyes only seeing Mohammed. Held tightly by Mohammed's hands around his waist, he could only surrender to the overwhelming pleasure following Mohammed's rhythm. "Mohammed." Mohammed stopped his movements, holding his hand and gazing into his eyes, breathing heavily. "Ellie, who am I?" "Mohammed," Ellie managed to say. "Mohammed." Mohammed raised his hand, gently wiping the sweat off Ellie's forehead, speaking in a hoarse voice. "Ellie, I waited for you for 552 days. Ellie was stunned. 18 months, 552 days, he never expected Mohammed to have kept track so meticulously. The sensations within his body were intense, but nothing compared to the emotional surge he felt upon hearing Mohammed's words. His fingers clenched tighter on Mohammed's shoulder as he struggled to find words. Mohammed drew him closer, placing a soft kiss where his fingers had just touched his forehead. Hearing Mohammed continue, "Don't let this happen again," left Ellie both elated and pained, lost in Mohammed's piercing gaze. This bastard always knew exactly how to hit him right where it hurt most, especially at this moment, when he was still caught up in overwhelming desire. Though Muhammad's few words made his heart constrict, they also stirred deep emotions that made him tremble with joy and sorrow. Ellie nodded unconsciously, sinking into Muhammad's stare. I. Just one word escaped before he couldn't help but cry out from Muhammad's next action, Muhammad whispered near his ear, don't make noise. Your parents are right next door. If you don't want them to hear, try to hold back. Ellie immediately covered his mouth with his hand, his already red eyes brimming with mist, his trembling voice saying, you, bastard. Muhammad pulled his hand away, covering his lips with his own, tenderly tracing Ellie's lips with his tongue, swallowing every sound Ellie could not suppress. The second time, Muhammad lifted Ellie up, pressing him against the window glass from behind, nibbling along his shoulder to his neck while Ellie stifled his breaths, trying to endure. This place made him uncomfortable, but fortunately, the glass was one way, invisible from outside. Muhammad asked by his ear, was this where you stood to watch the fireworks last time? Ellie forced a weak his breaths heavier. The coolness of the glass pressed against him contrasted sharply with the heat of Muhammad's chest behind him, leaving him in a thrilling yet torturous state. Was it beautiful? Muhammad asked, licking away the sweat on his face. Ellie felt ticklish, but more so yearned from the heart, responding weakly, you asked me that before. Muhammad said, you didn't answer. Didn't he? Ellie's dazed mind couldn't recall what he had said then. He gulped and said, it was beautiful, but it wasn't fun watching alone without you. I was right there, Muhammad's voice murmured into his ear, my car was parked outside the courtyard. Outside the courtyard? Ellie instinctively looked out the window. This villa had been bought by his father before he came here to study. His room was on the second floor, with the courtyard below surrounded by shrubs. The villa sat on a slope, making it difficult to see anything from below if obscured by bushes. At that time, all his attention was on the fireworks ahead, never glancing elsewhere. Ellie bit his lip, feeling a pang of regret, you didn't tell me then. Even if I did, it wouldn't have mattered, Muhammad spoke in a husky voice. Their bodies were tightly pressed together, Muhammad's kisses roaming over his cheeks and neck, making Ellie gasp repeatedly, struggling to think, you couldn't see me from outside, right? Muhammad, right. Ellie, how long did you wait there that night? Muhammad murmured softly, all night. He had waited there all night until Ellie left for school the next morning, catching only a fleeting glimpse of him through the half-drawn rear car window. For the entire day, Muhammad followed Ellie to school and the library without showing himself. Ellie hadn't known that he had spent an entire day and night accompanying him. If not for that, he might not have been able to endure these 18 months either. A wave of warmth surged in Ellie's heart, you never told me. Muhammad, telling you would have made you cry. Ellie, ing. Muhammad rubbed against him relentlessly, making him shiver uncontrollably, stop. Muhammad reminded him again, shoo, this house doesn't seem to have great soundproofing. You're bullying me again, Ellie complained with furrowed brows, his body burning with passion while Muhammad taunted him, clearly enjoying the torment. Muhammad always acted like this, deeply affectionate yet beastly, leaving him defenseless. Muhammad did not deny that after such a long time, his desire for the person in his arms had already reached its peak. He wanted to do much more than this mild teasing, but because it was Ellie, he managed to suppress the sadistic urges deep within him. Ellie, Muhammad murmured his name, look at me. Ellie turned back with difficulty, caught by Muhammad who kissed him deeply while pinching his chin. Later, they switched to facing each other, Ellie's back leaned against the window glass as he was held in Muhammad's arms. Muhammad lifted one of Ellie's legs to his waist and clasped his hand again. Kissing resumed, follow me. Ellie couldn't make any more sounds, only succumbing to him as desired. At 10:30 p.m., when Ellie returned after taking a shower, Muhammad, who had come out earlier, sat casually on the windowsill, bare-chested, smoking and gazing at the night view outside. Turning around upon hearing footsteps, Muhammad watched through the smoke haze as Ellie approached. His eyes focused on the red marks covering Ellie's neck and chest, narrowing slightly. Ellie walked up, also sitting on the windowsill, lying down to rest his head on Muhammad's leg, looking up at him. Muhammad still held the cigarette between his lips, glancing down at him. After a moment of silent eye contact, Ellie asked, Yani, has your smoking habit gotten worse again? For a period, Muhammad smoked less, but now, after over a year without seeing him, it seemed like he had reverted to his old habits. Muhammad replied, I'll be more careful from now on. Saying this, he made no move to extinguish the cigarette, nor did the room have an ashtray, so he would have to go outside shortly. Ellie continued to stare at his face. There were faint stubbles under his chin, making Muhammad look different while smoking. Are you thinking about me so much that you can't sleep every night and have to rely on cigarettes? Originally just a joke, this time Muhammad easily admitted, yeah. The smile on Ellie's lips faltered, unsure how to respond. In the end, he sighed, snatched the cigarette from Muhammad's mouth, and put it in his own, finally saying gloomily after a while, when we get back, I'll move in with you. This time, no matter how much his father opposed, he had decided. And there wasn't really a valid reason for opposition anymore. I'll help you move when we return. That was all Muhammad said, placing his hand on Ellie's bare back, slowly caressing it. The cool palm made Ellie shiver slightly. Muhammad bent down, took the cigarette from him, took a deep puff, and kissed him again. The acrid taste of tobacco spread between their lips and tongues, causing Ellie to quickly turn his head and cough with a frown. Muhammad continued staring at him, wiping away the saliva at the corner of his mouth with his finger. You started acting up right after we met, Ellie grumbled, flipping back up onto Muhammad's body, grabbing his cigarette and extinguishing it on the windowsill, intending to clean it up later. What did I do to deserve this? Why are you always tormenting me? Muhammad asked, you still have energy? Ellie glanced at the clock on the wall, it was still early. Leaning forward, he whispered, do you want to again? Muhammad's gaze lingered on the darkest hickey on Ellie's collarbone before leaning down and biting it again. Ellie gasped softly, a mixture of pain and pleasure overwhelming him. Muhammad. Stop messing with me. It hurts like this. Muhammad paused, looked up, and saw the reproachful expression in Ellie's eyes, his brows knitted together as if genuinely uncomfortable. Sorry. He just felt it wasn't enough, even the most intimate entanglement still left him craving more. But it would soon be better once Ellie was back with him. Ellie hugged his head and kissed him again, whispering vaguely, bastard, never leave me again. A promise that wasn't quite a promise, muttered indistinctly. At that moment, Muhammad suddenly smiled, okay. Chapter 76, An Improper Relationship. After Ellie's graduation ceremony, he returned to the country in late December. His father gave him a 2-week holiday, asking him to go back to work after New Year's Day. This was just enough time for him to take care of his move. Ellie proposed moving in with Muhammad. At the time, Carson remained silent with a dark face, but Amira replied first, since we have already agreed on it before, we can't go back on our word. The person who wanted to go back on their word had an embarrassed expression but could not lose face and insisted, saying, moving is fine, but you can't live in his house. You're not married to him. What does it look like? Is our family too poor to buy a house? I'll buy you one, if he's willing to come and live with you, that's up to him. To Ellie, it didn't matter whose house it was. The new house was not far from his home, a villa specifically bought by Carson. The neighborhood environment and location were better than Muhammad's place, and the size and average price of the villa were also higher than Muhammad's. When Lionel learned about this, he joked that the old man obviously had a competitive mind and said Ellie might as well happily accept it. Ellie indeed felt quite happy. If this was how his father competed, he would gladly see more of it. After moving, Ellie would return every weekend to accompany his parents for dinner. If Muhammad was free, he would also join them. Though Carson often hummed and harumphed, his attitude towards Muhammad was actually getting better. If he leveled his heart and compared his son with those children of his business friends, whether sons or daughters, who among them was as capable as his son, able to find someone like Muhammad? Thinking this way, Carson felt a great deal of pride and started to view Muhammad more favorably. Not to mention his son was now quite ambitious, rejoining the company after returning from abroad and immediately entering the core department. He studied with the board and carried out tasks professionally, resembling a qualified successor. Outsiders always praised him for having a capable son, making Carson feel comforted and proud. He deeply believed that in a few years, he could retire peacefully. My dad values me too much. He actually wants to add more tasks for me. I ran off right after work today. Ellie sprawled on the sofa in Muhammad's office, sighing sincerely, being a couch potato and parasite is much more relaxing. Muhammad finished reviewing the last document and looked up at him, if you really don't want to do it, just stop and rest. You can start again when you feel like it. Ellie, will you support me then? Muhammad smiled, sure. Ellie was moved by his smile and crawled up to his desk with a grin, leaning over it. Muhammad, am I richer than you now? Most of Muhammad's assets had been transferred to him. Indeed, he was now richer than Muhammad, it wasn't clear who should be supporting whom. Muhammad put down his pen, leaned back into his chair, crossed his long legs, still smiling, and looked at him. Ellie raised an eyebrow, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Muhammad, yes. Ellie pointed at him, then why did you say you would support me? It's just empty talk. Muhammad nodded, readily agreeing, then work hard and support me. Seeing such thick-skinned behavior, Ellie turned sideways and sat on his lap. Muhammad pulled him close, but this brat had already grabbed his face, look at how thick your skin is, ouch. Ellie sucked in a breath as Muhammad's hand rubbed his sensitive waist area and glared at him. There's a business cocktail party tonight. Do you want to go together? Muhammad asked. Ellie was instantly distracted, a business cocktail party? No. He hated these boring social engagements most. Muhammad, then you go home first. Ellie reluctantly tugged on the bastard's tie. Since he had come here, he didn't want to go home alone, alright, I'll go with you. At the event, Carson had just finished schmoozing with some people. Upon hearing someone mention the Yi family, he perked up and listened. It was just that the Yi family had recently acquired another company. Muhammad acted decisively, using fierce tactics while others were still watching, without any consideration for so-called righteousness in business. Of course, doing business never truly adhered to righteousness. Yet, everyone knew that Muhammad's style was always domineering and unyielding. Despite this, he always managed to get what he wanted, inevitably inviting gossip behind his back. Hearing their comments dripping with envy under the guise of praise, Carson couldn't help but sneer. He can offer prices others can't afford, so of course he will win. In business, it's not about who comes first, it's all about who has the money to decide. Your words sound like you're praising him for getting a huge bargain, Carson chuckled, interrupting them with a tone that seemed teasing yet made it hard for others to argue back. No one expected him to suddenly say this, and his smiling face didn't show whether he was intentionally defending Muhammad or just speaking about the matter at hand. Someone then joked, Mr. Chi certainly seems to have quite a good relationship with young Master Yi. Your company has earned a lot from the Star Energy investment recently. I heard it was a business opportunity specially delivered by young Master Yi to you, Mr. Chi. This makes us envious. If there are any such great projects in the future, we hope to benefit from the support of both Mr. Chi and young Master Yi. Inside, Carson cursed this old bastard for sarcastically praising him while envying his wealth and wanting to share in it. He smiled insincerely, it's all what he should do. The crowd? Ellie arrived with Muhammad after the party had already started and immediately saw his father chatting amiably with others. Muhammad, you bastard, why didn't you tell me my dad would be here too? Ellie was ready to leave, but Muhammad remained calm, I thought you knew beforehand. He hadn't known, he ran off right after work. Let's go over and greet him. Muhammad put his arm around his shoulder and guided him forward. Ellie laughed nervously, imagining his father's expression when he saw him with Muhammad. As soon as Muhammad appeared, people began coming over to chat with him. Most didn't know who Ellie was since he rarely attended such events. Even though he had been seen at Matt's birthday banquet 2 years ago, very few remembered his face. But everyone had heard about Muhammad's romantic exploits. Seeing a young and handsome man like Ellie appear with him, and their intimate behavior, it wasn't hard to figure out what was going on. Just as Muhammad was about to introduce Ellie, Carson called out, Ellie. Ellie flinched, whispering, I'll be right back, before quickly heading over to his father. Many were surprised, but Muhammad had no intention of explaining and continued chatting with others effortlessly. Carson pulled Ellie aside and if they weren't in public, he might have grabbed his ear. Why didn't you tell me you were coming here? Ellie felt somewhat guilty, this isn't some seedy place. It's a business cocktail party, why can't I come? It's not that you can't come, Carson snapped quietly, but you shouldn't come with Muhammad. Didn't you see how people looked at you? Those bastards must think you're Muhammad's kept boy. You may not care, but your father does. I am his kept boy anyway. Ellie blurted out, finding it irrelevant who took care of whom. Carson couldn't help himself and slapped him on the back of the head, little brat, are you trying to drive me crazy? No more, Ellie begged, since I'm already here, you can't make me leave. Carson, stay with me and don't wander off. For the entire party, Ellie was forced to accompany his father, making small talk and toasting with people, listening to others praise him while flattering his father. He silently rolled his eyes, regretting coming for the umpteenth time. Finally, Muhammad came over and greeted, Arjun. Carson grunted through his nose, showing little interest, possibly upset that Muhammad brought Ellie without permission. With many watching, Muhammad glanced at Ellie, who had had a couple extra drinks, and said, it's late. I'll take Ellie home. His purpose for coming was to meet a foreign investor, and it had been achieved, so there was no need to stay longer. Carson frowned, but Ellie set down his glass and quickly moved to Muhammad's side, Yanni, we're leaving. Carson. Little brat. In the car, Ellie leaned on Muhammad's shoulder, closing his eyes, I shouldn't have come here. Muhammad rubbed his temples gently, laughing softly, let's go home. The next day was Saturday, and Ellie, as usual, took Muhammad back to his parents' house for dinner. Carson was reading the newspaper, glancing up briefly as they entered, then turned away. Amira nudged his arm, Sun and Xingzhou are here. You said you'd cook today, go start. Carson put down the newspaper and sat up straight, deciding to address the important matter first. He gestured for them to come in, sit down. Ellie knew right away that his father was up to something and wanted to resist. Muhammad gave his hand a reassuring squeeze and calmly pulled him to sit down. I only have Ellie as my child, Carson began. Muhammad listened attentively. Ellie, Yanni. Amira smiled and interrupted him, just listen to your father. Carson continued addressing Muhammad, I always thought about Ellie getting married and having children. I've prepared countless things and grand banquets over and over in my mind, even ready with preparations. But now he's found you, a grown man, and if I can't have grandchildren from him, fine. But you two cannot continue like this without a clear status. Ellie couldn't help but interject, it's not unclear, we registered 2 years ago in the US. Carson, somewhat irritably, said, you registered, I know, your mother knows, your godfather knows, and maybe a few friends around you, but who else? Legality aside, it's like a secret marriage to others. They'll think you're just living together unofficially. Ellie, I don't care. I do, Carson glared at him. If you two don't formalize your relationship, what will people say about your reputation? He had been sighing and thinking all night. The more he thought about it, the more he realized this couldn't go on. Neither his son nor Muhammad should be subjected to gossip and ridicule. Muhammad asked calmly, what did you have in mind, Arjun? Carson, let me put it bluntly, why don't you become our sworn kin? We'll hold a recognition banquet, and then you and Ellie can be sworn brothers. That way, nobody can say anything about you living together or being close in public. Of course, there was a little bit of selfishness in this suggestion. If Muhammad became their sworn kin, he would have to value his relationship with Ellie more. But he probably forgot that Muhammad wouldn't hesitate to stand up to anyone, even his own family. Sworn kin. It wasn't going to make a difference to him. Ellie was speechless. Yani, this is just burying your head in the sand. Moreover, he didn't want to call Muhammad his sworn brother, he considered Muhammad more like his godfather. Furthermore, if Muhammad became their sworn kin, how would this arrangement work? Would Muhammad call his dad godfather? No way. Absolutely not. Muhammad, I don't think it's a good idea. Carson frowned, his face stiffening. Amira sighed, I told you they wouldn't agree. This is troublesome. Let's just get them to hold a wedding instead, and then their relationship will be legitimate. Ellie was stunned. His parents were planning a wedding for them? He hadn't even thought about it. Carson, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed after Muhammad rejected him outright, gruffly said, it's up to you. Amira smiled and asked them, what do you think? Ellie instinctively turned to look at Muhammad, whose eyes also met his, do you want to? Ellie, I. Under Muhammad's gaze, his tumultuous feelings gradually settled. He nodded slowly, yes. It was a similar conversation they had last time about marriage, and Muhammad smiled, all right. Ellie smiled too. As long as they didn't end up with an awkward title situation and kept their relationship straightforward, it was fine by him. Seeing them exchange meaningful looks, Carson felt vexed and huffed, still somewhat unwilling. Amira made the final decision, then it's settled. I'll inform the old man and we'll discuss making this event grand. Chapter 77, Wedding. Speaking of hosting a wedding banquet, it must be grand and lively after all their marriage was a business alliance, and they had to make it for others to see. After the wedding invitations were sent out, the shock on the outside world is beyond words. It's not so strange for two men to get married, but in such an upper-class circle, announcing this to the whole world is indeed shocking. Not to mention that the Yi family and Ronghua capital would closely cooperate later on. Everyone naturally had their own thoughts and calculations. Who marrying whom wasn't crucial, this was the point. However, for Ellie and Muhammad themselves, even for Ellie's family, the key was to host the wedding without any regrets. At first, there was a disagreement about choosing the venue. Muhammad and Ellie originally planned to hold it at the Yi family resort, but Carson refused outright. He insisted he wasn't giving away his son in marriage, there was no reason to hold the wedding at the Yi family's domain. Finally, a 5-star hotel in the city was chosen, which was convenient for guests and acceptable. The wedding banquet was taken care of by professionals. They occasionally asked about details, everything went smoothly. On the way back from trying the dishes, Ellie received a WeChat message from Glover, does Dempsey need a bridesmaid party? All of us can sacrifice ourselves to be your sister party and will wear bridesmaid dresses without hesitation. Followed by a silly meme. Ellie's reply was only one word, get lost. His father was right, he didn't marry Muhammad, why should he be the bride? Muhammad, how about you being my bride? Muhammad, who was driving, turned around and saw Ellie grinning at him, unperturbed, he replied, no. Ellie, what if I ask you just once? Muhammad, don't even think about it. Alright, if Muhammad really dressed up as a bride, that would be truly shocking and unable to face the public afterward. Ellie was obviously joking. However, playing dress up at home might work, he could try persuading him again next time. Yuan, who hadn't been in touch for a long time, also sent a message, Dempsey, I have received your wedding invitation, but unfortunately, I will be abroad for an art exhibition and can't attend. Congratulations in advance. I never thought you would come out publicly. Although it's surprising, it's good. Wishing you happiness. Ellie replied with a smiley face and thank you. Yuan could be regarded as their half-matchmaker, despite having been cast aside long ago. Actually, whether it's Glover or Yuan, their first reaction to receiving the invitation was surprise. Others felt the same way. There might be those who did not understand or talked behind their backs, believing that their marriage was driven by profit or other motives. They wore smiles and praised them while secretly despising them. This kind of person certainly was not few. But that was all. No matter how much they despised or disliked it, they still rushed to participate in this wedding banquet after all. This was a show of fame and fortune. Why can't it be love? When asked by old friends how his son got entangled with the deity like Muhammad, Carson said with a laugh while drinking tea. Young people should always impulsively fall in love at least once. You old folks just don't understand this, you've lived in vain for decades. Muhammad looked over, Ellie put down his phone, Godfather, it's still early, shall we go somewhere for a drink? Muhammad, drinking? Ellie, yeah. He suddenly wanted a drink. Occasionally, he and Muhammad could change the date location too. There was a bar nearby, which Ellie used to frequent often. He led Muhammad inside familiarly, sat down at the bar, and ordered drinks directly. It's been a long time since I've been to such a place. Now he was no longer a playboy, nor a single man. It was rare for him to join Glover's parties even once a month, and only when Muhammad had engagements at night. As soon as Muhammad finished his engagements, he left immediately regardless of the time. Previously, Glover and others joked that he was a treasure at home, now they teased him about being strict under his husband's rule. Ellie couldn't be bothered, being strict under his husband's rule was fine by him, he liked it. Muhammad reminded him, 2 glasses and we leave. Got it, Ellie leaned towards Muhammad, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let me take you to experience young people's nightlife, alright? Muhammad swatted away his hand and calmly drank, behave yourself. Ellie snickered, pretending. Just as he wanted to tease Muhammad some more, he accidentally heard someone mentioning his name, coming from behind him. The young playboy's giggles mixed with criticisms about the two of them. You country bumpkin, is there anyone in Hawaii City who doesn't know about the Yi family and Ronghua Capital's business alliance now? You're making such a fuss. My dad said the other day that upstarts are just upstarts, you can't catch a wolf without putting out bait. Carson is shameless enough, and so is his son with his schemes. TCH, as if your dad would let you go. Even if he did, it's not like Brandan would look at you. That kid Ellie, all he has going for him is a pretty face. Not even Brandan, I'd be tempted by that kid too. With that kind of looks, he must be fun in bed. You can't say that. It's just playing around. Why get married? My dad says that Yi guy is just a snake, and now he's teaming up with old Fox Carson. Who knows what they'll do next? That's something your dad should worry about. What does it have to do with you? Ellie took a swig of alcohol, set down his glass, and stood up. Muhammad didn't stop him. He stretched his neck. He hadn't disciplined anyone in a long time, and his bones were nearly stiff. The rich young men were still drinking and laughing about him and Muhammad, spouting filthy words and concocting stories about them, getting more and more outrageous. You can't say that. If I had that kid Ellie's face, I'd willingly throw myself at Brandan. So what if he's a man? Money talks. A little bit of bedroom business, just close your eyes and bite your lip, it'll be over. A chorus of laughter followed. Ellie sat on the armrest of the sofa next to the one speaking without warning, his smile half mocking. Sorry, you don't have my face, and Muhammad isn't interested in you throwing yourself at him. The group that was laughing moments ago stared at him in disbelief, their laughter cut off instantly. Only the loud background music of the bar continued. The one beside Ellie was so startled that he fell off the sofa and landed on the floor. Ellie recognized these people as those who used to follow Pierce's grandson, and they never got along. Now that they had an opportunity, they were taking full advantage to badmouth him. He found it boring. Beating them up would dirty his hands. Mr. Chi. Mr. Chi. The young rake's forced smiles, which looked more pathetic than crying, extremely ridiculous. Ellie patted the dog head of the one next to him. If you want to get into Muhammad's bed, come back next life with a better face, and maybe change your sleazy attitude. Still, it wouldn't be possible. And you, he turned to the one opposite him, I don't know if my father is shameless, but I see both you and your father are pretty shameless. The other day, your father came to my dad asking for investment and played the humble act. So this is how you really think of us upstarts behind our backs. I'll tell Yanni to reconsider your project. The other one panicked, no, Mr. Chi, I didn't mean it. Ellie ignored him, disciplining each one in turn, until he finally reached the one who admitted being tempted by him. The man tried to smile in appeasement. He couldn't be bothered to reprimand this person. Unfortunate. Muhammad came over, placing a hand on Ellie's shoulder. Seeing him, the rakes shrank back like rats meeting a cat, afraid to breathe loudly, wishing they could slap themselves from 10 minutes ago. Muhammad ignored them all, only giving a cold glance to the one fantasizing about Ellie. The man felt an impending sense of disaster, his facial muscles trembling. Muhammad withdrew his gaze and gestured to Ellie, the driver is here. Let's go. Leaving the bar, he sent a message. Ellie glanced at him, what are you doing? Just having someone teach them a lesson. Muhammad said indifferently. Ellie fully agreed. Those bastards deserved a beating. They'd behave after a good thrashing. Why can't it be love? Sitting in the car, Ellie muttered softly, looking up and smiling at Muhammad, we got married because of love. Why are everyone surprised and misunderstanding us, gossiping about nonsense? Muhammad held his hand, ignore them. Ellie shook his head. He was just talking. Of course, he and Muhammad were together because of love. People who couldn't understand were just ordinary folk, not worth mentioning. The wedding was scheduled for May, after Ellie's 26th birthday. It was in the evening. 2 men marrying spared them the traditional bride welcoming and sending process. They arrived directly at the hotel and welcomed guests outside the banquet hall. Most of the guests were Muhammad's and Carson's business acquaintances, almost the entire Hawaii City business circle. Many came specially from other cities. Regardless of their true feelings, everyone wore smiles, congratulating them and praising their match as perfectly suited, not finding it awkward at all. Dominic and his parents were also among the guests. After handing over the red envelope, Dominic saw Ellie's joyous appearance and remarked with a smile, I didn't think you two would reach this point. It seems I was too presumptuous. You two really are the perfect match. Congratulations. Ellie smiled and raised his brows, thank you. He and Muhammad were indeed the perfect match, they knew this better than anyone else. Muhammad's old classmate and his sworn younger brother were also there. Ellie had only met them once in Jing City before, then he invested 3 million into their venture capital firm. Occasionally, he would chat casually with Hugo on WeChat over these years, so they were somewhat acquainted. The first dividend from that investment of 30 million arrived this year, though it wasn't much yet. After all, it took several years for a venture capital to start yielding returns. However, Hugo was highly capable, making their Ziyuan venture capital flourish. There was no doubt they would make profits in the future, so Ellie didn't need to worry at all. When Hugo signed the guest book, Darian chatted with Muhammad briefly and nodded toward Ellie. I didn't expect you two to announce it to the world like this. Good job. Muhammad glanced up, you're surprised? Rather than being surprised, Darian smiled, maybe I'm envious. Muhammad, you can too. Darian smiled but didn't express his opinion. He took the pen from Hugo and signed his name. Muhammad asked someone to escort them into the banquet hall. After chatting with his parents for a while, Ellie came over and greeted Hugo. He looked back after they went inside. Darian put his hand on Hugo's shoulder as they walked in. Hugo turned his head and spoke to him naturally and intimately, quite different from the first time Ellie met them a few years ago. Muhammad glanced at him. Ellie asked curiously, your old classmate, is he and brother Ning really in a sworn brother relationship now? Muhammad, curious. Ellie, can't I ask? Muhammad wasn't interested in others' affairs, maybe. Ellie laughed. Sure enough, he knew Muhammad wouldn't get it wrong. As more guests arrived, and some time before the ceremony started, Carson and his wife continued greeting guests at the front. They returned to the lounge to prepare. When closing the door, Ellie suddenly turned around, pressed Muhammad against the wall, and kissed him deeply. Muhammad stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the wall, letting Ellie take the initiative. After finishing the kiss quietly, when Ellie lowered his eyes and slightly pulled away, Muhammad asked, what are you thinking? Muhammad, didn't you hear that even your old classmate envies us? Others envy us too. Ellie said with a laugh. All those well wishes and blessings felt less genuine than one word of envy. Muhammad, are you happy today? He always liked to ask this question. Ellie thought about it and answered, if you behave well later, I'll be happier. Muhammad patted his waist, change clothes then. They each changed into tuxedos. Ellie looked at himself and Muhammad in the mirror, two identical custom-made suits in grey and white, looking very fitting. Muhammad stood behind him, leaned down to pin a ruby brooch onto the collar of his white tuxedo, and whispered in his ear, Ellie. Ellie, what? Muhammad looked into the mirror, his long fingers slowly sliding down from the second button to the third on his shirt. Through the fabric, Ellie still felt the warmth of his fingertips. Looking into those direct eyes in the mirror, he swallowed hard, Muhammad, it's not time to undress yet. Muhammad leaned closer to his ear and laughed softly, then let's do it when we get home. Someone knocked on the door, reminding them the wedding was about to begin. They adjusted each other's bow ties, Muhammad's hand brushing past Ellie's jaw, and he finally said, just follow me. Ellie paused, nodded, and replied, okay. Chapter 78, End of main text. After the wedding, Ellie actually couldn't recall much of the ceremony. From start to finish, all he remembered was Muhammad's gaze on him, filled with undisguised ardent love and a gentle smile, this person yet not quite this person. Even the ceremony only consisted of a simple ring exchange, placing the wedding bands on each other's ring fingers, exchanging smiles as they lifted their eyes, with the applause from the guests becoming mere background noise. At this moment, the lovers were finally fulfilled. During the toast-making rounds, Muhammad's arm remained draped over Ellie's shoulder, intimate and straightforward. Facing jests, teasing, and even covert provocations, he never flinched, drinking glass after glass of red wine. Even during such times, he remained composed. Ellie finally understood what this person meant by following him. Muhammad was deliberately shielding him from alcohol, diverting others' attention with just a few words when they tried to get him drunk, calm and domineering. When he saw Muhammad raise his wine glass to his lips again, Ellie reached out and took it away, pouring half the glass into his own mouth. Uncles, aunts, brothers, sisters, give me a break, will you? It's our wedding night tonight, if you get Muhammad drunk, I'll be left staring at him alone. Speaking such lewd talk, Ellie didn't blush at all, knowing that as long as he could be bolder than anyone else, he would remain unbeaten. Those around laughed, and even those who wanted to play tricks found it embarrassing to continue. In that instant, everyone saw the slightly tipsy Muhammad turn his head, his lips brushing past Ellie's hairline, laughing exceptionally joyfully. Everyone suddenly realized that this was how Mr. Yi truly smiled when he let loose. The wedding banquet ended around 8 in the evening. After sending off the last batch of guests, Ellie spoke a few words with his parents before walking back to where Muhammad was waiting by the car. Muhammad lit a cigarette and was leaning against the rear door, exhaling smoke. Before Ellie even opened his mouth, Muhammad pulled him into his arms and kissed him. On the other side, Carson and his wife turned around, seeing this scene, one scolding, brat, can't you wait until we're home to kiss, and the other laughing heartily, young people are full of energy, let's go, let's go. Tasting the bitter mixture of tobacco and alcohol, Ellie wrinkled his brow in disgust and bit down on the person kissing him. Muhammad barely withdrew from his mouth, lips still touching lips, can't kiss. Ellie, asshole, are you drunk? Let's go home. The driver took them home. As soon as they entered without turning on the lights, Muhammad pressed Ellie against the wall in the foyer and kissed him again. Hot breath intertwined, the kiss growing more impatient, as if trying to swallow him whole. Ellie raised his hand to tug at his hair, moaning, "Don't bite me, it hurts." Breathing heavily, Muhammad stopped for a moment before continuing with an even more intense kiss. Ellie confirmed that this bastard must be drunk. They walked inside while kissing and pulling each other, tossing their coats and accessories on the floor. Muhammad scooped Ellie into his arms and sat him on a waist-high cabinet by the side, continuing to kiss him. Ellie wiped the redness from the corners of Muhammad's eyes between kisses, saying, "Muhammad, talk to me." Finally stepping back a little, Muhammad closed his eyes, looking at Ellie with a hazy gaze, his voice hoarse, "What do you want me to say?" Ellie chuckled softly, "So you can get drunk too. A beast when sober becomes even more of a beast when drunk." Though still trying desperately to suppress and endure, Ellie already saw the surging desire in the depths of his eyes, desire solely for him. Muhammad slowly hummed, as Ellie's fingers slid down the buttons of his shirt, slipping through the gaps, lightly touching his skin. "Being drunk should give me some advantage, right?" Muhammad stared intensely at him, saying nothing, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Ellie undid his shirt buttons one by one, his eyes scanning the gradually exposed chest, leaning forward and placing a kiss on his heart. "Muhammad, I really love you." Ellie's voice was somewhat muffled, he had also been drinking and might be a little drunk, speaking these words without any pretension or embarrassment. Muhammad's breathing became heavier than before. He lifted his hand and drew Ellie into his embrace, carrying him up. As they fell into the sofa, Ellie dragged Muhammad down, lifting his head to kiss him again. From there on, things escalated beyond control. Heat surged through their bodies. Ellie's hands roamed over Muhammad's chest, openly expressing his urgent desire. Muhammad's hand clutched the hollow behind Ellie's knee, pressing his leg over his own shoulder. Drenched in sticky sweat, their intertwined breaths grew increasingly feverish. Ellie's hands clung to Muhammad's sweaty back, unable to bear the pain. He pleaded, "It hurts, be gentle, bastard." He always acted like this, no matter how much pleasure he experienced, a slight hint of pain would make him complain uncontrollably, as if pouting to Muhammad. Or perhaps it was unconsciously pampering himself. But at such times, Muhammad would only become even more relentless. Muhammad supported himself on either side of Ellie's head, frowning and looking down at him. In Ellie's blurred vision from the sweat, he caught his gaze and scratched his back. "Ellie," Muhammad called his name hoarsely, "am I bullying you?" Ellie's hand slid from his back to his waist, then down to his taut thighs, feeling the muscle power there. This beast was rock hard everywhere, making him uncomfortable yet giving him pleasure, leaving him endlessly tantalized and unable to let go. "Aren't you bullying me?" Ellie struggled to speak. Muhammad lowered his head and kissed the sweat off his forehead. "I am loving you." Ellie instantly couldn't utter another word. As Muhammad bent down again, he hugged him back. Muhammad's kiss followed, tender and full of affection, treating him with utmost care. Later into the night, Ellie stood on the balcony outside the upstairs bedroom, smoking while gazing at the moon, having had enough alcohol. A small tree grew in the yard downstairs, its branches reaching up to the balcony. A stray cat had climbed up and was staring at him eye to eye. The black cat had light green eyes like glass beads, very beautiful. Feeling interested, Ellie mumbled through his cigarette, "Little thing, where did you come from? Come here." The cat meowed twice and suddenly disappeared. "Hey! Why did it run?" Turning around, he saw Muhammad coming out of the bathroom, and frowned. "It must have been you who scared the cat away." Muhammad took the cigarette from him, took 2 puffs. "Why me?" "Ellie, of course, Mr. Grim Face, cats run at the sight of you." Muhammad, now sober, flicked the ash casually. "How do you know?" "Ellie, isn't it obvious?" "Muhammad, didn't you stay?" "Ellie, I'm not a cat." Muhammad chuckled and turned away to continue smoking, enjoying the night view contentedly. Ellie moved closer. "Explain yourself, what do you mean?" Muhammad looked back at him, finding Ellie's glaring face quite similar to a cat's, especially endearing when teased. He finally spoke slowly, "I used to keep a cat." This was the first time Muhammad mentioned the stray cat he kept in the orphanage. He spoke calmly without showing much emotion. Hearing this, Ellie frowned deeply. "What kind of people are they? Bullying a poor cat even as kids?" Muhammad fell silent. Ellie didn't know that the weak would often bully weaker beings for psychological balance, a dark side of human nature. He was also once an evil person, but Ellie placed a leash around his neck, bringing him within the limits set by Ellie. After mumbling a few words, Ellie thought of something and slumped his face. "So I'm just a substitute for your cat." Muhammad still had the cigarette in his mouth. The glowing tip flickered, illuminating his eyes behind the smoke. Then he smiled. "Do you think you are?" "Ellie." Ellie felt quite depressed. Why did he end up competing with a cat for affection? Not wanting to deal with this bastard anymore, he went back to the room, lay on the bed, face against the pillow, lost in thought. Only after finishing the cigarette did Muhammad return, sitting on the edge of the bed. His fingers touched Ellie's bare back, gently scratching along the spine. Ellie shivered and closed his eyes, cursing, "Take your hands off, asshole." "Muhammad, are you angry?" "Ellie, go to hell. Even though a cat won't love me, you will." "Ellie, why would you feel you're a substitute for a cat?" Muhammad's voice carried laughter. Ellie's jealous behavior over a cat amused him. Blushing, Ellie glared at him, "That's wrong, you wouldn't love a cat but you do love me." "Muhammad, it's the same." Speechless, Ellie felt somewhat ridiculous, giving Muhammad an opportunity to laugh at him. Leaning against the headboard, Muhammad patted his leg, indicating for him to come over. Ellie hesitantly turned over and laid his head on Muhammad's lap, closing his eyes again. After a moment of silence, he murmured, "Muhammad, you bastard, you must love me, only me." "Muhammad, I will love you the most." "I know. Say something sweet again, I want to hear it." Muhammad lowered his head, his warm breath falling near him. "Ellie, let's live well together from now on." The night breeze of late spring and early summer brushed past the tree tops outside the balcony, gently reaching into their hearts. Ellie felt an itch at the tip of his heart, finally becoming happy, nodding his head. He completely quieted down, leaning against Muhammad, peacefully falling asleep. Muhammad looked down at him, his gaze gradually softening. "Good night. Good night, my darling." End of the story.